Chapter 1. The year 1520 of the marine calendar, on an unnamed island in the East Sea. Caw! Caw! Lu Jie was roused from his slumber by the piercing cries of seagulls, rubbing his eyes as he prepared to rise. Infinity Treasure Box System activated. Confirming world. One piece. Host confirmed. Lu Jie. Fusion commencing. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in Lu Jie's ears. What is this? System. One piece fusion? Lu Jie grasped the crucial information embedded in those words. Could it be? He lifted his head and surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was on a beach. Wasn't he just sleeping at home? How did he end up here? Had he unwittingly succumbed to the trend of transmigration? Moreover, he had traversed into the world of his greatest passion, One Piece. Upon confirming this revelation, Lu Jie felt a surge of delight. After all, in his previous life on Earth, he was an orphan, unencumbered by ties, merely a struggling student working his way through school. He had often fantasized about being reborn, vowing to live a more vibrant life, full of glory. Little did he expect that destiny would indeed grant him such an opportunity. "Oh, my head hurts." At that moment, Lu Jie felt as though his head might explode, though the sensation dissipated after a few seconds. System binding successful. World map successfully recorded. Activating portable space function. Activating scanning function. The mechanical voice resounded once more. Following the successful binding, a system panel materialized in Lu Jie's mind. With unbridled joy, Lu Jie examined the system panel. Indeed, a system was a standard feature for transmigrators. With a system in the world of One Piece, he was determined to seize this chance to live fully. Check treasure box information. The treasure boxes are categorized as follows. In no time, Lu Jie grasped how to utilize the system. He could operate it with mere thought. The treasure boxes were classified into 5 tiers: Xian iron, bronze, silver, gold, and diamond. Inside, one could uncover various items from countless realms, all marked on the treasure box map. In the next moment, Lu Jie eagerly checked his current location and that of the treasure boxes. He found himself on an unnamed island in the East Sea, where 6 treasure boxes awaited him. Among them, there were 4 Xian iron boxes and 2 bronze boxes. Lu Jie proceeded along the beach, moving towards the 2 nearby Xian iron boxes. 2 minutes later, a floating treasure box appeared before him. Treasure box detected. Open for collection? Open. Lu Jie had no inclination to hoard treasure boxes for later. Leaving a box unopened was utterly out of the question. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the panties of Lin Yu Xianji from the Inuyasha world. To Lu Jie's astonishment, the long-anticipated treasure yielded such an item. What use was this? Although Lin Yu Xianji, the mother of Sesshomaru, was indeed a beauty, he currently found himself stranded on a deserted island in the One Piece world. In that instant, Lu Jie was certain that his system was rather frivolous. System, what is the purpose of this item? It could be used for collection or system recycling. Recycling. Lu Jie had no particular fondness for such items and chose the recycling option without hesitation. Recycling successful. You have gained 5 exchange points. Activating exchange mall. Upon hearing the system's voice, Lu Jie checked his panel, and indeed, a new function had appeared. A random treasure box required 500 exchange points, a welfare treasure box 5,000 points, and a supreme treasure box 50,000 points. Upon seeing the exchange points required for the treasure boxes, Lu Jie felt disheartened. It seemed far easier to gather treasure boxes and slowly accumulate exchange points. Before long, Lu Jie reached the location of the 2nd Xian iron box. Open. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a rusty katana. Fortunately, although it was a rusty weapon, it would still enhance his current combat capability. With the katana in hand, Lu Jie headed towards the location of the bronze box. As the remaining 2 Xian iron boxes were on the opposite side of the island, Lu Jie decided to investigate the bronze box first. After several minutes, Lu Jie, wielding his katana, arrived at the entrance of cave. The system indicated that the bronze box was located within. Lu Jie boldly stepped inside. Roar! At the sound of an animal's cry, Lu Jie dashed out of the cave in a hurry. Goodness, what a massive lizard. Am I supposed to fight that thing? The cave was adequately illuminated, and upon entering, Lu Jie beheld a lizard the size of an elephant, sending him fleeing in terror. He was merely a high school student, although he had practiced martial arts during military training. Facing such a colossal creature felt akin to courting death. Was he meant to confront it with his rusty katana? The giant lizard only pursued him to the cave entrance before retreating. However, in his frantic escape, Lu Jie paid no heed to this. His sole thought was to flee as far away as possible. Unbeknownst to him, he had arrived at the location of the third Xian iron box. Treasure box detected. Open for collection? Open. Hearing the system's voice, Lu Jie realized that there were no further sounds trailing behind him. Turning back, he confirmed that the giant lizard was indeed nowhere to be seen. To celebrate his narrow escape, he decided to open another treasure box. Congratulations, host! You have received the Rainstorm Pear Blossom from the Tang sect of Sichuan. Upon use, it can unleash 108 poisonous needles. Finally, a useful item. Indeed, as the saying goes, after hardship comes ease. Lu Jie marveled at his fortune. With this weapon in hand, what small lizard could pose a threat? Buoyed by his good fortune, Lu Jie felt elated. Having struck gold with the treasure box, it was time to open the next one. The other treasure box was not far away. Open. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Master Rose's turtle shell from the Dragon Ball world. It is of no practical use. Upon hearing the system's description, Lu Jie noted its candid nature. Recycle. Recycling successful. You have gained 200 exchange points. Upon receiving this notification, Lu Jie realized that this item indeed bore some value, as it could be exchanged for points. After all, Lin Yuxian Jia's panties were worth only 5 points. He wondered how the system calculated these values. However, at that moment, Lu Jie was too exhilarated to ponder such matters. Ahead lay 2 pristine bronze boxes awaiting him. With the Rainstorm Pear Blossom in his possession, Lu Jie completely forgot his earlier panic and set forth with renewed vigor. Soon, Lu Jie found himself back at the cave's entrance. Bang! He picked up a large stone and threw it into the cave. He had no desire to face that lizard up close again. After all, while the cave had ample space, what if he accidentally struck himself with the Rainstorm Pear Blossom needles? Roar! As the stones struck the ground, an angry roar reverberated. Seeing that it was the same giant lizard that had previously interrupted him, its expression turned fierce. This time, it would not let him escape easily. All right, I know you're furious. But haven't you heard the saying, better to provoke the king of hell than to offend the Tang sect? Rainstorm Pear Blossom. Lu Jie brandished the Rainstorm Pear Blossom, his expression determined. In that moment, Lu Jie felt a surge of heroism, as if he could face 1,000 foes without fear. With a flick of his wrist, he activated the mechanism and hurled it forward. Although he had never used this item before, after opening the treasure box, its usage method had instinctively settled in his mind. As the small object sailed through the air, the giant lizard dismissed it entirely. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 108 poisonous needles descended upon the giant lizard, and 2 seconds later, the Rainstorm Pear Blossom unleashed its fury. The explosive power was astounding, piercing straight through the giant lizard. The lizard felt as though it had been struck, but aside from a mild discomfort, it was unscathed. Roar! At that moment, the giant lizard's attention shifted to Lu Jie, charging towards him with alarming speed. Seeing the giant lizard barreling toward him, Lu Jie had no time for bravado. He turned and ran. However, the enraged lizard was extraordinarily swift, leaping directly in front of Lu Jie. Roar! The giant lizard opened its massive jaws and lunged down. As a foul wind swept over him, Lu Jie instinctively raised his katana, bracing for impact. Yet, after what felt like an eternity, no force struck him. Lu Jie opened his eyes and discovered that the creature had become immobile. Ah, this is quite the predicament. I always said, better to invite the king of hell than to provoke the Tang clan. How could I have forgotten that this thing is venomous? Gazing at the black blood oozing from the lizard, Lu Jie finally recalled the earlier warning about its toxicity. After vanquishing the giant lizard, Lu Jie eagerly rushed into the cave to inspect his treasure chest. Beholding the 2 bronze chests floating serenely, he wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and approached slowly. Open the treasure chest. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the mask of deception from the House of Darkness, capable of altering one's appearance. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a limited edition Zippolighter. Wait, is this it? Where's my devil fruit? Where's my fame blade? A mere mask and a lighter nearly cost me my life in the jaws of that enormous lizard. Ding! Host has opened all treasure chests on the map and obtained a special treasure chest. Would you like to open it? Just as Lu Jie was feeling dejected, the system's notification chimed in his ear once more. 3 days later, Lu Jie had built a fire and was roasting the rabbits he had hunted. Glancing at the ring on his finger, he found that after 3 days, he could barely use this item properly. Surprisingly, the special treasure chest he had opened yielded the water dragon apparition. This imperial tool, hailing from the world of Akame Ga Kill, granted the ability to manipulate water and control liquids, with the ultimate technique being the Bloodblade kill. In the beginning, Lu Jie was elated, rushing to the beach to play with the water. Watching the water dragons dance through the air, he felt an immense thrill. However, after a brief moment of revelry, he suddenly fainted. Since it was his first time wielding an imperial tool, despite being able to perform all the techniques, his mental energy was insufficient. Upon waking, Lu Jie, invigorated by the rules of the pirate world, felt revitalized. To prevent a recurrence of such an episode, he began practicing with the water dragon apparition. Consequently, all the rabbits and small snakes on the island became his sustenance. Moreover, Lu Jie discovered that his appetite had seemingly increased dramatically. He had single-handedly devoured 3 rabbits and 2 snakes without feeling any sense of fullness. The pirate world was indeed wondrous, perhaps due to the unique constitutions of its inhabitants. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, a small boat anchored at the shore. An elderly man slowly descended from it. "Young man, may I borrow your fire to roast some rice crackers?" Upon hearing this voice, Lu Jie instinctively looked up. "My goodness, it's Vice Admiral Garp," Lu Jie exclaimed without thinking. "Oh, the young man recognizes me. It seems I'm not so old after all, if someone like you knows who I am. Come, let me treat you to some rice crackers." Garp chuckled heartily, delivering his signature line while skewering the rice cracker on a stick over the fire. Thank you, Vice Admiral Garp. What brings you here?" Lu Jie was puzzled. Why would someone like him venture to the East Blue instead of remaining at Marine headquarters? There were no pirates here that warranted Garp's intervention. "I'm here to check on my grandson. By the way, kid, would you like to join our Navy?" After explaining his purpose, Garp quickly returned to his usual line of inquiry, inviting Lu Jie to join. Lu Jie felt a surge of excitement. Being invited by Vice Admiral Garp to join the Navy was an exhilarating prospect. However, he had no intention of enlisting. Joining the Navy would mean, regardless of how powerful he became, that he would have to protect those despicable celestial dragons at the mere command of the 5 elders. Remembering how Aokiji had left, Garp remained indifferent to the world. Lu Jie quickly suppressed his excitement and dismissed the thought of joining the Navy. "Vice Admiral Garp, I am honored to receive your invitation, but I must respectfully decline." Lu Jie voiced his thoughts candidly. "Father, it's time to go." At that moment, a voice called out from the small boat. Hearing that voice made Lu Jie even more excited. It was Dragon. This meant that Dragon had not yet left the Navy, suggesting that Luffy and the others were still mere children. "All right, I'm coming. Honestly, I can't even enjoy a warm meal," Garp complained. "Vice Admiral Garp, might I accompany you? My boat was overturned by the waves, and I drifted here. I have no idea where this place is," Lu Jie asked eagerly. "We're heading to Windmill Village in the Goa Kingdom. Is it on your way?" Garp inquired directly after hearing Lu Jie's words. Yes, yes. Lu Jie nodded vigorously. On the way, his home was on Earth, so there was unlikely to be any route that aligned with it. Despite this, Lu Jie was eager to meet the protagonists, the 3 young heroes. Moreover, wherever they were, there would surely be many treasure chests waiting to be discovered. The mere thought of the treasure chest caused a drool to form at the corners of Lu Jie's mouth. Ha ha ha, are you reminiscing about the delectable dishes back home? Let us embark on our journey. Garp tossed a rice cracker into his mouth and promptly boarded the ship. Lu Jie swiftly followed suit, bidding farewell to his birthplace. 3 days later, Uncle Garp, halt for a moment. I detect the scent of treasure. Upon hearing Lu Jia's words, both Garp and Long twitched at the corners of their mouths. Upon arriving at a small island, this fellow would invariably ascend with an assortment of items. On his inaugural trip, he returned with a box of Guojiao 1573, which provided both individuals with a delightful indulgence. However, on a subsequent occasion, he brought back a canister that they presumed contained a gourmet delicacy. Upon opening it, they were nearly overwhelmed by its noxious odor. To this day, the memory of that scent lingers vividly. That rascal! Should you dare to return with any more foul substances, I shall cast you overboard. Listening to Garp's thunderous outburst behind him, Lu Jia could only wear a look of resignation. The treasure chest, who knows what it might unveil? The last time, it yielded a can of herring, which was nothing short of a biochemical weapon. It is no wonder that Garp and Dragon bore such expressions. Utilizing the water dragon possession, Lu Jia swiftly arrived on the island and commenced his treasure hunting expedition. There are a total of 3 treasure chests here, 1 bronze and 2 dark iron. As expected, a large rhinoceros stood guard beside the bronze chest. After several experiences of acquiring treasure chests, Lu Jia deduced a truth. Chests of bronze grade and above are always accompanied by guardians. Although he has yet to encounter a silver chest, it can be inferred that it must possess an even more formidable guardian. After successfully slaying the rhinoceros, Lu Jia discovered all 3 chests. System, open them all. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Joan of Arc's hat from the Fate world. It is of no use. Congratulations, host. You have received a case of skin rejuvenating shower gel from Earth. Upon use, your skin will become remarkably smooth. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Flame fruit from the One Piece world. My goodness, what a stroke of luck to obtain the Flame fruit. Lu Jia exclaimed, gazing at the fiery fruit in his hand. He was astonished that the final bronze chest yielded a devil fruit. After a brief moment of excitement, Lu Jia felt a wave of confusion. Was it not said that each type of devil fruit exists only once? This implies that if he consumed this fruit, what would become of Ace? Never mind. One step at a time. Lu Jia stowed away the devil fruit and retrieved Joan's hat before heading back to the ship. What have you got this time? Garp asked, eyeing the box perched on Lu Jia's shoulder with a wary expression. After all, the previous herring had deprived him of scallops for an entire day. One can only imagine the extent of its impact on Garp. This time it's something good, but you two won't be able to use it. Lu Jia handed a bottle of shower gel to them, explaining its effects. Thus, Lu Jia, under the protection of the 2 formidable warriors, ventured forth to Windmill Village while opening treasure chests along the way. Upon reaching Windmill Village, 5 days had passed. After enduring 8 days of life at sea, Lu Jia finally set foot on his first destination in the pirate world. Seeing the multitude of treasure chests marked on the map, he felt an overwhelming urge to set out immediately. However, it would not be prudent to rush, especially since he had just arrived on the island and vanished from sight. Even Garp, who was rather easygoing, would have his suspicions. Moreover, Garp was not truly easygoing. Lu Jia, are you joining us or going solo? Garp inquired, his tone friendly despite the oddities of the situation. I'll stick with you, as I currently have no destination in mind, Lu Jia replied without hesitation. After all, Garp's route led to a location with 2 bronze chests. With Garp guiding him, he surely wouldn't end up in a situation where he would be beaten up. He had no desire to engage in combat with Carly Dedan. In no time, they arrived at Carly Dedan's residence. Hey Carly, care for some sweets? Garp greeted her as he always did, inviting others to enjoy snacks. One could only wonder how deep his affection for sweets ran. Bang! The 3 little rascals have gone out. They might not return for a while. Just wait. Also, I don't eat sweets, Carly Dedan said, placing 3 mugs of beer in front of Garp. Ha ha ha. You still. Garp continued his banter with Carly, but Lu Jia could hardly contain himself. The 2 bronze chests were just across the way, and the anticipation gnawed at him like a cat scratching at his insides. Garp, I need to step out for a moment, Lu Jia interjected, sensing that Garp had no intention of pausing their conversation. Little brat, just turn left when you step outside. Carly Dedan replied without hesitation. Grateful for the direction, Lu Jia slipped out. Given the system's tendencies, that room was undoubtedly Carly Dedan's. If he were to barge in, he would surely face dire consequences. The image of Carly Dedan's fury sent shivers down his spine. It would be wiser to explore other treasure locations, as there were undoubtedly more chests beyond Carly Dedan's quarters. Quickly, Lu Jia found himself in front of another house. Inside lay a bronze chest. After a moment of contemplation, he transformed into a dragon using his disguise and entered. Treasure chest detected. Please confirm to open. Confirm opening. Congratulations. You have obtained a piece of QQ Farm's golden land, which can be used for planting and accelerating plant growth while enhancing their quality. Upon seeing this item, Lu Jie was suddenly struck by a bold notion. After all, there was a gluttonous forest on the bowling island, teeming with rare seeds. It was known that Usopp had greatly enhanced his combat prowess through these. Thus, Lu Jie temporarily stored the golden land in his spatial compartment. Who are you? Why are you in our room? Just as Lu Jie secured the golden land, a youthful voice called from behind him. Lu Fei? Lu Jie turned to find the three young warriors standing there. You know me? Who are you? Lu Fei asked, his expression puzzled upon hearing his name. While Lu Jie's recognition of Lu Fei eased the latter's wariness, Sabo and Ace remained vigilant. I came with your grandfather. He is currently with Carly Dadan, having brought an array of delicious treats to share with you, Lu Jie stated, invoking Garp's name. Delicious treats. The three of them salivated at the thought. Being children, they had little resistance to such temptations. Lu Fei, upon hearing the mention of food, dashed off. Ace and Sabo understood that if they delayed, Lu Fei, the glutton, would devour everything. Thus, they hastily abandoned Lu Jie and sprinted towards Carly Dadan's room. Watching the three disappear, Lu Jie dispelled his dragon disguise. There were only 3 treasure chests here, 2 in Carly Dadan's room and 1 here. Once he collected his thoughts, Lu Jie returned to Garp's side. At this moment, Garp is not a vice admiral of the Navy, but rather a grandfather. Although Long still maintains his aloof demeanor, there is a hint of tenderness revealed in his gaze. A day later, Lu Jie has yet to discover a way to enter Carly Dadan's room. It seems as though this woman spends her entire day here without stepping outside. Even more reclusive than a seasoned homebody. Bored to tears, Lu Jie sits alone beneath a grand tree. At that moment, Lu Jie suddenly noticed a stealthy figure appearing within his line of sight. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was none other than Luffy. Shouldn't he be collecting treasure with Ace and the others, preparing to set sail? Puzzled, Lu Jie decided to follow him. To his astonishment, Luffy had entered Miss Kalita's house. Watching Luffy clutching a mountain of snacks, ready to flee, a faint smile crept upon Lu Jie's lips. An opportunity had presented itself. He leaped directly in front of Luffy and swung his fist, delivering a solid punch to Luffy's head. Bang! Ouch! Who's this Lu Jie? You, Luffy exclaimed, instinctively preparing to run. Hold on, don't flee. Engaging in such antics is unbecoming of a pirate. As a pirate, one must boldly claim what one desires. Lu Jie asserted, firmly grasping Luffy by the collar and dragging him into Miss Kalita's abode. Madam Kalita, this rascal all right, I understand. Let him go. This was intended for him. Otherwise, how could this little brat manage to pilfer something right under my nose? Miss Kalita replied, her eyes narrowing. Upon hearing her words, Lu Jie promptly escorted Luffy back outside. Let go of me. I need to find Ace and Sabo. Once outside Miss Kalita's room, Luffy began to struggle once more. Lu Jie released him, having already obtained what he sought. Upon entering Miss Kalita's room, Lu Jie had swiftly pocketed 2 bronze treasure chests. He had no time to indulge in discussions about Luffy's aspirations of becoming the Pirate King. His immediate priority was to return to his own room and open the treasure chests. Upon returning to his quarters, he discovered that Long was also present. However, this posed no issue, for Long and his companions could not see the treasure chests. Lu Jie had tested this before arriving. Moreover, Long was a taciturn individual and would not disturb his private affair with the chests. All deities, may I be blessed with an extraordinary artifact. He commanded the system. Open the 2 bronze treasure chests. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the 36 stratagems. Originating from Earth, it contains ancient strategies. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Haki training manual. This comes from the world of One Piece, crafted by a formidable warrior. Lu Jie was taken aback by these revelations. In the next moment, 2 books materialized in his hands. Upon contact, knowledge of their contents flooded his mind. Congratulations, host, you have unlocked the progress viewing function. At that instant, Lu Jie discovered a new feature manifesting in his consciousness. Armament Haki, training progress 1100. 36 stratagems, comprehension progress 1100. At that moment, Dragon cast a curious glance at the book in Lu Jie's hands. Lu Jie, sensing Dragon's gaze, was struck by a fascinating thought. Dragon, what is your perspective on this world? Upon hearing Lu Jie's words, Dragon was taken aback. Perspective? I merely act for my own sense of justice. Beyond that, there is nothing, he replied bluntly. Lu Jie, upon hearing Dragon's response, offered no reply, instead regarding him with a gentle smile. If you have something to say, Just speak up. Don't stare at me like that. I detest the current state of the world. My dream is to overthrow the celestial dragon's rule and establish a system where, irrespective of the organization and power, all leaders must be elected by the people every 3 years. Lu Jie, knowing that Dragon would eventually form the revolutionary army, shamelessly presented the framework of modern society. Upon hearing Lu Jie's words, a different light sparkled in Dragon's eyes. Who was this individual? At first, I merely regarded his peculiar behavior with mild curiosity, without paying it much heed. However, the words that have now escaped his lips are far from those one would expect from an ordinary young man. Who are you? Dragon inquired, his voice slightly hoarse due to his habitual reticence. I am Lu Jie, came the reply, evasive and indirect. Upon hearing Lu Jie's response, Dragon understood that he clearly wished to avoid the question. Thus, he refrained from further inquiry and instead produced a small notebook, diligently recording Lu Jie's recent utterances. Brother Dragon, I possess something that you might find useful for transcription, Lu Jie offered, handing over a copy of the 36 stratagems. It is noteworthy that I require this to enhance my comprehension. Most importantly, once my understanding reaches its zenith, this tome can be exchanged for points. As Dragon accepted the book from Lu Jie and opened the first page, he read, the first stratagem, deceiving the sky to cross the sea. This refers to the act of crossing the ocean under the guise of daylight, illustrating profound deception and fabrication, employing any means of trickery. In the 17th year of the Jingguan era during the Tang dynasty, the emperor himself led the campaign. After perusing the first page, Dragon found himself unable to stop. Although he was unfamiliar with the historical context of the 17th year of Jingguan, the vivid descriptions and battle examples provided within were exceedingly engaging and illustrative. This revelation was akin to a treasure for Long, who had always harbored a desire to escape the navy. Ignoring Lu Jie entirely, he immersed himself in the art of strategy. Upon witnessing this, Lu Jie rose and departed from the room, fully aware that it was impossible to divert a knowledge-hungry child like Long from his studies at this moment. After all, there were numerous treasures still awaiting discovery on this island. This was hardly a time for frivolity, though the world of One Piece was filled with fervor and excitement. It was simultaneously fraught with innumerable dangers. Failing to swiftly enhance one's strength could lead to an unfortunate demise before even embarking on the journey. Once he exited Karidadan's residence, Lu Jie took a moment to assess the locations of nearby treasure chests before setting off. Opening a treasure chest, he received the following notification. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a drop of seawater from the One Piece world. He opened another chest. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the technique of seduction from the Naruto universe, an SSS-level ninjutsu of the protagonist, Naruto. By the time he opened the last mysterious iron chest on the island, night had fallen. Indeed, the contents of the iron chest were astonishingly diverse. He had even uncovered the technique of seduction. Was it meant for him to charm Big Mom, just like Naruto? Although it held little immediate utility, Lu Jie decided to utilize the technique, as it was certainly more advantageous than a mere drop of seawater. After discarding these unhelpful items, Lu Jie discovered that he now possessed 500 exchange points. This indicated that he was about to unlock his very first random treasure chest. Approaching a hollow in a tree, he rubbed his hands together in excitement. System, exchange for a random treasure chest. Congratulations, host, you have received a random treasure chest. Confirmation of a deduction of 500 exchange points is required. Would you like to confirm the opening? Confirm opening. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Zanpakuto, Senbonzakura. From the Bleach universe, wielded by Byakuya Kachiki. It possesses the Shurkai, Scatter, Senbonzakura. The Bankai, Senbonzakura Kageyoshi, manifests in 3 forms. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lu Jie was momentarily stunned. Did he really just obtain Senbonzakura? Senbonzakura. This blade, renowned as the most exquisite of Zanpakuto, possesses formidable offensive capabilities. After a momentary pause, Lu Jie opted to wield it. In the next instant, a long, pristine white sword appeared in his grasp. Although Lu Jie was eager to unleash the power of Bankai, he recalled the time he had drained his spiritual energy while relying on the water dragon, compelling him to suppress that desire. It was already evening. Returning to rest was prudent, for wandering aimlessly on the island at night was hardly an enjoyable endeavor. Upon arriving at the entrance of Kalita Dawn, Lu Jie discovered a throng of Navy personnel gathered there. It seemed that Garp's subordinates had finally caught up after 3 days. Vice Admiral Garp. Headquarters has ordered us to return to base, one officer reported, standing before Garp. However, Garp's focus remained on the senbei in his hand. Pardon me. What were you saying? Garp mumbled, popping the senbei into his mouth, his expression bewildered as he regarded the officer. Soon, Garp donned his justice cloak and stepped out. Lugia, I must take my leave. Should you decide, feel free to seek me out. By the way, let me treat you to some senbei. What began as a solemn farewell took an unexpected turn with that remark. Thank you, Uncle Garp. If the opportunity arises, I will surely come to find you. Lugia replied directly. Ha ha ha, lad, haven't you concocted anything interesting during this time? Garp inquired, his gaze filled with curiosity. Nothing at all, Lugia responded. Don't deceive me. My nose is quite sensitive. You reek of seafood, Garp continued. Upon hearing this, Lugia sighed in relief. He had feared that Garp had discovered his dealings with Long and had discreetly retrieved a can from his pocket. Please don't tell me that that's the same thing from last time, Garp remarked. A hint of trepidation in his voice as he eyed the can in Lugia's hand. Ultimately, Lugia handed over all the abalone cans he had obtained to Garp before bidding him farewell. Upon returning to his room, Lugia noticed his 36 stratagems and a note laid out on the table. Brother Lugia, after considering your words, I believe it is time for me to take action. The Navy's justice is not my justice, so I shall form a revolutionary army to execute my own ideals. The world you spoke of is the world I intend to establish. Should you wish to join one day, the position of Chief of Staff in the Revolutionary Army will always be reserved for you. Reading that message, Lugia felt a sense of helplessness as he rubbed his nose. He had merely intended to impress Long, never anticipating that it would catalyze the premature formation of the Revolutionary Army. He now understood why Garp had been observing him so closely. It was likely due to this development. Fortunately, Garp had not blamed him. Otherwise, he would have struggled to withstand Garp's iron fists. Lugia lay down to rest, knowing that the following morning he would embark on another adventure to the treasure on the island. The next day, Brother Lugia, do you really believe there is treasure there? Luffy asked, trailing closely behind him. Absolutely. By the way, when you arrive, be sure to hide well. Otherwise, my plan will be thwarted, Lugia advised the trio. Initially, he had intended to venture out alone, but Luffy's enthusiasm about the treasure had compelled the three to join him. This time, he was bound for the lair of the self-proclaimed king of mountain bandits, Sig. Although this man had once fought against the red-haired, in Lugia's eyes, he was merely an arrogant frog at the bottom of a well. Due to his recent training in armament Haki, Lugia had significantly enhanced his physical abilities and speed. At the same time, he was eager to ascertain the extent of his current strength. Soon, they arrived at their destination. The map indicated the presence of 3 treasure chests, one made of dark iron and 2 of bronze. Find a good hiding spot here. I will draw them out, and then you can take all their riches. If a single berry is left behind, I will no longer bring you along, he promised, ensuring the completion of their task. At this moment, even the usually composed Ace showed signs of excitement. After all, robbing someone like Sig was exhilarating. Haha, boss, this woman is someone we just rescued. Take a look, one of the bandits exclaimed. She is lovely. Let us lock her up, and when the slave ship arrives, we'll sell her off. Sig gulped down his rum and wore a satisfied smile. Boss, such a beautiful woman, but remember, she has cargo. If we damage the cargo before they notice, we'll face dire consequences. Keep in mind, if you want a woman, earn her with money. Anyone who harms the cargo will become cargo themselves. Sig interrupted his subordinate sternly. Soon, the woman was confined to a cage. Don't be afraid, sister. These brutes won't harm us, said Amy, reassuringly. I'm Amy. How did you become a man? She asked, surprised to see the newcomer transform unexpectedly. Hello, Amy. I am Lugia. I didn't come here by accident. I came with a plan, he replied slowly. Earlier that morning, after briefing Luffy and the others, Lugia donned a disguise and transformed into the appearance of a beautiful woman, utilizing his seduction technique to alter his physique. Consequently, when he passed by the lair of the mountain bandits, he was promptly captured. And you are? Amy asked, still wary of Lugia. I am here to rescue you. Are you all from Windmill Village? Lugia inquired directly. Yes, I am from Windmill Village. There are also people from Flower Village and Senbei Village here. We were all captured by the bandits. Are you from the Navy? Are they coming to rescue us? Amy asked, her heart lifting with hope upon hearing Lugia's intent. I am not from the Navy. Stay here for now. Someone will come to unlock the door shortly. Lugia assured them, reaching for the lock. With a swift motion, he dismantled it. As Lugia departed, the women remained still, apprehensive about their fate. Knowing the terror the bandits could unleash, Lugia understood their fear and refrained from urging them to flee. In a world where the weak and helpless, like these women, were treated as mere commodities, he felt a deep resolve to change this reality. Such a beautiful world should not harbor such evils. It was known that Lu Jie's mother had been abducted by human traffickers, which led to his father's despair and ultimately a wretched life for Lu Jie himself. Sustained only through hard work and limited support, he harbored zero tolerance for traffickers. After successfully escaping, Lu Jie swiftly used his water dragon technique to silently eliminate a bandit, disguising himself in the bandit's attire. With his current mental acuity, he could employ the water dragon technique without succumbing to unconsciousness, although he still had to be cautious, as the imperial artifacts demanded considerable physical and mental energy. Before long, Lu Jie found himself in Sig's presence, where the men were indulging in drink and merriment. In the midst of their revelry, two weary men performed a mock battle with their long knives for Sig's amusement. "Hey you, what are you doing here instead of keeping watch over the dungeon?" a bandit inquired, placing a hand on Lu Jie's shoulder. "The drinks have run dry, so I thought I'd come up to find some more," Lu Jie replied casually, fabricating an excuse. "Oh, I see. Then come with me to speak with Boss Sig. He won't refuse a request like that from someone who guards the dungeon daily," the man said, pulling Lu Jie along towards Sig's table. At this moment, Lu Jie found it difficult to refuse, as doing so would undoubtedly arouse suspicion. The leader of the bandits, Sig, had a desire for authority. Yet this individual was not the true Sig, but rather an imposter. He claimed to be seeking a drink, but it was well known that Fa was the sole individual in their midst who abstained from alcohol. After bringing Lu Jie before Sig, the imposter swiftly distanced himself, proclaiming loudly. Upon hearing the bandit's words, Lu Jie could only express his exasperation. Could he truly be so unfortunate? The very person he had slain was precisely the only one among these bandits who refrained from drinking. How laughable it was that he had made such a grave mistake. Realizing that his cover had been blown, Lu Jie reverted to his original form, though his expression remained a peculiar blend of laughter and tears. "Who are you? And what brings you to the domain of Sig, the bandit king?" Sig inquired, brandishing his long knife with a visage of fury. Despite the anger displayed upon his face, Sig refrained from any aggressive actions, for he was aware, despite his arrogance, of the individuals he could afford to offend and those he could not. This is the reason why he has remained entrenched here for so many years without being eradicated by the authorities. "I am Jielu, and I have come to present you with a gift." After Jielu spoke, he directly produced a large box from his own space. Upon witnessing Jielu's action, Sig's wariness intensified. It is important to note that he had no idea from where Jielu had retrieved this box. This implies that this individual could very well be an ability user. "Open the box and see what it contains," Sig instructed one of his subordinates nearby. The young man approached the box with determination, wielding his knife to pry it open. "Boss, it's canned fish," he exclaimed upon discovering the contents within. At that moment, another subordinate appeared beside Sig, whispering something in his ear. "Canned fish? Are you jesting?" Sig realized that Bifa had already perished. Moreover, his dungeon had been destroyed, though it was merely the absence of a woman that was noted. "Indeed, I intend to settle this matter with that." With a flourish, Lu Jie unleashed a water vortex. Instantly, all the beverages in the vicinity were summoned, while its force was not considerable enough to harm anyone. Lu Jie's intention was never to inflict injury with this water vortex. The next moment, the vortex surged directly toward the cans. As everyone was captivated by the spectacle, Lu Jie seized the opportunity to flee. The ensuing chaos was beyond his control. It was wise to escape swiftly. Boom. Upon colliding with the cans, the entire container erupted. An exquisite aroma enveloped the room, and those who had just been indulging in food and drink collapsed to the ground, retching uncontrollably. This is the can of sardines that Lu Jie previously obtained, which had already left a psychological scar on Garp and long with just one can. "Now, with an entire box, I must chase that fellow down and eliminate him," Shiga shouted as he retched. Soon, everyone followed suit in pursuit. However, after a few steps, some could no longer contain their nausea and collapsed to the ground. The ones at the front fared better, as the wind mitigated the effects compared to those at the back. Particularly, Shiga, who was at the very end, immediately suppressed his urge to vomit and surged to the front. After everyone had departed from the mountain stronghold, 3 small figures stealthily infiltrated it. Lu Jie successfully acquired 2 bronze chests next to Shiga. System, open the 3 chests. "Congratulations, host, you have obtained the stinky boots of the mountain bandit, utterly useless." "Congratulations, host, you have acquired a progress enhancement card, which can elevate the host's proficiency." "Congratulations, host, you have received a large pouch, containing 1,000,000 berries. Recycle the stinky boots and use the progress enhancement card on the armament Haki. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lu Jie promptly declared, "Usage successful, armament Haki training progress, 15. Hearing the system's announcement, Lu Jie halted his steps. It was critical to note that the people here were still unaware of the concept of Haki. With a proficiency level of 15, Lu Jie could now condense armament Haki into his fists. With such formidable Haki, he had no fear of a few mountain bandits. As Lu Jie turned around, he noticed Shigu and the others had caught up. Indeed, he was a man capable of challenging the 4 emperors. His strength was impressive. "Shigu, could you stand a bit further away?" "Eureka." Lu Jie intended to catch them off guard, but upon catching a whiff of Shiji's odor, he hesitated. "How dare you mention that, brat? You will witness the terror of me, Shigu, the mountain bandit king. Boys, charge." Although Shigu did not personally engage, he sensed a conspiracy in the sudden stop of the fleeing man. Upon hearing their leader's command, the bandits brandished their weapons and charged at Lu Jie. Armament Haki. Lu Jie enveloped his fist in armament Haki and delivered his first punch in this world towards the oncoming bandits. The bandit, seeing Lu Jie meet his sword with his bare fists, intensified his strike, aiming to incapacitate Lu Jie and claim the credit for himself. Clang. Instead of the anticipated scream, the bandit's long sword shattered upon impact. Remarkably, Lu Jie felt no pain whatsoever. Let's try again. This time, Lu Jie applied Haki to his legs. Knowing that with a proficiency level of 15, he could cover his entire body effectively. After enveloping his legs in Haki, Lu Jie crouched and exerted himself. Boom. In the next moment, Lu Jie emerged from a pile of rubble. Cough, cough, this strength is a bit hard to control. However, I relish this power. Lu Jie clenched his fists and flexed his legs. The mountain bandits were all taken aback by this comical scene, their expressions grave. Especially Shigu, who noted the dark aura surrounding Lu Jie's fists. He recalled hearing from a returning sailor that this was called Haki. But this boy, merely a 15 or 16-year-old lad, could wield such power? Who are you, really? Shigu steadied his emotions and inquired once more. Is my name that hard to remember? I am Jie Lu. Lu Jie replied before charging towards Shigu and the others again. Bang, bang, bang. After knocking down 3 bandits, Lu Jie gradually adapted to his newfound strength. Now, both his speed and power were commendable, as was his balance. Fire. Fire now. I refuse to believe this kid is entirely enveloped in Haki. Shigu shouted anxiously as Lu Jie's speed increased. Bang, 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 bang. Responding to Shiji's command, the bandits produced their Mauser pistols and began shooting at Lu Jie. Wow, this impact is quite something. It hurts a bit. Lu Jie rubbed his abdomen where he had been hit and spoke slowly. Had he not timely transferred his Haki to his stomach, he would have been seriously injured. He did not desire his first wound in this world to occur here. Thank you for your hospitality, but farewell. No. You won't have the chance to see me again. With that, Lu Jie unleashed his maximum speed, vanishing before Shigu and the others. Even after Lu Jie disappeared, the group remained dazed. With such speed and power, it should have been a simple task for him to eliminate them. Yet, why did this fellow choose to flee? Just as they were puzzled, Lu Jie had already arrived at the location where the trio had hidden their treasure, specifically at the large tree with a hollow trunk. Lu Jie lifted his shirt, observing the red mark on his abdomen. Had his Haki been any weaker, he might have been pierced through. These mountain bandits dare to shoot at me? Never mind. I am destined to become a king of the seas, so I shall ignore them. Lu Jie leapt directly into the tree, awaiting the return of Luffy and his companions. If I calculate the time, they should be arriving soon. Lu Jie, big brother. Ace and Sabo have been captured by the Bandit King. At that moment, a tear-streaked Luffy appeared before Lu Jie, his face a portrait of distress. What? How did you encounter them? Lu Jie jumped down from the tree. A look of confusion etched on his face as he regarded Luffy. Once we entered, Ace and Sabo were immediately knocked unconscious by the toxic gas inside. I managed to escape on my own, Luffy explained, wiping away his tears. Upon hearing Luffy's words, an awkward expression surfaced on Lu Jie's face. How could I have forgotten about that? Boss, our treasure and goods are intact, but 2 children have mysteriously appeared in the house. The anxious Sig and his group rushed back to the headquarters, quickly discovering Ace and Sabo. Children? Why are there children here? Sig, already in a foul mood, was further irritated by the inexplicable presence of 2 youngsters. This was simply asking for trouble. It is well known that for bandits like them, the last thing they wanted was to be burdened by children. This is also the reason for Karita Dan's apparent hostility towards Luffy and his companions. However, This animosity is merely surface level. It seems to be the children of the Dan family. The mountain bandits spoke directly. That old woman, always huffing, initially intending to say something. The thought of a certain incident caused him to refrain. Take me to see these two brats. If they can't provide a reason, just dispose of them and leave them at that old hag carried his doorstep. Soon, they arrived at the dungeon. Brats, what are you doing here? Sig squatted down. Impatience etched on his face. Are you deaf? Our boss is asking you a question. At that moment, a bandit lifted his foot and kicked Ace and Sabo in the stomach. Ah, what have you done to Luffy? Ace's eyes widened with rage. Luffy, who the hell knows who you're talking about? Answer my question. What are you doing here? Sig reiterated, his tone menacing. If you still refuse to speak, then prepare to die. With that, Sig unsheathed his long knife, a ferocious expression gracing his features. What have you done to Luffy? Ace repeated, his voice filled with desperation. Upon hearing Ace's response, Sig's fury ignited. Did he truly appear to be such a benign figure? Even a child had no regard for him. Having just suffered humiliation at the hands of Lu Jie, encountering Ace, this Na'vi fool only served to exacerbate Sig's already foul mood. Since you refuse to answer my question, then die. Sig raised his knife, aiming it directly at Ace. Bang! Before Sig could strike, he was instantaneously sent flying. In his place stood a masked man. Hey, you cannot kill him. I'm taking him away. Speak up or I will leave. Lu Jie swiftly hoisted Ace and Sabo, and with a sound of splintering floorboards, vanished from the scene. At this point, Sig had already lost consciousness, unable to respond to Lu Jie's inquiries. Under the treasure tree, Lu Jie remarked, Did you not pay attention when you entered? You were poisoned unconscious. If I hadn't arrived in time today, you too would have perished. His tone was serious, though his words were nonsensical. The three remained silent, understanding that without Lu Jie, they would truly be doomed. Here. This is the treasure I quietly procured. Lu Jie produced a large heap of treasure and discarded it onto the ground, gazing at the scattered riches. The trio's prior disappointment and guilt evaporated, their eyes widening in astonishment. Brother Luffy, is this for us? Ace asked hesitantly, diverting his gaze. Indeed, Lu Jie replied grandly. In truth, he had hoped to see if these items could be converted into exchange points, but upon discovering they could not, he chose to display generosity instead. Well, let us hurry and bring this back to the base. With this fortune, we can soon set sail on our own ship. The three little rascals quickly began transporting the treasure back to their tree trunk. All right, you head back first. I have some matters to attend to. After speaking, Lu Jie left behind a deep footprint and vanished from their sight. Due to Sig's severe injuries, Lu Jie had no trouble rescuing all the women in the vicinity. Once everyone was settled, Lu Jie had long since disappeared. Having resolved matters here, Lu Jie proceeded towards the island's sole silver treasure chest. Now that he possessed armament Haki, it was time to see what treasures awaited within this silver chest. The primary reason for his excitement was that this island was divided into regions, and this silver chest was the final one, implying that he was about to acquire yet another special treasure. Previously, he had obtained the imperial artifact, the water dragon's possession, which had seemingly depleted his luck. However, given the large map, he was certain there was a higher probability of discovering something exceptional. The presence of a silver chest heightened Lu Jie's anticipation immensely. Before long, Lu Jie stood before a vast cavern. Gazing into the cave, he couldn't help but recall the great lizard. Moreover, the cavern was enormous. Who knew what lay within? After a lengthy hesitation, Lu Jie resolved not to return without at least knowing what was inside. Water wave, condense. Lu Jie activated his most potent and controllable water dragon's possession skill. Instantly, the water from a small lake at the cave's entrance flowed backward into the cavern. Moo. The next moment, a bellowing roar echoed from within, followed by a tremor in the ground. Sensing the impending danger, Lu Jie immediately turned and fled. This entity capable of geological transformation is not something that Lu Jie can confront at present. After sprinting over 200 meters, he concealed himself within the canopy of a large tree, observing the situation at the cave's entrance. The subsequent sight nearly stopped his heart. A head as large as a shipping container emerged from the cave. Even from such a distance, Lu Jie could discern the massive creature sporting a bull's head. Fortunately, this being merely stepped out for air before retreating back into the depths. Shaken, Lu Jie decided to return. After all, no matter how much he coveted that silver treasure chest, he needed to remain alive to claim it. He resolved to first consult Khalida Dan regarding this creature's nature. Upon returning to Khalida Dan's abode, Lu Jie sought her out immediately. Sister Khalida, "Here is my rent for staying here," he announced, producing a large bag and placing it before her. "You little rascal, how much could it possibly be? It wouldn't be filled with mere foam, would it?" Khalida Dan scoffed, reaching for the bag, intending to set it aside. However, upon grasping it, her expression changed as she felt its weight. "There are 500,000 berries here. While it may not be a fortune, I cannot stay here for free," Lu Jie stated plainly. "Speak, little one. Is there something you need my assistance with?" Khalida Dan inquired, setting the bag aside and speaking slowly. "About the cave atop Kalpo Mountain," Lu Jie began. But before he could finish, Khalida Dan's face turned tense. "Tell me you did not provoke that creature," she interjected anxiously. It wasn't exactly provoking. I merely flooded its cave." "I wish to know what manner of beast it is," Lu Jie replied, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. "You truly are fearless. 100,000 berries. And I shall divulge this information," Khalida Dan declared. "Very well," Lu Jie responded, pulling out another bag and presenting it to her. "You rascal, you still have more money?" Khalida Dan had initially thought Lu Jie was out of funds, seeking to use that as an excuse not to share information. But she was surprised when he produced another 100,000 berries. "That is a Qing Niu Long Shi, a type of ancient creature. Although I have never witnessed its prowess firsthand, its strength is at least that of a lieutenant. Thus, it would be wise for you not to provoke it." Khalida Dan shared all that she knew with Lu Jie. Upon receiving this information, he felt a wave of hesitation. A lieutenant? He was already struggling with a few mountain bandits. How could he contend with a creature of such might? Half a month had passed since he acquired knowledge of the Qing Niu Long Shi. At this moment, Lu Jie came to understand just how precious the progress-enhancing card he had previously obtained was. A sudden increase of 10 was nothing short of miraculous. After a fortnight of diligent training, his progress had only just reached 16. However, there was a silver lining. He had become familiar with and had mastered the Haki he currently possessed. As he continued to strengthen his body, Lu Jie was aware that physical enhancement was far more tangible than the enhancement of spiritual strength. Thus, while training his Haki, he also engaged in relentless physical conditioning. Upon completing his 500th push-up, he once again retrieved his Senbenzakura, although he was unsure how he could wield it without entering his spiritual form. This was fortuitous for Lu Jie. Otherwise, acquiring such a divine artifact without the ability to use it would have been disastrous. Consequently, Lu Jie resumed his sword training. 2 months later, he exclaimed, "Release! Scatter! Senbenzakura!" In an instant, the weapon in his hand transformed into countless delicate blades, dancing like petals in the sunlight. With a gentle breath, Lu Jie directed the myriad blades toward a mighty tree. The next moment, as the blades were formed into a single blade, the tree before him had been reduced to mere fragments. "It is time to collect my silver treasure chest," Lu Jie declared, setting off towards the summit of Kolbo Mountain. Shortly after his departure, Kaladedan appeared at the spot Lu Jie had just vacated, bending down to pick up a shard from the ground. A look of astonishment crossed his face. Before long, Lu Jie arrived at the cavern atop the mountain. "Water wave, condense," he invoked. For being outside was far more advantageous than entering the cave. At least his vision remained unobstructed. Moo. The familiar sound of a bull's roar echoed through the cavern. Lu Jie gripped his Senbenzakura, gradually lowering himself to the ground. Soon, the formidable bull-headed creature reappeared in his line of sight. "Release! Scatter! Senbenzakura!" Seizing the opportunity before the Qing Niu Long Shi noticed him, Lu Jie unleashed the initial form of Senbenzakura. A flurry of delicate blades struck the creature's body repeatedly. Clang! Clang! The crisp sound of metal resonated through the air. Realizing the potential danger, Lu Jie swiftly repositioned himself. Indeed, the very spot he had occupied an instant earlier was struck by the creature's tail, creating a deep furrow in the ground. Inwardly, Lu Jie swallowed hard at the sight of the gash. Had he remained there, even with his armed Haki, he likely would have been knocked out cold. Moo. As Lu Jie moved, the Qing Niu Long Shi became aware of his presence and, with a furious bellow, launched its tail toward him. "Water prison, bind." Lu Jie instantaneously released the water prison from the water dragon's manifestation, enveloping himself rather than directing it at the creature. Boom. With a resounding impact, the water prison shattered, propelling Lu Jie outward. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Lu Jie leaned against his Senbenzakura, slowly rising to his feet. This time, Lu Jie truly felt the formidable power of the Brigadier General. It was utterly overwhelming, akin to a one-sided slaughter, leaving him no chance to engage. In terms of speed, offense, and defense, Lu Jie was significantly outmatched. Moo. Upon seeing that Lu Jie had yet to perish, the Azure Bull Dragon once again launched an attack. Ban. Originally intending to forcefully activate his Bankai, Lu Jie was suddenly struck with a sharp pain in his head, causing the 1,000 cherry blossoms in his hand to vanish instantly. Bang! Just a moment of distraction resulted in Lu Jie being sent flying once more. This time, the brief pause caused by his reckless attempt to employ Bankai prevented his formidable aura from enveloping the area where he was struck. As he was propelled through the air, blood spilled from his mouth in a continuous stream. Fortune favored him this time, as he plunged directly into the water. Thanks to his water dragon affinity, he sustained no further injuries. Slowly emerging from the surface, Lu Jie collapsed by the lakeside, his face weary. Mouth agape like a fish gasping for air after being cast ashore. The recent blow had inflicted considerable damage to his internal organs. Upon seeing that Lu Jie was still alive, the Azure Bull Dragon Serpent let out a roar of fury and lunged at him once more. At that moment, Lu Jie lacked even the strength to raise his hand. He pondered whether consuming the burning fruit earlier might have altered his fate. As he beheld the approaching Azure Bull Dragon Serpent, a crimson hue appeared before his eyes. Is this my blood? Lu Jie realized the blood staining the serpent was unmistakably his own, for he had inflicted little actual harm upon it thus far. He chuckled weakly. It seems the heavens do not forsake me. Water Dragon Affinity, Blood Blade Strike. With great effort, Lu Jie raised his right hand, adorned with a ring, to unleash the ultimate technique of his Water Dragon Affinity, the Blood Blade Strike. After executing this skill, Lu Jie could no longer endure and succumbed to unconsciousness. Pain throbbed in his head. Time slipped away, and gradually, Lu Jie regained consciousness. Yet, upon awakening, the first sensation that enveloped him was a throbbing headache. Had he not previously endured the agony of system fusion, he would have surely writhed in discomfort. Brother Lu, you're awake. A voice chimed. I knew you'd be fine. I've never seen such a massive serpent before. And last night's serpent stew was truly remarkable. Listening to Luffy's words, Lu Jie understood that he had not perished. Moreover, his final strike had vanquished the Azure Bull Dragon Serpent. Luffy, help me up, Lu Jie requested, glancing at his body, which was swaddled like a mummy. With a rush, Luffy bounded to Lu Jie's side and assisted him in rising. I'm so hungry. I really want to eat something. As he sat up, Lu Jie's first sensation was not the pain in his body, but rather the gnawing hunger in his belly. Okay, I'll get food for you right away, Luffy exclaimed before darting off. In a short while, Luffy returned with a large basin of meat. Gazing at the generous portion, Lu Jie yearned to pounce upon it, yet he found himself unable to move, while Luffy stood nearby, drooling and grinning like a simpleton. Bang! At that moment, Khalida Dan appeared behind Luffy and delivered a punch to his head. How can someone just waking up eat such greasy food? Kid, this is millet porridge. Drink it. Luffy, you devour that basin of meat, or I swear I'll hit you. After pushing Luffy aside, Khalida Dan produced a spoon and began feeding Lu Jie the millet porridge. As he watched Luffy devour the meat with gusto, while he could only sip porridge. The stark contrast made Lu Jie contemplate snatching the red-haired one's gum-gum fruit. After all, in Lu Jie's memory, even when wrapped in bandages, that fellow could not be deterred from indulging in meat. Kid, this is a ring we found when we discovered you, Khalida Dan remarked, extending a shattered ring that had broken into two halves. If it weren't for my own mastery of the water dragon conjuration technique, I might have met my end there. Indeed, the world of One Piece is fraught with peril. Now that the water dragon conjuration has served its purpose, shielding me from the Qingyo Longxi, I must lament that due to my reckless use of this ultimate technique, the artifact has become damaged. The system will reclaim the water dragon conjuration. The treasure chest countdown has begun. In the final moments, I employed the blood blade technique, using the blood I had on the Qingyo Longxi as a medium, causing its internal fluids to explode instantaneously. Even the Qingyo Longxi could not withstand the force of such an explosion. Rest well, little one, Khalida said. I shall fetch something for you. With that, she departed, while Luffy continued to chatter incessantly with me. 10 minutes later. Bang. Luffy, how many times must I tell you? Lu Jie needs rest. If I see you here again, you won't have meat for a week. I'm off to find Ace. Without waiting for Khalida to finish, Luffy dashed away. A week without meat. That must be the gravest punishment for Luffy. Khalida opened a box emanating a chilling aura. Inside is the gallbladder of the Qingyo Longxi. You deserve this. Eat it quickly. Even stored in ice, it cannot last more than 5 days. If you wake up any later, I might have to give it to Luffy and the others, for waste is unacceptable. Upon hearing her words, I accepted the box she offered. Cold, cold. I instinctively released my grip. Steady now, little one. Oh, I forgot you're injured and can barely hold this. Khalida then opened the box, revealing a gallbladder the size of a pumpkin before me. How does one consume this? Staring at the massive organ, I struggled to swallow. Disbelief etched on my face. I suspected this was indeed the bitter gallbladder of the Qingyo Longxi. Though I had yet to taste it, I could already imagine its flavor. How to eat it? Quite simple. Khalida said, inserting a straw into it. Here. As she handed it to me, I couldn't help but grimace. It seemed I would consume it in a manner akin to drinking coconut water. Though reluctant, I recalled tales of martial heroes and novels, where consuming snake gallbladders bestowed immense power. Taking a deep breath, I plunged the straw in and took a hefty sip. Instantly, bitterness, a foul stench, and the taste of blood overwhelmed my senses. Don't spit it out. This is vital for your recovery, Khalida exclaimed, covering my mouth as I fought the urge to retch. Thus, under her firm insistence, I managed to finish the gallbladder, though it was hardly a pleasant experience. Warning. The silver treasure chest is about to vanish. Warning. The silver treasure chest is about to vanish. At that moment, the system's notification echoed in my mind. How much time is left? I inquired directly. Countdown. 10 minutes. 9 minutes 59 seconds. What? I exclaimed involuntarily. I had not anticipated that the treasure chest would have a time limit. If I failed to claim it soon, it would disappear. Had I awoken even a moment later, I would have missed the silver treasure chest. You cannot leave. You must recuperate, or you risk your life. Khalida said sternly. Khalida, how long would it take you to reach the mountain peak from here? I asked anxiously, aware that time was slipping away. If I go at full speed, 5 to 6 minutes, she replied slowly, observing my urgency. What if you take me with you? I pressed. Given your injuries, it would take at least half an hour, she cautioned. No way. Just as Khalida prepared to refuse, I struggled to rise from the bed and fell to the ground. Resolute despite the pain. All right. I have 8 minutes left. Khalida, I dropped something important up there. It will vanish in 8 minutes. Take me. In the end, Khalida was persuaded and swiftly headed towards the mountain peak. 7 minutes later, we arrived at the mouth of a cave. There remained 100 meters ahead. Following my direction, Khalida accelerated once more. Moments later, I finally caught sight of the silver treasure chest, shimmering with a sacred light. Claim it. As the system's countdown dwindled to 16 seconds, I stored the chest in my spatial inventory. Khalida, thank you, that will suffice. After uttering those words, I succumbed to unconsciousness once more. 3 days later, Big Brother Lou, is your body all right now? Luffy inquired, watching me practice my swordplay. Yes, I am fine now. 675, 676. Big Brother Lou, is your dream to become a swordmaster? Luffy asked, his expression adorably naive as he observed my movements. A swordmaster? Perhaps. What about you, Luffy? I paused my training and turned to him. Witnessing Luffy express his aspirations was a great privilege for a fan like me. My dream is to set sail and become a pirate greater than Shanks. Surprisingly, Luffy's answer was not to become the pirate king. Greater than Shanks? He is one of the 4 emperors. To surpass him, you must become the pirate king. I subtly guided him. The pirate king? Then I will be the man who becomes the pirate king. At last, Luffy declared his iconic ambition. Strive for your dreams. I must leave now. But I hope to hear your name on the seas. With that, I vanished from Luffy's side in a swift motion. Watching me go, Luffy clenched his fists, determination radiating from his expression. After bidding farewell to Luffy, I sought out Ace. At that moment, little Ace was napping atop his treasure tree. Ace, your treasure has been stolen. I whispered conspiratorially into his ear. What? Who stole my treasure? Lu Jia, are you teasing me again? Ace glared at me, puffing his cheeks like Luffy. Enough, Ace, I have something important to discuss. Why do you collect treasures? I asked earnestly. I want to set sail and become a pirate stronger than that guy. A look of hatred was etched upon Ace's face. Lu Jia understood that Ace was referring to Gold. Roger. It is worth noting that the identity of Gold, Roger, the Pirate King, cast a considerable shadow over Ace's childhood. The path to becoming stronger is not merely spoken of. It requires unwavering conviction. If one truly possesses the determination to grow in strength, then here, take this. As Lu Jia spoke, he produced a devil fruit and a handwritten manual on the mastery of armament Haki from his bosom. There you go. I shall await you upon the seas. With those words, Lu Jia departed without hesitation. Holding the devil fruit and the manual on armament Haki, Ace gazed in the direction of Lu Jia's departure. And in a moment of resolve, he consumed the devil fruit. Ah, this is utterly revolting. Meanwhile, Lu Jie left behind the remaining 40,000 berries and bid farewell to Kirita. Initially intending to seek out Sabo, he realized he had little to offer him at that moment. Thus, he placed another copy of the armament Haki manual on Sabo's bed and left without delay. Uncertain of the destination, he knew there lay a bronze treasure chest at both the terminal and the end town, but reaching them would necessitate passing through the city center. Therefore, Lu Jie resolved to head to the city center first. After all, the greatest number of treasure chests within the entire Goa kingdom resided there. System. Open the silver treasure chest. With all matters settled, Lu Jie recalled the two beautiful figures resting in his spatial pocket. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the historical text imprint blueprint 14. Historical text? Is this not one of the clues leading to Raftel? Lu Jie stored this clue within his spatial pocket. Aware that the most enigmatic and ultimate destination of the Pirate King surely harbored exceptionally high-grade treasures. System, open the special treasure chest. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Imperial Artifact, the long-distance flyer, Mostama. The winged Imperial Artifact enables the user to soar through the skies, and its feathers can pierce through enemies. Its secret technique, Divine Feather, allows the user to rebound an opponent's flying apparatus. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lu Jie felt a surge of excitement. It seemed he had a remarkable affinity for Imperial artifacts. Having just lost one, he immediately acquired another. 5 days later, Lu Jie arrived at the central street. Throughout his journey, Lu Jie deftly robbed a few bandits, acquiring a modest sum of berries. He then made his way into a tavern. Barkeep, a jug of rum and some meat, please. Upon entering, Lu Jie casually chose a seat. He was not there merely out of hunger. The tavern housed an iron treasure chest, and he had no habit of entering an establishment without partaking in its offerings. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a doll. Recycling. Recently, Lu Jie had opened his 10th mysterious iron treasure chest, but it seemed that after acquiring the ability of soaring across the skies, his fortune had run dry, as he now only received useless items. Nevertheless, these could still be exchanged for points. Just then, a voice filled with panic echoed. Warning of the arrival of the celestial dragons. In an instant, everyone rushed into the streets, kneeling on the ground. Observing this scene, Lu Jie continued to sip his drink, for he had no intention of bowing to the celestial dragons. Brother, if you wish to avoid trouble, find a place to hide. Otherwise, not only will you suffer, but our little shop will also be affected, a plump middle-aged man urged anxiously as he approached Lu Jie. Understood, Lu Jie replied, placing a bag of berries down before departing from the tavern. Upon stepping outside, he recognized a familiar face among the celestial dragons, Charlemagne. He was seated atop a tall slave, holding a chain that connected him to the shackled individual on the ground. Ha ha ha, the postures of these lowly peasants are truly an endless source of amusement, Charlemagne remarked, sipping his red wine while surveying the commoners. At that moment, a slave unintentionally leaned against a sharp stone while prostrating himself, causing Charlemagne to exclaim, "Useless wretch." He raised his pistol and instantly shot the slave dead. Witnessing this gruesome act, the crowd kept their heads bowed. Go, bring that man to me. I want him as my new mount, Charlemagne commanded, gesturing towards Lu Jie after the slave's demise. Oblivious to the unfolding chaos, Lu Jie continued walking in another direction. Hey, you, stop right there, shouted one of the celestial dragon's subordinates as they approached Lu Jie from behind. Me? Lu Jie turned slowly, a look of confusion on his face. The saint desires you as his mount. Be grateful, the subordinate declared, brandishing a chain to bind Lu Jie. Skyward soar. Lu Jie invoked his ability, a feather piercing through the subordinate's hand, allowing him to ascend into the air. Ha ha ha, impressive, a flying fellow. Such a mount will surely be magnificent. Seize him, Charlemagne exclaimed, excitement coursing through him at the sight of Lu Jie's abilities. In the next moment, Charlemagne's subordinates launched an attack on Lu Jie, weapons drawn. Mission issued, defeat the individuals here and successfully escape. Requirement, incapacitate Charlemagne's right hand. Upon completion, receive a random treasure chest. The system's prompt resonated within Lu Jie's mind. Hearing this, a bitter smile formed on Lu Jie's face. It was unfortunate to find himself at odds with the celestial dragons so early on. His future would surely be tumultuous. Yet, he found amusement in the fact that Charlemagne appeared to him as nothing more than a treasure chest. Feathered seal. Upon receiving the mission, Lu Jie activated the power of his imperial artifact. Feathers shot forth, relentlessly striking down the approaching lackeys of the celestial dragon. With such meager strength, You expect me to be your mount? Charlemagne, my desire to avoid trouble does not equate to fear, Lu Jie declared, as a feather instantly shot towards Charlemagne's arm. Clang. At this moment, the guard standing beside Charlemagne sprang into action. The winged projectile he launched was effortlessly intercepted by a tall man wearing sunglasses. You, a despicable lowly peasant, should consider it an honor that Saint has set his sights on you. If you lack self-awareness, allow me to enlighten you. The guard unsheathed his long blade, instantly enveloped in a menacing aura. Witnessing this, Lu Jie furrowed his brow. It was no wonder his winged attack had been thwarted. He was up against a master of this formidable power. What was more alarming was the faint yet palpable aura emanating from this individual. Haki is it? I possess that ability as well. Lu Jie drew his own blade, 1,000 cherry blossoms, intending to coat it with Haki. Yet, for reasons unknown, he found himself unable to imbue his weapon with such energy. With a resounding clash, their swords met. Impressive, kid. However, you still fall significantly short. Allow me, Karl Roth, to demonstrate the meaning of defeat. Heavy sword, slash. With these words, Karl Roth propelled Lu Jie backward. Initial release, scatter, 1,000 cherry blossoms. Rising from the ground, Lu Jie immediately activated his initial release. A flurry of razor-like petals, reminiscent of cherry blossoms, surged toward Karl Roth. Iron block. Karl Roth employed one of the 6 styles. But the anticipated sound of impact never came. The delicate blade sank directly into his body. In the next moment, Karl Roth collapsed, yet astonishingly, there were no wounds or blood to be found. What? Lu Jie, bewildered by the turn of events, was utterly at a loss. Such an occurrence had never transpired during his previous battle with the Qingno Longxi. At this moment, Lu Jie recalled that Senbenzakura is a Zanpakuto. It does not slay the flesh of humans, but rather their souls. Perhaps it is due to the enhancement of his spiritual power during this period that he was able to strike at the soul. It may also be that the Zanpakuto can only target human souls. Regardless of the reason, for Lu Jie, it is not a misfortune at present. Just after Karl Roth fell, 3 other guards stood before Charmarco Saint. Charmarco Saint, I do not care what your intentions are. However, I warn you, do not provoke me. Quickly, eliminate this fiend. The 3 guards lunged at Lu Jie in an instant. Scatter, Senbenzakura. As cherry blossoms fluttered down, Lu Jie swiftly dispatched all the guards before him. Yet, after utilizing his Shurkai twice, Lu Jie felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. It seems that employing Senbenzakura takes a considerable toll on his spiritual energy. I am a celestial dragon. You cannot kill me. You lowly peasants. Come and aid me in slaying him. If you kill him, I shall flee. Lu Jie shot forth another feather, which instantly pierced Charmarco Saint's left arm. Ah, what are you all doing? If I perish, you shall all accompany me to the grave. Charmarco Saint shouted vehemently. Upon hearing his words, the crowd hastily armed themselves with whatever weapons they could find, even children grasping their toy knives. Witnessing such a scene, Lu Jie could only display a face of helplessness. This society is thus, under the oppression of the celestial dragons and the world government. The populace has relinquished their spirit of resistance. After all, whenever an incident involving an attack on the celestial dragons occurs, a formidable naval force is sure to emerge. I warned you not to provoke me. For now, I shall let you go. Lu Jie, reluctant to engage with these individuals, chose to take flight instead. Once he departed from the central street, he realized he could not linger there for long. He promptly initiated his quest for treasure. Soon, whispers of a mysterious figure began to circulate throughout the central street, the high town, and the royal palace. This individual inexplicably appears within your abode, taking nothing and simply departing. Moreover, they are well aware of his identity. He is the very one who once wounded the illustrious Charlemagne, the one capable of flight. The populace refrains from reporting this, for in their hearts, they believe Lu Jie has committed no wrongdoing. With Lu Jie's actions, the celestial dragons now cower within the palace, no longer subjected to forced kneeling. The palace and the residents of Gaotian have indeed initiated several hunts, yet each time, Lu Jie has managed to elude capture. 3 days later, Lu Jie seized the opportunity to raid the royal treasury, altering his appearance before boarding a merchant vessel bound for Orange Island. Presently, this nearby isle is his destination, especially since Nami is here. Not only might he attempt to persuade Luffy's navigator to join him, but he also lacks any nautical knowledge. Now, Lu Jie finds himself seated in the ship's cabin, gazing upon a plethora of treasure chests before him. During his plunder of the kingdom of Goya, he amassed a total of 20 dark iron chests, 3 bronze chests, 1 special chest, and 1 random chest. This marks the first occasion when Lu Jie refrained from directly opening the treasure chest. System, open all the Xiantai treasure chests. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 10 boxes of diamond cigarettes, sourced from Earth, priced at 50 renminbi per pack. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the devil fruit of reversal, originating from the world of One Piece. Upon use, it grants the basic ability to reverse a person's life. Other capabilities must be developed by the host. Wow. After opening the treasure chests, I never expected to receive a devil fruit, and such a potent one at that. It is worth noting that when Lu Jie first watched One Piece, he held this fruit in high regard, although Ein had also skillfully developed the fruit's abilities. Lu Jie felt it was a gross underutilization. My apologies, Ein. I shall claim this fruit for myself. After securing the devil fruit, Lu Jie gathered the remaining items. However, he decided to keep the diamond cigarettes as he was somewhat unaccustomed to the local tobacco. System, open 3 bronze treasure chests. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Star of Tomorrow from a high-level magical realm. Upon use, it increases charm by 100 points. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Goblin Saliva from Goblin Slayer. It is of no use. Congratulations, host. You have received a salted fish from the world of One Piece. It is consumable. Oh, have I exhausted my luck again? What a disappointing haul. System, what exactly is charm? Lu Jie inquired directly. Yet, all he received in response was silence. Using the Star of Tomorrow yielded no reaction. Thus, Lu Jie decided to employ it regardless. After all, it was a usable item, far better than a salted fish. Once the star-like item disappeared from his hand, Lu Jie noticed no change whatsoever. Forget it, I shall not dwell on this for now. He proceeded to open a random treasure chest. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Observation Haki Training Manual from the hands of a formidable figure in the world of One Piece. Observation Haki, splendid. With enthusiasm, Lu Jie opened a special treasure chest, only to receive an apple that struck Newton. Having organized his belongings, Lu Jie checked the progress bar for his Observation Haki, 1100. After concluding the treasure chest openings, Lu Jie exited the cabin and stepped onto the deck. Gazing at the tranquil sea, he marveled at its beauty. Perhaps only in moments like this could one truly appreciate it. Of course, this was contingent upon Lu Jie not spotting the pirate ship adorned with a skull flag approaching from the distance, although he could not yet discern the ship's insignia. Excitement bubbled within him. Wherever there are pirate ships, treasure is certain to follow. While unsure of which pirate crew it belonged to, this was the East Blue. As long as he did not encounter formidable figures like Shanks or Mihawk, he doubted any overly powerful pirates would appear. The pirates are coming. The pirates are coming. At that moment, the lookout of the merchant ship finally spotted the pirate ship and shouted loudly. Upon hearing the lookout's warning, the merchants and nobles who were enjoying the bounty of the sea quickly retreated into the cabin. Brother, you should head inside first. Our merchant ship has guards for your safety. Otherwise, we will be distracted from protecting you. A swordsman approached Lu Jie, noticing he had not moved. There's no need to worry about me. Despite my appearance, I am a pirate hunter. Lu Jie replied with a smile, casually fabricating a lie. Hearing Lu Jie's words, the swordsman did not press further and continued organizing others to enter the cabin. Are you a pirate hunter, my good sir? At that moment, a portly middle-aged man appeared before Lu Jie, inquiring slowly. Is there a problem? Does your merchant ship not welcome pirate hunters? Lu Jie furrowed his brows slightly and replied. Please do not misunderstand, esteemed pirate hunter. I am the captain of this merchant ship, Eriko's Miali. I wish to invite you to join us in combating the pirates. If we succeed in driving them away, I assure you a substantial reward. Upon hearing the man's words, Lu Jie understood. It seemed he was not seeking trouble, but rather requesting assistance. Such a bounty presented to him on a silver platter was too tempting to refuse. Very well, I accept. After saying this, Lu Jie drew his sword, the 1,000 Cherry Blossoms. Seeing Lu Jie produce a blade from seemingly nowhere, both Miali and the swordsman were taken aback. Miali thought that someone capable of concealing such a blade must be a master, while the swordsman recognized the formidable nature of Lu Jie's sword. Greetings. I am Neil Pomux. May I ask your name? Before Pomux could finish, Lu Jie promptly introduced himself. Lu Jie? You are indeed a powerful swordsman, are you not? Pomux queried directly. Powerful is a stretch. However, I can handle ordinary bounty hunters without issue. At present, I am unable to contend with the likes of Shanks or Homik, so I would not consider myself strong. Lu Jie responded straightforwardly. Upon hearing Lu Jie's reply, Pomux fell silent. He did not know who Shanks was. But he was well aware of Homik, Mihawk, the legendary swordsman. The young man spoke with considerable bravado. Initially, one would assume that a wielder of a famed sword would be a seeker of the sword's path. However, it turned out he was merely a callow youth. Casting a glance at the cherry blossom, Pamukes suddenly felt a pang of sorrow for the illustrious blade. After all, with such a master, the distinguished sword was doomed to be shrouded in dust. Lu Jie, however, did not ponder deeply. His words were sincere. He truly could not contend with Shanks and Homik. While they were engaged in conversation, a barrage of artillery shells hurtled towards them. Oh dear, this is quite vexing. If the merchant ship takes on water, I shall never reach Orange Village. 1,000 miles flying, withering feather. Upon uttering these words, wings materialized behind Lu Jie, and he soared into the air, unleashing a multitude of arrow-like feathers. Bang, bang, bang. The shells were obliterated mid-air. Just as Lu Jie intended to strike a dashing pose, he was suddenly staggered by the shockwave from an aerial shell. Had he not exerted great effort to maintain his altitude, he might have plunged into the water. At this moment, Lu Jie found himself engulfed in confusion, pondering why every time Soga had struck a cannonball, such an impressive shape would emerge. You have provoked my ire. Almost losing his composure, Lu Jie charged directly towards the pirate ship of Buggy. Upon landing on their vessel, he immediately laid eyes on the notorious and flamboyant pirate with blue hair and a red nose, Buggy the Clown. Strangely, upon seeing this character, Lu Jie felt his anger dissipate. Could it be that this was the manifestation of Buggy as Conqueror's Haki? Ah, Captain Buggy, where might you be headed? Lu Jie greeted him directly. Who are you? Daring to interfere with Captain Buggy's affairs? Buggy retorted, employing the powers of the chop-chop fruit, with his limbs and head floating about. Enough of your ostentation with that devil fruit ability. And you over there, little cat, don't move either. Buggy, let us discuss a matter, Lu Jie calmly proposed. Taken aback by Lu Jie's words, Buggy paused momentarily. The young rogue appears to be aware of his devil fruit abilities, and the way he flew here raises suspicions. Could he be the infamous fugitive pursued by the world government? With this thought in mind, Buggy promptly retrieved a wanted poster. The notorious villain who injured a celestial dragon. Lu Jie, bounty, 100 million berries. Buggy exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement upon seeing the poster. It's worth noting that Buggy's own bounty is a mere 15 million berries. The others fell silent, obediently positioning themselves behind Buggy. Captain, perhaps we should first hear what he has to say? If his demands are unreasonable, we can simply refuse, suggested the strategist, Xiaoi Kabaji, discreetly whispering into Buggy's ear. Buggy nodded. In the East Blue, anyone who dared to confront a celestial dragon would feel trepidation. Lu Jie, state your intentions. If your requests are not excessive, I, the great Captain Buggy, shall not refuse you. I would like to take a look at your treasure vault, Lu Jie said, rubbing his nose, slightly embarrassed. He understood Buggy's character. This man was notorious for his obsession with wealth. Thus, he was uncertain about his ability to persuade Buggy with such a request. Impossible. If you wish to lay claim to Captain Buggy's treasure, you must first consult with the blade in my hand. Buggy exploded with indignation at the mention of Lu Jie wanting to enter his treasure vault. No. Great Captain Buggy, you misunderstand. I do not seek your treasures. I merely wish to see what legendary items the illustrious Captain Buggy has collected, Lu Jie quickly clarified, his face flushing with embarrassment. Upon hearing this, Buggy lowered his weapon. After all, Lu Jie was not someone to be trifled with. By the way, if you have heard of my exploits, you should know that I have a habit of sightseeing. You can inquire in the Goya Kingdom, aside from plundering their treasury. I have not touched a single item belonging to anyone else. Lu Jie continued. In truth, Buggy was already aware of this information. Having once sailed with Roger, he had performed adequate intelligence work. Particularly for someone like Lu Jie, with a bounty exceeding 100 million, he had taken special care to gather information. Very well. I shall take you to see it. But let me be clear, you may look, but should you dare to lay a finger on a single berry of mine, I will pursue you to the ends of the earth, Buggy declared with a sense of finality. The primary reason for his acquiescence was their inability to contend with Lu Jie. After all, the guards of the celestial dragons had fallen to this man. A feat they had yet to achieve, given the renowned strength of the celestial dragon's armed Haki. Thank you, Lu Jie replied gratefully. Soon, the two arrived at the treasure vault, while the other crew members waited outside, deterred by Buggy's fierce protectiveness over his treasures. At that moment, Lu Jie noticed two treasure chests resting atop the piles of riches. True to Buggy's characteristics, the chests were indeed present. Discover treasure and reap the rewards. Upon entering the vault, the system chimed with a notification. Open. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Crown of the Void, originating from the world of the Sinful Crown. Upon use, it bestows the traits of royalty and the ability to seize void objects. Usage requirement, the affection of Uzuki-kiri. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a diamond sword. Originating from treasure hunters, it possesses considerable aesthetic value. Quickly, the information regarding the items from the two chests flooded Lu Jie's mind. The Crown of the Void was powerful. Yet where could he possibly find Uzuki-kiri? Even if he managed to locate her, given her affection for the protagonist, he would have no chance of claiming it. As for the diamond sword, it seemed to serve no practical purpose whatsoever. Reclaim the Crown of the Void. Reclamation successful. You have gained 2,000 exchange points. Wait. This item is worth so much. After a brief moment of astonishment, Lu Jie composed himself. It was important to note that this item could grant the essence of the void, and being the focal point of the Sinful Crown's narrative glow. Its value was indeed justified. At this moment, Buggy gazed at Lu Jie with a perplexed expression. What is this fellow up to? Since entering, he has been standing there. His facial expressions akin to a grand performance, furrowing his brows at times, and smiling broadly at others. This spectacle has left Buggy, who stands nearby, in a tempest of emotions. What could this man possibly intend? At that moment, he suddenly noticed a diamond sword materializing in Lu Jie's hand. That is the treasure of Captain Buggy. You must not touch it. Buggy's hand shot forward, attempting to seize the diamond sword. However, Lu Jie, possessing the ability of observation Haki, was swift enough to evade Buggy's advance. In the next instant, Lu Jie unsheathed his 1,000 cherry blossoms. I must have been mistaken. This is not mine. Upon seeing Lu Jie's weapon, even the most avaricious Buggy was instantly subdued. After all, he was aware that this weapon, as detailed in Lu Jie's information, could take lives silently. It is well known that the Navy has bestowed upon Lu Jie the moniker of the bloodless sword Azura. Oh, is that so? Lu Jie continued to smile at Buggy, yet he made no move to retract his 1,000 cherry blossoms. I, the great Captain Buggy, never lie, Buggy said, wiping the sweat from his brow. Hey, Buggy, I am well aware of who you are. Shall we strike a bargain? Lu Jie chuckled softly before posing the question again. A bargain? Indeed, I require this. Lu Jie placed a nautical chart before Buggy. The chart of the Grand Line? No way. I will exchange this diamond sword for it, and I can even provide you with a copy. Without waiting for Buggy to finish, Lu Jie raised the diamond sword in his other hand. No, absolutely not. Though Buggy's eyes were fixated on the diamond sword, he continued to refuse. Very well. If you will not trade with me, I shall take it by force. Why prolong the inevitable? By the way, should I acquire such treasures in the future, I will prioritize trading with you. Before Lu Jie could finish, Buggy swiftly snatched the diamond sword into his possession, gazing at its gleaming brilliance. Buggy's eyes sparkled like diamonds. Thus, Lu Jie obtained the chart of the Grand Line. Before long, Lu Jie returned to the merchant ship. I have dealt with the pirates across the way. They will no longer pose a threat to us, he announced, extending his hand. Captain Ericos promptly presented him with a bag of coins. After accepting his reward, Lu Jie retreated to his quarters. Following a day of rest, he resumed his training of observation Haki, recognizing the significance of such a potent ability. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from outside. Come in. Relying on his observation Haki, Lu Jie discerned the identity of the visitor. It was the swordsman, Pamux, from earlier. Mr. Lu Jie, you must leave this place at once. Leave? Lu Jie regarded Pamux with a look of confusion. The captain has discovered your identity and reported you to the Navy. If you do not leave quickly, you will encounter terrifying figures of at least the rank of Rear Admiral. Pamux spoke with urgency. Hearing Pamux's words, Lu Jie furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated being betrayed, the cause being his earlier flight onto Buggy's ship, which had exposed his identity. Aren't you supposed to be the guard here? Why are you informing me of this? Lu Jie inquired slowly. I am aware of my own identity, and I will be leaving. However, if you fall into the hands of the Navy, you will surely meet your demise. I came to warn you because I detest the actions of the celestial dragons. Pamux declared earnestly. Upon hearing Pamux's words, a smile graced Lu Jie's face. Can you sail? Lu Jie asked directly. Pamux appeared bewildered by Lu Jie's inquiry. If you can sail, then become my helmsman. Lu Jie extended his hand, speaking softly. Helmsman? Sail? You cannot be suggesting that I join you in the seas as a pirate. Pamukes exclaimed, astonished. Oh, it seems you harbor significant prejudice against pirates, Lu Jie remarked slowly. Pirates? Regardless of their motives, a thief is a thief. No matter how eloquently you speak, they remain thieves, Pamukes stated resolutely. Indeed, a thief is certainly a thief. But who defines this label and by what standard is it measured? The so-called pirates are those who plunder and commit heinous acts. There exists another category, akin to myself, who have been wronged by the world's injustices. The notion of justice is merely a faade, a construct enforced to uphold the current oppressive regime. Lu Jie articulated calmly. Upon hearing Lu Jie's perspective, Pamukes fell silent. The fact that the Navy, once a bastion of justice, had devolved into a tool of oppression could not be denied, yet it did not waver Pamukes' steadfast conviction that a thief is indeed a thief. Regrettably, I still cannot acquiesce to your request, Pamukes firmly declined. That is truly unfortunate. Then I shall have no choice but to eliminate everyone aboard this vessel and coerce the helmsman to swiftly navigate us toward Orange Island, Lu Jie declared, brandishing his 1,000 cherry blossoms. Upon hearing Lu Jie's declaration, Pamukes chuckled. What is so amusing? Lu Jie was taken aback by the laughter. When you utter those words, there is not a shred of killing intent emanating from you. Any swordsman would perceive the aura surrounding you, Pamukes stated directly. Lu Jie found himself at a loss for words in response to Pamukes' observation. It is akin to proclaiming one's intent to ignite a bomb, only to discover the absence of any spark. I am willing to accompany you, for you are not a bloodthirsty individual. Just as Lu Jie was on the verge of relinquishing hope, he heard a twist of fate in the words of Bo Makisi. Haha. Upon hearing Bo Makisi's remark, Lu Jie too burst into laughter. Thus, the two of them commandeered a small boat and set sail. Once at sea, Lu Jie removed the deceptive mask from his face, revealing his true self. Is this the device that allowed you to evade countless naval pursuits? Bo Makisi inquired, gazing at the mask in Lu Jie's hand. Indeed. Lu Jie nodded, tucking the mask away into his spatial realm. Observing the mask vanish from Lu Jie's grasp, Bo Makisi refrained from further inquiry, recognizing that everyone harbors their own secrets. What is our next destination? Bo Makisi asked directly. As for the destination, any island will suffice. By the way, we shall not be heading to the kingdom of Goya, for I have already visited that place. Let us seek another locale, Lu Jie responded casually. He initially intended to meet with Xiao Nami, but without a navigator, they were utterly directionless. Upon hearing Lu Jie's words, Bo Makisi suddenly felt as though he had chosen the wrong leader. A month later, time to eat, Lu Jie announced, presenting a hamburger to Bo Makisi. All right. At this moment, Bormix had ceased to inquire, as he once did, about the nature of their surroundings and the origins of their predicament. He had grown accustomed to Lu Jie conjuring an array of inexplicable artifacts from some bizarre, desolate isle. Bormix, where are we now? Lu Jie asked for the 99th time, gazing out at the boundless ocean. I don't know. Upon hearing Lu Jie utter this familiar phrase, Bormix no longer erupted in frustration, lamenting his lack of navigational expertise. Instead, he simply responded with a subdued, I don't know. Well, I shall take a nap. Wake me if you spot any islands, or if you feel hungry or thirsty, Lu Jie declared before promptly collapsing into a deep slumber. Bormix remained silent, continuing to monitor their voyage. 3 days passed. Captain Lu Jie, there is an island ahead, and it appears quite substantial. The once lethargic Lu Jie, drained from his morning reconnaissance, sprang to attention. After all, where there is an island, treasures are sure to follow. For Lu Jie, this was undoubtedly the finest alarm clock to awaken him. Wow, what a colossal treasure chest. In Lu Jie's eyes, forget the island. This was the true treasure. Upon hearing Lu Jie's classic line, his expression was filled with helplessness. As long as this fellow refrained from pulling out any foul-smelling socks, it would suffice. Soon, they approached the island. Upon landing, Lu Jie immediately discovered his first treasure chest at the port. Upon opening it, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Expositor, a sword wielded by Kirito from Sword Art Online. With its obsidian blade, it is indestructible. Goodness. Is this what they refer to as a stroke of good fortune? Upon seeing the treasure that emerged, Lu Jie leaped with joy. Captain, what have you found this time? Bomix gazed at Lu Jie with eager anticipation. Last time Lu Jie displayed such excitement, they had indulged in a lavish feast together. So, witnessing Lu Jie jump up, Bomix was certain he had unearthed something extraordinary again. Bomix, I have long wished to present you with a gift. You know I am not one to express myself well, and having spent so much time together, I have not given you anything worthy. However, today, I feel this matter can no longer be postponed. Wait, Captain, don't tell me you have feelings for me. I am a perfectly normal man. Do not entertain such notions. Beaumike's tightened his clothing, visibly anxious. After all, if Lu Jie decided to pursue something more, he would find himself at a loss. Pfft. What nonsense are you thinking about all day? Just continue. Initially, one might have expected Lu Jie to toss out a mere bar of soap, but instead, he hurled forth a long black sword. This is quite heavy. Beaumike's frantically caught the expositor, his expression transforming instantly. Previously, he had wielded a lightweight rapier, and suddenly gripping the weighty expositor was indeed an adjustment. This sword is called the expositor. I hope you shall not tarnish its illustrious reputation. It has felled gods and rivals, even the finest of blades, Lu Jie proclaimed as he revealed the name of the sword. Captain, is this what you just found? Beaumike's inquired, knowing Lu Jie often produced an array of items from seemingly nowhere, claiming they were his recent discoveries, thus ensnaring Beaumike's in the treasure-hunting craze. Indeed, Lu Jie replied, a melancholic expression adorning his face. Captain, what troubles you? Are you not saddened at the thought of marrying off your daughter? Were it not for you being my first crew member, I would not bestow the expositor upon you. In truth, Lu Jie was not lamenting the loss of the expositor. With his possession of the 1,000 cherry blossoms, and lacking any intention of adopting a three-sword style like Zoro, the expositor represented merely a trove of exchange points to Lu Jie. It has been sent out, and I must admit, it stings a bit. The most pressing matter is that after more than 3 months, I am tantalizingly close to accumulating 5,000 exchange points. It is worth noting that to resist the temptation of opening random treasure chests, Lu Jie has endured considerable mental torment. Now, as I stand on the brink of exchanging a substantial amount of exchange points for a sword to gift to someone, how could I not feel a pang of sorrow? Observing Lu Jie in his moment of despair, Pamuk's resolved to honor the sword he held in his grasp. Captain, I shall ensure that the name of the interpreter resonates throughout the New World. Pamuk struggled to lift the interpreter, gazing at Lu Jie with unwavering loyalty. As he spoke earnestly, witnessing Pamuk's expression, Lu Jie was momentarily taken aback. Did this fellow misinterpret his own intentions? As Pamukus continually pledged his loyalty, the two gradually made their way onto the island. Upon arrival, Lu Jie discerned a troubling familiarity about the place. After a moment's contemplation, he realized that this was indeed the village of Seymour Jichi, where Sora resided. This meant that Gung Sailang was also present here. Naturally, wherever the protagonist roamed, there would be bronze treasure chests, and those of little challenge at that. With a hidden character like Gung Sailang around, treasure was undoubtedly to be found. Thus, Lu Jie headed directly towards the area with the most chests, for in his recollection, this location appeared devoid of peril. Otherwise, there would not be just a handful of scattered chests on such an island. The 3 bronze chests were all situated in one place, suggesting they were likely linked to Zoro, his childhood friend Kona, and Gung Sailang. Lu Jie resolved to first open these 3 bronze chests before seeking out the other iron chests. However, he held little hope. Knowing the system's tendencies would likely lead to the acquisition of some indescribable items. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of Gung Sailang's dojo. Greetings. We come to pay a visit to Mr. Gung Sailang. Lu Jie spoke gently to the sword-wielding guardian. Please state your name. I shall announce your presence. The guardian replied blankly. I am Lu Jie, he stated plainly, unafraid to reveal his identity, confident that Gung Sailang's reputation would not lead him to betray him. Please wait a moment, the guardian said before departing to relay the message. Shortly thereafter, he returned. You may enter. The two soon found themselves before Gung Sailang. Good day, Mr. Gung Sailang. I am Lu Jie, he said as he took a seat before him. I am aware of you. But what brings someone of your stature to my humble dojo? Gung Sailang inquired directly, casting a glance at Pamuku's interpreter, a glimmer of significance in his eyes. In truth, I have come to seek your assistance in a matter, Lu Jie replied, maintaining a respectful demeanor towards Gung Sailang. Recognizing the difficulty of his position as a minister of Wano, enduring humiliation to protect Kuina. Please, go on. This is my junior, Pamukus. I hope you might provide guidance on his swordsmanship, Lu Jie stated forthrightly. Upon hearing this, Gung Sailang noted Lu Jie's sword, Senbenzakura. I have not encountered the names of your swords before, but they appear to be exceptional blades. Pray, enlighten me. This is the interpreter, a dual-edged sword. My sword is Senbenzakura, a Zampakit, Lu Jie replied, interrupting Gung Sailang before he could finish. Since you both are swordsmen, what compels you to seek my instruction? Are you dissatisfied with your own skills, or do you intend to challenge me? Gung Silang questioned, his aura suddenly surging forth. Faced with this formidable presence, Lu Jie felt as though he stood before not a man, but a drawn blade. Please do not misunderstand, sir. I have not undergone formal training in swordsmanship. As for my junior, he merely swings his blade haphazardly, Lu Jie explained, producing a substantial pouch of berries as a deposit for their lessons. Very well, you may stay. There will be a month-long observation period. Should you harbor ill intentions, do not blame me, Gung Silang concluded, retracting his imposing aura. Lu Jie felt a pang of envy at this display. Were he to possess such sword intent and technique, his abilities would surely ascend to unprecedented heights. At this juncture, Lu Jie discreetly collected the nearby bronze chest. Mr. Gung, may I first observe your students in training? He inquired directly, despite knowing Kuina and Zoro's whereabouts. Rushing to find them now seemed rather odd. Most importantly, Kuina's identity appeared somewhat special. Approaching her directly would likely incite Gung Silang's ire. After all, it was his duty to safeguard Kuina, and any potential threat to her safety would not be tolerated. Certainly, this way, please. The trio swiftly left Gung Silang's quarters and arrived at the training grounds. Once there, Lu Jie immediately spotted Zoro, the little rascal. Indeed, he has grown from a small green-haired child into the seaweed-headed youth. Mr. Gung, why does that student wield dual swords? Lu Jie queried, pointing at Zoro. His name is Zoro, a student who has only recently joined us. He has yet to secure a victory against Kuina. So he seeks to compensate for the gap in their skills by utilizing dual blades, Gung Silang explained slowly. I see, it seems this Kuina is quite formidable. Where might I find her? Could you show me? Lu Jie expressed his intentions openly. Having encountered Zoro, his next goal was to meet Kuina. Only by familiarizing himself with both could he gain entry into their quarters without arousing suspicion. Given Gung Silang's potent observation Haki, any ill-intentioned actions on his part would surely lead to detection. The consequences of being caught were all too clear, either being slain by Gung Silang or expelled. Kuina generally does not participate in such training. She may not be available to meet you at this time. Gung Silang subtly declined Lu Jie's request. Ah, what a pity. Mr. Gung Silang, may I refer to you as my teacher from now on? Lu Jie inquired cautiously. Teacher? I harbor no reservations regarding titles. But have you truly considered the implications of such a designation? Gung Silang responded earnestly upon hearing Lu Jie's words. I understand what this entails. I wish to elevate my swordsmanship and my observation Haki. Therefore, I implore you to accept me as your disciple, Lu Jie asserted, climbing the figurative ladder to address Gung Silang as his teacher. Very well, follow me. After Gung Silang's words, he turned and strode back into his room. You shall practice swordplay with them, Lu Jie instructed Pamukus before following closely behind. At this moment, Pamukus regarded Lu Jie's words as gospel and promptly joined the other children in their swordplay exercises. Before long, Lu Jie found himself once again in Gung Silang's chamber. As the 37th leader of the Ichiria school, I shall accept a new disciple today. As the heir to our lineage, may the ancestors bear witness. Gung Silang proclaimed as he placed 3 incense sticks in an incense burner. Upon hearing Gung Silang's declaration, Lu Jie was left in a state of astonishment. What is this unfolding? How did I suddenly become the heir of the One Heart School? Most importantly, isn't this position meant for Zoro or Kuina? Why would it be bestowed upon someone I have only known for less than an hour? Come over and pay your respects to your ancestors. That is how you enter the fold, King Shiro remarked once more. Upon hearing King Shiro's words, Lu Jie took 3 incense sticks, sincerely bowed before the incense burner, and then handed the incense to Kung Shiro. Very well, I understand your intentions, Kung Shiro said, sitting down on the ground. Let me first introduce you to the essence of our school. The One Heart School, as its name suggests, focuses on the cultivation of the heart. It can also be interpreted as what you refer to as observation Haki. The first step for you is to put away your 1,000 cherry blossoms and exchange it for a wooden sword. When the day comes that you can sever stone with this wooden sword, I shall teach you new techniques. As he spoke, Kung Shiro presented a wooden sword, roughly the same length as 1,000 cherry blossoms. Thank you, master. I will, Lu Jie began, but King Shiro interjected, you may contact others or engage in other activities. However, remember one thing, the task I require must be completed within a week. With that, Lu Jie realized that King Shiro would not divulge anything beyond the limits of stone-cutting techniques. He obediently put away the wooden sword. Master, I shall go practice, Lu Jie declared, taking the wooden sword and heading to the dojo's courtyard. Ha! Lu Jie struck a foam mountain with force, instantly cleaving it in two. Turning around, He looked at King Shiro with pride, rubbing his nose. Do not employ Haki. Should I catch you again, you will be expelled from the sect. King Shiro warned before retreating to his quarters. In truth, he had sensed Lu Jie's aura. A person devoid of murderous intent is indeed the rightful successor of the One Heart School. Although he was uncertain whether Lu Jie would one day bear the stains of guilt as he did, at least for now, his hands remained relatively clean. Now, it was Lu Jie's turn to endure hardship. With no Haki for protection, his hands began to blister from striking the stone with the wooden sword, though it was arduous. By nightfall, when Lu Jie could no longer wield the wooden sword, he lay on the ground feeling immensely fulfilled. Are you strong? Suddenly, a youthful voice broke the silence as Lu rested. Oh, Zoro, what brings you here? Lu Jie propped himself up slowly, smiling as he inquired. I want to fight you. Zoro stated plainly, revealing his purpose for visiting. He sought to grow stronger and defeat Kuina. For this reason, Zoro had been relentlessly improving. Now, apart from Kuina and Lu Jie, who had come today, the only others present were Bomux and the dojo's master, none of whom posed a challenge to him. Thus, Zoro had set his sights on Lu Jie. While Lu Jie understood Zoro's combat-driven nature, he was surprised that such admirable qualities had already manifested in someone so young. All right. But what will happen if you lose? Lu Jie asked, putting away his wooden sword. Anything you want. Zoro responded with a resolute expression, ready to sacrifice anything. That's nonsense. As you have nothing to offer. Fine. I want nothing more than this. If I defeat you, you must become my subordinate, Lu Jie declared. This was not merely a ploy to mock Zoro. After all, in the new world, Zoro would play an irreplaceable role. All right, Zoro affirmed, drawing his twin swords. Seeing Zoro prepared for battle, Lu Jie gripped his wooden sword tightly. As Zoro launched his attack, Lu Jie's expression turned serious. After all, the greatest respect one could show a swordsman was to respond with full commitment. Bang, bang, bang. The speed of their exchanges was swift. As neither Lu Jie nor Zoro had undergone formal training, their only practice had been self-taught. Ah, Zoro shouted, raising his twin swords to strike down at Lu Jie. Bang. Noticing Zoro's opening, Lu Jie crouched slightly and executed a simple upward thrust, disarming Zoro of his twin swords. Though Lu Jie had not received any formal swordsmanship training, he had practiced swinging a sword daily back in the village of Flying Car. Facing a young combatant like Zoro, Lu Jie felt a measure of confidence. Moreover, with his modest grasp of observation Haki, he felt justified in accepting Zoro's challenge. He had no interest in seeking unnecessary hardship like Zoro. You've lost from this moment forward. You are my subordinate. As my subordinate, I must present you with a gift. However, I have nothing suitable on me at the moment, so take this for now. Lu Jie said, producing a bottle of Guiju 1573 and handing it to Zoro. This is alcohol? Zoro asked, slowly beginning to acclimate to his new environment. For the past month, Lu Jie has been practicing stone cutting by day and venturing out to collect treasure chests by night. Presently, the only treasure chest left to acquire is that of Guyaina. Although she is still a young girl, she is indeed a girl. With the presence of Gung Shilang, Lu Jie feels an added reluctance to act impulsively. Brother Lu, what are you thinking? At that moment, Guyaina, noticing Lu Jie's unwavering gaze upon her, curiously inquired. Oh, it's nothing. Let us resume our practice, he replied. By the way, do you know how to use a wooden sword to cut through stone? Lu Jie voiced his lingering doubts. After all, he had been practicing for a month without any tangible results. Actually, I am unsure about that, Guyaina admitted. My father has never supported my desire to become a swordsman. He believes it is a man's endeavor and that I need not engage in such pursuits. However, my passion for the sword is profound, and I strive tirelessly to prove to my father that I am capable. Even though I am not a man, I can still practice swordsmanship. Moreover, I am determined to become the world's greatest swordsman. Guyaina tightened her grip on the Wado Ikemanji, her face reflecting a resolute determination. Hearing her words, Lu Jie could only respond with a sense of helplessness. Who could have anticipated that such a woman would meet her demise by tumbling down the stairs? While many fans remain skeptical about Guena's death, Oda has yet to provide a definitive answer. Guena, I have faith in you. You shall undoubtedly become a formidable swordsman in the future. Lu Jie also raised the wooden sword in his hand, pointing it towards Guena. In response, Guena wiped away her tears and drew her own sword, directing it at Lu Jie. The two swords gradually met in the air. At that moment, Lu Jie suddenly felt as if he sensed gratitude emanating from Wado Ikemanji. Perhaps it was his trust and encouragement bestowed upon Guena that forged this connection. No. Could it be? Lu Jie recalled a saying from Gung Siro, when one realizes that nothing can be severed, it is the moment to cut through iron. Was this indicating that he must harness not only his own strength but also the sword's power? Lu Dage, what is wrong? Guena, noticing Lu Jie's odd demeanor, inquired with concern. I think I have discovered something and wish to experiment. Would you like to witness it? Lu Jie stated directly. Upon hearing his words, Guena smiled sweetly and nodded in agreement. They approached a nearby stone. Comrade, I rely on you. Lu Jie gently caressed the blade of his wooden sword before slowly lifting it. At that moment, he sensed a peculiar energy coursing through the sword, a force that was not Haki but bore a similar aura. Is this the one-mind style? With that thought, Lu Jie swung the long blade down once more. This time, not a single sound emerged, and the stone before him was cleaved in two. Upon witnessing Lu Jie slice through the stone with his wooden sword, Guyaina raised her hand to cover her mouth in astonishment. Just as Lu Jie intended to sheath the wooden sword at his waist, it disintegrated into fine powder. After accompanying him for a month, this long blade had finally fulfilled its purpose. This is your final resting place, my friend. Lu Jie placed the hilt of the sword into his spatial pocket. A testament to his progress, thus he chose not to discard it. Brother Lu, can I learn this too? Guyaina asked, her eyes filled with longing. No, you cannot. At that moment, Gung Silang appeared behind Lu Jie and bluntly rejected Guyaina's request. Father, teacher, Lu Jie, you should return. I have matters to discuss with Guyaina. Gung Silang's demeanor shifted from cheerful to icy. This was the first time Lu Jie had encountered such a side of Gung Silang, and though he opened his mouth, he said nothing and departed quietly. Once back in his room, sleep eluded Lu Jie. His mind was consumed by the image of Guyaina's eyes filled with anticipation, yearning, and helplessness at the moment of his departure. I must find her. After making his resolve, Lu Jie rose and headed back to the place they had been earlier to search for Guyaina. However, upon his arrival, both Guyaina and Gung Silang were nowhere to be seen. Faced with this situation, Lu Jie made his way to Guyaina's room. Yet, upon reaching her door, he discovered she was absent. Furthermore, he suddenly noticed that Guyaina's bronze treasure chest had disappeared, replaced by a pink one, a color he had never encountered before. With a swift motion, Lu Jie pushed open Guyaina's door, revealing a quintessential girl's room, clean, tidy, and imbued with a subtle fragrance. Welfare treasure chest detected. Initiate welfare function. Please confirm to proceed. At that moment, a voice echoed in Lu Jie's ears. Welfare treasure chest? What on earth is that? And what about the welfare function? As he listened to the system's explanation, Lu Jie remained utterly bewildered. Each welfare treasure chest opened will enhance the host charm by 50 points, along with a special item that can specifically increase favorability. What does all this mean? I completely don't understand. The only thing I know is that it will enhance affection. But what is the purpose of this? Is it meant for flirting? Opening the welfare treasure chest, Lu Jie also chose to proceed, as this would help clarify what the system truly signifies. The conditions for opening it are to kiss Guyaina and say, I need you, come sail with me. 3 times. Unlike before, the treasure chest did not open immediately. Instead, it came with an additional condition. However, this condition is indeed somewhat perversely delightful. Just thinking about how Guyaina will look when she grows up, Lu Jie found himself uncertain about her appearance. Perhaps she could resemble Daqi's sister. Lu Jie, what are you doing here? Just as Lu Jie was lost in contemplation about the welfare treasure chest's conditions, Gung Silang's voice echoed from behind him. Teacher, Guyaina. You just returned? Lu Jie felt a bit awkward as he glanced at Guyaina. Yes, let's head back to rest, Gung Silang replied. Teacher, I want to stay and talk with Guyaina, Lu Jie stated, this time defying the teacher's directive. Oh, all right then. It's also nice for young people to chat, Gung Silang said before exiting. Once Gung Silang left, Lu Jie looked at Guyaina, whose previously flushed eyes now brimmed with tears once more. Brother Lu, do you think I am particularly useless? Whether in training or as a person, am I not quite ineffectual? Guyaina slowly slid down against the wall, her expression numb. Although I knew this day would come eventually, I never expected my father would prohibit me from practicing swordsmanship so soon. But why? Is it merely because I am a useless girl? Now still at the tender age of 10, Guyaina glanced at her developing body and self-deprecatingly remarked. Before Guyaina could continue her lamentations, Lu Jie swiftly covered her mouth with his own. Guyaina, I need you. Come sail with me, Lu Jie declared. Guyaina, taken aback, was completely unprepared for such words from Lu Jie. The sadness and disappointment that had once filled her heart vanished in an instant with the kiss. All negative emotions dissipated, leaving only a singular thought in her mind. I need you. Will you accompany me on the seas? Upon hearing this, Guyana instinctively wanted to agree, but she held back, reflecting on her current situation and physical condition. Realizing that accompanying Lu Jie on his journeys would only bring him trouble. Give me an answer. Do you agree? Lu Jie, noticing the progress bar had shifted to 13, pressed on. I can't. Before Guyana could finish, Lu Jie kissed her again, more forcefully this time. Guyana, I said I need you. Will you sail with me? Lu Jie's expression grew peculiar, for this was both Guyana's and his first kiss. Moreover, he had given his first kiss to a 10-year-old girl. Though he understood she would grow into a beauty, there lingered a sense of forbidden tension in his heart. Brother Lu, you cannot treat me this way. This is for a wife, Guyana. I need you. Will you sail with me? At this moment, Lu Jie had forgotten all about the progress bar. His only desire was for Guyana to join him on his maritime adventures. As for the treasure chest, it could go to the devil. Seeing the sincerity in Lu Jie's eyes, Guyana reflected his visage in her own. Initially, she believed that only Lu Jie could engage with her in the dojo, which sparked her interest in this new elder brother. Coupled with the charm-enhancing item Lu Jie had previously used, which granted him 100 additional charm points, Guyana found herself enamored with him. Though her feelings had not been overtly pronounced before, after being kissed by Lu Jie, she understood her own sentiments. Yet, the question remained, did she truly deserve to sail alongside her elder brother Lu? Guyana, I do not know what you are hesitating over. But I know that my desire for you to join me on this voyage is pure. Even if there are doubts, I have already cast them aside. Therefore, if you trust me and wish to accompany me, share your concerns. Otherwise, simply refuse me, and I shall accept it. I agree to your request. Before Lu Jie could finish, Guyana softly continued. Actually, at that moment, Gung Siling reappeared beside them. Upon seeing him, both stood up, tense and nervous. I am doomed. The teacher must have witnessed me bullying Guyana. Although Lu Jie possesses a certain resilience, being caught in the act of kissing his 10-year-old daughter and attempting to abduct her for a sea voyage is utterly disgraceful. Such a situation would be awkward for anyone. Teacher, there is no need for you to speak. Gung Silang abruptly interrupted Lu Jie. Guyana, you should return to your room and rest. If you dare to step out, I will immediately carry out what I mentioned to you tonight. Lu Jie, come with me. Wait a moment, teacher. I have something to give to Guyana. As Lu Jie spoke, he approached Guyana. The sword, although restrained by its pristine blade, remained a weapon of bloodshed, far too fierce for one as gentle as he. Thus, this blade is suited for a man of robust vigor. This is a gift for you, the Clear Spring's final song, one of the supreme 12 crafts. After Lu Jie finished speaking, he placed the Clear Spring's final song into Guyana's hands. This is what Lu Jie acquired upon opening the treasure chest, astonishingly. It contained an unparalleled great blade. The emergence of this blade further affirmed Lu Jie's conjecture regarding Guyana's identity, which seemed to align with legends. Simultaneously, Lu Jie noticed Guyana's avatar had appeared in the system, accompanied by a progress bar indicating a favorability of 80. After presenting the blade to Guyana, Lu Jie departed alongside Gung Silang. Guyana, watching Lu Jie's gradually vanishing silhouette, revealed a charming smile. Upon arriving at Gung Silang's abode, the two sat directly across from one another. Lu Jie, from where did you procure the Clear Spring's silent echo? Gung Silang initially intended to discuss Guyana with Lu Jie, advising him to maintain his distance from her. However, upon seeing the blade, Gung Silang's thoughts shifted. After all, this Clear Spring's silent echo was no ordinary blade. It was one of the supreme 12 crafts. Most importantly, this blade held special significance for him. I found it, Lu Jie replied directly. He was indeed truthful. The knife was genuinely found by him. Where did you find it? Kung Shiro inquired once again. Right at the entrance of Guyana's room, Lu Jie responded. Upon hearing Lu Jie's words, King Shiro fell into a brief silence. All right, I agree to your terms. Remember, no matter where you are or what you are doing, you must safeguard Guyana with the sword in your hand. After a moment of contemplation, King Shiro made a decision that took Lu Jie by surprise. Just like that? Lu Jie asked, somewhat incredulous. King Shiro nodded affirmatively. Suddenly, a sense of unreality washed over him. Was the story unfolding in this manner? Was there not supposed to be a reckoning, followed by a series of arduous trials? Ultimately, should Lu Jie not display his prowess and conquer all challenges before he could take Guyana away? Well then, if you have no further matters, you may return to rest. Kung Shiro remarked. noticing Lu Jie's daze. After hearing King Shiro's words, Lu Jie disregarded even the system prompt for a random treasure chest, moving robotically back to his room. In truth, the trials were not simple. For others, they would be deemed insurmountable tasks. It is important to note that King Shiro was the master of the one-heart flow. His observation Haki allowed him to glimpse into the true thoughts of individuals. While it did not confer complete insight, he had discerned that Lu Jie was not lying when responding to his inquiries. The emergence of the clear spring's melody led King Shiro to believe they had arrived. Lu Jie, who had come across the clear spring's melody, might just be the one they had chosen. Various misunderstandings, combined with Lu Jie's authenticity, culminated in King Shiro's final resolution. Upon returning to his room, Lu Jie discovered a treasure chest lying within his space, a random treasure chest, no less. System, open the treasure chest. Finally, restored to normalcy. Lu Jie opened the chest once more. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Gatling skill card. Originating from Dungeon and Fighter, it can unleash 300 bullets within 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 15 seconds. After using this card, you will acquire this skill. Upon hearing the system notification, Lu Jie felt a surge of joy. At last, another skill had arrived. Use. He activated the Gatling skill card, acquiring the Gatling machine gun skill. Although Lu Jie was eager to test its power, he realized that now was not the time. After all, it was already evening, and considering his recent conversation with King Shiro, should King Shiro perceive his dissatisfaction and provoke him, it would be a loss indeed. Thus, Lu Jie tidied up and retired for the night. The next day, Big Brother Lu, father has sent me to call you. Lu Jie was awakened from a dream of battling zombies by a lively voice. Is that you, Guena? Lu Jie rubbed his neck and inquired slowly. Yes, father said to head to the dojo training room immediately, Guena replied, her tone indicating an uplifted spirit compared to the previous day. Soon, Lu Jie donned his attire and stepped outside. Guena, let us go, he said gently. Upon hearing Lu Jie's words, Guena remained still, gazing at him with an expression that betrayed her youthful infatuation. Observing Guena's demeanor, Lu Jie realized just how formidable an entity an 80 affection level could manifest as. Guena, we're leaving. Lu Jie raised his voice and reiterated. Oh right, we need to go to the dojo training room, Guena said, her cheeks flushing as she lowered her head and walked ahead. Before long, the two arrived at the training room. At that moment, an unfamiliar figure appeared in the dojo. Most notably, beside this person lay someone familiar, Zoro. It seemed this individual had come to challenge the dojo, and with Zoro's defeat, only Kuina and I remained. Kuina must have had a reason for not intervening. Is this the esteemed disciple you've brought? The man laughed heartily. Such a weakling, resembling a woman, is hardly more formidable than the brat on the ground. Upon seeing Lu Jie, the man erupted with laughter. Lu Jie touched his face, realizing that being handsome truly felt like a curse. Are you the one here to challenge us, you oversized brute? Lu Jie directly inquired. If you seek to provoke, I shall not hold back. Who are you calling an oversized brute? The man, though robust, had a rather handsome face. Being labeled an ugly creature by this effeminate figure struck a nerve. Whoever speaks shall be berated. Lu Jie maintained a relaxed demeanor. Let us see how much substance lies behind that flowery exterior. Ghost Eye Blade, Amumu, I seek your guidance. Uft. What did you say your name was? Amumu. Haha. Lu Jie could no longer contain his laughter. He vividly recalled a moment from a game where a character named Amuma cried for his father while running. The memory shattered his composure. Humph. You lack the spirit of a swordsman. Are you prepared? Though Amumu was oblivious to Lu Jie's amusement, he was certain that this fellow had nothing worthwhile in his mind. Do I need to prepare to deal with someone like you? With that, Lu Jie unsheathed the wooden sword at his waist. Upon seeing the wooden sword, Amumu's expression darkened further. Words are futile, let our hands speak. Wait. Is it fair for you to wield a sword taller than I am? Lu Jie interrupted Amumu's tirade, speaking slowly. What? Does your dojo have weapon regulations? Amumu retorted arrogantly. No, you misunderstand. It's not that your dojo has regulations as swordsmen. Shouldn't we hold ourselves to certain standards? Lu Jie responded once more. Amumu fell silent upon hearing Lu Jie's words. All right. Do you dare to wager your honor as a swordsman? If you lose, you'll never touch a sword again. After a moment of contemplation, Amumu spoke slowly. Very well, I accept your wager. However, as soon as Lu Jie finished speaking, Amumu charged at him, brandishing the sword taller than Lu Jie. Playing dirty, are we? No matter. To deal with someone who has lost the heart of a swordsman, a wooden sword will suffice. Lu Jie sidestepped Amumu's attack. Yet, Amumu's sword, as if halted momentarily, regained momentum and swept towards him. Bang! In an instant, Lu Jie was sent flying. Brother Lu. Boss. Lu Jie. The trio stood up in alarm upon seeing Lu Jie hurtled away. Cough. I'm fine. They say a little smoke brings no harm. Heh, this brute strength is quite impressive. Lu Jie exclaimed, gently resting his left hand on the wooden sword, stone cutter. As the words left his mouth, Lu Jie appeared before Amumu, swiftly swinging his wooden sword. Clang. Amumu had initially dismissed Lu Jie, viewing him as merely a larger grasshopper. No matter how swift he was, he posed no threat. But when the wooden sword struck his great sword, an immense force knocked Amumu back several meters. Oh, quite resilient, are we? I shall see how many hits you can endure. Lu Jie discreetly stowed away the wooden sword and drew a new one, charging forth once more. The previous sword could no longer withstand the pressure. Without Lu Jie's spatial storage, he would have been at a loss. Bang. Continue. Don't run. You can truly withstand this. Hey, stop running. I promise to go easier next time. Soon, the arena became a one-man show, with Lu Jie relentlessly pursuing Amumu. Each strike of the stone cutter sent vibrations coursing through Amumu, several times nearly dislodging the great sword from his grasp. Eventually, Amumu ceased to dare confronting Lu Jie's blade head-on. At this moment, Amumu was also puzzled, wondering why this young lad's wooden sword was so remarkably sturdy. Almost as if it were not a wooden sword at all. At this moment, Lu Jie also felt somewhat fatigued. He had refrained from utilizing his conqueror's Haki, resulting in a diminished speed. Moreover, although Amumu appeared to be a clumsy giant, he exhibited remarkable swiftness. Hey, can you stop running? Aren't you here to challenge me? Is this a marathon instead of a competition? Lu Jie ceased his pursuit and remarked, If I can't defeat you, am I not allowed to run? Amumu retorted candidly. Lu Jie found himself momentarily at a loss for words due to Amumu's bluntness. Indeed, if one cannot prevail, is fleeing not an option? Then why not concede? Wouldn't that bring this to an end? He inquired. Concede? I came here to challenge, and admitting defeat would be utterly humiliating. Amumu declared. At this moment, Lu Jie found himself at a loss for words. This fellow truly was a naive youth. Suddenly, Lu Jie recalled a certain individual, the foolish Whitebeard too. I wonder, could they possibly be long-lost brothers? Alas, you have compelled me. In an instant, Lu Jie concentrated his formidable energy in his legs and appeared before Amumu. One heart style, stone cutter. In the next moment, Amumu lay bound within the bandages. After dealing with Amumu, a middle-aged man rose to his feet. Lord Gungsilang, your disciple is quite remarkable. However, I must inquire, do you only teach your disciple a single technique? Lord Daqi, this is a matter of my one-heart dojo. Gungsilang replied with a smile. I apologize for my impertinence. I have lost this time, but I shall return, Lord Gungsilang. I hope that by then, you will have even more exceptional disciples. With that, Takeda departed, leaving Amumu to be carried away by two attendants. Lu Jie, come with me, Gungsilang said. Rising to leave, Guena watched Lu Jie with concern, as the events of the previous night were still vivid in her mind. If her father sought Lu Jie for that matter, it was certainly possible. Fear not, my teacher has already consented to our voyage, Lu Jie reassured Guena, gently patting her head with a smile. After saying this, he too left, leaving Guena pouting, muttering that head pats would hinder her growth. Yet her rosy cheeks betrayed her inner joy. Inside Gungsilang's abode, he remarked, Lu Jie, you have been here for some time. I understand your heart is not present. The essence of stone cutter lies within the one heart style. What you must now achieve are the 3 stages of iron cutting, chi cutting, and heart cutting. Once you reach the realm of iron cutting, you may set sail. Gungsilang spoke slowly. Master, let's refrain from any melancholic discourse. Achieving iron cutting is no simple feat. Behold, this is iron cutting, Gungsilang interrupted Lu Jie, retrieving a wooden sword from behind him. Lu Jie fixated on Gungsilang's movements as he raised the wooden sword, placing his left hand gently upon the blade, demonstrating a standard one-heart style stance. Suddenly, a powerful aura emanated from the wooden sword. One-heart style, iron cutter. Gungsilang slowly swung his wooden sword towards a piece of iron. Upon contact, the wooden sword seemed to vanish, instantaneously appearing beneath the iron block. It wasn't until Gungsilang retracted the wooden sword, leaving the iron block split in two, that Lu Jie remained bewildered. Master, that was too fast. I couldn't see clearly. Lu Jie admitted, embarrassment etched on his face. His attention had been entirely consumed by that aura, rendering him oblivious to Gung Silang's actions. One heart style is cultivated through the heart. At times, it is unnecessary to rely on sight. Understanding is understanding, Gung Silang stated. Lu Jie, taken aback, pondered if such lofty individuals always spoke in such cryptic terms. Thus, Lu Jie resumed his training. 3 years later, Zoro, this is what Guena asked me to give you. Gung Silang said, presenting the sword with the character for Wei inscribed upon it to Zoro. It won't happen. It won't happen. Eventually, Gung Silang staged a performance of Guena's false demise for everyone to witness. Meanwhile, Lu Jie had set sail with Guena. Captain, there is an island ahead, Lu Jie exclaimed, promptly soaring towards it to discover any treasures. Observing Lu Jie take flight, Guena donned a mask. Recalling the last time when Lu Jie returned with a millennium-old stinky egg that nearly suffocated her. Thus, whenever Lu Jie ventured out treasure hunting, Guena would wear a mask. Moments later, Lu Jie returned. All right, Guena, not every time will I bring back something foul. This time, prepare for a treat. Look at what I have brought, Lu Jie declared as he unveiled a platter. The three of them soon devoured an entire roasted lamb. Captain, we have been at sea for 5 days. Where are we heading? Pamukas inquired after finishing the roasted lamb. Well, you know I cannot decipher this nautical chart. We shall sail on. We will encounter land eventually. Just then, a tremor shook the vessel. Dangerous species detected. Upon defeat, a dangerous treasure chest will be awarded. The system's voice echoed in Lu Jie's ears. Upon hearing the system's alert, Lu Jie became alert. For the system to classify it as a dangerous species, it must at least be of the Sea King class. For now, the treasure chest was of little concern. He needed to devise a plan to vanquish this so-called dangerous species. Suddenly, a massive serpentine Sea King emerged before Lu Jie's ship. My goodness, how am I supposed to fight that? Lu Jie exclaimed, observing the creature, which was even larger than the blue bull dragon snake he had encountered previously, and in its domain at sea. Guena, you go inside the cabin. Pamukas, take it down and we'll have a feast today, Lu Jie declared, drawing the wooden sword from his waist. It was important to note that 1,000 cherry blossoms would be ineffective against beasts, and since 1,000 cherry blossoms lacked the ability to harness Haki, Lu Jie opted for the wooden sword. Upon hearing Lu Jie's command, Pamukas also unsheathed his interpreter, enveloping it in Haki. Sea King, you have arrived just in time. I have been bored out of my mind lately, Lu Jie proclaimed, soaring into the air with the technique of 10,000 miles flying. Pamukas tossed a wooden board, following suit. Divine feather. Before Lu Jie could approach the Sea King, he launched a flurry of feathers directly at its eyes. Meanwhile, Pamukas leaped onto the Sea King, swinging his interpreter with great speed. Their training paths diverged. Pamukas had focused on extreme speed. After 3 years of training, he could now strike 3 times in a single second. Given the weight of the interpreter, achieving 3 strikes in 1 second without Haki was an extraordinary feat, especially considering Pamukas was only 21 years old. With a series of splashes, 3 gashes appeared on the Sea King's body. Lu Jie's attack had also proven effective, albeit only striking the Sea King's iris, inflicting no damage to the eyeball itself. The duo's assaults enraged the Sea King, which opened its mouth wide and lunged at Lu Jie. At this moment, Lu Jie also comprehended why Shanks had lost a hand to the tyrant of the nearby seas. The swiftness of this individual is indeed not to be underestimated. In but a fleeting moment, Lu Jie could already perceive the foul breath emanating from the mouth of the Sea King. Bang, bang, bang. At that instant, 3 cannonballs detonated above the head of the Sea King. Sensing the explosion, both Lu Jie and Bomyux immediately retreated to their vessel. Upon focusing their gaze, they were astonished to find a naval fleet materializing before them, with a resplendent golden chest situated on the main ship. Red Dog. Upon glimpsing the figure standing at the bow of the ship, Lu Jie could not suppress his exclamation. This man was none other than Akainu Sakazuki. As Lu Jie scrutinized the fierce-looking individual before him and then glanced at the golden chest on his system map, he realized the gravity of the situation. Captain, that is Vice Admiral Sakazuki of the Navy, a prospective candidate for the next admiral. He is already endowed with the strength of an admiral. Had it not been for the incumbency of Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Admiral Tsuru, he would be an admiral already. We must flee at once. He is undoubtedly targeting you. Bomyux urged Lu Jie in a panic upon seeing Akainu. This is a golden chest. After being here for so long, I have finally encountered a living golden chest, Lu Jie muttered. Upon hearing his words, Bomyux wore an expression of exasperation, recognizing that his captain's obsession had resurfaced. However, before Bomyux could intervene. Lu Jie soared into the air, swiftly brandishing his sword to behead the grievously wounded Sea King, then casting the severed head onto Sakazuki's ship. "Captain, what are you doing? That is a dangerous chest." Lu Jie was already oblivious to Bomyuk's frantic cries as he proceeded to open the perilous chest. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained a box of gas shells." Upon hearing the system's notification, Lu Jie comprehended that this item indeed lived up to its ominous title, yielding such a perilous reward. Nevertheless, while this item might suffice against minor foes, successfully escaping from Akainu's grasp seemed quite daunting. After all, Akainu, a vice admiral on the verge of becoming an admiral, possessed formidable battle prowess. However, at that moment, Lu Jie had no intention of fleeing. Their modest vessel stood no chance against a warship. "Bomyux, take Kuina and proceed to the next destination, Orange Village. If you arrive first, await my arrival there. If I reach it first, I shall wait for you." After issuing his command, Lu Jie launched himself towards Akainu's warship with unbridled determination. At this moment, Bomyux found himself utterly powerless. After all, he could not fly, and most importantly, he was no match for Lu Jie, thus leaving him with no means to thwart the already corrupted Lu Jie. Cannonballs were launched, aimed at this airborne scoundrel. Bang, bang, bang. As Lu Jie approached, the Navy unleashed a barrage of cannon fire. With a calm demeanor, Lu Jie drew a wooden sword and swung it gently. Boom, boom, boom. In an effort to cover Bomyuk's retreat, Lu Jie skillfully deflected all the cannonballs. In the next instant, he landed on Akainu's ship. "Lu Jie, a ruthless and vicious outlaw. Humph. Encountering me, you shall not escape," Akainu declared, the dark smoke emanating from his body. "I must ask, Akainu, could you not be so unfriendly?" Lu Jie retorted. "Before the absolute justice, all evil must be eradicated." Hgon GK. Akainu had no intention of exchanging pleasantries with Lu Jie. In his eyes, a villain like Lu Jie deserved immediate extermination. Were it not for the orders from the sky, Akainu would have unleashed his lethal techniques without hesitation. As a massive magma hound lunged towards him, Lu Jie swiftly donned a gas mask he had acquired from a previous treasure chest. He then hurled a gas grenade he had just obtained. Boom. In an instant, a thick cloud of black gas enveloped the entire ship. "Ugh, this is poison." Bang, bang, bang. Soon, the Navy officers aboard the ship, including the major, were all incapacitated by the toxic fumes, and even the brigadier lost his combat ability. Humph. Indeed a vile person. Celestial fire meteor. The gas had no effect on Akainu. Instead, it ignited his desire for bloodshed. As the falling magma descended, Lu Jie retreated. Gatling gun. Lu Jie infused his bullets with Haki and unleashed a torrent of fire. The dense hail of bullets effectively blocked the descending magma, yet the overwhelming recoil propelled Lu Jie into the air. Bang! In the next moment, he plunged into the water. Seeing Lu Jie fall into the sea, Akainu's brow furrowed. With a surge of Haki, he dispelled all the gas. Observing the spot where Lu Jie had submerged, Akainu commanded, "Go, capture that fellow." Swiftly, a contingent of Navy personnel who were not devil fruit users and still possessed combat capability dove into the sea. It was known that this individual appeared capable of flight and could launch projectiles resembling bullets, none of which Lu Jie had visibly carried. He was likely a devil fruit user, and now that he was submerged, he should be devoid of combat capability. As long as he was not rescued, he would perish on his own. However, for Akainu, allowing this individual to die without having fallen to his hand or being apprehended would be a stain on his sense of justice. Under the water, Lu Jie noticed the Navy officers diving in and donned a guise. Simultaneously, he slipped into a Navy uniform, a piece of clothing previously given to him by Garp. Little did he expect it would prove useful at such a moment. With the powerful effects of the disguise, Lu Jie successfully infiltrated the search party looking for him. Minutes later, they surfaced one by one. Vice Admiral Sakazuki, "There is no sign of Lu Jie," reported a Navy brigadier. "Search deeper. Send down all the submarines." Akainu ordered resolutely. He was not one to easily concede, commanding all capable personnel to dive. After a prolonged search, Lu Jie remained elusive. Despite Akainu's persistence, he ultimately decided to depart. He had matters to attend to back at the Navy headquarters and set sail. In his eyes, Lu Jie had already sunk to the depths of the sea. At this moment, Lu Jie had no inclination to ponder what Akainu might be thinking. He found himself in the latter's quarters, gazing at the resplendent golden treasure chest adorned with a hadazi. To his astonishment, he had acquired this gilded chest so effortlessly. Lu Jie, I never imagined you could deceive my eyes, echoed the voice of Sakazuki before Lu Jie could even open the chest. Admiral Sakazuki. Lu Jie snapped to attention, refraining from acknowledging his true identity. Oh, are you attempting to buy time? Allow me to inform you. I know each of my soldiers personally, and you are not among those dispatched on this mission, Sakazuki reiterated. I am a soldier under Admiral Kazan. I simply boarded the wrong ship. Lu Jie maintained his pretense. It would be folly to reveal his identity here, for such an admission would surely lead to his demise. Kazan, humph, regardless of who you are, you shall perish. With those words, a torrent of magma surged forth. Indeed, this fiend, Akainu, would go to any lengths in pursuit of his own sense of justice. This is simply the epitome of the principle that it is better to kill an innocent than to let a guilty one escape. At that moment, Lu Jie unsheathed his wooden sword, effortlessly cleaving through the surging magma. Initial release, scatter, 1,000 cherry blossoms. With that, Lu Jie invoked the initial release of 1,000 cherry blossoms. Observing the myriad of slender blades hurtling toward him, Akainu felt a surge of impending danger. In the next instant, he transformed into an elemental form. The delicate blades of 1,000 cherry blossoms pierced through the gaps in the elemental Akainu's body. This is the technique you employ to vanquish the guard beside the saint. But it holds no sway over me, Sakazuki. In an instant, the magma that had previously floated in the air converged fiercely toward Lu Jie, and a magnificent red lotus of magma blossomed explosively. At this moment, Lu Jie had shattered the deck and descended into the ship's hold. As he entered this space, a familiar figure emerged before his eyes, Nico Robin. Upon seeing the girl confined within a cage of sea prism stone, Lu Jie instantly recognized her as Nico Robin. Robin lifted her head briefly to glance at Lu Jie, and upon realizing he was a naval officer, she promptly lowered her gaze once more. With determination, Lu Jie unleashed his technique, Heart Flow, Stone Cutter. He swung his wooden sword directly at the cage, but it merely left a shallow mark upon the sea prism stone. Observing this, Lu Jie furrowed his brow, realizing the formidable nature of this substance. Now that the molten lava above had dissipated, Lu Jie understood that Akainu had discovered his absence. Contemplating his next move, he raised his wooden sword once more. Bang! With a single strike, he breached the ship's bottom, causing seawater to rush in. Damn it! At this moment, Sakazaki above also sensed the infiltration of water at the bottom of the ship. Moreover, he realized that this individual was not a user of a devil fruit. Otherwise, he would not be unscathed in the sea. However, Lu Jie was indifferent to Akainu's thoughts. His immediate objective was to swiftly depart from this place and find a secure location to open the treasure chest. Initially reluctant to engage with Robin, the proverbial hot potato, he was drawn in by the sight of a pink treasure chest appearing beside her. For Lu Jie, everything could be relinquished, but not the treasure chest. Thus, he once again broke through the ship's bottom where Robin was located and pulled her away. In that instant, Lu Jie suddenly pondered whether the architect of this sea prism stone prison was lacking in intelligence, as the floor was merely wooden planks, allowing for an escape from below. The most alarming aspect was that countless individuals in this world were confined in such cages. He could only wonder what thoughts plagued their minds. Lu Jie directly ascended from the seabed, while Akainu gazed at the empty hold, his expression twitching slightly. Sakazaki, our ship is sinking. At that moment, a rear admiral approached Akainu, speaking urgently. Humph, give me the phone bug for Steelbone Kong. Upon reporting the situation of Lu Jie, Akainu found that Lu Jie was being swiftly carried away by a strong current. Perhaps this is the moment when one's fortune has run dry. After entering the sea, Lu Jie was swept away by a torrent created by a colossal whale. Both he and his companion, who were not particularly adept swimmers, lost consciousness within mere seconds. Upon awakening, he found himself on a desolate island. There, he discovered a treasure chest, with the requirement to provide Nico Robin with a sense of security in order to unlock it. Just as Lu Jie regained consciousness, the voice of the system resonated in his ears. Noticing Robin lying nearby, he checked her neck for a pulse and, finding one, immediately commenced performing CPR. Minutes later, Robin coughed up a mouthful of seawater and came to. You, she exclaimed, slapping Lu Jie across the face upon seeing his hand resting on her chest. What a shock. This is not how it should unfold. Shouldn't she be overwhelmed with gratitude, offering herself in return? You pervert. She huffed, tightening her clothes defensively. I am not. What do you mean? Where was your hand just now? You took advantage of me while I was unconscious. Lu Jie, taken aback by her tears, felt a wave of panic. While he could maintain his composure in the face of an adversary like Akainu, he found himself utterly at a loss when confronted with a weeping girl. "Please, don't cry. If the Marines come, I won't be able to save you," he said helplessly. His only thought of leverage against Robin was this. After all, the infamous demon child Robin had a bounty exceeding 70 million berries. Although Lu Jie's own bounty surpassed hers, he had clashed with the celestial dragons, making their statuses incomparable. "I won't cry anymore," Robin finally said. Recalling the warning from Saul during their escape from O'Hara, never fall into the hands of the Marines, and that one day she would find companions willing to protect her. Despite the man before her appearing rather unsavory and being a Marine, he was the one who had saved her. Thus, she momentarily ceased her tears. "You are a Marine. Why did you save me? Surely you know my bounty is over 70 million? Robin asked, her face a blend of confusion and curiosity. "Well, over 70 million? Actually, my bounty is even higher, 100 million. Perhaps after saving you, it will increase even more. By the way, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Lu Jie." He introduced himself, extending his hand. "Lu Jie, the bloodless sword Azura?" Robin instinctively recalled his nickname upon hearing his introduction. "But wait, I've seen your bounty poster. You don't look like that." In response, Lu Jie removed the mask from his face and changed out of his marine coat. "Demon child Nico Robin. It is a pleasure to meet you," he reiterated. "Did you really strike a celestial dragon?" she asked incredulously. Despite being labeled a criminal, she still harbored a deep-seated fear of the celestial dragons. "That's not something to boast about. And don't worry, I won't hand you over to the Marines. I am worth far more than you. Until I find a safe place for you, I will protect you," Lu Jie assured her. "Now, you should rest while I search for food." With that, he drew a wooden sword and swung it towards the sea stone chains, only to find it impossible to sever them. Although sea stone is indeed a type of stone, Lu Jie's strength was inadequate to break it, as it was significantly sturdier than many types of iron. "Ah, by the way," Lu Jie exclaimed, retrieving a devil fruit from his personal space. This was the backward fruit that Lu Jie had previously consumed. Although he was well aware of its unpalatable nature, he still took a bite. Despite his swift actions, the nauseating sensation lingered incessantly within his mouth. Devil fruit? Robin immediately recognized the peculiar item in Lu Jie's hand, exclaiming in astonishment. She had initially believed Lu Jie to be a devil fruit user, especially considering his introduction hinted that he could fly, not merely employing the Marine's moonwalk technique. Furthermore, Lu Jie's bounty poster featured an image of a man adorned with wings. Yet now, she saw no sign of wings on him. Surely, he couldn't have consumed multiple devil fruits, could he? Moments later, the feeling of nausea dissipated entirely. Lu Jie sensed something awakening within him. He raised his right hand, and a pink flame materialized in his palm. "Allow me to assist you," he declared, hurling the flame towards Nico Robin. As the flame approached, Robin instinctively attempted to evade it. However, her weakened state rendered her immobile. Once the flame enveloped her, Robin gradually transformed into a smaller version of herself. Observing this change, Lu Jie understood that she appeared approximately 3 years younger. "Robin, how old are you now?" he inquired once more. "I am 10 years old," Robin replied instinctively. Almost immediately after her response, another flame integrated into her being. At this moment, Robin had completely transformed into a child of approximately 2 years old. The sea stone shackles had also fallen away effortlessly. Lu Jie picked up Robin and dashed toward the center of the island. Recognizing that being along the coastline made them far too conspicuous, Robin remained docile in Lu Jie's embrace, fully aware that this man would never surrender her to the Navy. Lu Jie first opened all the treasure chests on the island and defeated a large bird. Although the spoils were meager, his points had accumulated to 5,000, allowing him to redeem a welfare treasure chest. Previously, he had opened the welfare treasure chest of Guyana, acquiring the Clear Springs Echo. Hence, he anticipated that this new chest would contain some formidable item. Redeem welfare treasure chest. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a welfare treasure chest. Please confirm whether to open it. Open. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Rim summoning card. The summoned character hails from Zoro, starting life in another world. She is the younger twin made responsible for all the household chores in Roswell's mansion. Tragically, her family was slain by a witch, and her sister's horn was severed, leading to her deep-seated hatred for witches. Upon hearing this name, Lu Jie's first reaction was disbelief. Could it be that his beloved Rim could also be obtained through the system? Use Rim summoning card. As Lu Jie's words fell, a magical circle appeared on the ground. At this moment, Robin gazed in astonishment at the magical array on the ground, completely unfamiliar with its nature. Gradually, a girl with short blue hair emerged from the magic circle. Am I not dead? Is this hell? Rem, upon her arrival, looked around in confusion and spoke softly. Welcome, Rem. Lu Jie extended his hand and said gently. Hearing Lu Jie's words, Rem placed her hand on his, stepping out of the magic circle. Who are you? Do you know Rem? Rem asked, her expression adorably vacant. My name is Lu Jie, and I shall be your companion from now on. Your presence here is a result of my summoning. Lu Jie explained the circumstances to Remington. After listening to Lu Jie, Rem tilted her head, processing the information. So, you're my master? She inquired directly after organizing her thoughts. No, I'm not your master. I am your companion. You should know that I hold great affection for you. Your character, your essence, Lu Jie confessed, inadvertently revealing his innermost thoughts. Reminiscent of his greatest dream from watching anime, to have a partner like Remington. Upon hearing Lu Jie's candid declaration, Rem buried her face into her bunny plush. Ah, Robin, what are you doing? Lu Jie suddenly shouted, startled to find a faint bite mark on his chest inflicted by Robin. Not receiving an answer from Robin, Lu Jie turned his attention back to Remington. Realizing what he had just said, he corrected himself. Rem, I am not joking. This is the only piece of female jewelry I possess. If you are willing to join me on my adventures, would you accept it? He then retrieved a diamond necklace from his spatial pouch, one he had taken during a raid on the treasury of the Goya kingdom. Upon hearing Lu Jie's words, Rem lifted her head. My master has revived me. I shall agree to whatever you say, she said, moving closer to Lu Jie and bowing her head. Observing Rem's gesture, Lu Jie adorned her neck with the diamond necklace. At that moment, Lu Jie suddenly realized Rem's affection for him had reached a perfect 100. Knowing that Goina had only reached 80 and was pliable under his influence, he pondered the implications of Rem's perfect score. What could he not achieve with her? Lu Jie stored away his belongings and handed Robin to Remington. This is my friend. Please take care of her while I gather some firewood for our barbecue. After saying this, he departed. As Rem cradled Robin in her arms, a joyful smile blossomed on her face. Robin, too, found herself fond of this warm-hearted girl. Feeling no resistance whatsoever, Lu Jie quickly prepared the large bird for cooking and was just about to set it over the fire when Rem approached him. Lu Jie, may I handle this? She asked softly. Remembering Rem's impressive culinary skills, Lu Jie recalled how she had prepared meals for an entire household in the past. And considering her noble background, the food she had crafted was surely of exceptional quality. That would be wonderful, Rem, Lu Jie replied, stepping back to grant her space. Rem murmured in agreement before positioning herself before the bird. She then produced a small knife from her attire, and as she drew the blade, Lu Jie sensed a complete transformation in her demeanor. This is a manifestation of focus, a reverence for food, and a confidence in one's culinary skills. In the next moment, Lu Jie beheld Rem deftly wielding her dagger, as if performing a graceful waltz. It was only after Rem had meticulously sliced and arranged all the pieces of meat that Lu Jie came to his senses. Applause erupted from him, a genuine expression of admiration. This was no mere cooking, but rather akin to a professional dance performance. Lu Jie, what are you doing? Rem, having put away her dagger, noticed Lu Jie clapping and felt her cheeks flush once more, burying her face in her bosom. Rem, you are beautiful. Robin, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. Upon hearing Lu Jie's words, Rem lifted her head. Thank you, she replied, before resuming her preparations for bamboo skewers and some sea salt she had previously spotted. As time passed, a tempting array of barbecued delicacies materialized before the group. After indulging in the feast, Lu Jie produced his Senbonzakura. Rem, take Robin and move 300 meters away. I will faint shortly, and I will rely on you to protect me. Rem acknowledged his request. Without further inquiry into Lu Jie's intentions, she promptly led Robin away. After practicing the one-mind flow for so long, it was time to test whether my spiritual strength could withstand the Bankai. Senbonzakura Kagyoshi. In an instant, the Senbonzakura in Lu Jie's hand transformed into a multitude of fine blades, with the guard and hilt also morphing into slender edges. As they slowly sank into the ground, enormous white blades surrounded Lu Jie. However, before any further transformation could occur, he collapsed. It was then that Robin gradually returned to her original state. Following Lu Jie's fainting, his Zanpakuto vanished as well. Rem gently set Robin down and hurried to Lu Jie's side, easing him onto a flatter surface. Now revived, Robin understood that Lu Jie had orchestrated this to make himself faint, thus relinquishing his devil fruit powers. This act endeared Lu Jie to Robin even more. After a night passed, Lu Jie slowly regained consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he found Rem still by his side. "Rem, you should rest. I'm fine now." "Understood," Rem replied, snuggling into Lu Jie's embrace and drifting off to sleep. As Lu Jie watched the peaceful slumber of Rem, he felt a profound realization that indeed, Rem was the best wife in the world. Such a lovable yet heart-wrenching figure, Rem. Lu Jie remained still, knowing that while he was unconscious, Rem must have stayed awake. With the sun rising high, Rem woke up gently. "Rem, you and Robin should rest here for a while. I will gather some wood to construct a boat for our sea journey. It is better to rely on our own efforts than wait for a ship to arrive." Rem nodded in understanding. After hearing their exchange, Lu Jie departed. He still had a random treasure chest and a golden chest yet to open. Previously, when he had opened iron and bronze chests on this island, he had not obtained anything of value. Thus, Lu Jie decided to wait a day to accumulate some luck before proceeding. Open the random treasure chest. Congratulations, the host has acquired Superman's underwear from the Marvel Universe, which possesses great collectible value. Reclaim. Lu Jie felt utterly embarrassed, realizing the system had a peculiar fascination with characters' undergarments. Previously, he had also obtained the panties of Lingua Shinji, along with some socks. It was indeed a rather amusing system. It was common knowledge that Superman did not change his underwear. He might end up flying around bare-bottom now. Yet, this was not something for Lu Jie to worry about. The first chest's outcome only heightened his anticipation for the upcoming golden chest. Taking a deep breath, Lu Jie turned his gaze to the remaining golden chest. System, open the golden chest. "Oh my heavens, my deities, this is my first golden chest. Please grant me a powerful item." Congratulations, the host has obtained a devil fruit fusion card. Acquired from the system, it allows for a second consumption of a devil fruit, merging the abilities of two fruits and significantly enhancing their powers while eliminating all drawbacks of the devil fruits. After the system's announcement, Lu Jie remained in a daze. I can't believe it's this. I adore this ability. He understood that not only did it eliminate all drawbacks, but the ability to consume a devil fruit twice was extraordinarily overpowered. Just look at Blackbeard. He could wield two fruits simultaneously. The best part was that this was a fusion, unlike Blackbeard who had to maintain separate abilities. Although he was uncertain about the specifics of the enhancement, items from the golden chest were undoubtedly formidable. Meanwhile, Rem and Robin, hearing Lu Jie's laughter from afar, exchanged bewildered glances. Isn't he just going to gather some wood? Why is he so elated? Surely there can't be anything amusing happening over there? But after a brief moment of excitement, Lu Jie calmed himself. After all, there were no devil fruits available for him to utilize at present. So his immediate task was to build a boat. By nightfall, Lu Jie had gathered all the necessary wood, which transformed the once lush island into a barren landscape. With his skills, he quickly fashioned the wood into uniformly sized planks. After preparing these, he retrieved some ropes from his spatial storage and began binding them together. Having been an orphan in his past life, he possessed numerous survival skills, including simple tying techniques. Before long, a rudimentary raft was completed. However, it was not suited for the open sea. Even though the waters were calm, one could never predict when they might turn tumultuous. As the saying goes, women are made of water, and the ocean could be likened to a formidable woman, quick to change temperament. Nevertheless, there was no other option. Lu Jie aimed to make the raft larger and shape it like a small boat to increase its draft. Lacking nails, he employed mortise and tenon joints to construct the small vessel. By the time it took shape, dawn had arrived. The two women gazed at this peculiar creation. Confusion etched on their faces. "Lu Jie, is this a boat?" Rem inquired softly. "Yes, indeed. We will sail this to our next destination," Lu Jie said proudly, admiring his handiwork. I know a bit about boat building. Let me handle it," Rem said after a moment of deliberation. "Very well," Lu Jie responded, stepping aside. Disappointed as he began to draw circles in the dirt, he had expected Rem to praise his efforts, yet instead, he was met with disdain. Seeing Lu Jie's humbled expression, Robin couldn't help but chuckle. It turned out he wasn't infallible after all. After a morning passed, Lu Jie rejoined the construction efforts. As time flowed, by the next day, a grand ship stood before Lu Jie. Comparing Rem's creation to his earlier monstrosity, he realized that quality is judged by comparison. Thus, the trio departed the small island where they had spent 3 days. Since Rem and Robin could not read nautical charts, they embarked on yet another drifting adventure. Fortunately, Lu Jia's spatial storage contained fresh water and provisions. Otherwise, drifting at sea would have been far from enjoyable. A month passed. Rem, look at how beautiful the scenery is. Rem finds it beautiful as well. 2 months later. Robin, how is your reading of the historical text going? Do you need my assistance? No, I am already familiar with most of the material here, but connecting the dots is something you might struggle with, isn't it? 3 months later. Rem, have you spotted the island? Not yet. At this moment, despite Lu Jia's thorough preparations, food and fresh water were on the verge of depletion. The most significant issue was the monotonous view of the same vast ocean each day, which inevitably led to aesthetic fatigue. Even Rem, who once marveled at the ocean's allure, no longer expressed such wonder. Lu Jia, is that a ship? Rem pointed ahead as she spoke to him. A ship? Is there really a ship? Lu Jia exclaimed. No, that is a treasure chest. Upon hearing Rem's words, Lu Jia leapt with excitement. Although it was merely a bronze chest and an iron chest, their presence indicated that someone was nearby. Rem, wait for me. I'll go greet them and see if they can take us aboard. With that, Lu Jia unfurled his wings and soared toward the ship. Before he could land on the deck, a barrage of cannonballs was fired in his direction. Why do they always want to shoot at others? But I, Lu Jia, certainly do not wish to be shot. He swiftly drew a wooden sword. One heart style, iron cutting. While he could deflect a couple of shots, the sheer number in the air, at least dozens, made it impossible to block them all. Though Rem was not weak, he deemed it unnecessary to involve her in the fight if he could protect her. With a series of loud bangs, Lu Jia successfully boarded the ship. Upon landing on the deck, he realized it was indeed a pirate ship, and he recognized the captain, Click of the Click pirate crew. The imposing figure clad in golden armor was none other than Click himself. Akin, take him down, Click commanded without waiting for Lu Jia to speak. A lean man stepped forward, brandishing his gauntlets as he approached Lu Jia. Observing Akin, who had been bloodied by Sanji, Lu Jia was eager to test the limits of his own martial arts skills. He pointed his wooden sword at Akin, not one for idle chatter. Akin lunged forward with his gauntlets. Clang. In their initial clash, both tested each other's strength. Although Akin's speed and precision were commendable, his power was insufficient, rendering him no match for Lu Jia. After all, he had faced Akainu. Akin wouldn't withstand even a single blow from him. Your martial arts are commendable, but your lack of strength is your Achilles heel. Cease wasting energy on speed and precision. Your power is your weakness. If you could rectify this, your prowess would greatly enhance. And allow me to offer you an unfriendly piece of advice. Your captain is not a good man. If possible, seek a new captain. With that, Lu Jia executed one heart style, iron cutting. You are formidable. Akin began, but before he could finish, he collapsed, his gauntlets snapping cleanly in two. Humph. Do you know who I am? I am Click, dazed blue tyrant with a bounty of 17 million. Prepare to face my wrath. Click declared, lifting his long weapon to attack Lu Jia. Boom. When their weapons clashed, an explosion ensued, causing Lu Jia to stagger back a step. This fellow is indeed quite troublesome. However, apart from his formidable array of equipment, he is utterly insignificant. Yet, the sheer number of weapons he possesses is rather bothersome. Nevertheless, he is not the only one armed to the teeth. To avoid disrupting Luffy's future displays of bravado, Lu Jia refrained from deploying his 1,000 cherry blossoms. For if he were to eliminate this foe here, it would leave Luffy bereft of means to boast. Moreover, it would indeed be a pity if Sanji did not join the fray, as he is immensely powerful and an exceptional chef. For a glutton like Luffy, he is an indispensable member of the crew. Of course, given Luffy's nature, anyone aboard his ship is deemed essential. Divine Feather, Annihilation. Lu Jia soared once more, unleashing a multitude of arrows towards Kurozumi. Naturally, Kurozumi did not remain passive. His wrist-mounted machine gun sprung to life, firing a barrage of bullets. Clink, clink, clink. Oh, a machine gun? A Gatling gun. Lu Jia retrieved a Gatling gun, commencing a relentless barrage. With the addition of his Haki enhancing his legs, he rendered Kurozumi utterly defenseless. The once weapon-reliant Kurozumi stood before Lu Jia with no capacity for resistance. Had Lu Jia been able to imbue his bullets with Haki at this moment, this fellow would have already been transformed into a veritable beehive. Kurozumi, I trust you have recognized me by now? How rude of you not to allow a word. Before Lu Jia could utter another sound, Kurozumi's bullets were once again unleashed. At this moment, Lu Jia was truly enraged. Initially, he had intended to seize the treasure chest and simply take along someone familiar with the nautical charts, but this individual was brazenly courting disaster. It is no wonder that he will be pursued by Hawkeye from now on. With unwavering resolve, Lu Jie proclaimed the essence of the one-heart flow, armament color slash. After speaking, he enveloped his sword and feet in the armament color. With a sudden shift, Lu Jie appeared behind Cleek, slowly sheathing his wooden sword. The moment his sword touched the sheath, Cleek's armor shattered into countless fragments. "Captain Cleek, I believe it's time for us to converse," Lu Jie said with a smile as he sat at the edge of the ship. "Bloodless Swordajura, Lu Jie. I have informed my subordinates to notify the Navy's G1 branch of your presence here. If you wish to avoid being surrounded by them, I suggest you leave quickly," Cleek replied bluntly. Upon hearing Cleek's words, Lu Jie furrowed his brow. The G1 branch of the Navy indeed has ties with pirates? However, that fool Monka is utterly useless. While I fear him not, the arrival of other formidable foes would be quite troublesome. It seems we truly have no common ground. I shall take matters into my own hands. With that, Lu Jie swiftly collected 2 treasure chests from the ship. "By the way, who here can read nautical charts?" he inquired, but received no response. "Cleek, you have forced my hand. I had no intention of resorting to this." Lu Jie raised his wooden sword. "All things cut, open the world." With a powerful swing, a wave of sword energy cleaved the ship in two. Ultimately, one navigator could not contain his desperation for help, and Lu Jie took him with him as he departed. As for the others, under the protective guidance of Oda's golden touch, Jean and Cleek were certain to survive. The fates of the rest were of no concern to Lu Jie, after all, as Cleek's crew, whose hands were not stained with blood. Choosing the life of a pirate necessitates such awareness at all times. "Who is that?" Rem asked, puzzled as she noticed Lu Jie bringing a man along. "Right. What is your name?" Lu Jie realized he had yet to learn the stranger's identity. "I am Pierre, the navigator of Cleek's pirate crew." Pierre introduced himself directly. "Very well. We are heading to Orange Island. Lead the way," Lu Jie commanded. "Orange Island? You mean Orange Village, the one ruled by the Arlong pirates?" Pierre questioned. "Indeed. That is the place." Lu Jie felt a pang of embarrassment. So Arlong had already established the Arlong pirates by this time? It appeared the battle to liberate the slaves had concluded, meaning Fishman Island was now under Whitebeard's control, while Arlong had formed his own crew. "Orange Village is quite close. Just 2 days away," Pierre added. "Oh, it seems fortune is on our side. Let us depart." Thus, the group set sail towards Orange Village. 2 days later, Lu Jie successfully arrived on the island. After scanning the area, he discovered a pink welfare treasure chest. The radar certainly had its advantages, allowing one to locate desired individuals. Here, this welfare treasure chest undoubtedly belonged to Nami. Once he released Pierre, Lu Jie began to inquire about Kuina and Pormucus while making his way to Nami's location. As time passed, by evening, Lu Jie arrived at the designated spot indicated by the treasure chest. Indeed, this was where Nami, her sister Nojiko, and their adoptive mother Belemri resided. "Lu Jie, there are so many oranges. Rem can make countless delicious dishes with these," Rem exclaimed, her attention captured by the oranges. As Lu Jie had designated her as his wife and chef. "Rem, these are cultivated by someone. Let us first pay a visit to the owner and seek permission," Lu Jie suggested, approaching an elderly man ahead. "Good day, what brings you here?" the elder asked as Lu Jie walked towards him. "Greetings, village chief. We are merchants from the sea. We noticed the quality of your oranges and wish to purchase some at your price." Lu Jie recognized the elder as the village chief of Kokoyashi Village, known colloquially as Orange Village. "You know me?" the village chief asked, puzzled. "I visited here with my father previously, so I have a faint recollection of you." "Oh, I see. Come to my home, and let us discuss this matter thoroughly." The two made their way to the village chief's house, while Rim obediently followed Lu Jie, and Robin looked on in confusion, pondering how he could have been here before if he did not even know the way. After concluding negotiations regarding price and quantity, Lu Jie accompanied the village chief to the orange orchard. "Belemri, there are merchants wishing to purchase oranges. Please come and attend to them," the village chief called out. At that moment, a stunning beauty with pink hair appeared in Lu Jie's line of sight. Indeed, Bayermeyer was a captivating woman. Were these the few individuals? Bayermeyer also glanced at Lu Jie and his companions, removed the cigarette from her lips, and spoke softly. "Hello, Bayermeyer. My name is Lu Jie, and I am a businessman." Lu Jie stepped forward to introduce himself. After his introduction, he produced a box of diamond cigarettes and lit one with his Zippo lighter. It is worth noting that Lu Jie had always considered diamond cigarettes to be the epitome of sophistication, Their longer filter made them appear exceedingly ostentatious. Upon seeing Lu Jia's cigarette, Bayermeyer was instantly captivated. Would you like one? Lu Jia offered a cigarette to Bayermeyer and then handed one to the village chief. As the saying goes, cigarettes and alcohol are the best means to forge connections, and soon the three were engaged in lively conversation. Their spirits lifted. Bayermeyer directly invited them to dinner. Upon entering Bayermeyer's room, Lu Jia was delighted to meet Zayanami and Zayanwakigo. Both were still joyful children, especially since the village of Kokoja could still afford to pay for Aaron's protection. Zayanami, Zayanwakigo, go prepare the dishes. We have guests for dinner tonight. Bayermeyer instructed the two young girls. Okay, they replied and hurried off to gather the tableware. Meanwhile, Bayermeyer poured tea for everyone and proceeded to prepare dinner. Open the mystical iron treasure chest. At this moment, Lu Jia finally found the time to open the mysterious iron treasure chest he had collected along his journey. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a smartphone, a device from Earth that allows for calls and photography. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a butcher's knife, a weapon from the film Kung Fu Hustle by Stephen Chow, forged from mysterious iron. Congratulations to the host for receiving a corgi's excrement, notable for its particularly foul odor. After opening the treasure chests, Lu Jia felt quite satisfied with the results, as there were indeed several useful items. Of course, the system could never escape its penchant for the bizarre, often incorporating peculiar items into the mix. Mr. Lu Jia, may I inquire how much you intend to purchase? The village chief took a sip of hot tea and spoke directly. Rem, if these can be preserved indefinitely, how many different preparations could you create? Lu Jia turned to Rem, who was nearby. Rem pondered for a moment. Orange candies, dried oranges, orange pies, orange balls, orange juice. There are so many, she exclaimed, counting on her fingers with delight. Then, Rem, which of these has the longest shelf life? Lu Jia asked again. Canned oranges and orange candy, Rem proudly replied. What I make can last a year without spoiling. You see, I am indeed a master of ingredients. Village chief, I would like to propose a collaboration. Since you are producing oranges, could we establish a processing factory? Any oranges that remain unsold each year could be transformed into orange candies and canned oranges. This would significantly enhance the village's income while preventing waste. However, if you prefer to maintain the supply method, I can manage that myself, Lu Jia stated directly to the village chief. Upon hearing Lu Jia's proposal, the village chief hesitated. It must be said that Lu Jia's suggestion was quite tempting. However, it concerned the entire village, and he could not make a decision on the spot. Mr. Lu Jia, you won't be leaving today, will you? If not, you're welcome to stay with us a few more days, the village chief inquired. No rush. I am here to wait for a friend, so I have ample time. Lu Jia, who was seeking an excuse to stay, found this opportunity fortuitous. That's wonderful. I am very intrigued by your proposal, but I need to discuss it with our villagers. If it proves feasible, everyone in our village will plant oranges. The village chief revealed his intentions candidly. That is entirely reasonable. As their conversation continued, time passed slowly. At that moment, Belmel emerged carrying a large pot of curry. Today we shall have curry. Come and savor my culinary skills, Belmel announced, serving each person a generous bowl filled with rice and topped with curry. Lu Jia, this is delicious, but Rem cannot cook. Can you ask this sister to teach me? Rem exclaimed with delight, for discovering a new dish was more thrilling than finding a trove of treasure. You should ask Miss Belmel, Lu Jia suggested, looking toward her. Of course, it's rare to meet a little princess like you with such interests. Tomorrow night, we shall have curry again, and you can join me then, Belmel cheerfully replied, her straightforward personality reflecting her past experiences in the Navy. Rem was overjoyed. As time passed during their meal, the village chief arranged their accommodation at Belmel's place after dinner. At this moment, Lu Jia and his companions were enjoying the cool breeze at the edge of the orange grove alongside Belmel. Are Zayanami and Zayanakigeo your daughters? Lu Jia inquired directly. They have been with me since childhood, so they could be considered my daughters, Belmel replied, gently stroking the two girls who were asleep on her lap. I see. Perhaps I might know the whereabouts of Zayanakigeo's family, Lu Jia continued. Though it may be rather impolite, I would like to show you something. After speaking, he produced the smartphone he had just acquired. Following their meal, Lu Jia had discreetly taken a photograph of Zayanakigeo with the intention of securing her future, as her navigational skills would rival those of Nami. After all, without Nami, the scatterbrained Luffy and the directionally challenged Zoro would likely find themselves lost even before embarking on the Grand Line. Upon hearing Lu Jia's words, Belmel took the phone from him. To her, It appeared merely as a unique frame. Staring at the image of someone who resembled Zionakageo, Belmel gazed at Lu Jie in astonishment. After taking the photograph, Lu Jie had edited the background and clothing, so Belmel was entirely oblivious to the fact that it had been taken at that location. "This is my sister, Lumina," Lu Jie stated plainly. "She left the family years ago due to her opposition to my relationship with a man. For years, she has been out of touch. I never expected to encounter someone here who looks so much like her." As Lu Jie spoke, a look of nostalgia crossed his face. He did not intend to deceive Belmel. He held deep respect for this woman who would sacrifice everything for Nami and Zionakageo. However, given his presence here, it was impossible for Arlong to threaten Belmel. Yet, to preserve the integrity of the narrative, Lu Jie would not disrupt Arlong's original plans. Nami would still strive for the ransom, and he would ensure Zionakageo was taken away. As for Belmel, he contemplated a suitable fate for her. Belmel felt a surge of conflict upon hearing Lu Jie's words. It was evident that Zionami and Zionakageo were like her own daughters. Otherwise, she would not have clashed with Arlong over them. Thus, Lu Jie's remarks left her momentarily speechless. "Miss Belmel, there is no need for such anxiety. I am not here to take Zionakageo away. I am merely astonished that such a likeness exists in this world," Lu Jie reassured her, noticing her distress. "It's fine. If this is for Zionakageo's benefit, I wouldn't impose," Belmel replied with a hint of melancholy. At this moment, Lu Jie directly offered a cigarette. Amidst the sparse smoke, the two fell into silence. "All right, it's time for the children to sleep. If they fall asleep here so late, they might catch a cold," said Bayermeyer, as she lifted little Noki Gao into her arms. "Let me take little Nami," Lu Jie responded, promptly picking up little Nami as well. Soon, they arrived at the room of the two girls. Upon seeing the pink treasure chest, Lu Jie felt a surge of excitement. To his surprise, obtaining the welfare treasure chest was so effortless. "Congratulations, host, you have acquired 2 welfare treasure chests. Opening conditions: sneak a peek at Nami bathing 3 times and touch Noki Gao's bottom 3 times. After hearing the system's prompt, Lu Jie felt somewhat helpless. He sensed that his personality was gradually becoming peculiar due to the system. This was no longer just a matter of bad taste, it was undeniably somewhat perverse. However, such tasks seemed to intrigue him, offering a hint of thrill. After placing the 2 little girls down, Lu Jie took the opportunity to gently pat Noki Gao's bottom while covering her with a blanket. Although there were no immediate feelings, he couldn't help but imagine what this little girl would look like in over a decade. After all, little Noki Gao was already 10 years old. Much like Guena, Lu Jie realized he had fallen into the strange cycle of nurturing a loli. Nonetheless, he felt a certain anticipation. Initially intending to touch a second time, he discovered that the progress bar had not changed, meaning he could only touch once that day. He wondered when Nami's treasure chest would finally open. After all, who knew when she would bathe? He couldn't just trail her like a lecherous old man, could he? Nonetheless, Lu Jie didn't dwell on it too much, as opening the welfare treasure chests would also increase his affinity, and he didn't want Nami to become overly reliant on him, potentially jeopardizing Luffy's chances of having the best navigator. After returning to the room arranged by Bayermeyer, Lu Jie prepared to sleep. "Lu Jie, is Rem going to sleep with you?" Just as Lu Jie lay down, he heard Rem's voice by his ear. Upon hearing her soft voice, Lu Jie turned to see Rem in her maid outfit. Instantly, all the blood in his body seemed to rush to an unusual place, and little Lu Jie immediately stood at attention. Weren't you supposed to sleep with Robin?" Lu Jie managed to croak out with his dry throat. Rem couldn't sleep, so she wanted to find Lu Jie. Upon hearing Rem's words, Lu Jie understood what was about to unfold. For a virgin who had lived for over a decade, such scenarios had played out countless times in his dreams. Yet, now that it was happening right before him, he felt a tinge of nervousness. "All right, come in," Lu Jie said slowly as he lifted the covers. After receiving Lu Jie's consent, Rem slipped under the covers with him. Rem, this is my first time, and I don't have much experience, so maybe we should." Just as Lu Jie stammered nervously, he noticed that Rem had curled up in his embrace and fallen asleep. This relieved him, but also left him with a sense of regret. Indeed, tonight was not the farewell he had anticipated. With this thought, Lu Jie held Rem close, but little Lu Jie was being quite mischievous, making it impossible for him to sleep. The next morning, Lu Jie greeted Rem, who awoke, with dark circles under his eyes. Good morning. Good morning. Oh, Lu Jie looks like he didn't sleep well. Is it because of Rem?" Seeing Lu Jie's fatigued face, Rem felt a deep sense of guilt. It's not Rem's fault. I just had a bit of a stiff neck last night. It's nothing, Lu Jie replied somewhat awkwardly. He certainly couldn't tell Rim that he had been unable to sleep due to his little friend being mischievous. Indeed, holding Rim made it impossible to do anything else. And he truly couldn't sleep. After washing their faces, the two stepped out of the room. Upon reaching the door, they found that the others had already emerged. As everyone looked at Rim's blissful expression and then at Lu Jie, they wore expressions of astonishment. Seeing their reactions, Lu Jie felt a bit helpless. He truly hadn't done anything last night. He simply hadn't managed to sleep. Lu Jie, do you want to come with me to see our orange orchard today? Buyermeyer asked directly. I'm afraid that's not possible. I'm here to find my friends, so I need to wander around and search for them. Lu Jie politely declined Buyermeyer's invitation. Rim, you stay here obediently. I'll be back tonight. He gently patted Rim's head before leaving, though Rim longed to accompany him. She would not argue since Lu Jie had asked her to stay. Meanwhile, Lu Jie donned a mask and began collecting treasure chests scattered around. Although there weren't many chests, even small treasures were worthwhile. After all, items from these chests could be exchanged for points in the system, regardless of their utility. After a morning of searching, Lu Jie had gathered 4 chests. While the contents proved to be of no use, they significantly increased his exchange points. Arriving outside a tavern, Lu Jie walked in. Give me a jug of beer, he ordered. After placing his order, he pulled out a bag of berries. I would like to inquire if a swordsman accompanied by a girl has been seen recently. Lu Jie approached the counter and asked the tavern keeper. A swordsman with a little girl? Yes, but I don't know where they are now, the owner replied as he took Lu Jie's berries. Could you describe their appearance for me? After taking a sip of his beer, Lu Jie asked again. I don't remember their looks too well, but I do recall that his sword was a large black one, the owner said slowly. Upon hearing this, Lu Jie was almost certain it was Guena and Pomux. After finishing his drink, Lu Jie began searching again. However, despite searching all night, he could not find them. With no other option, he headed back to Buyermeyer's residence. Lu Jie, you're back. Tonight's curry was made by Rim. Upon seeing Lu Jie return, Rim joyfully ran up to him like a child. Yes, Rim is the best, Lu Jie generously praised her. In truth, Rim's personality had been rather aloof, but after experiencing death and being summoned again, she had become much more cheerful than she was in her original world. After dinner, Lu Jie still found no opportunity to get closer to Nokigao, leading to another restless night. 5 days passed, and Lu Jie still had not found Guena and the others. However, at this moment, he discovered a welfare treasure chest and a golden treasure chest in the system. Most astonishingly, the name inscribed on the welfare treasure chest made Lu Jie gasp. Perona. Could it be that the swordsman bearing the large black sword mentioned by the tavern keeper was Mihawk? This golden treasure chest must have appeared due to Mihawk's presence, and the girl accompanying him was undoubtedly Perona. Disregarding other matters for the moment, there lies a treasure chest that beckons exploration. Moreover, the prospect of encountering the legendary swordsman, Haki, stirs a sense of anticipation within Lu Jie. Thus, he promptly made his way toward the location indicated by the system. Before long, Lu Jie arrived at the coastline. Yet the designated point remained out at sea. Consequently, he rented a small boat and swiftly navigated closer to the treasure. It is worth noting that the previous golden chest had bestowed upon Lu Jie a devil fruit fusion card, leaving him curious about what this encounter might yield. With a heart brimming with excitement, Lu Jie found himself drawing nearer to Hawkeye. Half an hour later, a colossal pirate ship emerged into his view. However, contrary to his expectations, it was not Hawkeye's small vessel, but rather a formidable 3-masted ship belonging to Gecko Moria. At this moment, Lu Jie suddenly recalled that Perona had initially followed Moonlight Moria. Master, there's a little ghost over there. Should we capture him? Haki, leave it to you. Go and bring him to me. Moonlight Moria proclaimed his classic line. Understood, Master. The pirate stepped out of Moria's chamber to execute the task. However, instead of hearing the arrival of his subordinate with Lu Jie in tow, Moria was greeted by a cacophony of chaos outside. Upon hearing the commotion, Moonlight Moria ventured out. Little ghost, did you do all this? He exclaimed, surveying the floor littered with his fallen crew members, his anger palpable. Yo, Moria. I didn't expect you to become a warlord of the sea so quickly, but I must thank your title. Otherwise, I might not have encountered such a high-grade treasure chest. Lu Jie greeted Moria enthusiastically. Although Moria was not the most formidable among the warlords, he still held a certain status. Currently, Lu Jie found himself unable to contend with opponents of such caliber. Were it not for the allure of the golden treasure chest, he would not have dared to board the ship. Do you recognize me? Moria asked, his expression one of puzzlement as he regarded Lu Jie, having never encountered this young man before. "Oh, I forgot your eyesight isn't great. Take a closer look," Lu Jie said, wiping his face to remove the disguise. "You are Lu Jie," Moria exclaimed in astonishment. As a warlord of the sea, he had a recollection of several bounty hunters with over 100 million bounty, especially one like Lu Jie, who dared to confront the celestial dragons. It seems I am not merely a nameless individual," Lu Jie chuckled softly. "What brings you here? Aren't you afraid I might capture you?" Moria inquired, furrowing his brow in confusion. After all, with his title as a warlord, capturing Lu Jie would be entirely within reason. "Capture me? No, you are likely more interested in my shadow. However, I trust you won't make that mistake. If your mental strength is insufficient, it could result in your downfall." Lu Jie perceived Moria's probing and directly stated his intentions. "I have come to see you, and I wish to request someone." Moria's curiosity deepened upon hearing Lu Jie's words. They had no prior connection, so what could the young man possibly want? "I must say, you are a pirate with a bounty in the hundreds of millions. Why have you become so timid since attaining the title of warlord?" Lu Jie began to provoke Moria, sensing the hesitation in him. Though apprehensive about Moria's potential aggression, Lu Jie felt compelled to maintain an assertive demeanor. Moria was known to strike when he believed he had the upper hand, so Lu Jie intentionally created an atmosphere of intimidation. "Who do you seek?" Moria inquired, suppressing his irritation. "Perona." Lu Jie indicated the figure of Perona behind Moria. "What? Perona?" Moria turned, bewildered, to look at Perona. Clearly, he assumed she must have some acquaintance with Lu Jie, or else why would he be asking for her? Perona, hearing her name called, appeared equally confused. For while she was aware of the reputation of Lu Jie, this was indeed their first encounter. "Give me a reason," Moria said in a low tone. It was evident that he could tolerate many things, but when it came to his crew, he would not relent. After all, his ambition to become the pirate king hinged upon them. "Because she and I are of the same kind," Lu Jie declared, unleashing the spiritual pressure of his Senbenzakura. The ghosts Perona had summoned were instantly repelled by the overwhelming force, as she sensed Lu Jie's aura, combined with his impressive charm rating of 200. Perona's heart raced. Could this be her destined partner? The typically composed Perona began to fantasize, much like the Empress. Meanwhile, upon feeling the fluctuations emanating from Lu Jie's Senbenzakura, Moria realized that the shadows within him stirred restlessly. This man was his nemesis. However, seeing Perona's demeanor, he recognized she would not assist him in combat against Lu Jie. Relying solely on his other two crew members would not suffice to subdue Lu Jie. Moria found himself engulfed in indecision. The spiritual pressure emanating from Lu Jie was not only irresistibly attractive to Perona, but also posed a substantial threat to Moria himself. It was well known that Moria possessed greater mental fortitude than the average person. However, the need to allocate mental energy to control the shadows within him left him with little reserve. To combat Lu Jie, he would have to either relinquish control of his shadows and forcibly resist Lu Jie's spiritual pressure or concede and allow Lu Jie to depart. Neither of these options aligned with Moria's desires. "Moria, I do not seek to take Perona without offering something in return. I can provide you with a promise. No matter the trouble you find yourself in, should you call upon me, I shall come to your aid. I have even confronted the celestial dragons and dared to seize the devil fruit user Robin from the clutches of Sakazuki. Therefore, there is nothing I fear." Lu Jie understood that failing to extend an olive branch to Moria could result in an actual confrontation, one from which he could not guarantee his survival. While the capabilities of Senbenzakura were formidable, they were not sufficient to contend with someone like Moria. Currently, Lu Jie could only utilize its power 3 times before he would inevitably become a shadow himself. Thus, he extended his offer, not harboring intense aversion towards Moria. "Perona, if you wish to accompany him, then you are free to go. You know I have never interfered with my crew's autonomy." Upon hearing Moria's words, Perona's look of longing visibly diminished. She turned to the man willing to take her in, then back to Lu Jie. "Thank you, Captain. I choose Lu Jie." Perona swiftly flew to Lu Jie's side. "Congratulations, host. You have met the conditions to unlock the welfare treasure chest. Please confirm if you wish to proceed." As Perona joined Lu Jie, a sigh of relief escaped him. The condition for unlocking this welfare treasure chest was indeed to abduct Perona. Otherwise, he would not have risked conflict with Moria. "Unlock it. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Ghost Princess Umbrella, a special item for Perona. It enhances soul strength, with prolonged use leading to greater enhancement." Upon hearing the system's notification, Lu Jie knew his assumptions were correct. The items obtained from wild welfare treasure chests were connected to certain individuals, while the treasures he exchanged for would likely pertain to a spouse, or perhaps even her mother. Perona, this is a gift for you. It has been waiting here for your arrival. Lu Jie presented the exquisite umbrella to Perona. This is such a beautiful umbrella. Perona promptly unfurled her umbrella, instantly feeling the enhancement it provided. Thank you, Lu Jie. I really like it, she remarked, planting a swift kiss on his cheek. Lu Jie was momentarily dazed by this unexpected favor. Could it be that this was the effect of his increased charm? Moria, I have a matter to discuss with you privately. Could we find a quiet place? Lu Jie stated directly. Sure, follow me, Moria replied. Since Perona had already aligned herself with Lu Jie, Moria chose not to dwell on it. After all, from Moria's perspective, this arrangement posed no detriment to his crew and could indeed offer greater support. Truly a win-win situation. Soon, Lu Jie arrived at a rather eerie-looking chamber. All right, this will do. Let's open the golden treasure chest. At that moment, he had no time to heed Moria's words. His focus was solely on the golden chest resting in the corner. Congratulations. Host, you have received 3 progress cards from the system, capable of advancing your progress bar by 10. Upon hearing the system's notification, a long-lost expression of joy appeared on Lu Jie's face. Progress cards. He had finally drawn them again, and due to the golden chest, he had obtained 3 at once. Mr. Lu Jie, I'm unsure what you mean, Moria said, having expressed a multitude of thoughts, yet Lu Jie merely stood there grinning like a fool, nearly drooling. Although he was uncertain about the matter, it struck him as peculiar. Oh, my apologies, Captain Moria. Your room is quite unique. It has sparked memories of beautiful things for me. Now, let us discuss serious matters. Don Quixote Doflamingo is set to become one of the 7 warlords, correct? Lu Jie stated directly. Yes, I've heard the news. What, are you interested in this fellow? Moria replied, his face a mask of confusion. Is there anything particularly special about this soon-to-be promoted warlord of the sea? Do you know anything about his background? Lu Jie inquired once more. Background? He is merely the so-called heir of the Don Quixote family, just another pirate. And what is so remarkable about that family? Moria held no regard for Doflamingo. After all, he considered this young lad rather insignificant. No, you're mistaken. The Don Quixote family is not something Doflamingo created. He is a descendant of the celestial dragons. Albeit his family voluntarily renounced their status as celestial dragons. If my conjecture is correct, this individual harbors ambitions to reclaim that position among the celestial dragons. Thus, what he aims for is undoubtedly far beyond being merely a warlord of the sea. In 3 years, the time for the heavenly gold payment will arrive. And at that juncture, he will undoubtedly take action. What do you think? Are you interested? Lu Jie stated directly. Upon hearing Lu Jie's words, Moria furrowed his brow. This fellow is indeed audacious, daring to covet the celestial dragons. Although the prospect of heavenly gold is undeniably alluring, the thought of associating with those perverse beings truly dissuades Moria. I will consider what you mentioned, provided you demonstrate sufficient strength when the time comes. I will intervene. However, I will only act to thwart Doflamingo and will not engage with the celestial dragon's ship. Moria concluded after a moment of contemplation. Very well, then, when the time comes, we shall meet at Myrtlein Island in the West Sea, and I will notify you of the specifics. Following Lu Jie's statement, he departed from the terrifying 3-masted ship. Watching Lu Jie leave, Moria felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss, yet he could not articulate what it was. After departing the eerie 3-masted vessel, he and Perona proceeded towards Kokoshiya village. Although Lu Jie could not navigate charts, he possessed a keen sense of direction for such short distances. Upon returning to Kokoshiya village, Lu Jie made his way directly to the residence of Belmer, the orange orchard keeper. Lu Jie, you have returned. Have you found the person you were seeking? Belmer greeted him upon his arrival. Not yet. This is my new companion. By the way, where is Rem? Noticing Robin reading nearby, but failing to spot Rem, he inquired directly. The villagers have agreed to your proposal, so Rem is currently teaching them how to produce it, Belmer replied promptly. After hearing Belmer's words, Lu Jie exchanged a few casual remarks before heading towards the village center. Soon, he spotted Rem's figure. Rem, you truly exude the aura of a teacher. Lu Jie remarked with a smile as he observed Rem gently chiding someone while speaking. Lu Jie, who is this? Initially delighted by Lu Jie's voice, Rem turned to see Perona behind him, and her expression shifted to one of displeasure. This is Perona, one of our future companions. Perona, this is Rem, my wife. Lu Jie introduced them without hesitation. Upon hearing his words, Perona was first taken aback, then disheartened, followed by a surge of determination, ultimately floating silently beside Remington. Greetings. Sister Rem, I am Perona. From now on, you must keep an eye on this fellow. Have you not noticed how charming he is? Perona addressed Rem directly. Yes. Sister Perona, I agree. I must tell you, Rem, who had been teaching, instantly walked aside with Perona to discuss something. Though Lu Jie was aware of the topic of their conversation, he approached the village chief with a resigned expression. Chief, I have something to discuss with you. Mr. Lu Jie, please go ahead. For this technical instruction, we shall not charge a single penny. However, I have one request. I wish for banners to be raised throughout Orange Island, and I want the brand to be named Guena, Lu Jie stated plainly. Although Perona's spirit had gone to assist in locating Guena, the area was vast. Thus, this was the initial purpose Lu Jie had in mind for the village chief and the others to establish a brand. When Guena arrives, she will easily inquire and find her whereabouts. Otherwise, if she were to search on her own, it could take an eternity. Guena? Certainly, we will adhere to your request. Are you truly not interested in a share of this venture? The chief inquired cautiously once more. Yes, I only desire the naming rights, Lu Jie replied with a smile. However, unbeknownst to Lu Jie, while this arrangement spared the village from Arlong's threat, it simultaneously attracted a far more formidable presence. The preparatory work here has been completed, and the next step involves continuously collecting the treasure chests scattered across the island. The final few bronze chests are located at Arlong's base. At present, Luffy is reluctant to provoke him. He plans to confront Arlong only after Kuna and Bamikis arrive. Utilizing the progress cards, Luffy has adjusted his body to its optimal state. He has applied 2 cards to his armament Haki and 1 card to his observation Haki. As for the 36 stratagems, through Luffy's relentless study, he has now achieved a progress of 30. In contrast, the armament Haki stands at a mere 18, and the observation Haki at a paltry 5, which is quite disheartening. With the successful application of the progress cards, the armament Haki has progressed to 38, while the observation Haki has reached 15. After employing the progress cards, Luffy tested his observation Haki and discovered that he can now extend his coverage to a radius of 50 meters, with a linear extension of 300 meters. This is indeed a stark contrast to the previous situation. It appears that when my observation Haki reaches a level of 100, even the likes of Enel's mind network will seem trivial. At this moment, Lu Jie feels a twinge of regret. Had he focused his progress cards on enhancing his observation Haki, locating someone here would have been a simple task. Of course, it's also possible that Kuna and the others have not yet arrived. Buzzing. At that instant, Senbon Zakura manifested in Lu Jie's hand, radiating an exhilarating energy. What is it, Senbon Zakura? Lu Jie inquired, perplexed as he grasped the blade. Although Senbon Zakura vibrated continuously, Lu Jie remained uncertain of its significance. System, what is happening? Lu Jie instinctively queried the system, knowing that sometimes asking the right keywords would elicit a response. The awakening of the Zanpakuto requires the host's observation Haki, Conqueror's Haki, mental energy, and soul energy to exceed a progress level of 50 to materialize Senbon Zakura in a humanoid form. The system's mechanical voice resonated. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lu Jie felt a surge of excitement. It seemed that his recent enhancement in observation Haki had triggered this transformation. However, he currently lacked a swift method to elevate his observation Haki further, for progress cards were rather scarce. Rest assured, Senbon Zakura, I shall expedite the enhancement of my abilities to facilitate your awakening, Lu Jie promised, gently caressing the blade before retracting it into his being. Upon hearing Lu Jie's words, Senbon Zakura ceased its vibrations. After augmenting his 2 forms of Haki, Lu Jie sought a suitable location to thoroughly practice his armament Haki. Simultaneously, it was time to contemplate the development of the devil fruit he had consumed. Accompanied by Perona, they ventured to the coastline. Presently, Perona was the only one capable of sparring with Lu Jie, although Rem was formidable. Facing an opponent endowed with the powers of a devil fruit like Lu Jie would result in a swift defeat. Nevertheless, Rem exhibited exceptional talent in learning, and her observation Haki and armament Haki had progressed commendably. With a bit more time, her strength would undoubtedly see significant enhancement. As Lu Jie adapted to and practiced his armament Haki, he also focused on unlocking the capabilities of his devil fruit. He discovered that compressing armament Haki to its utmost potential resulted in a more formidable explosive force. However, following that experiment, Lu Jie's hand was incapacitated for an entire week. With Lu Jie's assistance, Perona's ghostly abilities evolved from mere passive specters to include furious specters, amplifying specters, and offensive skills such as Ghostly Claw and Ghostly Bind. Yet, for the moment, these abilities lacked substantial offensive power, prompting the duo to continue their rigorous training. After half a month, at last, someone sought him out. Upon hearing that someone was looking for him, Lu Jie excitedly dashed to his home in the village, only to discover that it was not Kuina and the others, but Hogback, one of Moria's subordinates, known as the zombie surgeon. Hogback, what brings you here? Lu Jie queried, eyeing the portly figure with curiosity. We have located your friends, one named Brooke and another little girl whose name is unknown, Hogback replied. What? Brooke and the others are on your ship? Lu Jie exclaimed, grasping Hogback's attire in urgency. Lu Jie, please calm down. They're not on our ship. They have been captured by the G1 division. It is said that it took considerable losses on the Navy's part to apprehend them, and they are to be publicly executed tomorrow. This is undoubtedly a ploy to lure you out, given that they were with you. Here's their bounty notice, Hogback stated, producing 3 bounty notices and presenting them to Lu Jie. At this moment, Lu Jie had also calmed his breath and accepted 3 bounty notices. The first read, Bloodless Sword Demon, Lu Jie, bounty of 300 million. Major crimes include assaulting the celestial dragons and abducting the son of evil. This individual is exceedingly wicked. The second notice stated, Nameless Swordsman, male, bounty of 10 million. Accomplice of Lu Jie. The third read, Nameless Swordsman, female, bounty of 7 million. Accomplice of Lu Jie. Upon seeing the 3 notices, astonishment flitted across Lu Jie's face. He had taken Robin away, and the bounty had tripled. Clearly, the world government was rather concerned about that incident. However, Robin could never be handed over to them. They had captured Guena and the others precisely to lure him out. After reviewing the bounty notices, Lu Jie tucked them away. How long will it take to get there? He asked slowly. Observing Lu Jie's calm demeanor, Hogback swallowed hard. If we take the spray-painted ship, we should arrive by tomorrow morning. The execution is scheduled for noon. So take me there, Lu Jie interjected before Hogback could finish. Understood. Hogback had come for this very matter and knew Lu Jie would make such a decision. After all, a person brave enough to injure a celestial dragon must possess a passionate nature. Upon exiting the room, Lu Jie saw the village chief and others waiting outside. Chief, I need to go procure some supplies. I entrust Rem and the others to you. Perona, come with me. This time, Lu Jie chose to bring Perona along, while the others would wait here. After all, although Arlong was greedy, he was not a lecherous man. Even if captured, he could be dealt with using the ransom. Moreover, Arlong would not attack this place just yet. Thus, the 3 set off directly. The following morning, Lu Jie said, I want to be going. We are still affiliated with the 7 warlords, so it's best not to get involved with you. My master asked me to convey a message. Remember that you owe him a favor. Understood. I will find time to pay him a visit, Lu Jie replied. Indeed. Moria had handled the situation quite well. With just a piece of information and a ship, he had won Lu Jie's utmost favor. Upon landing, Lu Jie wasted no time and headed straight for the G1 branch. Do not inquire how he knew. The large silver treasure chest had already revealed their location. After all, this was the only silver treasure chest here, and apart from their branch, there were likely no other places. When Lu Jie arrived outside the G1 branch, he revealed his true identity and unsheathed his 1,000 cherry blossoms, advancing slowly. Who is this? This is Lu Jie, the bloodless sword demon Lu Jie. Alarm! Alarm! The Navy stationed at the entrance immediately sounded the alarm upon seeing Lu Jie. They were preparing specifically to capture him. Previously, the Navy had circulated intelligence regarding Lu Jie's prowess. He was merely in strength, albeit with rather peculiar strikes. Just be cautious not to be harmed by his sword energy. The G1 Navy branch boasted a vice admiral and 3,000 sailors, so they were not concerned about Lu Jie attempting a rescue. Before long, Lu Jie and Perona were surrounded by a throng of Navy members. Lu Jie. There are so many of them, Perona exclaimed, floating behind him in surprise. Indeed, there are many, but they are merely individuals blinded by a misguided sense of justice. Perona. Remember one thing while you are with me. Some can be killed, while others, even if troublesome, must not be harmed. They belong to the latter category. Utilize the negative spirits, Lu Jie instructed. Despite his past ties with Old Man Garp, he chose to show mercy towards the Navy. Understood, Perona replied, extending her finger towards the Navy and invoking negative spirits. Soon, 5 negative spirits appeared beside her, each flying towards the Navy personnel. Everyone, be careful. What is happening? Why am I here as a Navy sailor? I wanted to become an admiral, but alas, that dream is beyond my grasp. Why am I still here? Merely waiting to die? I wish to be a pig, so I could eat and sleep without a care. I am a caterpillar, do not obstruct my path. In no time, all the encircled Navy members were defeated by Perona's negative spirits. Well done, Perona. Keep this up and rescue our comrades. Lugia encouraged as he pressed further inside. According to intelligence, there were 3,000 Navy personnel present, having just incapacitated 500 outside. It meant a substantial number remained inside. Upon entering the G1 branch, countless Navy members came into view. Bloodless sword demon Lugia has arrived. After proclaiming this, Lugia initiated his assault. Although he could not directly utilize his initial release, his 1,000 cherry blossoms was a blade comparable to a famed sword. Coupled with Lugia's swordsmanship, facing these low-ranking soldiers was exceedingly effortless. With the assistance of 2 forms of Haki, he swiftly dispatched the Navy members before him. Bang! Lugia is it? I am Major Nito Keisai of the G1 branch. At this moment, a Navy member intercepted Lugia's 1,000 cherry blossoms, smiling as he spoke. Nito Keisai? It seems that without utilizing special abilities, you are merely in strength? Lugia replied, but you underestimate me. As he spoke, the 1,000 cherry blossoms in his hand transformed into a fine blade. Moonwalk. Upon witnessing Lugia's sword morph, Nito Keisai immediately executed the moonwalk to evade Lugia's attack. Huh, I was just joking. I want to use that on you, for it would surely result in your demise. I am not here to foster hatred, so instead, allow me to employ the Shy Iron Fist. Lugia's right hand turned a vibrant purple as he swung a punch into the air. Nito Keisai, who had just ascended, was abruptly sent flying by the powerful shockwave. Nito Keisai was knocked unconscious by Lugia's Shy Iron Fist, prompting the other 3 majors present to charge at Lugia. Perona, take to the air and protect yourself. Lugia instructed, swiftly unsheathing his 1,000 cherry blossoms. The few who had intended to attack Lugia halted upon seeing the gleaming white blade. Quick, retreat. That's the peculiar technique spoken of by Vice Admiral Sakazuki. If caught in it, we will lose our lives. At that moment, the only rear admiral in the G1 branch, Milder, shouted loudly. Hearing Milder's warning, the gathered Navy members quickly distanced themselves from Lugia. Oh, so you are aware of the secret behind my blade. That makes things easier. Milder, my combat prowess has significantly increased since our last encounter. While I may not be able to eliminate everyone here in one go, I assure you that you might escape. But the others will perish. I propose a trade. Your branch's lives for the safety of my 2 friends. Lugia spoke slowly. Lugia, justice will never compromise with evil. Bring those 2 individuals forward. Mildo furrowed his brow and issued a direct command. Upon hearing Mildo's words, Lugia understood that he was referring to Guena and Pamukus. As predicted, 2 familiar figures appeared before Lugia 2 minutes later. Although both seemed spirited, the numerous wounds and bloodstains on their attire revealed that they had undoubtedly endured unspeakable torment here. They spotted Lugia, but their eyes reflected only the joy of reunion, devoid of any blame or discontent. Lugia, surrender now, and I shall release the 2 of them. Though they are your companions, the celestial dragons desire you above all else. If I capture you, I believe they will overlook the transgressions of your 2 companions. After all, during the assault on the celestial dragons, they were not your allies, were they? Mildo observed Lugia's expression and spoke slowly. Lugia merely smiled and turned his gaze toward Guena and Pamukus. Guena, Pamukus, are you afraid? He addressed them directly, disregarding Mildo's words. I am not afraid. Now I understand why you acted as you did. I promise, whether you choose the path of a pirate or a revolutionary, I will follow you. Even in death, I refuse to submit before such individuals. Pamukus declared with unwavering determination. I trust you, so I am not afraid, Guena added softly. Upon hearing their words, a smile spread across Lugia's face. Now, those who lay down their weapons and leave this place will face no repercussions from me. However, after 3 seconds, those who remain shall be my enemies. From this day forth, the bloodless pirate crew is established, Lugia proclaimed loudly. At his declaration, smiles blossomed on the faces of Pamukus, Guena, and Perona, for they knew this was their pirate crew, and the man before them was their captain. 3, 2, 1. The feast of death begins. Lugia slowly crouched down, channeling a vast amount of Haki into his legs. Boom. In the next moment, Lu Jie soared into the air. Feather of the Divine. Ascending into the sky, he unleashed a wide array of feathers, utilizing his observation Haki to pinpoint his targets. The Navy soldiers encircling them were struck directly in the heart by the arrow-like feathers, succumbing to death. Witnessing the countless deaths, Lu Jie felt not a flicker of emotion within his heart. Is this truly justice? No, they are not justice, nor am I. I am merely a person, one who wishes to protect those close to me. Yet, what they seek to uphold is in stark contrast to my own values. Upon witnessing Lu Jie embark on his ruthless rampage, Mirduo raised his military blade, poised to execute Gu Yaina and her companion. This not only enhances one's own prestige, but also delivers a psychological blow to Lu Jie. Ding. Uncle, this course of action is quite misguided. Just as all eyes were fixed upon Lu Jie, Perona stealthily approached Mirduo, deftly using her umbrella to shield him from the impending onslaught. Strange person, Perona? Are you not one of the subordinates of the terrifying three-masted ship, Moria? Could it be that Moria himself is involved in this affair? Mirduo inquired directly upon recognizing her presence. I must apologize for your disappointment, dear uncle. Perona is no longer under Lord Moria's command. With that, she unleashed her fear ghost. Unlike the negative ghost, those afflicted by the fear ghost would confront their deepest fears, no matter what they beheld. Mirduo, aware of Perona's abilities, promptly distanced himself. After all, being struck by such a ghost is hardly a trivial matter. I am Perona, a crew member of Lu Jie. You two are not capable users, are you? Perona queried after Mirduo retreated. No, we are not. Very well then, Inspire Ghost. Perona then invoked the Inspire Ghost upon the two, who, initially weary, found their spirits considerably uplifted after the ghost passed through them. These must be your swords. They were quite elusive. Perona remarked as she retrieved the interpreter and the Clear Springs elegy from behind her. She had not been idly waiting upon Lu Jie's command to ascend. She sensed there was pressing work for her to undertake, and having reviewed the information about the two, she promptly sought out their swords. With the assistance of the ghost, she swiftly located the renowned blades. Thus, this scene unfolded. Since we are allies, we shall refrain from expressing our gratitude. Bomix accepted the interpreter from Perona and immediately severed Guena's chains. Guena, wielding her Clear Springs elegy, performed the same feat. Guena, this marks our crew's inaugural battle. Let us make it a splendid one. Bomix declared as he brandished the interpreter and charged forth. Guena nodded in affirmation and gradually stepped out. At this moment, Mildew, who had originally planned to eliminate Guena, realized that it was not feasible to kill the two in a short span of time. Consequently, he shifted his focus directly onto Lu Jie. Accompanying him were three colonels, who joined forces to attack the airborne Lu Jie. Initially, Lu Jie intended to wield his 1,000 cherry blossoms, but given the presence of Perona's specters within some of the Navy personnel, he feared that he might inadvertently harm Perona. Therefore, he decided to employ the 1,000 cherry blossoms as a renowned blade instead. As he observed the four adversaries approaching him with graceful steps, Lu Jie raised his 1,000 cherry blossoms, gently placing his hand upon the blade. One mind style, iron cutting. With the surge of his domineering aura, Lu Jie's swordsmanship experienced a significant enhancement. In the next moment, a formidable wave of sword energy surged forth towards the four assailants. Sensing the impending threat, the force swiftly dispersed. However, one of the colonels was still grazed, resulting in the severance of his entire arm. Be cautious. This sword energy can cut through domineering. As the colonel fell, he conveyed an essential warning to Mildew and the others. Upon hearing the colonel's words, the expressions of the group tightened once more. It was crucial to note that according to the information provided by Rear Admiral Sakazuki, this individual's swordsmanship was not as formidable as it appeared. In merely a few months, an astonishing transformation has occurred. Ha ha ha. Is this what you call justice? To uphold the tyrannical reign of the celestial dragons? Are you truly willing to disregard morality and life itself? If they embody purity, then we shall embody darkness. Milder, I will spare you. Return to your headquarters and inform them that my bloodless pirate crew, led by Lu Jie, will one day plant our flag upon the soil of Mariawa. With that declaration, Lu Jie unleashed his spiritual pressure. All Navy personnel below the rank of colonel fell to the ground as if reaped like wheat. The remaining few quaked in fear, aware that Lu Jie had yet to unleash his most formidable attack. They may represent justice, but they are not devoid of intellect. Knowing full well that advancing would lead to certain death, how could they proceed? Lu Jie descended slowly to the ground and made his way into the G1 base without anyone daring to obstruct him. He merely collected the treasure chest before exiting with three companions. As they departed, Milder found himself exhaling in relief. For Lu Jie's spiritual pressure had instilled in him a sense of impending doom. "Brigadier Milder, what shall we do now?" a colonel inquired. "First, assess the casualties and report truthfully. Whatever punishment awaits, let it fall upon me," Milder replied, as if drained of all energy, and he began to walk towards the base. The other Navy personnel commenced the grim task of tallying the losses and managing the scene. Unbeknownst to Lu Jie, his bold provocation of the celestial dragon spread like wildfire across the sea. "This lad truly dares to speak such words. Yet, I find it amusing." Moria mused, his face illuminated by an enigmatic smile as he perused a newspaper and a new bounty notice. Somewhere in the New World, a ship unlike any other sailed forth. "Dad, I've spotted an intriguing individual. He might just become part of our family," Marco exclaimed, dashing towards Whitebeard with a newspaper in hand. "What little fellow has you so excited?" Whitebeard inquired directly. "Take a look, Dad," Marco replied, handing over the paper without further elaboration. "Oh, he truly is an intriguing little character. Should the opportunity arise, we must extend an invitation." Thus, within a mere 3 days, Lu Jie's reputation had traversed from the East Sea to the New World. At this moment, Lu Jie had collected all the treasure chests from the G1 Navy base located on Coral West Island. Upon returning to Kokoshiya village, Lu Jie succumbed to a deep slumber for 2 days. After exerting his spiritual pressure, he had nearly depleted his mental fortitude. Once he forcibly returned to Kokoshiya village, Lu Jie donned a disguise and reclined in the room arranged by Belmer. Both Bamyux and Guena, being wanted individuals themselves, also wore masks, concealing even their swords, fearing they might bring trouble to Kokoshiya village. "Belmer, I wish to discuss something with you," Lu Jie said, approaching her solemnly. "I know what you are about to say, but no Kiho is still young, perhaps." "Belmer, there's no need for alarm. This is simply my life paper, should no Kiho seek me one day. Please give this to her," Lu Jie stated directly. "Do not be surprised. Though I long to take her with me, the time is not right," Lu Jie smiled. "May I see her once more?" "She is napping. Come with me," Belmer replied, leading him to the room of little Nami and no Kiho. As Lu Jie entered, he noticed the two had kicked off their covers and gently tucked them in. "Condition to open the welfare treasure chest mat. Would you like to proceed?" At that moment, Lu Jie heard the system's notification in his ear. "Open the welfare treasure chest. Congratulations, host. You have received a permanent pointer exclusive to no Kiho. Upon bestowal, it will enhance affection by 30 points. The bearer can accelerate the acquisition of navigational skills." Upon seeing the acquired item, Lu Jie realized his suspicions had been confirmed. No Kiho was indeed a prodigy of navigation. While he could not take her away immediately, he knew there would come a day when he could. "This permanent pointer shall serve as my gift to her," Lu Jie said, fastening the pointer onto no Kiho's wrist before taking his leave. As Lu Jie departed, Belmer felt a pang of guilt for the first time, yet she knew she could not allow no Kiho to leave her side just yet. After Lu Jie's exit, Moria had prepared a pirate ship for him, docked at the harbor, a vessel he acquired to replace the small boat he had used to seek Moria. Their pirate flag, a skull of a dragon with a long sword, had been crafted in the black market, symbolizing Lu Jie's bloodless pirate crew. Meanwhile, seated on the deck, Lu Jie gazed at a pile of treasure chests, grinning foolishly. What is wrong with him? Has he lost his mind? Perona queried, worry etched across her face. Rem, standing nearby, nodded in agreement, her expression mirroring concern. He must have seen treasures we cannot fathom. Wait and see. There will either be a surprise or a scare. Guena remarked, donning a mask as she spoke. At this moment, they were advancing towards the evil dragon pirates led by Aaron. With the navigator borrowed from Mariath, they no longer floundered like headless flies. They opened 23 mysterious iron chests. Congratulations to the host for acquiring branches from the black iron forest, sourced from a beautiful town. Useful for kindling a fire. Congratulations to the host for acquiring. Upon opening the iron chests, nothing of value was found. However, it did grant a few hundred exchange points. They proceeded to open 5 bronze chests. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a complete set of SM attire. Originating from the human world. Once donned, it enhances a certain allure. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a life candle, sourced from the realm of the undead. As long as the candle remains lit, life endures. Upon seeing this life candle, Lu Jie was astonished. This item was virtually a game changer. When facing formidable foes, lighting this candle would render him nearly immortal. Yet, there remained an abundance of peculiar items. Finally, there was one silver chest, which made Lu Jie rub his hands in anticipation. Upon opening the silver chest, congratulations to the host for acquiring an infinite sniper rifle. Originating from the world of tomorrow's war, it boasted infinite ammunition, exceptional penetration, and formidable range. Note, it can be enhanced with mental energy and soul power. Indeed, the silver chest provided Lu Jie with a powerful weapon, particularly a long-range sniper rifle. Now, there were two random chests left, one from Kokwaysia village and the other from the G1 branch. Opening the two random chests, congratulations to the host for acquiring Millennium Fermented Tofu. Hailing from the world of gluttony, a rare delicacy in the eyes of certain enthusiasts. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a life-size doll of T-shirt song from Earth. Useful for. Evidently, after exhausting his luck, such bizarre items emerged. With three stunning beauties by his side, what use did he have for a doll of T-shirt song? Despite its perceived uselessness, Lu Jie still chose to keep it. He collected the items he needed and stored the rest in his spatial pocket. Glancing at the three women behind him, he pondered who might wear that outfit. As Lu Jie looked at them, the three women seemed to sense his gaze and promptly evaded his sight. After a moment of contemplation, he abandoned that notion. After all, he had yet to shed his status as a virgin. What was the point of such thoughts? During his single days, he had no opportunity. Now that he was no longer single, the chance still eluded him. Although he could easily approach the oblivious Rem, he found himself hesitant. Otherwise, he wouldn't still be a virgin despite his nightly rituals. After dismissing that thought, Lu Jie approached Seer, the navigator lent to him by Mariah. How much longer until we reach the evil dragon pirates? Lu Jie inquired directly. Captain, we will arrive in 2 days. The distance to the evil dragon pirates is not great, and with the current favorable winds, it won't take long, Seer replied matter-of-factly. Since boarding this ship, Seer had felt trepidation due to Lu Jie's actions, despite having a familiar face in Perona. Thus, he diligently focused on his tasks, knowing that once he taught Rem navigation skills, he could return to the terrifying three-masted ship. 2 days, it seems quite near. Lu Jie mused before retreating to his quarters to cultivate his observation haki. After all, many of his techniques relied on the support of this power, so he sought to maximize every moment for training. He had become a thorn in the side of the celestial dragons, and if he did not swiftly enhance his strength, facing formidable foes like Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji would not bode well. Even if he possessed the means to flee, what of the others? Perona and he could fly, but the others could not. Thus, Lu Jie was determined to bolster his power without delay. The 2 days swiftly passed. Lu Jie, dinner is ready. Rem has prepared steak tonight, came Rem's voice during his training. Coming. Rem now truly resembled a devoted wife. After a satisfying dinner, Lu Jie reclined on the deck. Content. By the way, Perona, what is your dream? Lu Jie asked, gazing at Perona, who floated before him. A dream? Initially, my dream was simply to find someone who would take me in. But now, my dream has changed. It is to always be by your side, Lu Jie. Perona replied directly. And what about you? My dream is to protect those around me from any harm. Anyone who threatens those dear to me, regardless of who they are, shall not escape unscathed. Upon hearing Lu Jie's words, Robin appeared astonished. It seemed he was indeed the person she had been searching for. Congratulations to the host for meeting the conditions to open the welfare treasure chest. Do you confirm the opening? Just then, the system's mechanical voice resonated once more. Oh, I almost forgot about this welfare chest. Open it. Congratulations to the host for acquiring an archaeological magnifying glass, exclusive to Robin, originating from the world of One Piece. Gifting it increases affinity by 30. At this moment, Lu Jie took out an archaeological magnifying glass. Robin, I know you're here. Come out, Lu Jie said slowly. Upon hearing his words, Robin stepped forward. This is for you, Lu Jie said without further elaboration, handing the magnifying glass to Robin. Her face lit up with surprise as she received it. How did he know that her magnifying glass was broken? After accepting the gift, Robin's perception of Lu Jie transformed once more. Suddenly, a figure landed on Lu Jie's ship. Who goes there? Perona, Pamukuz, Rem, and Guena appeared on the deck, their gaze fixed on the man before them. It's nothing. Brother Long, I wonder what brings you here? Lu Jie spoke up, taken aback to see Long in this place. You really are impressive, managing to act before me, Long replied, lifting his hat to reveal a weathered face. Clearly, during his absence, Long had endured numerous experiences. Rem, prepare some food and drinks. This gentleman is an old friend of mine, and tonight I wish to share a drink with him, Lu Jie instructed. Rem complied promptly. Pamukus went to fetch a table and 2 stools, placing them on the deck. Lu Jie was astonished to encounter Long here, as he had believed Long was still searching for his revolutionary comrades. Had Long found them already? Brother Long, why are you still in the East Blue? Lu Jie inquired directly. What's so strange about me being in the East Blue? Long chuckled. Lu Jie scratched the back of his head, unsure how to respond, offering an awkward smile in return. Soon, Rem brought out an assortment of food and drinks. Brother Long, it has been a while since we last met. Let's enjoy a few drinks before discussing anything else, Lu Jie suggested, producing a bottle of Hennessy XO and 2 crystal glasses. Since good wine is available, I shall gladly partake. Long accepted without hesitation. The two began to drink heartily, and after consuming 3 bottles of strong liquor, even their impressive physiques began to feel the effects. Lu Jie, we have drunk enough now. Do you recall the matter I mentioned last time? Have you considered joining me? Long asked directly. Hey, who are you calling fat? Why should I become your subordinate? It was my idea to form the Revolutionary Army. And now you want me to work for you for free? Lu Jie responded with disdain. Ha ha ha, you're still the same as before. So, what treasures have you acquired recently? Show me, Long urged eagerly. Treasures? Well, I wouldn't call them that, but here's the first one, Lu Jie said, drawing his sword, Senbenzakura, a magnificent blade comparable to the supreme great swords, complete with formidable attributes, soul slaying. A fine sword indeed, befitting your character. Good eye. I am quite pleased with the second one. Rem, come and greet Brother Long, Lu Jie instructed. Rem gracefully approached Long. Brother Long, greetings from Rem, she said with a courteous bow. Did you find this as well? Long leaned closer to Lu Jie, wearing a mischievous grin. You could say that, Lu Jie replied. And then there's my devil fruit, the retrogression fruit. By merely touching an enemy, I can reduce their age by 8 years. If a 30-year-old were to be touched 4 times, they would simply vanish. Upon hearing this, Long's playful demeanor shifted to one of astonishment. This ability was indeed quite formidable. Anyone unaware of Lu Jie's power could easily fall victim to it. Once one was affected, evasion became exceedingly difficult. It was hard to imagine the experience of a 20-year-old suddenly becoming a 12-year-old child. Enough about my abilities. How is your revolutionary army coming along? Lu Jie asked with a smile. It has been rather troublesome. I suddenly declared my intention to form a revolutionary army, yet after nearly 6 months, I have made little progress, Long lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. That can't be right. There must be at least one kindred spirit among them. Who have you sought out? Lu Jie inquired, puzzled. I reached out to some former naval friends. They neither reported me nor agreed to join me, Long replied, disheartened. Lu Jie was momentarily speechless. After all, he was familiar with Long from a decade ago, when Long still held a glimmer of hope regarding the world government. Lu Jie often judged based on the situation 10 years in the future, which led to misjudgments. Long, would you like to hear my thoughts? I came to find you to ask your perspective, as I know you share a similar ideal with me, Lu Jie stated. Long nodded in affirmation. Actually, you could shift your perspective a bit. Consider why they haven't reported you. Is it truly merely because of your personal ties? Lu Jie suggested. Are you implying it is because of my father? Long responded, beginning to grasp Lu Jie's point. Exactly. So, now that you have decided to form a revolutionary army, do you still harbor biases against the Navy and pirates? I am a pirate, yet when have you seen me commit any heinous acts? Of course, the massacre at the G1 branch is undeniable. You likely know the circumstances behind that, Lu Jie added. Long fell into deep contemplation upon hearing Lu Jie's words. After all, he had spent some time with Garp, who targeted notorious pirates, leading him to develop such an outlook. Lu Jie, knowing Long's character, understood the nuance of his perspective. With Lu Jie's sudden remarks, Long realized what he had been lacking. Ha ha ha, I knew coming to find you was the right choice. By the way, are you really not considering becoming my chief of staff? Long asked once more. The two continued to drink late into the night. The following morning, Lu Jie recommended a few individuals to Long, who then departed, initially contemplating bringing someone along to confront Arlong. Lu Jie's strength had now surpassed Arlong's due to the progress he made with the advancement card. Long's visit had delayed him a day. 3 days later, Lu Jie arrived at Arlong's stronghold. Due to a detour during his journey, he had spent an additional day. Despite not acquiring anything particularly useful, his exchange points had risen to 1,000. To Lu Jie's surprise, the system seemed to have peculiar preferences. Items associated with women were valued astonishingly low, while things like Master Rashi's shell and Santa Claus's stockings were redeemed at exorbitant prices. However, for Lu Jie, this was merely a trivial source of amusement. I am now heading to Along's place. It is only proper to prepare some gifts, is it not? System, redeem 2 random treasure chests. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2 random treasure chests. Do you wish to open them? Yes, open them. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a superfeed magic bag, which allows for the continuous retrieval of superfeed. Originating from the wondrous world of the zoo, it possesses a fatal allure for all creatures. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a star spirit summoning key, enabling you to summon a star spirit for a single battle. Hailing from the magical era of the 12 Zodiac, its combat prowess is comparable to that of a major general. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Lu Jie felt increasingly assured. The 2 random treasure chests this time appear to contain quite remarkable items. One magical pouch will provide an endless supply of sustenance when I decide to raise a pet. Perhaps I shall rear an elephant. As for the star spirit summoning key, it has become my talisman in these turbulent times. When that scoundrel Akina returns, I shall show him the reason behind the blooming flowers. Captain, we have arrived. Might you first wipe your mouth and then instruct us on our next course of action? As Lu Jie indulged in his boundless fantasies, the voice of Pamux resonated nearby. At that moment, Rem approached with a handkerchief to clean Lu Jie's mouth. Look at you, all aboard yet so oblivious. After Rem stepped back, Lu Jie cast a disdainful glance at Pamux. Hearing Lu Jie's remark, Pamux clapped his hands. Oh, Captain, how about you drool a bit more? I could wipe it for you. Pamux grinned mischievously at Lu Jie. The very thought of Pamux wiping his drool sent shivers down Lu Jie's spine. Get away, get away. Perona, come here. Lu Jie called out to Perona as a matter of habit. What is it, Lu Jie? Perona floated over, speaking softly. This time, you shall remain on the ship to safeguard our vessel. After all, you have the most experience facing pirates or the navy alone. Guena, Rem, you two shall accompany me. Pamux, continue rowing. After issuing his orders, Lu Jie hoisted the 2 women onto his shoulders and soared towards Arlong's lair. To be frank, Arlong truly knows how to indulge himself, possessing such a grand seaside mansion. Yet, what perplexed Lu Jie was the absence of any female companions. Could it be that he is inclined towards the same sex? Who goes there? Clink. As soon as Lu Jie landed, a flurry of blades came rushing at him. Indeed, it was a swarm of 8 knives. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it was the little brat, Haki. Unsurprisingly, the evil dragon pirates were still rather volatile. Having just escaped the clutches of the celestial dragons, their vigilance was commendable. Ah, Haki? Come here, let me treat you to something delicious. After deflecting Hachi's knives, Lu Jie tossed a handful of feed into Hachi's mouth. What did you just feed me? Ugh. Haki, bewildered by the taste, scampered away to vomit. Don't worry. It's quite delectable. You'll come to love it, Lu Jie said, arms crossed, speaking gently. Humph. We fishmen are a noble race. How could we consume the food of mere humans? Even if I, Haki, were to die or be roasted over a fire, I would never touch human food. But then, wait, this is actually quite tasty. Haki, who had been roaring moments ago, found his taste buds awakening to the flavor. Observing Hachi's reaction, Lu Jie couldn't help but recall a certain child named Wang. However, this also confirmed that the feed had an effect on fishmen. Could it work on others as well? A powerful entity suddenly crossed Lu Jie's mind, but now was not the time for experiments. Haki, I'm not here to cause trouble. Take me to see your captain, and I promise to bring you more treats. Lu Jie continued his coaxing. Fine, just this once, but you must give me something to eat. Haki reluctantly agreed. His hesitation stemmed not from the potential danger of bringing a stranger to meet Arlong, but rather from whether Lu Jie would indeed provide him food. With Lu Jie's coaxing, Haki led the 3 of them inside. The 2 women behind Lu Jie exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. Boss, we have visitors who wish to see you. Haki called out loudly. What visitors? Haki, you haven't brought back any more troublesome humans, have you? I told you not to bring strangers here. Arlong emerged slowly, towering over Lu Jie at over 2 meters tall, completely oblivious to the presence of the 3. Indeed, his large nose proved to be quite an obstruction. Arlong, I'm down here, Lu Jie said, rubbing his nose, feeling quite helpless. Upon hearing Lu Jie's voice, Arlong looked down and exclaimed, You are. Seeing Lu Jie's face, Arlong instinctively recoiled several meters and drew his shark-toothed sword. Bloodless sword demon Lu Jie, what brings you here? Arlong asked, a hint of trepidation in his tone. It was no wonder he was anxious. Lu Jie had just recently laid waste to the G1 Navy base. Furthermore, He had dared to strike a celestial dragon, which was a considerable shock for Arlong. After all, they were still reeling from their fears of the celestial dragons. Relax. I'm not here to fight. I wish to propose a trade, Lu Jie stated plainly. A trade? A pirate with a bounty of 300 million seeking a trade with me? Arlong remained skeptical about Lu Jie's intentions. Although they had fled from Mariewa, their bounty had only reached 20 million due to their frenzied retaliation against humanity. In contrast, Lu Jie's notoriety stemmed from several sensational deeds, injuring a celestial dragon, abducting the devil child Robin, and bloodily slaying a naval base. Such a person appearing within any faction in the East Sea would undoubtedly instill a sense of unease, wouldn't it? Well, I wish to visit your establishment, purchase your nautical charts, and I also wish to take MOMO with me. Lu Jie candidly expressed his requests. Upon hearing Lu Jie's words, Along also regained his composure. Observing Lu Jie, it was evident he was not jesting. However, the latter two requests seemed somewhat transactional. Yet what purpose did he have for wanting to tour his private quarters? Could it be that this individual? At this moment, Aaron unexpectedly found himself in sync with Lu Jie. The latter stated, "We can negotiate the latter two conditions, but what do you intend to do about the first?" Aaron looked at Lu Jie with a wary expression, fearing he might propose something outrageous. "Rest assured, the two individuals behind me are my companions, so your concerns are unwarranted," Lu Jie replied, as he took the hands of Guyana and Remington. It was at that moment that Aaron's words sent a chill down Lu Jie's spine. Was this fellow truly attempting to put him in peril? Fueled by an overwhelming desire to win, Lu Jie quickly defended himself. Upon hearing Lu Jie's words, the three felt a wave of relief. "Let us proceed," Aaron suggested, guiding Lu Jie on a tour of the area. Of course, Lu Jie's true purpose was not sightseeing, but rather to collect treasure chests. Days like this, where he could acquire silver treasure chests without any combat, were indeed delightful. Ultimately, he spent 5 million berries to purchase all of Aaron's sea charts. Furthermore, Lu Jie managed to acquire MOMO with a single morsel of bait. Aaron had mentioned that he would not restrict MOMO's freedom, as long as it willingly chose to accompany Lu Jie. Consequently, MOMO, without any sense of loyalty, abandoned Aaron to follow Lu Jie. In the end, Lu Jie entrusted Aaron with the task of delivering the sea charts to Cocoa Village, while also informing him that this territory was his domain and to refrain from any ill intentions here. Although in the storyline, Aaron had kidnapped Nami and threatened them, Lu Jie believed that this would not hinder Nami from becoming Luffy's companion. If necessary, he would simply push her into the fold. After all, following the original plot, the kind-hearted and gentle Belmere would ultimately meet her demise. Having spent little time with her, Lu Jie wished to avert such a tragedy from occurring again. Upon returning to the ship, Lu Jie discovered that Dragon had arrived once more, accompanied by Ivankov and Kuma. "Goodness, Dragon, your efficiency is astonishing. In just 4 days, you've managed to secure both of them?" Lu Jie exclaimed in astonishment. It was remarkable, for these were two of the organization's commanders. Was it truly that simple and seamless? "Your guidance was invaluable. After hearing my words, Artman chose to follow me. We share the same dream," Dragon asserted. "Ahem, Dragon, please refrain from your speeches for now. What brings you back to me?" Lu Jie inquired again, nearly forgetting the matter at hand. Dragon, brimming with excitement, almost lost sight of his purpose. "Is she the devil fruit user Nico Robin?" Upon hearing Dragon's words, Lu Jie's eyes lit up. Indeed, who would dare entrust Robin to the world nobles? It was undoubtedly the Revolutionary Army. Currently, Luffy was too young and lacked the strength to protect Robin. Keeping her close to Dragon seemed a prudent choice. "Robin, this is Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Their mission is to overthrow the rule of the Celestial Dragons. So you need not worry about being handed over to them," Lu Jie gently introduced Dragon, though it was but a brief statement. It stirred a tempest within Robin's heart. Dragon, intrigued by Robin, found an immediate rapport with her. Thus, with a heavy heart, Robin decided to accompany Dragon, fully aware that remaining with Lu Jie would only heighten his dangers. By joining the Revolutionary Army, she could indirectly aid Lu Jie. After Dragon's departure, Lu Jie set his course towards Moria. Soon, after returning Moria's navigator to him, Lu Jie embarked once more towards Rogue Town. "MOMO. Remember to take a rest upon spotting an island," Lu Jie said while feeding Mo. The creature responded with an excited call. It had been nearly 7 days since Dragon's departure. Although MOMO was swift and familiar with all the locales of the East Sea, the ocean was indeed vast. Previously, While watching the anime, one was oblivious to this fact as the sailing time was often skipped, leading to the impression that the seas were not expansive. However, now facing the boundless ocean, Lugia was acutely aware of its vastness. Lugia, Rem has prepared orange pudding. It's delicious, came Rem's voice from beside him. All right, I'm on my way. Lugia also noted an interesting phenomenon. In this world, one could seemingly eat without gaining weight. Naturally, he did not indulge like Luffy or Usopp. It must be said that Rem's culinary skills were truly commendable. Were it not for the fact that the sea restaurant had yet to be established, Lugia would have been keen to explore it. After finishing the pudding, Lugia sat atop the mast, beginning to train his observation haki. Time passed slowly. Mo, wait for me. I'll see if there's anything of interest. Lugia called out. Previously, he had been the one searching for treasure chests with keen eyes. Now, Mo would call out excitedly upon reaching each island, prompting Lugia to follow suit. Now, Guyana no longer wore her mask, as Lugia assured her that he wouldn't retrieve anything with an unpleasant odor. After defeating a black bear on the island, Lugia opened 5 treasure chests, but the contents were rather indescribable. Hair from a noblewoman. Rusted bullets, truly a reflection of the system's description, encompassing all manner of items. Lugia noticed a troubling trend. While he had previously acquired quality items from bronze chests, the probability of obtaining valuable items from these lower-tier chests seemed to diminish as his strength grew. However, they still provided a fair amount of exchange points, which was a silver lining. Thus, half a month later, they arrived at Shell's Town, the stronghold of the Navy's South 153rd Branch. If memory served correctly, the commander here was the notorious Monka, known for having his jaw crushed. Let us go. We've finally arrived at a significant place. Let us procure some food. Lugia announced to everyone. Mo, you stay here obediently. When we return, I'll treat you to something tasty. Mo. With that, the group disembarked onto the island. Everyone was elated. Having spent so long at sea, they longed for the sensation of solid ground. It was bewildering how this world was predominantly ocean, with 80% of it covered by water. Lugia, I want this. What do you think? Perona exclaimed, joyfully brandishing a mask as she approached Lugia. It's good, he replied. Lugia, the fruits here are so fresh. Accompanying the 3 women on their shopping spree, one might have lost their sanity, but Lugia had his spatial storage, making it easy to stow away whatever he desired. Make way. As they were shopping, a commotion arose ahead. What is happening? Customer, you should hide quickly. Coming this way is Monka. In his eyes, there is only power, money, and beauty. If he spots the 3 ladies beside you, it could spell trouble, the shopkeeper warned Lugia. Oh, understood. Lugia was astonished to discover that this individual possessed so many flaws. After settling the payment, he boldly strode into the middle of the road. He observed a figure approaching, clad in an iron mask, wielding a colossal axe that signified his status. How dare he obstruct the path of Menka? Surely, he was courting disaster. Did he not realize that in the town of Shells, Menka was akin to the very heavens? A naval officer brandishing a large sword approached Lugia with an imposing demeanor. At this moment, Lugia also wore a perplexed expression. Has this fellow been ruling like a local despot for so long that he has become utterly disconnected from the world? Even Eren is now aware of his own existence. Yet these naval officers remain oblivious. As a naval officer, it is inconceivable that he is unaware of the notorious Lugia, the most malevolent figure in the East China Sea. The crux of the matter is that this individual has failed to recognize himself. How could he possibly recognize me? I am Lugia. Upon hearing the naval officer's words, Lugia promptly declared his name. Typically, in naval bases, the mere mention of this name would instill a sense of dread. However, the naval officer, upon hearing Lugia's declaration, appeared momentarily bewildered before donning a contemplative expression. Lugia, are you from that branch? He inquired. Humph, no matter which branch you hail from, unless you are a high-ranking officer from headquarters, upon arriving here, you must adhere to the regulations set forth by our esteemed Monka. The naval officer spoke with an air of arrogance. Ah, it seems you truly do not know who I am. However, this may work to my advantage. Allow me to inform you that I am the aide-de-camp to Vice Admiral Garp, holding the rank of Rear Admiral. It appears that this place has indeed changed from what it once was. I must relay this information to my superiors. Lugia responded with an air of calmness. Upon hearing Lugia's words, Monka instantly appeared before him. Rear Admiral Lugia, I was engaged in inspecting the security of the town, which is why I was unable to greet you at the earliest opportunity. Please forgive me. Attendants, Prepare a carriage to escort Rear Admiral Lu Jie to the reception hall. Rear Admiral Lu Jie, might I ask if you could kindly wait for a moment? I shall return shortly. Upon hearing Monka's words, Lu Jie felt a wave of frustration wash over him. The individual seemed to have fully immersed himself in the character he had conjured. Even in conversation, he spoke solely for himself, disregarding the coherence of his words to others. Most notably, despite his apologies, he continued to regard Lu Jie with a haughty demeanor. This indicated that the naval officer remained oblivious to the identity of the person standing before him. All right, thank you, Monka, Lu Jie replied directly. Although he found this individual rather disagreeable, he decided to ignore him since no one had provoked him. Before long, Lu Jie arrived at the reception hall of Branch 153. Here are 4 cups of tea, please enjoy. Thank you. As he gazed at the 4 cups of red tea, Lu Jie was reminded of Perona. He resolved to take some back, recalling that she quite enjoyed red tea. Do not consume anything from here. It is unclean, Lu Jie remarked, waving his hand, causing the tea in the cups to vanish entirely. Suddenly, Lu Jie noticed a fruit platter positioned at the center of the reception hall. Let us indulge in some fruit, he declared, promptly taking the platter for himself. As Lu Jie and his companions leisurely enjoyed the fruit, the townspeople of Shell surrounded the area armed with kitchen knives, hoes, and other implements. At that moment, Lu Jie, who was indulging in fruit, sensed the situation through his observation Haki. I thought to myself, such an ambitious individual certainly cannot be a fool. However, this predicament is somewhat challenging. Lu Jie spoke directly. What is wrong, Captain? Bomux asked, his face a picture of confusion. Why don't you take a look by the window? Lu Jie casually tossed another grape into his mouth and said. As the 3 of them approached the window, their faces expressed astonishment. Captain, the civilians are on the brink of revolt. They have surrounded us. And it seems the Navy here is not to be trifled with either. Bomux exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Upon hearing Bomux's words, Lu Jie nearly choked. This guy is utterly oblivious. It's clear they are aiming for us. They are targeting us, Lu Jie remarked nonchalantly. What? Targeting us? Oh right, we are pirates now. I almost forgot. Lu Jie felt a flush of embarrassment at Bomux's words. Indeed, every crew has its jester, doesn't it? Raimu, Guena, if a battle ensues. Do your utmost to avoid harming the innocent. This fellow truly has his reasons for success. After Lu Jie finished speaking, he soared out of the reception hall with his long-distance flight technique. Raimu and the others slowly exited the room, finding themselves surrounded by countless civilians. Lu Jie said not to harm them. Raimu, stand behind me. Bomux, you handle their weapons, and I'll take care of incapacitating them, Guena declared. Then unleashed her Aqua Mirage and charged forward. Handle their weapons, huh? Let them witness the meaning of unarmed combat. Thus, the 2 plunged into the crowd. Both having trained in observation and armament Haki, their speed and precision were formidable. Soon, they encountered numerous civilians before them. Meanwhile, Lu Jie was searching for that rascal, Monka. After circling around Shur's town for over 10 minutes, Lu Jie still had not located Monka. Where could that guy have gone? Lu Jie pondered, standing in midair, perplexed. It was impossible for him to have escaped Shur's town, yet he had not found any trace of him, even with his Haki fully activated. He could not detect anyone hiding indoors. Surely he has T gone underground? As this thought crossed his mind, Lu Jie furrowed his brow. If he truly was hiding underground, there would be little Lu Jie could do. Lu Jie, help us. Suddenly, Raimu's voice reached his ears. The sound triggered a realization of a detail he had overlooked. Among the civilians encircling the reception hall, he had only glanced at them earlier without paying much attention. Now, reflecting on it, it was quite possible that Monka was blending in with the crowd. Moreover, given the strength of Raimu and the others, Monka should not be able to overpower them. The only plausible explanation was that he had employed some peculiar means to capture the 3. Sensing this aura, Lu Jie swiftly returned. A few minutes later, he spotted that vast throng of people. At this moment, Rem, Guena, and Pamukas found themselves captured, their wrists bound by a substance reminiscent of liquid. Bloodless sword Azura Lu Jie, do you surrender in a peculiar manner, or will you submit obediently? Monka, do not be angered. I have not yet finished speaking. I shall not lay a hand on you. There are 10,000 innocent civilians here, and I will compel them to act. Should you dare to make a move, I will have your companions slaughtered by these civilians. Monka, wielding his massive axe, spoke with a mocking expression. Upon hearing Monka's words, Lu Jie felt a twinge of headache. Previously, it was the Navy threatening Guena and Pamukus, and now ordinary people were being coerced into such actions. for Lu Jie to take action against these individuals. He found himself unable to summon the resolve. This is neither a white lotus nor a saintly maiden. It is simply that he understands these individuals do not act out of genuine intent, for within them, he still perceives the well-meaning shopkeeper who had previously cautioned him. A person with whom Lu Jie truly cannot bring himself to act harshly. Monka, if I surrender my weapons voluntarily, will you refrain from harming my friends? Lu Jie spoke slowly. I swear by justice, as long as you renounce resistance, I shall not inflict harm upon your companions, Monka declared with an air of unwavering confidence. Very well, I surrender, Lu Jie replied, proceeding to plant his 1,000 cherry blossoms into the ground, while also removing the soaring wings from his back. You. Go and place those sea prism stone handcuffs on him, Monka ordered, tossing a pair of handcuffs towards the shopkeeper who had just warned Lu Jie. The shopkeeper picked up the handcuffs from the ground and slowly approached Lu Jie. How frustrating. I originally wished to discern the nature of this devil fruit. But it appears that opportunity has slipped away. Lu Jie shook his head in resignation, retrieving a small piece of devil fruit from his pocket and tossing it into his mouth. This was discovered in the fruit platter at the reception hall. Since it was not produced by the system, Lu Jie had no idea what this fruit was. However, now he was about to be shackled with sea prism stone handcuffs. If he did not eat it soon, he would be forced to kneel. System, activate the devil fruit fusion card. The fusion of the retroactive fruit and the progressive fruit has successfully resulted in the time fruit. This eliminates the limitations of being unable to enter water and being restrained by sea prism stone. After defeating 2 demons, the demon corpses will be automatically collected, yielding 1,000 exchange points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lu Jie was left utterly stunned. The time fruit. What incredible luck is this? By mere coincidence. He had obtained the progressive fruit, but what did it mean to have defeated demons? Although there are legends of demons within the realm of devil fruits, he had not anticipated this. After using the fusion card, due to its unique properties, the demons were directly slain. Lu Jie, still in a daze, had not even noticed that he was being placed in sea prism stone handcuffs, remaining in a state of shock. 2 random treasure chests were exchanged. Once he gathered his thoughts, Lu Jie immediately redeemed 2 random treasure chests. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 2 random treasure chests. Please confirm if you wish to open them. Confirm opening. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ultimate skill book, Bagua Palm, Returning to Heaven. Originating from the Naruto world, it allows for 360-degree defense without any blind spots. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the hat of the Little Head Dad. From the world of Big Head Son and Little Head Dad, upon use, it can summon the neighbor, Old Wong. Initially, Lu Jie felt a surge of excitement upon seeing the first item. However, upon seeing the second, he felt a wave of embarrassment. What kind of hat from Little Head Dad is this? And its ability is to summon Old Wong from next door. Indeed, this system is quite unorthodox. He decided to use the Bagua Palm, Returning to Heaven skill book. Lu Jie directly utilized the skill book. It is known that this skill, when paired with his fruit ability, becomes exceptionally powerful. Lu Jie, with his emotions settled, was led by the shopkeeper to Monka, Rim and her companions, who, upon seeing Lu Jie brought over in such a manner, exhibited expressions of distress. Had they not inadvertently been schemed against by Monka, Lu Jie would never have found himself in such a predicament. Monka, now that I have arrived, will you release my companions? Lu Jie spoke directly. Haha. The bloodless sword Azura, is that all you are? Monka replied mockingly. Once I capture you, I can directly apply to the headquarters to claim this place as part of my private territory. And I never said I would spare them. Monka continued to look at Lu Jie with a teasing expression. Despicable, Lu Jie retorted. Ha ha ha. Anything that justice does to evil is not despicable. It is called strategy. Monka declared with righteousness. Is this the navy you revere? And are we the pirates you fear? Lu Jie suddenly shouted. Hearing his words, Monka frowned. This kid is indeed dangerous. Initially planning to hand you over to the headquarters, since you seek death, then perish. Monka, representing justice, declared the execution of the heinous criminal. The bloodless sword Azura, Lu Jie. After speaking, Monka raised his large axe and swung it towards Lu Jie. In response, Lu Jie lifted his sea prism stone handcuffs. A sudden splash of crimson captivated Lu Jie's gaze as a figure slowly collapsed before him. Brother, we are sorry for this matter. Although I know that nothing I do now can make amends, I still wish to do something. The fallen figure is none other than the shopkeeper, who collapsed before finishing his words. While it is true that individuals in the world of One Piece seldom meet their demise, this shopkeeper, having been severed at the waist, had no hope of revival. How dare you, a mere civilian, obstruct the great Monka? He exclaimed, swinging his massive axe towards Lu Jie once more. Armament Haki. Form 1. Iron Arm. Lu Jie concentrated all of his armament Haki into his own arm. The anticipated scream did not resound. Instead, the sound of clashing metal filled the air. Monka, your existence is an affront to this world. Armament Haki, Form 2. Blood Hand. After uttering these words, Lu Jie compressed all his Haki into his hand, transforming the originally black Haki into a dark crimson hue. With a resounding crack, Lu Jie shattered his sea prism stone. In an instant, the sword, Senbenzakura, returned to his grasp. Your kind's very existence is an insult to the world. With that, Lu Jie unleashed his Senbenzakura. Invisible blades of energy enveloped Monka and the several elite Navy officers surrounding him within a 3-meter radius, causing them to collapse. At this moment, Lu Jie discerned that Rem and the others were ensnared by a devil fruit user's power. Do you wish to perish together, or will you relinquish your ability? Lu Jie directed his gaze towards the man responsible. I will release it immediately. The man hurried to Rem and her companions, retracting the bindings into his own being. Without uttering a word, Lu Jie lifted the fallen shopkeeper and departed from the scene. Rem and the others, recognizing Lu Jie's troubled demeanor, chose silence and followed suit. After finding a suitable place to bury the shopkeeper, Lu Jie visited the shopkeeper's home, leaving behind 500,000 berries before taking his leave. Once Lu Jie had departed, the seemingly lifeless Monka rose once more. Monka. What has happened to me? Monka stood up, bewildered. Soon, his subordinate informed him about the events of the previous trial. After hearing the report, Monka's expression shifted to one of confusion. He could only recall the battle with the cat burglar pirates. The events that followed were shrouded in oblivion. Unbeknownst to Lu Jie, Monka, having been hypnotized by Zhang, had developed another soul within him. The earlier attack had merely vanquished one of these souls, while the dormant one reawakened after the other vanished. Lu Jie was unaware that Monka was not truly dead. At this moment, he had returned to his ship. Lu Jie, do not be this way. Though he has passed, he did so with a smile. Kuina consoled him from the side. I am not grieving, Lu Jie replied, lifting his gaze to the sea. Observing the sorrow etched on Lu Jie's face, Kuina chose to remain silent, sitting quietly beside him. Rem and Perona also approached, taking their places next to Lu Jie. At this moment, Bomu Kasi found himself in a rather vexing predicament. This fellow had already formed bonds with 3 enchanting companions, while he remained a solitary bachelor. Contemplating this, Bomu Kasi would often retreat to the aft deck to practice his swordsmanship, casting aside such thoughts. Meanwhile, standing by the sea, Lu Jie felt an overwhelming desire to change the world. The tavern owner had committed no wrongdoing. It was merely the systemic constraints of this world that condemned individuals like him to perpetual freedom and powerlessness. The Revolutionary Army? Perhaps they were plotting something. But as for me, Lu Jie, I shall not dwell on such matters. My purpose is to make this world tremble at my very existence. With this thought, a fierce determination illuminated Lu Jie's countenance. Moo, let us proceed directly to Rogue Town and then venture into the Grand Line. Lu Jie exclaimed to Moo. Moo, Rem, prepare a grand feast. Tonight, we shall host a celebration. Gather everyone to assist in the preparations. Let us indulge until we are inebriated. Lu Jie declared with exuberance. Understood. We shall lend a hand. Come along, Perona, Rem replied. The 3 women promptly set about preparing the food and supplies for the evening's festivities. Bomu Kasi, come forward, Lu Jie called out. What is it, Captain? Bomu Kasi inquired as he sheathed his weapon and approached Lu Jie. Let us have a contest to see who can catch the most seafood, Lu Jie suggested with a smile. Ah, Captain, aren't you a devil fruit user? Aren't you afraid of the sea? Let us give it a try, Lu Jie replied, shedding his outer garments and plunging into the water. Unwilling to be outdone, Bomu Kasi followed suit. Soon, both emerged with an impressive haul of gigantic fish. The freshest of ingredients brought the greatest joy to Remington. The collective efforts of the 5 resulted in an evening of revelry, with everyone succumbing to intoxication, save for Moo, who adhered to the adage that one should not drink while steering a ship. As time passed, 3 months later, the group arrived at Rogue Town. Stepping onto this pivotal town, Lu Jie caught sight of a golden treasure chest at the center of Rogue Town. This location is precisely where Roger faced his execution. Given that the execution has not long passed, the area remains heavily guarded by high-ranking Navy officers. Many pirates come here to sense the lingering aura left by Roger. This phenomenon allows the Navy to capture a significant number of pirates annually. Rem, you and the others should procure the necessary supplies for our voyage. Pamukus, You and Mumu will coat the ship and embed sea stone into the hull. We can directly utilize the sea stone handcuffs we obtained from the Navy, Lu Jie instructed. Rem. Ensure you all wear masks to conceal your identities. I will seek some treasure, and we shall reconvene here in a day. With that, Lu Jie vanished. Upon witnessing Lu Jie's departure, the group dispersed to attend to their respective tasks. Although high-ranking Navy officers were present, Lu Jie felt no trepidation. After all, this was a high-risk area where no one dared to act recklessly. Lu Jie strolled towards the central square, gazing at the towering execution platform. It was here that Joel D. Roger uttered the words that heralded the era of pirates. Indeed, to claim the golden treasure, one must ascend the execution platform. However, doing so now would undoubtedly result in capture. Despite utilizing his deceptive facade, ascending the platform would almost certainly lead to apprehension by the stationed Navy officers. Hey, you there. The one with a rather distinctive appearance. Stop looking around. I'm addressing you. At that moment, Lu Jie spotted a familiar figure, Trafalgar Law of the Don Quixote family. Though he was puzzled as to why a member of the Don Quixote family was present, he knew this individual could be of assistance. Are you talking about me? Trafalgar Law replied, his expression one of confusion. Is there anyone more hideous than you? Frankly, I find myself curious. Are you dissatisfied with this world? Seeking death? Are we? Snot bomb. In an instant, a glob of mucus hurtled towards Lu Jie. He deftly evaded it, propelling himself backward and landing firmly on the execution platform. Claiming the golden treasure. Help! Someone from the Don Quixote family is committing murder. Lu Jie shouted as he fled, his voice echoing. Upon hearing his cries, numerous onlookers gathered. Bang! As Lu Jie ran, he collided with someone. Were you the one shouting for help? Lu Jie looked up to see a towering figure, at least 4 meters tall. Admiral Yax? Lu Jie recognized the man as Admiral Yax of the Navy. The sight of him sent a jolt of realization through Lu Jie. It was known that had Admiral Yax not sought trouble with Kaido of the Beasts, he would have undoubtedly held one of the 3 admirals' positions. Upon returning, he discovered the admirals had already been selected and resigned from his position, whereabouts unknown. To his surprise, the formidable Admiral Yax was stationed in Lobetown. That individual, that grotesquely ugly man, is attempting to kill me, Lu Jie exclaimed, hiding behind Admiral Yax in a state of genuine panic. It was evident that the presence of such a powerful figure explained the peculiar appearance of the golden treasure. Toriburu? Would this individual truly target an ordinary person like you? Yax questioned, regarding Lu Jie with a puzzled expression. The man's attire resembled that of an ordinary merchant, though his aura was not weak. It had yet to reach the level of an admiral. How could such an individual attract the attention of Toriburu? I initially intended to explore the local specialties available for purchase. However, being a newcomer to this place, I found myself somewhat unfamiliar with the surroundings. Thus, I sought to inquire about directions, only to be met with hostility, lamented Lu Jie. Oh, is that so? The Don Quixote family seems to have taken measures, I remarked. Pirates are pirates. What possibilities for collaboration could there be? After uttering these words, Yax disappeared instantaneously from Lu Jie's sight. When Lu Jie beheld Yax once more, he stood before Toriburu. Here lies my jurisdiction, Toriburu of the Plumeria army. Were you not aware? You must personally rectify the damage you have caused before departing. Yax stated directly. Is this how the Navy operates, Admiral Yax? Without so much as an inquiry, you presume my guilt? Toriburu retorted boldly. Oh, it appears you have more to contest. Do share. By the way, I shall ensure you are at an impasse, Yax concluded, and with a gust of wind. Lu Jie found himself positioned behind him. This fellow insulted me. As an officer of the Don Quixote family, am I not entitled to retaliate against such slander? Or perhaps, Admiral Yax, you would simply smile and dismiss it as though nothing occurred? Toriburu elucidated, explaining that had it been another Navy officer, he would have already erupted in fury. Yet, before Yax, a man of considerable might, he dared not act recklessly. Even their entire family would likely be obliterated in Yax's presence. After all, the savage sea dragon earned his moniker for a reason, having once slain over 10 sea kings exceeding 500 meters in a single day. Young man, what did you say to him? Yax inquired, turning to Lu Jie. I did not insult him. I simply approached him due to his distinctive appearance. As I am unfamiliar with the locals, Lu Jie responded, still looking aggrieved. You did not insult me? Who then called me a hideous monster? Claiming my existence is a grievance against this world? Admiral Yax, those were his exact words. Numerous witnesses heard it. I have uttered not a single falsehood, Toriburu interjected. Is this not the truth? How could that be construed as an insult? Yax questioned, his expression one of confusion. Upon hearing Yax's response, Toribol tightened his grip on his cane, an expression of terror crossing his features. It seemed Yax was resolutely determined to assist this young man, leaving Toribol with no recourse. For he could not contend with Yax. Consider yourself fortunate, Toribol declared, turning to depart. Do not walk away. Do not presume that your strength grants you the freedom to act as you please. When faced with someone more formidable, you become as helpless as a slug encountering salt. I truly wonder how a person like you, possessing nothing but a rather unique ugliness, manages to shamelessly exist in this world. I suspect in your childhood, you were neglected by your grandmother, unloved by your uncle, and perhaps even discarded in a toilet, a creature as loathsome as refuse. If you had not cultivated such a disposition from a young age, you would not be in this state now, Lu Jie exclaimed, summoning all his strength to articulate his grievances. Yet, Lu Jie's tirade was not merely an exercise in venting. It was driven by a distinct purpose. At this moment, Toribol, who was initially about to depart, turned around once more, his face etched with fury. Ajax, on the other hand, displayed an expression of helplessness. Now convinced that Toribol was indeed a commoner, after all, a true powerhouse would not resort to mere verbal banter. Ajax, even if you attempt to obstruct me this time, I shall slay this wretch, Toribol exclaimed, his body exuding a viscous substance that surged towards Lu Jie. Simultaneously, a flicker of flame ignited at the tip of his staff, igniting the slime he had unleashed. Sticky firebomb. Upon witnessing Torbol's aggressive move, Ajax's displeasure was palpable. He had merely intended to seek compensation from the Don Quixote family. Yet this fool seemed intent on courting death. Wind Dragon Assault. Ajax snapped his fingers, summoning a wind dragon that manifested behind him. The incoming sticky firebomb was effortlessly blown away by the dragon. Wind Dragon Decapitation. Ajax raised his hand once more, gripping it gently. Slime Shield. Toribol, detecting the impending attack, swiftly enveloped himself within the viscous substance. Bang. Meanwhile, Lu Jie discreetly took advantage of the chaos to slip away during their battle. Having acquired the treasure chest, what purpose remained for him to linger there, awaiting an invitation to dinner? Most importantly, with Torbol's presence, it was certain that another individual would soon make an appearance. Lu Jie unleashed his observation Haki while simultaneously employing his deceptive visage and seductive techniques to alter his aura and gender. Thus, no matter how diligently Ajax searches, he shall remain unable to discover himself. This time, Lu Jie transformed into the guise of an ordinary woman, deliberately aiming to remain inconspicuous. Moreover, within Lu Jie's personal space, there were countless garments belonging to Rim and her companions, a delightful benefit he had not anticipated from accompanying them on shopping excursions. The distant sounds of explosions and cries had become irrelevant to Lu Jie. His current objective was to conduct a thorough search of Rog Town. He sought to locate a particular individual, for finding this person would be akin to severing one of Doflamingo's arms. Were it not for the fact that this individual also harbored intentions against the celestial dragons, Lu Jie would not have allowed him to grow in strength, especially considering the events surrounding his notification to the kingdom of Dressrosa. However, after scouring the entirety of Rog Town, Lu Jie found no trace of the person he sought. Where could Sugar possibly have gone? Lu Jie wore an expression of confusion. Indeed, he was searching for Sugar, the wielder of the Hobby fruit. It is worth noting that as long as Sugar was protected, her devil fruit ability rendered her nearly invincible. Had Usopp not inadvertently frightened her into unconsciousness, the battle in Dressrosa might not have been so easily won. Suddenly, he spotted a welfare treasure chest on the map. In his previous focus on locating Sugar, he had neglected to pay attention to the radar. Upon discerning the name inscribed upon it, Lu Jie felt a flush of embarrassment. This was indeed Sugar's treasure chest. Located precisely at the execution platform in the center of Rog Town, from which he had recently departed. With a resigned expression, he hurried towards Sugar's location. His immediate task was to open this chest and whisk away the young girl. He wondered whether she had already been brainwashed by the Don Quixote family. If so, it would pose quite a dilemma. Hurry up. If I can't finish this today, I want to let you go. Lu Jie heard the voice of Yakes before he even reached the central plaza. Could this be true? Upon hearing that sound, Lu Jie quickened his pace. He noticed a throng of people gathered, seemingly engrossed in some spectacle. Channeling his 18 years of expertise in queue jumping, Lu Jie deftly maneuvered his way through the crowd. Given that he now occupied the body of a voluptuous woman, many individuals courteously made way for him. Once inside the circle, Lu Jie was confronted with a peculiar sight. Yakes wielding a whip, while a frail man, bare-chested, was repairing bricks on the ground. Had Lu Jie not recognized the emaciated figure as Tory Pole, he might have assumed that this naval vice-admiral was bullying someone. Clearly, in their confrontation, Tory Pole had been bested by Yakes. At that moment, a little girl approached Yakes with a tentative demeanor. "Uncle, my teddy bear was lost by that man over there." She lamented, her expression one of sorrow. "What does your teddy bear look like, dear?" "I'll help you find it," Yakes responded, his demeanor softening as he put away the whip. "My teddy bear is this big," she gestured, a yellow one with a tiny crown on its head. "It's my favorite. You can help me find it, right?" Sugar, as she was named, reached out her hand towards Yakes. Suddenly, Yakes raised his whip and struck a flying stone, exclaiming, "Who dares to harm a little girl?" He turned to Lu Jie, his face a mask of confusion. "A little girl? Are you suggesting this naval vice-admiral paid for her?" "This is a little girl?" Lu Jie retorted with sardonic amusement, his gaze fixed on Yakes. "What do you mean? And who are you?" Yakes demanded, his curiosity piqued. "Me? I am the pirate hunter, Jello. And the girl before you is my target, Sugar, a special officer of the Don Quixote family," Lu Jie declared, cleverly reversing his name to suit his current feminine guise. "Pirate hunter Jello? And you do not move." A formidable aura suddenly emanated from Yakes. Lu Jie and Sugar stood frozen, witnessing those around them collapse. This was the Conqueror's Haki. "Vice-Admiral Yakes, what is the meaning of this?" Lu Jie unsheathed the long knife from his waist, planting it into the ground with evident effort. As ordinary folks fell unconscious, Yakes withdrew his Conqueror's Haki. "I never expected to encounter two officers from the Don Quixote family here. How intriguing. Speak, what is your purpose in this place?" Yakes inquired, restraining Sugar's hands with an invisible force. Although he had never met Sugar, he was aware of her abilities. "As officers of the Seven Warlords, must we report our whereabouts to the world government? We have neither caused a disturbance nor committed any illegal acts." If that fellow had not spoken out of turn, none of this would have occurred, Toripol interjected boldly. Upon hearing Torpol's words, Yakes realized they indeed had not engaged in any unlawful behavior. "Very well, I shall not hold this against you this time. Summon Doflamingo to negotiate for her release." Gia, does Vice-Admiral Yakes seek me?" Just then, Doflamingo appeared with a cadre of family officers in tow. Seeing him arrive, Lu Jie's expression turned grave. The situation had escalated. How could this man possibly be here? "Doflamingo, you are here as well?" The damages to the ground and the execution platform total 10 million berries. "Pay up and take your people away." Yakes harbored no fondness for Doflamingo, having never believed in the establishment of the warlords of the sea. These individuals are, in essence, notorious pirates. Attempting to use pirates to restrain other pirates is an utterly impossible endeavor. Indulging them in this manner will only serve to strengthen their capabilities, ultimately legitimizing their nefarious actions. Hehehe, Pika, deliver the ransom to Admiral Yakes. It is evident that Doflamingo wishes to avoid any conflict with Yakes, for Yakes is indeed formidable. Furthermore, the activities they have embarked upon must remain undiscovered by others. Thus, it would be prudent to refrain from stirring up trouble at this juncture. As Pika escorted the two back, Lu Jie seized the opportunity to claim the benefits from the sugar treasure chest. Additionally, Lu Jie uncovered two more treasure chests, one belonging to Monet and the other to Baby 5. This Doflamingo is truly remarkable. He has just bestowed upon himself 3 welfare treasure chests. Although the contents are primarily intended for the exclusive use of the designated individuals, they certainly augment one's charm. Lu Jie had already begun to sense this phenomenon. Take Perona. For instance, had it not been for his considerable charm, she would not have chosen to follow him so readily. "What exactly is the Seven Warlords?" Lu Jie inquired. A look of confusion etched on his face as he gazed at Yakes. "Have you been training all this time without venturing out?" Yakes asked slowly. "Yes. I just set sail a month ago, specifically to apprehend members of the Don Quixote family." Lu Jie nodded and replied thoughtfully. Yakes then took a moment to elucidate the concept of the Seven Warlords to Lu Jie. "I see now. You Navy really are quite disappointing," Lu Jie remarked, gradually rising as he leaned on his long sword, slowly departing from the area. Once Yakes was no longer in sight, Lu Jie immediately reverted to his true form. Now was the time to unlock the treasure chest of benefits. The task at hand was relatively straightforward, to strip away the guise of sugar. Oh, the system's wicked sense of humor remained unchanged. After regaining his original form, Lu Jie gradually emerged from the influence of the Conqueror's Haki. Upon inspecting the rewards chest belonging to Monet and the others, he made his way directly to their location. Although he was not currently a match for Don Quixote Doflamingo, the latter would not resort to violence against him, especially considering the extraordinary information he bore. Half an hour later, Lu Jie appeared before Doflamingo. Observing the ostentatious approach of this man, Lu Jie could not help but feel an impulse to strike him. If this fellow were to find himself in Lu Jie's world, devoid of such abilities, he would likely meet his demise. Joker, I wish to discuss a transaction with you. Do you have a moment? Lu Jie addressed Doflamingo directly as he approached. Hearing Lu Jie's words, Doflamingo halted. Those who referred to him as Joker were invariably associated with the underworld. However, he had no time to engage in trivial tasks. Tory Bowl, this is your responsibility, Doflamingo declared before continuing on his path. I possess information regarding the celestial gold. Lu Jie murmured as Doflamingo passed by him. At this revelation, the others came to an abrupt stop. Corazon. Yes. Corazon activated the power of his silent fruit, enveloping the surroundings in a shroud of silence. What should I call you? Doflamingo inquired directly. Lu Jie, he replied, removing his mask and speaking slowly. The bloodless sword demon. Lu Jie. Ha ha ha. You, the Navy's most wanted pirate, dare to appear before me, one of the 7 warlords of the sea? Do you realize how valuable your head is? Doflamingo's subordinates drew their weapons in response. Enough, Joker. I am well aware of your reputation. No need for such bravado. Since I have the audacity to approach you alone, I fear not your wrath. The information regarding the celestial gold is worth far more than my life. Lu Jie stated calmly, unfazed by the formidable presence surrounding him. Ha ha ha. Quite the audacious individual who dares to strike celestial dragons and wreak havoc upon Navy branches. What are your terms? Doflamingo asked. I possess a map detailing the time and location. You are likely aware of the escort unit's strength, so I shall not elaborate further. I require 3 individuals, Sugar, Monet, and Baby 5. Lu Jie laid out his demands straightforwardly. 3 devil fruit users. Your appetite is quite large. But how can I ascertain the authenticity of your information? Doflamingo replied coolly. Must we discuss such matters here? While Mr. Corazon's silent fruit is formidable, lingering here may attract unwanted attention from the Marines, which would not bode well for us. Lu Jie interjected once more. In truth, Lu Jie sought to board Doflamingo's ship, for he had discovered the location of a second treasure chest. If all went as planned, it would be on Doflamingo's vessel. Shall we proceed to my ship? Only if you do not mind, Doflamingo suggested, leading the way. Why do you desire my presence? Baby 5, a mere 10 years old, sidled up to Lu Jie and inquired softly. Because I need you, Lu Jie replied with a warm smile. What? Someone needs me. Baby 5's face lit up with satisfaction, her animosity towards Lu Jie dissipating in an instant, for she reveled in the notion of being needed. Soon, Lu Jie found himself aboard Doflamingo's ship. Can we speak now? Doflamingo asked impatiently. It was clear that failure to provide a reasonable explanation would lead to immediate hostility. You are rather impatient. The timeline is 1 week. You can review the route at your leisure. I only know that one of the vice admirals is Haramamai. I trust you are aware of the rest. As for proof, I cannot provide any. However, rest assured, if I deceive you, finding me will be a simple task. Of course, if you truly do not trust me, you may choose to forego the transaction, Lu Jie concluded after securing the second treasure chest. Doflamingo fell into contemplation, recognizing the significance of this matter. His singular ambition was to return to Mariehua and reclaim his status as a celestial dragon, with the acquisition of the celestial gold marking his first step towards that goal. As Doflamingo pondered, Lu Jie took the opportunity to open the treasure chest. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Imperial tool Muramesa. Originating from the world of Akame Ga Kill, this lethal blade ensures that any wound inflicted will be poisoned, leading to a swift death without any antidote. Congratulations, host. You have also obtained the title Sword Heart from the world of Skinjian. Wearing this title accelerates one's understanding of swordsmanship and amplifies sword-based attacks by 20. Though he did not receive a progress card, both items were commendable acquisitions. With newfound confidence, Lu Jie felt emboldened, knowing that even Doflamingo would likely hesitate to confront someone wielding both Senbonzakura and Muramesa. Doflamingo, having reached a decision, resolved to trust Lu Jie but exclaimed, however, a warning. Without further ado, he launched an assault, and his subordinates, as if anticipating his actions, followed suit. Humph, I knew you would not remain docile. Perhaps it is time to test my strength, Lu Jie declared, enveloping his hands in armament Haki as he prepared to counter. Deflect all attacks. Lu Jie swiftly drew his Senbenzakura. Scatter, Senbenzakura. Evade this assault. Do not allow the fine blades to pierce you. Musical notation. Doflamingo commanded as he utilized his musical notation to deflect the fine blades, while others sought refuge or attempted to ward off the shards. Even Virgo refrained from confronting the assault head-on, for the Celestial Dragon's guards were overly confident in their Haki. As the chaos unfolded, Lu Jie donned a medal emblazoned with the title of Sword Heart upon his chest. He then sheathed his Senbenzakura, realizing that unless he activated his Bankai, he could inflict little damage upon them. However, using Bankai would also leave him drained, and should he fail to eliminate them all, it would spell disaster. Most crucially, Lu Jie wished to avoid harming Sugar and the other two women, for he still sought 3 treasure chests. After sheathing the 1,000 cherry blossoms, Lu Jie also drew forth the Murakumo. In an instant, his aura transformed dramatically. Don Quixote Doflamingo, initially intent on conducting a straightforward transaction, was bewildered by Lu Jie's unexpected actions. A hum resonated through the air. The onlookers could not discern Lu Jie's movements, but felt a surge of energy. They then witnessed him slowly inserting the Murakumo back into its sheath. Meanwhile, Doflamingo's subordinates, excluding the executives aboard the ship, discovered that they bore various injuries. Perish. With Lu Jie's declaration, his adversaries collapsed en masse. Doflamingo's expression shifted to one of gravity. Though he had perceived the preceding events, he was puzzled. How could a mere scratch lead to their demise? This serves as a slight retribution for breaching our agreement. I shall refrain from trading with you henceforth. This map will be handed over to the Navy, who will alter their course. 3 devil fruit users? In my eyes, they hold little significance. He continued. Do not harbor thoughts of striking back. Can you assure me that you will evade my blade? The 1,000 cherry blossoms you witnessed were bloodless, whereas the Murakumo is a harbinger of death. Upon concluding his words, Lu Jie sheathed the Murakumo and prepared to take flight. Hold on, Doflamingo. Sensing the urgency of the situation, hastily interjected, I can sweeten the deal and offer another devil fruit user. Lu Jie, with a playful glint in his eye, retorted, surely. You jest about offering your brother? Doflamingo's face flushed with embarrassment at being so easily exposed. I require no additional offerings, merely a promise from you. And our transaction may still proceed, Lu Jie stated, raising his hand slowly. What is it that you desire? I wish to strike you. Doflamingo's brow furrowed at Lu Jie's boldness. Young master, let Pika eliminate him. Pika stepped forward, his voice sharp and insistent. Stand down, Pika. Doflamingo approached, asserting, Lu Jie. I am the king of Dressrosa. Do you not think such a demand is excessive? Whether your desires lie in wealth, arms, or even a devil fruit, I am amenable. Please, I only wish to strike you. All other conditions are non-negotiable. In truth, Lu Jie was not courting danger. He had just acquired the bounty treasure chest from Monet and Baby 5, and the unlocking condition was to thoroughly thrash Doflamingo. It seemed one must first shatter their faith before the quest could be initiated. Doflamingo, Toripole murmured, observing Doflamingo teetering on the brink of fury. Currently, Doflamingo was embroiled in conflict, reluctant to take risks. After all, Lu Jie's reputation was formidable, with a bounty exceeding 300 million. Though it did not directly equate to strength, Lu Jie had already demonstrated a power that sent shivers down Doflamingo's spine. Meanwhile, Lu Jie wrestled with his own apprehensions, lamenting the convoluted nature of the system he was ensnared in. What should have been a simple transaction had become unnecessarily complex. Although his proclamation of I want nothing but to strike you came off as ostentatious, he had no need for pretense. His sole aim was to acquire a few allies, while simultaneously diminishing Joker's strength. This situation has escalated significantly. Just now, Lu Jie did not refrain from eliminating the officials. However, Lu Jie has uncovered a dilemma akin to that of Senbenzakura. This Murakumo cannot be imbued with the power of dominance. This is hardly a piece of good news. Senbenzakura is manageable, as it is an attack on the soul. However, Murakumo, if it cannot inflict harm, is merely a sharper blade. Therefore, in order to demonstrate his strength while concealing this information from them, Lu Jie has chosen to strike against those lower-tier members. System: unlock all remaining treasure chests. At this moment, having journeyed from Road Town, including several bronze treasure chests from Doflamingo's ship, Lu Jie now possessed a substantial collection of chests in his spatial storage. He hoped to unveil something of value. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Spear of the Battle Angel, a non-bound item from the Battle Angel realm. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a world transition card from the system, which enables the host to enhance items with the abilities of this world. Upon hearing the system's notifications, a smile graced Lugia's face. After such a long period of opening chests, he had finally come across a significant item. This time, his sword could finally be imbued with Haki. While the Senbon Zakura served as a weapon for soul attacks, its requirement for Haki was not urgent. Thus, Lugia promptly applied the transformation card to Muramasa. Joker, I wonder if you have made up your mind? Doflamingo, originally intent on confronting Lugia, hesitated as he sensed the malevolent aura emanating from Muramasa, along with the formidable armed Haki. Recalling the abilities Lugia had just exhibited, Doflamingo felt a twinge of fear. You may take 3 of them, but I cannot comply with your final request, he declared. After all, being defeated by Lugia in front of his subordinates was utterly unacceptable. Very well, Lugia replied without hesitation. The 3 women, Monet and her companions, stepped behind him. Joker, I will. How dare you deceive me? Doflamingo, believing the transaction had concluded, was caught off guard as Lugia struck him squarely in the face. Doflamingo was sent flying, and Lugia seized the opportunity to deliver a relentless assault. Simultaneously, Lugia activated his Devil Fruit ability, immobilizing Doflamingo. Now, aside from utilizing the original powers of the Reversal Fruit, he could briefly pause an individual's time after merging with the Time Fruit. Although it lasted only a second, it was more than sufficient for Lugia. After thoroughly thrashing Doflamingo, Lugia returned to the side of the 3 women. Bring it out. Lugia was uncertain about what he desired. He merely sought an excuse to confront Doflamingo. Toripole, fetch the snow fruit prepared for Monet. Although Doflamingo was unaware of how Lugia had learned this, it was likely the only trigger for Lugia's fury. Upon hearing Doflamingo's words, Lugia was taken aback. It seemed this fellow had indeed kept a card up his sleeve. Following the conclusion of his dealings with Doflamingo, Lugia led the 3 women back to his ship. Open the welfare treasure chest. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Monet's glasses, a special item from the One Piece world. Bestowing them will increase affinity by 30. Monet, this is a gift for you. Lugia extended the glasses toward her. Just as Lugia joyously unveiled the welfare treasure chest, Yaxis was fervently searching for a person in Rogue Town, inadvertently dismantling some dark forces concealed underground. He sought Chiru, for even in her female form, her charm remained intact, captivating Yaxis, who had fallen for her after her parting words. Of course, this had no bearing on Lugia. His current task was to profess his need for Baby 5 1,000 times, which was the condition for unlocking Baby 5's welfare treasure chest. I need you, Baby 5. Master, please stop. Baby 5 has fainted again. Monet observed Lugia with a resigned expression. Hearing her words, Lugia felt a headache coming on. He had initially believed this would be the simplest of tasks. However, who could have anticipated that after just a few repetitions, Baby 5 would faint from excitement? The main issue was that once Baby 5 fainted, any further declarations of need would not count. Lugia, have you encountered some trouble? Rem approached Lugia. Concern etched upon her face. Sort of, but it's nothing. Time will resolve it. Lugia reassured himself. Oh, then I shall prepare lunch. By the way, Lugia, how many sisters do you intend to bring back? Upon hearing Rem's question, a chill ran down Lugia's spine. Turning around, he discovered Perona, Guena, and Rem standing closely behind him. This is an unexpected situation. Bringing them back was not intended to diminish Doflamingo's power, Lugia hastily clarified. Upon hearing Lugia's explanation, the 3 women departed. It seemed his aspirations of amassing numerous dreams would likely be thwarted, especially since the 3 women had banded together. Future endeavors would undoubtedly become more challenging. Nevertheless, Lugia felt content. He was not a stallion. After all, what need had he for so many women? For him, having the affection of 3 was already a considerable fortune. As the days passed, they traversed the reverse mountain and entered the Grand Line. With Mumu, the natural navigator, Lugia felt no trepidation, allowing Mumu to guide them away from the East Blue, armed with the eternal pointer acquired from Doflamingo. While numerous treasure chests remained in the East Blue, Lugia lacked the enthusiasm to continue his search. His identity had been revealed, and lingering in the East Blue would inevitably attract the Navy's pursuit. Not to mention, encountering Akainu and his ilk again would not yield the same fortune as before. Though his strength had significantly increased, he was still no match for those 3. Constrained by the Celestial Dragon's influence, should they fail to capture him for an extended period, it was only a matter of time before an admiral-level figure would emerge. If someone like Sangoku were to intervene, Finding a place to hide would become an impossibility. Upon entering the Grand Line, the number of pirates surged dramatically. Even if the Navy increased his bounty, they would first need to locate him. Furthermore, the islands became more abundant in the Grand Line, and so did the pirates. For Lu Jie, this meant an increase in treasure chests. Each day, Lu Jie suppressed his urge to exchange points for random treasure chests, accumulating a total of 10,000 points. While he could redeem 2 welfare treasure chests, he had yet to resolve matters with the 3 women, let alone the newly joined baby 5. Currently, aside from Lu Jie and Pamuku's, everyone else was female. Thus, he decided to postpone the exchange of welfare treasure chests. After all, should he inadvertently summon a high-energy female akin to Gue Yin, it would be overwhelming. Hence, Lu Jie devoted his days to practicing swordsmanship. With the enhancement of his sword heart, he had reached the realm of heart-cutting. Simultaneously, by suppressing his urge to redeem treasure chests, he had inadvertently enhanced his observation haki. Young ones, a ship approaches from the front. What shall we do? Seize the money. Take the women, foolish men, burn the great ship. Fire. While Lu Jie was on the deck honing his skills, his observation haki suddenly detected an onslaught of cannonballs raining down. 1,000 miles flying, wings of the divine. Lu Jie cast aside any hesitation and unleashed the divine feather. Countless arrows soared forth, obliterating the projectiles in the sky one by one. Simultaneously, Perona flew over to the opposing ship, and with a mere ghostly presence, she dispatched every soul aboard. Bomux, seize the ship. Upon hearing Lu Jie's command, Bomux brandished his skateboard and charged toward the enemy vessel. Observing the pirate emblem, Lu Jie found himself perplexed, unable to identify the crew. After commandeering all the food and treasures aboard, he made his swift exit. The reason for sparing these individuals lay in their potential as formidable allies against the Navy in the future. A new seagull soared past Lu Jie's ship. A newspaper. Please. Lu Jie called out loudly. In no time, the seagull arrived at his side, presenting a newspaper before opening its small satchel. Lu Jie accepted the newspaper, placing 100 berries into the seagull's pouch. The seagull is indeed a marvel. It cannot speak, yet comprehends human language. Remarkably, it even understands the concept of payment, leaving one to ponder whether the creatures of this world possess thoughts of their own. It appears that the celestial treasure has indeed been plundered by this creature, though the narrative seems to have taken an unexpected turn, with Moria unjustly bearing the blame. Lu Jie glanced at the newspaper, which reported on the theft of the celestial treasure belonging to the celestial dragons. However, this time, Doflamingo, now a warlord of the sea, concealed his identity, while Moria was spotted and swiftly accused. The celestial dragons, in their indignation over the Navy's ineptitude, issued a staggering bounty of 1 billion. Moria has now been stripped of his title as warlord of the sea, transforming into a notorious pirate with a bounty of 1 billion. Perona, come here, Lu Jie said, setting down his glass of red wine. What is it, Lu Jie? Perona asked, gazing at him with a puzzled expression. Take a look at this, he replied. As she received the newspaper from Lu Jie, her expression shifted. Although she was no longer a member of the terrifying 3-masted ship, she couldn't help but feel anxious for Moria, who had once treated her so kindly. I understand, Perona said softly as she lowered the newspaper. You have Moria's life paper, right? We must go find him, Lu Jie stated directly. Isn't going to find him merely walking into a trap? Lu Jie. Perhaps I should go alone. My number of ghosts has increased to 10. I can protect myself now, Perona insisted, not wanting Lu Jie to accompany her on this perilous journey, especially since the Navy was currently tracking him. Perona, we've been together for a while now. Do you not know what kind of person I am? While my bounty may not rival Moria's, I can still be of assistance. After all, should we encounter any celestial dragons, I could potentially capture one as leverage. Others wouldn't dare to do the same. Lu Jie smiled as he spoke. All right, here is Captain Moria's life paper, Perona said, producing the life paper without hesitation. She understood that if Lu Jie were to refuse, it would be a matter of stubbornness beyond reproach. Furthermore, she sensed his concern through his tone. Moo, follow the direction indicated by this life paper at full speed. Do not halt unless we encounter islands or other ships. Upon reaching our destination, I shall reward you with double rations, Lu Jie declared, tossing the life paper to Moo with enthusiasm. Moo. At the mention of double rations, Moo's eyes gleamed with excitement, and it surged forward with newfound speed. Thank you, Lu Jie, Perona said, and with a gentle kiss upon his lips, she floated away. Feeling the cool softness of her touch, Lu Jie smiled. With matters concluded, it was time to explore the treasures recently acquired. Open all the treasure chests. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a permanent discount card for the Great Sword. This item, provided by the system, grants you discounts in any world's entertainment venues. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a discarded pair of panties from the head courtesan of the Lichuan courtyard, originating from the world of the deer and the cauldron, suitable for collection. After opening the chests, Lu Jie wore a look of resignation. Even the chances of obtaining good items from bronze chests had diminished, while silver chests occasionally yielded something worthwhile. As for gold chests, one had to confront formidable foes like Akina to obtain them. The thought was indeed daunting. For now, it was best to accumulate exchange points. Once he reached 50,000 points, he would treat himself to a supreme treasure chest. According to the system's pattern, the first opening of any chest type would surely yield something splendid. For the sake of a prosperous future, Lu Jie resolved to continue his sword training. Partnering with him in this endeavor was none other than Kuna. One couldn't help but wonder if Kuna was destined for the swordsmanship path. Even with Lu Jie bearing the title of Sword Heart, her progress surpassed his. Were it not for Lu Jie's formidable Haki, he might not have been able to keep up with her at all. As time passed in rigorous training, honing his Haki and developing his fruit abilities, Lu Jie remained committed to expressing his need for baby 5 each day. Regarding Sugar's welfare treasure chest, he had yet to find an appropriate opportunity to open it, as undressing a girl was a delicate matter. With Rem and the others present, it made the situation even more complex. A month later, Lu Jie and his companions arrived at their first island, the Sabaody archipelago. Originally intending to seek out Moria directly, Lu Jie suddenly conceived a bold idea upon sighting the island. Perona, Rem, Kuina, you all stay here. I'll be going ashore to seek out a celestial dragon for some amusement. This endeavor carries risks, and I may not be able to protect you. So, remain on the ship. Do not worry, I shall return swiftly. I have already contacted the dragon, and they will arrive shortly. Therefore, you must await their arrival. Lu Jie instructed, not waiting for any objections before utilizing the skywalk to vanish into the dense forest of Sabaody archipelago. Watching Lu Jie depart, Rem nodded obediently. Clenching her hands together in prayer for his safety, Perona moved to the bow of the ship, instructing Mu to steer clear of the shoreline to avoid detection. Kuna, remaining silent, sought out Bamux to practice her swordsmanship. They all understood that their current strength was insufficient to assist with the training, so they focused on enhancing their own abilities, knowing it was of utmost importance. Upon arriving at the Shambok Islands, Lu Jie indeed discovered that this place was truly a paradise for pirates. Here, one can encounter not only pirates but also thieves. It is essential to note that this place is renowned for its auction house. Slaves from all corners of the globe may very well find their way here, especially considering the formidable backing of the celestial dragons behind this auction house. More importantly, the legendary Dark King, Rayleigh, resides here. As a member of the Pirate King's crew, I must witness this for myself. After all, where the Dark King is present, treasures of golden chests surely await. As I collected the chests scattered on the ground, I proceeded toward the designated golden chest. Before long, I found myself standing before the entrance of the auction house. To my astonishment, the island's only golden chest was located inside the auction house. Could it be that the Dark King Rayleigh is currently within? Moreover, if he had been inside for a considerable time, the golden chest would not have moved otherwise. Sir, would you care to come inside and enjoy? A voluptuous blonde beauty approached me, extending a warm invitation. What is there to enjoy within? Although I had an inkling of the house's true nature, I feigned ignorance and inquired with an air of curiosity. Inside lies the largest slave auction venue, and the bidding is about to commence. You can find everything from fishmen, common beauties, to formidable guards for sale. Additionally, there is a sensational item on auction today that is sure to exceed your expectations, the blonde beauty purred, brushing against me with a flirtatious demeanor. Fortunately, my recent time spent with Rem had fortified my resolve, allowing me to remain unaffected by such allure. I certainly did not wish to embarrass myself. Very well, lead me to see, I replied. Please note, there is an entrance fee of 100,000 berries. She softly added. I nodded and promptly produced a pouch of berries, handing it to her. With the recent plundering of several pirate ships, my accumulation of berries had considerably increased. For me, 100,000 berries was truly a mere trifle. Upon entering the auction house, I quickly grasped the reason behind the flourishing slave trade in this world. Observing the seated patrons, it was evident that only nobles were present, with scarcely a commoner in sight. Indeed, greed serves as the root of all evils. Soon, I received a copy of the auction roster. However, a thorough search revealed no mention of Rayleigh's name. Nevertheless, the annotations on the auction list piqued my interest. The auction house list for Sabaody Archipelago is as follows. At this moment, Lugia also recalled something. Isn't Rayleigh in Sabaody Archipelago? This place doesn't seem to be it, does it? This situation has become rather awkward. Lugia appears to have arrived at the wrong place. Yet, there undeniably lies a golden treasure chest here. Could it be that there exists some formidable presence capable of refreshing the golden chest? Contemplating this, Lugia soon noticed an extraordinary individual. At the pinnacle of the auction hall, there was a seat occupied by a person whose attire unmistakably indicated their identity as a celestial dragon. It seems that this golden treasure chest is indeed linked to this celestial dragon. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a mission. Kidnap celestial dragon Charles William Saint to receive a random treasure chest. Upon sighting this celestial dragon, Lugia also heard the system's notification sound. Indeed, the system remains consistent in its nature. It appears that the system harbors a certain disdain for celestial dragons. Otherwise, why would a mission be issued merely upon encountering one? Regardless, Lugia had come here with this intention, so he paid it little mind. As the auction had yet to commence, Lugia discreetly slipped into the ladies' restroom. After employing a transformation technique, he swiftly exited this unfamiliar place. Upon returning to the auction hall, Lugia became the center of attention in his designated area. With his high charisma stats, combined with Naruto's alluring physique and the captivating beauty bestowed by his disguise, he undoubtedly stood out. Most notably, however, was his attire. After acquiring a celestial dragon outfit from the treasure chest previously, and noticing the exchange point was a mere one, Lugia had promptly decided to keep it. Little did he know, it would come in handy today. Before long, a man approached Lugia. "Excuse me, I don't know if you are, get lost." Without allowing the man to finish, Lugia interjected with a curt dismissal. Upon hearing Lugia's words, the man quickly retreated. Simultaneously, Lugia observed as the man made his way to stand beside Charles William Saint, evidently a subordinate of this celestial dragon. Noticing Lugia's gaze, Charles William Saint raised his hand in acknowledgement. Lugia merely offered a symbolic smile, choosing not to engage further. This left Charles William Saint somewhat unsettled. It is well known that the celestial dragons engage in consanguineous marriages under the pretext of preserving a pure bloodline. Consequently, the celestial dragons are typically a group that either appears quite unattractive or displays signs of diminished intellect, or in many cases, possesses both attributes. Upon seeing Lugia, Charles William Saint was consumed by a singular thought, to marry her. However, in that moment, he refrained from acting. The dignity of nobility restrained him from revealing any semblance of folly. Thus Lugia remained undisturbed for the time being. The auction commenced in earnest, with slaves being paraded before the audience. Except for a handful of nefarious criminals, Lugia acquired every individual who had been trafficked. After all, with the status of a celestial dragon, no one would dare demand payment from her. At most, there might be some grumblings, but they would not dare to accept money from a celestial dragon. Once the auction concluded, Lugia promptly instructed her attendants to load the slaves onto a ship. She had no time to attend to them, as Charles William Saint was already approaching her. "Esteemed lady, may I inquire which family you belong to?" Charles William Saint asked directly. "The Saint family. I apologize, but I hold no interest in you," Lugia replied before making her exit from the auction house. At this moment, Lugia understood why the golden treasure chest had appeared here. It was because there was a lieutenant general by the side of Charles William Saint. Moreover, this lieutenant general was a familiar face. He was Kizaru. Upon seeing Lugia depart, Charles William Saint, though somewhat angered, refrained from taking any extreme actions. After exchanging a few words with his attendants, he returned to his room under the protection of Kizaru. Originally, he had requested an admiral for his protection, but since he was not under any threat, the Navy had ultimately only dispatched Kizaru, a quasi-admiral. Charles William Saint had been quite displeased with this arrangement. But after witnessing Kizaru effortlessly slay a 100-meter sea king, the last remnants of his resentment dissipated. After Lugia left, he boarded the ship he had prepared for the auction house. As he brushed past Kizaru, he discreetly took the golden treasure chest from him. "You may all return now." Lugia addressed the auction house staff. "Your Highness." As they were unaware of Lugia's name, they could only refer to him as such. After bowing, The auction house personnel departed one by one. Once they left, Lu Jie swiftly concealed himself in the cabin. System: 3 dark iron chests, 2 bronze chests. He did not open the golden treasure chest immediately, but instead began with the other treasure chests he had collected along the way. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Big Mom's panties. Originating from the world of One Piece, it can be used for collection. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a world map. From the world of One Piece, it can be incorporated into the system to enhance the system map. Congratulations, host, you have received a pair of tattered, foul-smelling boots. From the world of the Sloppy King, it can serve as a biochemical weapon. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a progress card. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a cup of Torbal snot. Despite the peculiar items, the progress card was a timely blessing for Lu Jie. As for the other items, he temporarily stored them in his personal space. System: activate the golden treasure chest. Congratulations, host, you have gained the shadow clone technique. Originating from the world of Naruto. Due to world restrictions, only 3 clones can be created. To compensate, using it grants a direct proficiency of 100. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lu Jie nearly leaped for joy. A proficiency of 100 meant that his clones would possess identical strength to his own. This effectively tripled his power and granted him 3 additional lives. Most importantly, this skill aligned perfectly with his forthcoming endeavors. With that thought, Lu Jie promptly utilized the shadow clone technique. 3 identical figures appeared before him. I shall refer to you as number 1, number 2, and number 3. Now, number 1. Take me hostage and go liberate the slaves. Number 2, you will wield my weapon. Lu Jie distributed his weapons to the 2 clones, handing Murakumo to number 1, instructing him to escort him out. Gradually, Lu Jie emerged onto the deck. At that moment, the slaves witnessed a celestial dragon being held at sword point by a man. Kid, I advise you against foolishness. Harming or kidnapping a celestial dragon is a grave offense. Lu Jie bellowed. Silence. The most detestable are scum like you. Number 1 retorted, delivering a kick to Lu Jie with a maniacal expression. The slaves were momentarily stunned. They had just witnessed a celestial dragon being kicked. This was an entity they had always feared to gaze upon, now assaulted. Is there anyone here who knows how to sail? If so, head in this direction for 500 nautical miles, and there will be someone to assist you, number 1 declared to all the slaves. And hand over the keys. Humph. As a celestial dragon, how could I submit to a mere pirate like you? Even if you kill me and toss me into the sea to breathe the same air as those filthy fishmen, I shall not yield the keys. Lu Jie feigned an appropriate performance. As number 1 raised his weapon in threat, he produced all his potions. As he received the keys, number 1 tossed the slaves' keys to them. After receiving the keys, the grateful slaves bowed repeatedly before launching a small boat towards the direction Lu Jie had indicated. Meanwhile, one of the slaves dove into the water, swimming towards the island. This individual had been arranged by Charles William Saint, and Lu Jie had previously noticed him, orchestrating this entire charade. The direction Lu Jie pointed was opposite to that of his bloodless pirate crew. Number 3, upon receiving news from Lu Jie, promptly advised them to change course. The news of a celestial dragon being kidnapped and all slaves being freed spread rapidly across Sabaody archipelago. Given the small size of the area, information traveled swiftly, almost as if it had wings. Charles William Saint was the last to learn of this news, with number 2 being the one to disseminate it. By the time he became aware, it was already quite late. After all, his subordinates were not as swift as Lu Jie, who could traverse vast distances in mere moments. Upon receiving the news, Charles William Saint immediately instructed Kizaru to head out to sea. Before long, they spotted Lu Jie's ship. Kizaru, rescue my future wife. Charles William Saint commanded. Understood, Saint. Kizaru replied, still appearing lethargic. Yet, as his words fell, he had already appeared on Lu Jie's vessel. Navy, I am Princess Amelie of the Suzaka Palace. I command you to save me. Upon Kizaru's arrival, Lu Jie shouted. The name was merely a temporary invention. Yes, Your Highness. Amaterasu's sword. Kizaru unleashed his Amaterasu sword. Heh. It seems you are not all that significant in this fellow's eyes. He dares to disregard your life and directly attack me. It appears I shall eliminate you first. Number 1 proclaimed, slowly bringing his Murakumo closer to Lu Jie's neck. Witnessing this, Kizaru raised his hand and took a step back. Meanwhile, Lu Jie pretended to faint from fright. You are a vice admiral, if I recall correctly. Your name is Kizaru, is it not? Number 1 teased, looking at Kizaru with amusement. I am Kizaru, Kizaru replied succinctly, not making any further moves. It was important to note that while the celestial dragon lay on the ground, there was no immediate danger to life. Any rash action that led to the celestial dragon's death would not bode well. Faced with such a situation, Kizaru was somewhat apprehensive. At that moment, Charles William Saint, observing from afar with a telescope, wore an expression of dissatisfaction. What was this fellow doing? Why hadn't he resolved the situation yet? Hey, someone go check on what this guy is up to. Charles William Saint remarked with an air of impatience. As you command, Saint. Aside from the 4 personal guards, the remaining individuals proceeded directly to investigate. Admiral Kizaru, the Saint has sent me to inquire why you do not take action. A few approached Kizaru and asked directly. Look. Kizaru gestured towards Lu Jie, exuding a sense of resignation. Lord Gong, you wicked individual, how dare you be so noisy? You shall be doomed. Before the guards could finish their admonition, Lu Jie gently swung his sword, Murakumo, infusing it with an overwhelming aura. In an instant, aside from Kizaru, who had already transformed, the others were all injured. Ha ha ha, such a feeble attack, merely a scratch you. Just as the spectators deemed the first attack weak and were poised to mock it, all those who had been injured suddenly perished. The bloodless sword demon, Lu Jie. Witnessing this scene, Kizaru furrowed his brow. It must be noted that Don Quixote Doflamingo had already reported this individual's capabilities to the Navy. It was not a plea for reformation, but rather a desire to create some trouble for Lu Jie after enduring humiliation at his hands. Kizaru, who had initially appeared calm, now wore a troubled expression. If these were merely ordinary pirates, it would be manageable as they likely harbored specific objectives. In such cases, there would be no fear of harm befalling the celestial dragons. However, this individual was the same Lu Jie who had once incapacitated Charles Mark Saint's hand. And now no one could assure that Lu Jie would refrain from targeting the esteemed Ling Yuan Emeli Palace. Originally expecting this mission to be trivial, Kizaru found it had transformed into an unforeseen predicament. Lord Lu Jie, if there are matters to discuss, we can converse, correct? Kizaru spoke, unexpectedly adopting a conciliatory tone. It was indeed a rarity for Kizaru to seek negotiation with another. Lu Jie chuckled. Who would have thought that Kizaru would ever consider discussing matters with others? It's quite amusing to witness your inner turmoil. In Lu Jie's recollection, Kizaru was a figure who would seize any opportunity to take a life, avoiding risks at all costs. Much like during the Marineford War, when Beckman had aimed a gun at Kizaru, he had readily found an excuse to abstain from combat. He was not an extremist like Akainu, nor did he possess the aspirations of Akiji. Kizaru simply wished to be a nonchalant admiral, indifferent to all matters. Truth be told, Lu Jie envied such a carefree attitude towards life. Yet, there were times when one must reluctantly undertake certain actions, a notion Lu Jie could not accept. This was also the reason he had declined when Garp invited him to join the Navy. If your intent is to liberate these slaves, I can assure you, they will not be pursued. Should there be any other requests, feel free to voice them, Kizaru reiterated. Upon hearing Kizaru's words, a smile graced Lu Jie's face. Tell me, how long do you think it will take for your mentor, Zephyr, to arrive? Lu Jie inquired suddenly. Very well, let us wait for him here. I too wish to witness the legendary Black Arm Zephyr's true strength. Kizaru, ever the cautious one, discreetly contacted Zephyr using a transponder snail, lowering the volume to the bare minimum. However, both Lu Jie and Kizaru possessed an acute perception akin to a sixth sense at such close proximity. How could the action go unnoticed? It appeared that Kizaru intended to summon his mentor to take the blame. After all, with Black Arm Zephyr present, no matter the calamity that might arise, he could bear the brunt of it. After Lu Jie's remark, he comfortably settled onto the ground, though his sword remained poised at Lu Jie's transformed celestial dragon neck. In truth, the most anxious individual was neither Kizaru nor Lu Jie, but rather Lu Jie himself. The Murakumo does not show mercy simply because you are the user. Should you be harmed, it is certain death. Furthermore, to enhance the realism of the performance, the blade of Murakumo is positioned a mere centimeter from Lu Jie's neck. If the first operator falters, Lu Jie will meet his demise. Thus, although Lu Jie appears unconscious, the tension within him is unparalleled. Meanwhile, Charles William Saint, witnessing the annihilation of his subordinates, seethes with fury. He promptly retrieves his Den Mushi. What are you all doing? I am currently on the Sabaody archipelago, and a rogue has taken a celestial dragon hostage. Are your admirals utterly useless? You scoundrels! Charles William Saint bellows into the Den Mushi. We will arrange it immediately. Please calm your anger, Saint. In an hour. If this matter remains unresolved, the current officer in charge will pay the price with his life. After stating this, Charles William Saint sets down the Den Mushi. On the other side, The 5 elders also heavily placed their din mushi down, inform Akainu to make prompt arrangements. Yes, unbeknownst to Lugia, who simply wished to wait for Zephyr in hopes of acquiring a golden treasure chest, perhaps even a diamond one, he inadvertently incited a tumult within the entire navy. At this juncture, the second operator has already arrived at the auction house. At this moment, both the guards and the navy were drawn towards Lugia, leaving the area devoid of formidable combatants. Instead of launching an attack on the auction house, the second individual sought out the prison cells where slaves were held, liberating all of them. It is worth noting that among these captives were not only women and children, but also some powerful slaves skilled in combat. The second individual informed them of their destination, and they immediately ascended into the sky with divine wings. The second individual channeled all of their mental energy into an expansive flight, delivering a cataclysmic blow to the auction house. All those remaining within its confines were annihilated. Although dismantling the auction house did not necessitate overwhelming strength, challenging the celestial dragon's authority was a venture even those mightier than Lugia would hesitate to undertake. For such an act would be tantamount to slapping the celestial dragons in the face, inevitably drawing the ire of admirals from the navy. Upon sensing the disturbance behind him, Kizaru turned to glance at the figure soaring through the air, unmistakably Lugia himself. The realization that Lugia stood before him left Kizaru, typically composed, momentarily taken aback. "Is this your devil fruit ability?" Kizaru inquired directly. "One could say so," was the affirmative reply from the first individual, who did not elaborate further. Upon hearing Lugia's response, Kizaru felt a renewed sense of frustration. Just what kind of ability did this individual possess? He could fly, and his wings appeared not to be a part of his own body. He also showed no fear of water, had the capacity to immobilize others with lethal precision, and now had manifested a doppelganger. While he was eager to investigate the situation elsewhere, leaving would endanger the vicinity of the Lingshan Aimi Palace. Conversely, remaining behind would put Charles William Saint at risk. For the first time, Kizaru felt a sense of helplessness, primarily instigated by someone he deemed weaker than himself. "Are you not going to check on the celestial dragons?" Lugia remarked slowly. "If you choose to remain here, I shall possess yet another advantage." At this moment, the yellow ape pondered whether this individual could anticipate his next move. However, Lugia's words shattered his illusions. Boom. Following the collapse of the auction house before him, Number 2 headed directly towards St. Charlemagne. "Ah, celestial dragon, greetings." Upon reaching St. Charlemagne, Number 2 habitually offered a salutation. "You are the one who injured my elder brother?" Noticing the wings behind Number 2, St. Charwilly recalled the individual who had previously harmed his brother, St. Charlemagne. "Seize him," he exclaimed. "Ha ha ha. Such a slave holds significant value for collection." St. Charwilly dismissed Lugia entirely, especially after the recent incident involving an assault on the celestial dragons, which had elevated the caliber of his bodyguards. "At your command, my lord." The 2 bodyguards flanking him were members of CP0, ordinarily. They would not be assigned to such a protective detail. However, in light of the brazen attack on a celestial dragon, they had been summoned. "Release, scatter, 1,000 cherry blossoms." Number 2 recited the name, and the divine feathers shot forth instantaneously. Upon hearing Lugia's utterance, the 2 dared not rely on their formidable Haki to obstruct the attack, for it was precisely how the guards surrounding St. Charlemagne had met their demise. A smile graced Number 2's lips. He held no 1,000 cherry blossoms and thus could not unleash the technique. His previous words were merely intended to intimidate them. As the 2 ascended into the air, Lugia flapped his wings and soared between them. "Behold my new ability, take heed. True time stasis, return to heaven." After briefly immobilizing the 2, Number 2 activated Return to Heaven and simultaneously employed a shrinking ability. In the rapid succession of attacks facilitated by Return to Heaven, within less than a second, the 2 were eradicated from existence. It is worth noting that Return to Heaven allows for 64 strikes within a single second. Coupled with the abilities of the Backward Fruit and the Merge Time Fruit, it was undeniably lethal. Of course, this was contingent upon Lugia being able to approach his adversaries, as the attack range of Return to Heaven is not particularly extensive. This is also why Number 2 intended to confine the 2 individuals in midair. After all, their speed in the skies does not compare to that on the ground. Once he had dealt with them, Number 2 directly carried the fainted Charles William Saint and soared towards his ship. At that moment, the Navy's warships also made their appearance, led by Sengoku and Zephyr, with the old man Garp joining them as well. Upon sighting the naval vessels, Kizaru's face relaxed into a smile. He did not believe that the celestial dragons were saved. Rather, he felt relieved that he would not bear the blame for this incident. Observing the formidable lineup, Lu Jie felt a headache coming on. He merely wished to see if he could obtain a treasure chest, yet it seemed increasingly difficult. Strangely enough, despite the presence of so many powerful figures, not a single treasure chest was in sight. Previously, Lu Jie had also pondered why no treasure chest appeared when he encountered Garp and Dragon. He had inquired with the system, but it remained silent on the matter. Thus, even now, Lu Jie was still in the dark regarding how treasure chests were generated. Perhaps they needed to linger in one place for an extended period for a treasure chest to manifest, just like Kizaru, who had to protect the celestial dragons, thus staying here for a prolonged time. Meanwhile, Garp and the others had only been transient, which explained the absence of treasure chests. Lu Jie, I believe it would be prudent for you to flee now, Kizaru remarked, a smile returning to his face. Flee? No, no, no. I wish to see if you all truly care not for this woman's life. However, I must say, deploying 2 admirals and 1 vice-admiral just to deal with me is quite extravagant. Number 1 remained composed. After all, according to Lu Jie's arrangement, his life or death was inconsequential. As long as Lu Jie remained, all was well. Therefore, his current task was to buy time for numbers 2 and 3 to escape swiftly. Otherwise, being surrounded by so many Navy forces was hardly a pleasant predicament. Fortunately, he had come alone this time. Otherwise, he would have found himself in a passive position. Seeing Lu Jie's composed demeanor, Kizaru felt indifferent. After all, with so many prominent figures present, it was of little concern to him. Yet, Kizaru did not leave and continued to feign a protective stance over Lu Jie. Meanwhile, under Lu Jie's instruction, Perona directed Momo towards Moria's location. Number 3, who had initially planned to provide support, also departed with them. After all, the demise of a clone had little impact on Lu Jie, but the sensations experienced at the moment of the clone's demise would be relayed back to him. Thus, he would not choose that path lightly. 10 minutes later, Garp and the others arrived before Lu Jie. Ah, Garp, it seems we meet again, Lu Jie greeted him. Lu Jie, my boy, how about doing me a favor and returning with me? Garp stated directly. I recall that you are not a devil fruit user. Garp, how is it that you have managed to consume the face fruit in this past year? Lu Jie retorted, instantly reminded of Shank's face fruit. Garp chuckled at Lu Jie's jest. This young fellow was still as amusing as ever. However, this was not the time for nostalgia, so Garp merely smiled discreetly. Are you two acquainted? Sengoku inquired, looking at Garp. We had some dealings a year ago. As for this situation, you may handle it as you see fit. I shall refrain from intervening. By the way, Sengoku, do not be upset. Have some senbei, Garp said, offering a rice cracker. Seeing Garp's demeanor, Sengoku felt somewhat exasperated. If it weren't for the higher-up summoning him, he might not have shown up at all. Now that he was here, it appeared he was merely coasting along. Suit yourself. And I do not wish to partake in senbei, thank you. Sengoku replied, stepping to the forefront. Lu Jie, release the person in your grasp. And I promise to let you leave, Sengoku stated directly. Your words imply that unless I relinquish this scoundrel, you would dare to take action? Number 1 scoffed at Sengoku's remark. It was well known that Lu Jie held a disdain for this man, though he might not be as controversial as a Kainu. Sengoku was aware that certain actions were wrong yet chose to pursue them nonetheless. Even after resigning from the position of Fleet Admiral, Lu Jie still held contempt for this man, lacking his own convictions. Hence, Lu Jie did not speak with the same amiability he displayed towards Garp. It was well understood that Garp remained in the Navy solely to apprehend numerous nefarious pirates. I am aware of your sword swiftness, but we have countless methods. Enough of this pointless banter. This individual is my merchandise. If you wish to take him, name your price. Number 1 interrupted Sengoku, speaking slowly. Upon hearing Lu Jie's words, Sengoku's brow furrowed. Lu Jie was clearly displaying an attitude resistant to both persuasion and intimidation. If they acted, they would risk harming the captive. However, simply handing over money would equally tarnish the Navy's reputation. As Sengoku grappled with this dilemma, another ship gradually approached them. Soon enough, they discerned the identity of the newcomers. It was none other than CP-0, the Celestial Dragon's elite unit. One by one, individuals clad in suits and ties appeared on deck. And as they boarded, their aura surged dramatically. Ah, I never anticipated encountering so many esteemed individuals today. Number 1 continued to engage them in jest. At that moment, Lu Jie also heard the chime of the system notification. It seemed that Number 2 had successfully brought Charles William Saint aboard the ship. He promptly opened the random treasure chest, relishing his role as an onlooker, content to watch the unfolding drama while opening the chest. Congratulations, Host. You have acquired a stand doll. Originating from the cursed world, place one doll in a secure location and keep the other on your person. When the host suffers a fatal attack, the stand doll will absorb the damage on behalf of the host, who will then be teleported to the location of the placed doll. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lu Jie nearly leaped with joy. However, recalling his current state of dizziness, he decided it best to remain lying down. Nevertheless, the item he had just obtained was nothing short of remarkable. It was akin to acquiring a second life. This differs from the shadow clone technique, as the latter requires one to manipulate it using mental energy, thus preventing one from straying too far. However, this method essentially allows oneself to be transported back to the point of revival after death. Teacher, this individual possesses the ability to create clones. Just moments ago, one of his clones abducted Charles William Saint. At that moment, Kizaru approached Zephyr's side and spoke softly. What? Has a celestial dragon already been captured? Upon hearing Kizaru's words, Zephyr felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Originally, Lu Jie already had one hostage in his possession, and now another had emerged. This situation would render them even more passive. Zephyr relayed this news to Sengoku and Garp, and upon hearing it, Garp found this young man increasingly intriguing. Meanwhile, Sengoku's brow furrowed deeper with concern. Very well, I shall present my terms. 3 devil fruits in exchange for one individual, number 1 stated slowly. Agreed. But I currently do not possess any devil fruits. How about this? I shall wait here until you deliver the devil fruits, at which point I will release the captive. Number 1 eagerly anticipated this response, as it would allow for further delay. Observing Lu Jie, Sengoku found himself at an impasse. Initially, the CP0 agents considered a forceful approach. Yet upon learning of the power of Murakumo in Lu Jie's possession, they hesitated to act. After all, while attempting to eliminate or repel Lu Jie, none could guarantee that he would not harm the captive below. Even Kizaru, the swiftest among them, was unwilling to proceed in such a manner. The situation became exceedingly awkward. With a multitude of high-ranking officials surrounding a pirate who had only set sail a little over a year prior, all rendered helpless. CP0, have you come to rescue me? Quickly, apprehend this insolent fool. And that individual over there. How dare he remain idle while I am being held captive? Silence. Speak another word, and I shall strip you of your garments. Number 1 interjected coldly before Lu Jie could finish his sentence. Upon hearing Number 1's words, Lu Jie promptly closed his mouth. It is essential to understand that for a celestial dragon, merely sharing the same air as a commoner is a profound disgrace. At this moment, Kizaru found himself somewhat anxious. He hoped that the ire would not ultimately be directed at him. It was crucial to remember that his current mission was to safeguard Charles William Saint. Yet this individual had already been captured. I'm quite patient. Once you bring me the devil fruits, I shall release you. Number 1 slowly addressed Lu Jie. Devil fruits? I possess many of them. If you free me, I shall offer you a multitude. Lu Jie hastily replied. Many, you say? Just how many can you provide? Or perhaps you should ponder the value of your own life. Number 1 inquired once more. I have 10. I shall give them all to you. Though my life is worth more, Sengoku, are you listening? 10. If you only retrieve 3, it would be an affront to the celestial dragons. Number 1 raised his head to gaze at Sengoku. Upon hearing Lu Jie's words, Sengoku felt a surge of frustration. Indeed, the celestial dragons were adept at stirring trouble. Reluctantly, he once again picked up the Din Din Mushi and instructed the Navy, who had just gone to procure the devil fruits, to bring back 10. 2 hours later, the Navy arrived with the devil fruits in tow. Lu Jie, I trust you will honor your promise, Sengoku stated as he placed 10 boxes before Lu Jie. Thank you kindly, Number 1 remarked, and Lu Jie promptly stored the devil fruits within his spatial pocket. His strength had already been sufficiently revealed, so exposing one more was of little consequence. Well then, I appreciate your generosity with the devil fruits. Number 1 gradually rose to his feet. There remains a rather insignificant Charles William Saint in Moria's location. If you wish to rescue him, simply approach. After Number 1 finished speaking, Lu Jie sheathed his sword, Murakumo, and disengaged from his shadow clone technique. Witnessing Lu Jie transform into a wisp of white smoke and vanish elicited a complex mix of emotions among the onlookers. Arrange for my accommodation. I require rest, Lu Jie declared straightforwardly. Thus, having manipulated the Navy, he donned the mantle of the celestial dragon and proceeded to rest. Following Lu Jie's retreat, only 2 members of CP0 remained, while the others hastened towards Moria's whereabouts. After effortlessly dealing with the 2 CP0 members, Lu Jie set off for Moria's location. Although directionally challenged, He was fortunate to have his clone providing precise guidance, allowing him to embark on his first solo voyage. Thankfully, he encountered no significant troubles and arrived at Moria's location without incident. As the Navy had already surrounded Moria's formidable three-masted ship, Lu Jie was left with no choice but to dive beneath the surface. Upon reaching the vessel, he discovered that all the Navy personnel were already aboard. As Lu Jie arrived, his clone dissipated. The sudden disappearance of Lu Jie startled the gathered individuals, but as he strolled towards them, they recognized him as the genuine Lu Jie. Well, we are all aware of your purpose for being here. My arrival, however, is under duress. With an individual like Akainu, who is ruthlessly determined to eradicate pirates, I have no desire to negotiate matters with him alone. Moria is my friend. He did not embark on a mission to seize the sky gold. He merely passed through. The true culprits are elsewhere, and I demand that you restore Moria's warlord status. This constitutes the essence of our transaction. As Lu Jie approached, he spoke with conviction. Upon hearing Lu Jie's declaration, Sengoku's brow furrowed once more. Why is it that every time this person appears, they present them with such difficult choices? Moria has just had his title as a warlord revoked, yet now there are discussions about reinstating him. Is this not a blatant slap in the face? It seems to demand their acknowledgement that such a misjudgment stems from their own incompetence. However, with the astronauts now in their grasp, and given Lu Jie's typical approach, should negotiations falter, the first casualty would undoubtedly be this celestial dragon. At that point, anyone involved in this operation will find themselves in significant trouble. If it is not Moria, then who is it? Sengoku inquired, simultaneously restraining Akainu, who was poised to act. This individual is also a member of the warlords. As for who it is, you shall discover through your investigations. However, I can assure you on my honor that this matter bears no relation to Moria, Lu Jie reiterated. Though he yearned to complicate matters for Joker, he had promised not to disclose anything. Of course, this was under the assumption that Lu Jie was unaware that Joker had already divulged his information to the Navy. Had he known, he would scarcely have cared for such promises. Now, hand over Charles William Saint to us and depart swiftly. I shall grant you 3 days after that. We will pursue you with the same fervor, Sengoku stated directly. Very well, I shall take my leave, Lu Jie responded, turning on his heel. Old Moria. Some matters require careful consideration. Remember what your true objective is. Relying on these puppets will not lead you to fulfill your dreams. After imparting this advice to Moria, Lu Jie returned to his ship. Perona then approached Moria, assuring him, in the future, you must inform us immediately of any developments. Lu Jie will return. And so shall I. At this moment, although Moria had regained his identity as a warlord of the sea, he felt no joy at all. He was still preoccupied with the words that Lu Jie had just spoken. My dream? To protect Saint and the others, follow me to slay the notorious pirate Lu Jie. Sakazuki, indifferent to whatever promises Sengoku had made, was aware that Moria, now a warlord, could not be touched. However, Lu Jie would not simply allow him to escape. Sakazuki. You, the Admiral Sengoku, just promised him. I did not. Capturing pirates is my duty. Everything is for the sake of justice. With that singular statement, Sakazuki led his navy straight toward Lu Jie. Red Dog. I once thought you had some semblance of decency, but now, I see you are merely a shameless cur. If you insist on proceeding this way, do not blame me. At that moment, Lu Jie invoked the star spirit summoning key he had acquired earlier, which was said to be capable of summoning a star spirit guardian of equivalent strength to a vice admiral in the Navy. Soon, a summoning circle materialized on the ground. Water star spirit, Amy Vale, has come to greet her master. A blue-haired water spirit appeared before Lu Jie, speaking softly. Take care of that fiery fellow, Lu Jie instructed, pointing at Sakazuki. After speaking, he urged Momo to leave swiftly. After all, no one was currently stepping forward to attack him alongside Sakazuki. But once Sakazuki found himself at a disadvantage, who could predict whether they would intervene? As he departed, Lu Jie casually handed something to Amy Vale. That fire-wielding fellow. I despise him the most. Ocean roar. As they were on the sea, Amavale's power exceeded that of a vice admiral. Facing the overwhelming deluge of water, Sakazuki unleashed a powerful punch, evaporating a substantial amount of the seawater. However, before Sakazuki could launch another attack, an even greater wave surged forth once more. At that moment, Kazan emerged, instantly freezing the surrounding seawater into ice. 2 individuals? Do not assume that encasing the seawater in ice can thwart me. Sea Dragon. With a tremor, a sea dragon surged forth, breaking through the ice and presenting itself before the onlookers. Just then, Sengoku made his move, swiftly crushing the water dragon with a colossal hand. Witnessing this, Amiviel immediately hurled the item that Lu Jie had given her, targeting Akainu. Upon seeing an object flying towards him, Akainu retaliated with a punch, obliterating the incoming projectile. Instantly, its contents erupted forth, revealing nothing less than the millennium-aged stinky tofu and the 10,000-year-old stinky eggs that Lu Jie had previously acquired. Under Akainu's heat, a delightful aroma enveloped the area, causing even Amiviel to vanish, overwhelmed by the stimulating scent. After Lu Jie departed, he showed no concern for the ensuing troubles. With the interference of the star spirits and the swift pace of the Mu, they quickly distanced themselves from that maritime expanse. Lu Jie, it's time to eat, Rem called out to him. And the presence of a woman ensured that he need not worry about meals coming. Half a month later, Lu Jie set foot on the second island. Observing the flags fluttering atop the island, he realized it was the territory of Big Mom. It seemed there must be some delectable desserts to savor. Moreover, the sole silver treasure chest on the island was marked by Big Mom's emblem. Once ashore, everyone promptly commenced their tasks. Lu Jie was tasked with treasure hunting, while the others managed procurement, and Perona ensured the ship's safety. Upon reaching beneath Big Mom's flag, Lu Jie discovered her subordinates were stationed there, though they were merely candy soldiers. Ascending into the air, Lu Jie collected the silver treasure chest and departed. However, his actions did not go unnoticed by the candy soldiers. While they did not pursue him, they relayed the information back to Big Mom. Oh, Baron Egg, Bockumus, you two go to Banana Island and bring Lu Jie back. How dare he cause a ruckus under my flag? Upon receiving the news, Big Mom dispatched Bockumus and Baron Egg. Both had reached the rank of Commodore, making their assignment to handle Lu Jie a mere formality, especially since the intel indicated Lu Jie possessed only Commodore-level strength. Coincidentally, Bockumus and Baron Egg were nearest, as they were currently transporting candy for Big Mom. Yet, unbeknownst to her, the Navy had not increased Lu Jie's bounty due to the incident, as even the celestial dragons wished for it to remain concealed from the world. Following this event, Akainu's hatred for Lu Jie intensified, as the gifts left by Lu Jie had turned everyone into mockers of Akainu's reputation. Consequently, Akainu refrained from returning to Navy headquarters and roamed the New World in search of Lu Jie, determined not to return without capturing him. Of course, none of this concerned Lu Jie. After surveying the island's surroundings and finding no threat, he led his companions in a peaceful quest for desserts. Indeed, a balanced approach to life is the most desirable. Though treasure hunting was not particularly dull, everyone needed rest, didn't they? While dining, Lu Jie noticed that many were watching him. Although he was currently presenting himself in his true form, it felt excessive. Rem, are the offerings here delicious? I quite enjoy them. Shall I take you to learn how to make them later? Certainly. At that moment, a peculiar pirate ship was sailing toward them. After satisfying their appetites, Lu Jie resolved to rest for the night, as constant travel by sea was hardly pleasant. The women were delighted to hear of his intention to stay, for a tranquil bed was a comfort to sleep upon. The following day, Rem awoke early to learn the art of dessert making. Guena and Bockumus engaged in their daily sword practice while Lu Jie scoured the nearby islands for treasure. The next day, Lu Jie, breakfast is ready, Rem cheerfully announced as she brought him his meal. Very well. Lu Jie concluded his training in observation Haki and began to eat. After breakfast, he prepared to depart. Having spent 3 days on Banana Island, he had successfully acquired treasures from the surrounding smaller islands. With Lu Jie's enhanced strength, many areas once guarded by creatures had transformed into dark iron treasure chests. Thus, it was likely that his next encounters with formidable foes akin to the 7 warlords would yield only silver treasure chests. Indeed, as his strength grew, so too did the difficulty of obtaining treasures. However, the good news was that the exchange points for treasure remained unchanged. Now, he required a mere 10,000 points to unlock the supreme treasure chest, prompting him to retrieve everything unnecessary. Rem, please gather everyone to prepare for departure. If there is anything to procure, now is the time. Lu Jie instructed. Understood, I will inform everyone at once. By the time they returned to the ship, it was already afternoon. Moo, let us set sail. Lu Jie offered Moo some feed and spoke softly. Moo. Soon, Banana Island was no longer in sight. However, as they sailed, a familiar ship approached them. It was the candy ship piloted by Bockumus and Baron Egg. Captain, Big Mom's ship has appeared directly ahead. Oh, they arrived sooner than expected? Lu Jie stood, displaying a calm demeanor. Captain, did you anticipate their arrival? Bockumus inquired, astonished. Is that why I lingered here? I awaited them. Though I must admit, they were slightly slower than I anticipated. Lu Jie rested the blade of Sinbin Sakura on his shoulder, brimming with excitement. One must understand that in order to acquire higher-tier treasure chests, one could no longer search island by island. Upon entering the new world, many high-level treasure chests resided upon the vessels of these powerful individuals. This meant that Lu Jie had intentionally allowed the candy soldiers to glimpse him, then waited for them on the island. He knew that Big Mom would not come to find him herself. Thus, no matter whom she sent, it was merely a delivery of treasure to him. Familiar faces, indeed. Bacchus, this is your time to shine. Were it not for the fact that the other party is a furry tribe, I might suspect you two were brothers, Lu Jie jested. Upon hearing Lu Jie mention familiarity, Bacchus appeared perplexed. However, before Lu Jie could elaborate, a barrage of cannonballs erupted toward them. Mighty Lioness song. Guina leapt into the air, her sword, the clear spring, slicing through the air with a swift and decisive motion. The blade's aura surged forth like a lion, striking down all incoming projectiles. Lu Jie, how fortuitous. These two individuals are quite suitable for you. Bomiux, the one from the fur tribe is named Pokemus. I leave him in your capable hands. Guina. The other is Baron Egg. He wields a sword as well. Go and hone your skills. Lu Jie had already arranged opponents for both of them. Understood, Captain. All right. Lu Jie. The two stood at the bow of the ship, their expressions brimming with anticipation as they gazed at the approaching vessel. Suddenly, a most unwelcome guest appeared aboard Lu Jie's ship. Lu Jie, this is Perona. You are responsible for dealing with all the candy soldiers and the little pirates. Maybe 5. You 3 should find a secure location. Upon seeing the newcomer, a grave expression settled on Lu Jie's face. How could this fellow appear here? The bloodless sword cultivator. Lu Jie expressed his delight at finally locating you. The newcomer spoke directly. Marshal D. Teach, what brings you to my presence? Lu Jie inquired slowly. This man is none other than Marshal D. Teach, known as Blackbeard, a member of the Whitebeard pirates who has not yet betrayed them. So, you are aware of my presence. I seek your life. Upon uttering these words, Blackbeard unleashed his formidable power, enveloping his hands in an aura of menace as he charged toward Lu Jie. A physical confrontation, is it? Lu Jie swiftly activated the abilities of his time fruit, freezing Blackbeard in his tracks, and then utilized his age-reducing power to strike at him. Just as Lu Jie's hand was about to make contact with Blackbeard, an enigmatic smile crept across Marshal D. Teach's face. Bang! In the next moment, Lu Jie was propelled backward. Lu Jie, those who had been observing the unfolding battle, including Monet, rushed out in alarm. Snow Burial. As Monet emerged, she immediately unleashed her most powerful ability, Snow Burial. Given their location upon the ocean, laden with moisture, a torrent of snow swiftly engulfed Marshal D. Teach. Hehehe, quite an impressive ability, but it holds no effect over me. Furthermore, I have no interest in your powers. If you wish to avoid death, I suggest you distance yourself. With that declaration, an overwhelming aura erupted from Marshal D. Teach. This caused Baby 5, Monet, and Sugar, who were initially prepared to act, to faint instantly. The Conqueror's Haki. To my astonishment, you have awakened your Conqueror's Haki at such an early stage. Lu Jie wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and slowly stood up, speaking calmly. Oh, you are still able to stand before my Haki. It seems you possess the qualities of a king. However, at this moment, you are truly no match for me. After Marshal D. Teach concluded his statement, he placed his hand behind him, revealing a blade formed from his fist. Recognizing this weapon, Lu Jie understood it was the same one that had left scars on the red-haired Shanks. Just how formidable is this man with the aid of the dark fruit? He recalled that Marshal D. Teach had indeed confronted Shanks directly and inflicted wounds, although he had also been struck by Shanks. The fact that he could hold his ground against such a formidable opponent spoke volumes of his strength. Hey, truly the infamous Marshal D. Teach. You desire my fruit's abilities, do you? We shall see if you possess the capability to seize them. Scatter, Sinbin Sakura. Upon uttering these words, Lu Jie unleashed the power of his Zanpakuto. Marshal D. Teach, evidently aware of Lu Jie's technique, swiftly evaded all the delicate blades. An immensely potent spiritual attack. Yet, divine wings. Before Marshal D. Teach could utter another word, Lu Jie commenced his assault once more. You may be formidable, Blackbeard, but I, Lu Jie, am no pushover. I intend to discover just how many abilities your dark fruit can devour. Suddenly, Lu Jie paused. Wait, this fellow has yet to acquire the dark fruit. So how could he be immune to my abilities? Countless feathered arrows were deflected by Marshal D. Teach, and in the next moment, he appeared right before Lu Jie. Indeed, a newcomer, overly confident in his own strength. Upon hearing Blackbeard's words, Lu Jie instinctively attempted to evade, but it was too late. Time halted. Bang. Even after activating his fruit's ability, Lu Jie was still sent flying by Blackbeard. Wow. Leaning on Senbonzakura, Lu Jie slowly rose, spitting blood. Marshal D. Teach. It seems your strength is indeed as hidden as the legends suggest. The Hellhound mythical Zoan fruit is, without a doubt, incredibly powerful. Lu Jie gradually sheathed his Senbonzakura. When confronting someone like Blackbeard, the efficacy of Senbonzakura was far too limited. Even if he were to exhaust his spiritual energy and utilize Bankai, it might not inflict any significant damage. After all, with Marshal D. Teach speed, evasion would be a trivial task. The only weapon capable of causing him harm was the Muramasa in his hand, since neither the Imperial Tool nor Senbonzakura could imbue Haki. Only this weapon could inflict some damage on Blackbeard. Come forth. After drawing Muramasa, Lu Jie charged directly at Marshal D. Teach. Seeing Lu Jie rush forward, Marshal D. Teach furrowed his brows. He had anticipated that after showcasing his power, this individual would become intimidated by the evident disparity. However, Lu Jie's actions were entirely unexpected. Most importantly, Lu Jie had revealed his secret, ensuring that he could not be allowed to live any longer. Your fruit abilities, they shall be mine. The two resumed their fierce battle, but this time, Lu Jie did not get repelled. Instead, he maintained a defensive stance. The prowess of this individual in martial arts can easily rival that of a vice admiral in the Navy. Moreover, coupled with that fearsome ability, Lu Jie found himself somewhat challenged. Gatling. Suddenly, while engaged in a swift battle with Marshal D. Teach, Lu Jie unleashed his skill, Gatling. A barrage of bullets instantaneously penetrated Marshal D. Teach's body. These bullets, devoid of any accompanying Haki, scattered forth. Scatter, 1,000 cherry blossoms. Before Marshal D. Teach could finish his words, Lu Jie's clone once again activated the initial release of 1,000 cherry blossoms. What? At this moment, Lu Jie ceased to hold back. With 3 clones alongside himself, he launched an assault. Dark Box. Upon seeing the 4 figures charging toward him, Marshal D. Teach activated the Dark Box, ensnaring 2 of Lu Jie's clones. Shadow Devouring Demon. Simultaneously, the shadow of his second clone rose to engage in battle with it. The initial advantage was swiftly neutralized by Marshal D. Teach. Your ability is indeed intriguing. I find myself increasingly eager to discover what it would be like to possess such a devil fruit power, exclaimed Marshal D. Teach with palpable excitement. Originally, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, had summoned Marshal D. Teach to seek Lu Jie, hoping to forge familial bonds. Yet, within the depths of Marshal D. Teach's heart, Lu Jie's devil fruit abilities captivated him far more. At this juncture, Lu Jie comprehended why his powers were ineffective against Blackbeard. This fellow possessed 3 hearts, essentially 3 souls and 3 lives. His time-stopping ability could only halt one of those souls, yielding no effect on the others. Nevertheless, he had no intention of conceding. System. Open all treasure chests. Within Lu Jie's personal space lay a multitude of treasure chests awaiting him. Thus, his immediate task was to unlock these chests and collect rewards, amassing exchange points to redeem a supreme treasure chest. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a whisker from Zatsahui. Congratulations, host. You have acquired moonflower seeds from the world of eternal thoughts. Upon use, 1 moonflower will bloom. Congratulations, host, you have received a progress card. Upon hearing the system's notifications, a smile spread across Lu Jie's face. Another progress card. While it may not alter the tide of battle, it would certainly enhance the current situation. Using the progress card on his Haki mastery, he reclaimed all other items. Use successful. Haki training progress at 48. Reclamation successful. Gain 10, 300 exchange points. Upon seeing the surplus of exchange points, Lu Jie was taken aback. What is this? How could these items be worth so many exchange points? Aside from the unusable moonflower seed, the remaining items were mere whiskers and socks. How could they possibly amount to such a value? After reviewing the details, Lu Jie discovered that the moonflower seed alone was valued at 10,000, while the rest totaled a mere 300. Ha ha ha, fortune favors me, fortune favors me. Lu Jie couldn't help but burst into laughter. Observing Lu Jie's sudden outburst of mirth, Marshal D. Teach furrowed his brow in confusion. What is this fellow up to again? Although I am eager to eliminate Lu Jie immediately, Marshal D. Teach still harbors some reservations. After all, the intelligence reports indicated that this individual inexplicably possesses a multitude of formidable abilities. System, exchange for the supreme treasure chest, activate. While Marshal D. Teach was momentarily lost in thought, Lu Jie swiftly redeemed the supreme treasure chest. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a divine item, the Spear of Destruction. Upon usage, it can obliterate designated objects. This is a one-time use item. Please exercise caution. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lu Jie widened his eyes in astonishment. The Spear of Destruction? Could this possibly annihilate the entirety of Mariehua in an instant? Glancing back at Blackbeard before him, Lu Jie deemed it in utter waste to employ such a weapon against him. Marshal D. Teach, you have forced my hand. After declaring this, Lu Jie promptly brandished the Spear of Destruction. Activate the Spear of Destruction. Please swiftly select a target, or it will self-destruct in 3 seconds. The system's voice echoed once more. What the? Seriously? I merely intended to intimidate him a little. I had no intention of actually using it. Target selected, Marshal D. Teach. At this moment, Lu Jie found himself bereft of even the luxury of lamentation. Should this device self-destruct, his demise would be imminent. Although he possessed a substitute doll, it was not meant to be squandered in such a manner. Moreover, the substitute doll was currently affixed to him. Thus, should he be reborn here, it would serve little purpose. Consequently, Lu Jie resolutely chose Marshal D. Teach as his target. The already suspicious Marshal D. Teach, upon glimpsing the object in Lu Jie's possession, turned and fled. His observation Haki had forewarned him of impending peril, and the message it conveyed was unequivocal. Certain death awaited him. Without a moment's hesitation, Marshal D. Teach fled. However, the Spear of Annihilation in Lu Jie's hand was no idle threat. It pierced directly into Marshal D. Teach's heart, and in the next instant, he detonated. Witnessing the vanishing of Marshal D. Teach, Lu Jie felt no sense of relief. It must be noted that this individual possessed 3 lives. He had just claimed one with the Spear of Annihilation, leaving 2 remaining. It was uncertain when this foe might reemerge. Yet, at that moment, Lu Jie was too fatigued to ponder such matters, for the exertion of using the spear had caused him to lose consciousness. Upon seeing Lu Jie collapse, Monet and Baby 5 hastily dragged him back to the cabin. Meanwhile, Perona, having dealt with the minions, informed Kuina and the others of Lu Jie's condition. The two, disinterested in further conflict, had successfully repelled Baron Egg and Pockamus before returning aboard. Although they had yet to attain the rank of an elite, they did not falter against their opponents, bolstered by the formidable equipment they wielded. After a tense encounter that ended in a stalemate, they called for Moo Moo to swiftly distance themselves from the candy ship. Observing Lu Jie and his companions retreat, Baron Egg took a sip of coffee and contacted Big Ma'am through his snail phone. A day later, Lu Jie gradually regained consciousness. As he surveyed his surroundings, he confirmed that he was indeed in his cabin. It appeared that his final strike had not only repelled Marshal D. Teach but also deterred Baron Egg and his crew from pursuing them. Ray, is there anything to eat? Lu Jie instinctively inquired. Yet, after a prolonged silence, no one responded. At this moment, it was already the evening of the second day, and everyone had succumbed to slumber. After waiting for a while without receiving a response, Lu Jie, weary and fatigued, made his way to the deck. Captain, you are awake. Upon seeing Lu Jie emerge, Babukis hastened to his side, offering support. I am exceedingly famished. Can you procure something to eat? Lu Jie gazed at Babukis with his vibrant green eyes, inquiring slowly. Captain, I shall fetch you something immediately. Please wait a moment. Observing Lu Jie's expression, Babukis swiftly seated him in a chair before darting off to find Remington. Given Lu Jie's current condition, only Rem could adequately address his needs. Before long, everyone arose. They had spent the entire day with Lu Jie and, having stayed up late the previous night, had only just fallen asleep. They had discussed taking turns to keep watch over Lu Jie, but none anticipated his prompt awakening. Lu Jie, here is some porridge I just prepared for you this evening. Please have a taste, Rem announced as she brought forth a large bowl of porridge. Rem, I am in dire need of sustenance. Do not worry about my stomach. Bring forth all manner of meat, Lu Jie declared, finishing the entire bowl of porridge in one go. Upon hearing his words, Rem hurried to gather more food, accompanied by several others who would assist in serving Lu Jie. An hour later, Lu Jie had consumed half of the ship's meat supply before regaining his strength. All right. That will suffice for now. I never anticipated that this thing would drain not only my mental fortitude but also my blood. Had it not been for the system I possess, I might have been utterly depleted. Lu Jie remarked, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Lu Jie, Who was that opponent you faced earlier? Guena inquired directly. That individual is Marshal D. Teach, a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, one of the 4 emperors. His strength surpasses that of the captains under Whitebeard. However, after this encounter, I believe he will refrain from seeking me out indiscriminately. Having tasted defeat, he should exercise caution. Lu Jie responded. By the way, where are we currently? After regaining his vitality, he continued. We are nearing the territory of the Kingdom of Shard. In 3 days' time, we shall arrive at Moxus Island, Perona replied. After all, she was the only one aboard capable of reading the nautical charts. With Lu Jie's drawn maps and the eternal pointer, Perona temporarily assumed the role of navigator. Moxus Island? It seems I am destined for a bountiful harvest. Treasure chests. Here I come. Mumu echoed with enthusiasm. The others, too, were filled with anticipation upon hearing Lu Jie's words. It was known that the treasures, whether Babukas's interpretations or Perona's umbrellas, were all things Lu Jie had claimed from the treasure chests. Although they were unclear about the specifics of Lu Jie's statements, their interest in the fabled treasure chest was piqued. Now, with Lu Jie set to venture forth in search of treasures, everyone eagerly awaited the wonders he would bring back. 3 days later, they arrived at Moxus Island. Gazing upon the island, Lu Jie was reminded of one individual, the infamous crocodile, Croco D. Sa. The environment here bears a striking resemblance to that of the Alabasta Kingdom. It seems I am not far from the position of crocodile. Perona, could you please ascertain how far we are from the Alabasta Kingdom? After disembarking, Lu Jie inquired slowly. If we sail forward for approximately another month, we should arrive. Perona glanced at the nautical chart and made a rough calculation of the time. Let us proceed and commence our treasure hunting. You all may continue with your tasks as before. Upon concluding his statement, Lu Jie embarked on his quest for treasures. After all, the glittering treasure chests on the map were utterly irresistible to him. After opening a supreme treasure chest, his desire for exchange points seemed insatiable. One can only imagine the sight of each crew member wielding a devastating spear, commanding respect wherever they go. Once Lu Jie departed, the others decided who would remain to guard the ship through a game of rock, paper, scissors. Ultimately, the unfortunate Bomux was left behind to watch over the vessel while the rest ventured to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in search of their interests. Just as Lu Jie had successfully hunted a large wild boar and obtained a bronze treasure chest, he found himself encircled by a group of naval officers. Bloodless Swordajura Lu Jie, in the face of justice, you cannot defeat me, and I have no desire to slay you. How about we negotiate? And you simply pretend you haven't seen me? Lu Jie interjected calmly, interrupting the naval officers. Such bravado. Today, I, the mole, shall see if you truly are as legendary as they say. Upon facing the individual before him, a troubled expression crossed Lu Jie's face. At this moment, the mole's presence signified that his position had been compromised. It was evident that the one relentlessly pursuing him was none other than the deranged Sakaski. Thus, Lu Jie's foremost concern now rested upon the safety of the other members aboard his vessel. The mole, however, paid no heed to Lu Jie's anxieties. His sole objective was to subdue Lu Jie. The pirate who dares to flee before his own mentor must be captured by his own hand. Today, I stake my reputation as Rear Admiral Mole of the Navy on the necessity of bringing you to justice. Upon uttering these words, Mole drew forth his weapon, the Blood Hunter. Truth be told, I harbor no particular desire to engage in combat with you. Compared to that fellow Akainu, you are truly feeble. Lu Jie, too, unsheathed his Murakumo and summoned his shadow clones. Clone 1 and Clone 2, restrain this individual. Clone 3, let us ascertain the condition of our ship. With that, Lu Jie entrusted his 1,000 cherry blossoms and imperial artifact to the 2 clones and departed without hesitation. After all, these 2 items were controlled by mental energy, and with but a thought, Lu Jie could summon them back from his spatial pocket. Simultaneously, he produced a spear, offering it to Clone 3. This war spear, previously acquired, had awaited a worthy wielder. Little did he expect it would now serve his clone. Observing Lu Jie's 2 clones depart, Mole made no attempt to pursue. The 2 figures before him radiated a formidable aura. Having left the place, Lu Jie hastened to his ship, but upon arrival, he found it too late. Bomu Keisai was bound at the bow, and Mu Mu was shackled in iron chains. Standing at the forefront was none other than Sakazuki himself. There were moments when Lu Jie contemplated ending the life of this red dog. Yet upon reflection, it seemed this embodiment of absolute justice possessed formidable strength. Akainu, release my companions. Lu Jie advanced step by step, his own aura intensifying with each stride. What? You've grown significantly stronger in just a few months? If I do not put an end to you today, you shall inevitably evolve into a terrifying force beyond our control. For the sake of absolute justice. Today I shall eradicate you at the very source of your malevolence. With that declaration, Akainu raised his hand, directing molten magma toward the bound Bomu Keisai and Mumu. Witnessing this scene, Lu Jie swiftly hurled the Murakumo to Clone 3. Unleash the ultimate technique. He commanded. Understood, my lord, Clone 3 replied, before plunging the Murakumo into his own heart. At that moment, Lu Jie brandished an infinite sniper rifle. System, activate the limit release card. He promptly employed the release card. Having previously used the first on the Murakumo, the second was now applied to the infinite sniper rifle. Bang! Before Akainu could strike, Lu Jie unleashed a bullet imbued with armament Haki, which hurtled towards Sakazuki in an instant. Upon seeing the bullet approach, Sakazuki instantaneously transformed into his elemental form. Despite the sniper rifle's explosive power and penetrating force, he was taken aback by its unexpected lethality. Sakazuki wiped the blood from his lip and turned his gaze back to Lu Jie. At this moment, the third individual had completed the ritual of mastery. Peculiar patterns manifesting upon their body, exuding an aura of death. Burial. Upon uttering these words, the third individual instantaneously appeared before Sakazuki. With a swift motion, the Murakumo was unleashed. Bang! Sakazuki drew his blade to parry the assault, yet the sheer speed and force of the third individual, compounded by Sakazuki's unpreparedness and injuries, forced him to stagger back several steps. Without a moment's hesitation, the third individual pressed the attack on Sakazuki, while Lu Jie continued to provide distant fire support. At that juncture, a young woman appeared before Lu Jie. Tao. Lu Jie holstered his sniper rifle and unsheathed the God of War spear. Today, he pondered, was peculiar. As legendary figures manifested before him, yet none bore treasure chests, save for Tao, who carried but a welfare chest. To acquire the welfare chest, one must successfully capture Tao's Jade Rabbit. Just then, a lewd notification echoed in Lu Jie's ear from the system. Although merely a mechanical tone, Lu Jie felt an unsettling presence lurking behind the system, watching him with a smirk. Though I admire your courage and prowess before justice, you are but a manifestation of evil. Tao, with a serious expression, drew her golden blade. Evil, you say? Today, Tao, I shall reveal to you the true essence of evil. With that proclamation, Lu Jie unleashed his utmost speed, the war spear hurtling towards Tao's dehumph. Tao met the challenge head-on, well aware of Lu Jie's time-related abilities, yet she had no intention of shying away from battle. As the golden blade clashed with Lu Jie's weapon, time itself froze. Lu Jie raised his hands, applying gentle pressure. Observing Lu Jie's subtle maneuver, Tao swiftly rotated her weapon. The cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. In the next instant, 3 versions of Tao materialized before Lu Jie, one of whom was immobilized while the other 2 advanced towards him. Caught off guard, Lu Jie was propelled backward. Although he sustained no injury, a sense of frustration welled within him. In this fleeting moment, he had encountered 2 individuals capable of counteracting his abilities, one being Teach, and the other, the formidable Tao Tuesday. It seemed true that no fruit could claim the title of the supreme fruit. Despite the formidable nature of his time fruit ability, without diligent cultivation, its potential remained unfulfilled. Otherwise, he would not have found himself in such a passive state. Time abilities, in Lu Jie's recollection, were the epitome of superhuman powers. Yet now, in his hands, they had become nearly useless. He had long relied on the strength bestowed by treasure chests, neglecting his own training. During his time at the Isen dojo, Lu Jie had diligently honed his swordsmanship. However, since embarking on his maritime journey, his focus had solely been on treasure acquisition. Aside from seeking treasure, he had concentrated on enhancing his observation Haki. After all, he had a pressing task, to swiftly awaken the 1,000 cherry blossoms. Thus, he had scarcely devoted attention to the development of his fruit abilities. With the powers of reversal and time suspension, Lu Jie believed he was adequately equipped. Upon encountering Teach and Tao, Lu Jie recognized the flaws in his abilities. Now, 2 individuals could disregard his fruit powers, implying that others like Sakazuki would undoubtedly possess various means to counter him. Tao's cunning rabbit has 3 burrows appeared to be a skill, as he had no recollection of her possessing any fruit abilities. Although 2 Taotas stood before him, Lu Jie was uncertain if they were akin to his clones, possessing offensive capabilities or merely skills for rapid movement. Thus, he closed his eyes and activated his observation Haki, calming himself. In the next moment, he visualized the figure of Tao-Tu in his mind. Indeed, only one Tao-Tu was in motion, the other was a rapid illusion. Moreover, this skill seemed to have a limitation. She could only shift between two fixed positions, meaning the Tao-Tu he had confined for a second had now changed locations. Subsequently, by continuously adjusting her position, she approached Lu Jie with alarming speed, resembling a skill akin to his clones. Bang! The weapons of both combatants clashed once more. Tao-Tu, do you truly believe that the Navy's justice represents righteousness? Allow me to pose a question. What is the reason for your attempt to apprehend me? Lu Jie spoke slowly during a brief respite. You have kidnapped world nobles, injured them, and insulted the Navy. Each of these acts attests to your malevolence. Tao-Tu replied with unwavering conviction. What is evil is merely a narrative pinned by the victors. If the current rulers were not celestial dragons or the world government, then you would be deemed the wicked. Lu Jie countered. In comparison to the slave trade and the various atrocities committed by the celestial dragons, my actions are merely a transgression against the interests of the current rulers. Do you truly believe that all those slaves in Mariehua deserve their fate? If your family or friends were among them, would you still regard this as the justice you espouse? Lu Jie stated earnestly, having repelled Tao-Tu's day. Upon hearing Lu Jie's words, Tao-Tu furrowed her brow. Indeed, many of his assertions resonated with truth. What you say may be factual, but the sins of others cannot justify your own transgressions. Others' wrongdoings will be judged, but not by pirates. Tao-Tu resolutely reaffirmed her beliefs and charged towards Lu Jie. At that moment, Lu Jie hesitated. He realized that other sins could not serve as an excuse for his own. However, having already taken opposing stances, further dialogue seemed futile. Lu Jie cast aside any thoughts of persuading Tao-Tu, understanding that to confront such a woman, one must wield force to impart the truth. Just then, a black sword flew through the air, landing at Lu Jie's feet. Tao-Tu, let us refrain from utilizing our abilities. Now, I wish to witness the true extent of your swordsmanship. Lu Jie proclaimed as he stored his war spear in his spatial pocket and drew the sword from the ground. This was just a moment during the fierce battle between number 3 and Sakasaki when he casually tossed it to Lu Jie. Justice knows no fear. With unwavering resolve, he unleashed the heart slash, the rabbit leg slash. The two warriors clashed once more. Meanwhile, number 3, having lifted the restrictions, began to exhibit adverse reactions. After all, the curse of Murakami is formidable. As for numbers 1 and 2, they fought valiantly to restrain the mole, despite being at a disadvantage. With the support of Senbin Zakura and Wanli Feixiang, defeat was not imminent. At that moment, Perona and her companions also sensed a problem. Uncle, I lost my doll. Could you help me find it? As the mole's forces engaged in a fierce battle with numbers 1 and 2, a young girl suddenly appeared behind a Navy officer. Her face adorably innocent as she spoke. Little sister, you must leave this place quickly. There is a powerful villain here. If you remain, we cannot ensure your safety. The Navy officer replied with a warm smile. Though they were fearsome when dealing with pirates, they often exhibited kindness towards innocent children. But I really like my doll. Uncle, can you help me find it? The girl, known as Sugar, spoke sweetly, extending her hand in a manner reminiscent of a playful child, gently clasping the hand of the Navy officer. At that moment, he inexplicably transformed into a puppet. All right, Uncle, I found my doll. It's you, Sugar declared, before leading him slowly into the crowd. Uncle, my doll is lost, she lamented, and one by one, the Navy officers morphed into lifeless figures. The most chilling aspect was that amidst the numerous disappearances, not a single person reacted. After all, Sugar possessed formidable powers, capable of erasing anyone she touched from the memories of all. As long as Sugar remained conscious, they would remain thus. Meanwhile, the mole found himself besieged by the first and second officers, as the Navy personnel surrounding him had been neutralized by Sugar. Accompanying Sugar were Rem and Kuina, both of whom immediately joined the fray. Rem wielded a weapon she had just purchased during their shopping excursion, a spiked ball. Facing the 4 brigadiers, all endowed with unique abilities, the mole felt the strain. After all, he had only recently ascended to the rank of Rear Admiral. Mole, it is impossible for you to defeat us now. Just look behind you, the first officer said, retracting his weapon. Upon hearing this, the mole turned to see himself encircled by puppets armed with blades. Though he was unsure how these puppets had come to be, he recognized that capturing them today was an impossibility. Wicked individuals resort to such despicable tactics. The mole retorted vehemently. The first and second officers exchanged glances, somewhat embarrassed. When a throng had attacked them just moments ago, he had not uttered such words. Had it not been for the bizarre assaults of Sinbin Zakura and the barrage of arrows from Wanli Feixiang, they might have already succumbed. After all, the mole was a rear admiral, and had it not been for their wariness of Lu Jia's abilities, they would likely have been defeated already. Retreat. The mole waved his hand, preparing to withdraw with his subordinates, but then recalled he had come alone. Shaking his head, he departed. After resolving the crisis at hand, the group swiftly made their way toward the seaside, aware that Lu Jia was likely facing a significant threat. Lu Jia, I, Perona, will assist the third unit. I can handle things here myself, she declared upon arrival. While the third unit was currently engaged in a fierce battle with the Kainu, it was evident that it would not be long before they fell. The third unit faced not only a Kainu but also an entire ship of Navy personnel. Understood, Perona replied. Drifting toward their vessel. Negative Ghost. Upon boarding, she immediately activated her ability, a technique that had previously decimated Luffy and his crew. Had it not been for Usopp, they would have been lost. The mere thought of the extraordinary Usopp caused Lu Jia some distress. It seemed both Sugar and Perona held a certain apprehension towards him. He resolved to find an opportunity for Usopp to undergo some transformation. Bang! Lost in thought, Lu Jia was struck and sent flying by Peach Rabbit. How can you be distracted during our battle? Is my attack not captivating enough? Peach Rabbit remarked, tossing her hair back. Quite enchanting, but alas, you are bound to lose. Time stop. At that moment, the first and second officers arrived, and the three of them collectively invoked the time-stopping ability. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Jia discreetly touched Peach Rabbit's alluring figure before swiftly retreating. Unlocking the treasure chest, you have received the bunny girl outfit, exclusive to Peach Rabbit. Affection increased by 30, and charm increased by 50. Just then, the voice of the system echoed in Lu Jia's ear. Although Peach Rabbit was immobilized, she could still perceive Lu Jia's actions and felt them physically. As Peach Rabbit prepared to unleash her wrath, Lu Jia presented her with a gift box. Placing it gently before her. If you would, I hope you can reflect on what I mentioned earlier. After placing the box in her hands, Lu Jia joined the others in their mission to rescue. It is unwise to linger here, especially since 3 lieutenant generals have already made their presence known. Who can say how many individuals that rascal Akainu has summoned? Thus, Lu Jia's immediate task is to rescue Momo and Bomu Keisai, and then make a swift exit. Upon witnessing Lu Jia and his entourage approach, coupled with the imminent eruption of the 3rd Lieutenant General, Sakazuki furrowed his brow and promptly disembarked from Lu Jia's vessel. He moved to stand beside Peach Rabbit, and at that moment, the mole also arrived. The three of them observed Lu Jia setting sail and chose not to pursue further. Their soldiers had either succumbed to Perona's negative ghosts or been transformed into dolls by Sugar. To continue the pursuit now could result in casualties, as Lu Jia possesses a rather peculiar ability, although they are mightier than him. No one can guarantee that they won't be injured by Lu Jia's blade in a confrontation. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a passive crisis treasure chest. Confirm whether to open it. As Lu Jia distanced himself from Sakazuki's line of sight, the mechanical voice of the system resonated in his ear. He promptly dispelled his shadow clone and found a seat to rest. Ha ha ha, it seems my efforts were not in vain. I have indeed obtained this treasure. Open. Congratulations, host, you have received a Devil Fruit Fusion card. Upon opening the treasure chest, a smile graced Lu Jia's face. This object is indeed a remarkable treasure. Possessing it allows one to vanquish 2 demons while simultaneously eliminating the adverse effects of the Devil Fruit, all while earning 1,000 exchange points. Currently, I hold 10 Devil Fruits in my possession, with only Guena and Bamuxis yet to consume one. However, what should I prepare for them? Perhaps I should inquire directly. With this thought, Lu Jia summoned the 2 before him. You both, would you like to consume a Devil Fruit? Lu Jia posed his question with candor. Upon hearing his words, the 2 fell into silence. Give it to Bamuxis. I intend to ascend to the pinnacle of this world with my own Clear Spring's absolute silence. Guena confidently declared, glancing at the sword in her hand. And you? Bamuxis? Lu Jia turned his gaze toward him. I wish to grow stronger, thus I accept, Bamuxis replied resolutely. After hearing Bamuxis's response, Lu Jia produced 10 boxes and placed them before him. Here are 10 Devil Fruits. Choose 2 for yourself, he stated slowly after unveiling the boxes. 2. Captain. Isn't it said that one can only consume a single Devil Fruit? Consuming 2 would lead to one's demise. Bamuxis exclaimed, astonished by Lu Jia's proposition. Rest assured. I will not harm you, Lu Jia reassured him. In response, Bamuxis selected 2 of the Devil Fruits. both of which bore a striking resemblance to the sword shadows he manifested while wielding the interpreter. Utilizing the Devil Fruit Fusion card, Lugia declared, using the card without hesitation. After all, it served no purpose for him if unused. Congratulations, host. You have successfully fused the multiplication fruit and the stabbing fruit, resulting in the acquisition of the stabbing element fruit. The fruit's abilities are ominous. Slay 2 demons, reclaim their corpses, and receive 1,000 exchange points. As they observed the transformation of the devil fruits into one, astonishment spread across the faces of all present. The most wondrous phenomena in this world can indeed be manipulated in such a manner? After consuming the fruit, Bomu Keisai closed his eyes and began to comprehend. Perona. Our next destination shall be the Kingdom of Alabasta. Moo, I apologize for the injuries you have sustained this time. Moo. Thus, having freed themselves from Sakazuki, Lugia and his companions resumed their voyage and treasure hunting expedition. Meanwhile, Sakazuki and his crew encountered formidable adversaries. With their naval forces already limited, they found themselves at odds with Marco's ship. At this moment, the justice-driven Sakazuki acted decisively. Given the prowess of the 3 admirals, capturing Marco would have been a simple task, although he was aware of the Whitebeard pirate's influence. Sakazuki was solely intent on finding a pirate to vent the humiliation he had suffered at the hands of Lugia. However, he did not anticipate the entire Whitebeard crew arriving, plunging him into a perilous situation, although Edward Newgate ultimately spared his life. Being released left Sakazuki feeling more tormented than if he had been slain. Of course, Lugia remained oblivious to these developments. At that moment, he was joyfully opening treasure chests. After distancing himself considerably, Lugia suddenly recalled an important detail. A multitude of Navy personnel were still under the spell of sugar. Sugar. Does your ability only deactivate if you lose consciousness? Lugia inquired slowly. Yes, as long as I am not unconscious, my ability remains effective. Sugar nodded in affirmation. What about when you sleep? The young master asked. Sugar does not need to sleep, she replied cutely. Upon hearing Sugar's words, Lugia felt a sudden pang in his heart. Such an adorable little girl has been brainwashed to this extent, although she appears unchanged in the future. Her sleeplessness is concerning. Don't worry, if you follow me, you will be able to sleep, Lugia said, extending his hand to gently pat Shatang's head. Although Shatang's treasure chest of benefits has yet to be unlocked, Lugia's impressively high charm value of 500 is no mere jest. Even the once brainwashed Shatang finds great fondness for this older brother. This also explains why Tao Tu did not go berserk after being attacked by Lugia. It is because Lugia exudes an overwhelming charm. However, Shatang remains oblivious to the concept of sleep. With a hint of melancholy in her tone, she softly inquires, What is sleep? Fear not. I shall assist you, Lugia replied, taking Shatang's hand and leading her towards the bathroom. Lugia, you can't be serious? At that moment, Perona floated over, her expression one of disdain as she regarded Lugia. What do you mean by that? Lugia responded, equally perplexed. Such a young child. And you are, Perona faltered, unable to articulate her thoughts. Upon hearing her words, a shadow of concern crossed Lugia's face. What on earth was this girl thinking? Though he might entertain slightly inappropriate thoughts, he would never stoop to such actions. His mischief merely involved removing Shatang's clothing to fulfill the conditions for accessing the welfare treasure chest. Shaking his head and dismissing Perona's concerns, Lugia continued into the bathroom with Shatang. Witnessing this scene, Perona hastened to find Guena and the others. Such matters required their awareness, and they needed to confer. The more they observed Lugia, the more handsome he appeared. It wasn't just them, recalling the naval girl from earlier that day. It seemed she too had been captivated by him. Sensing an imminent crisis, Perona immediately sought out Guena and Rem for a strategy discussion. After receiving this news, Guena summoned Baby 5 and Monet, binding Pamux and tossing him into the cabin. The group then proceeded towards the bathroom with great determination. Lugia, Shatang is asleep. Do not speak loudly, Lugia cautioned, raising a finger to his lips. What are you doing? Guena inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Perhaps this is Shatang's first slumber? A look of tenderness appeared on Lugia's face. Moments before, after removing Shatang's clothing, he had acquired a special item, sleeping pills. Upon seeing this item, Lugia felt a pang in his heart as he bathed Shatang and administered the sleeping medication. Now, she had just fallen asleep. Upon hearing Lugia's words, Monet finally understood his intentions, her reliance on him deepening. She then explained to the other women what Lugia was doing. After hearing Monet's explanation, the others exited the bathroom. Lugia gently carried Shatang to her room. After placing her down, he approached the women. Have you summoned me for something significant? Lu Jie asked, his expression one of curiosity. Although he had an inkling of their purpose, he was eager to see how they would respond. We merely came to check on you. Just to check? Perona declared before swiftly departing. I must prepare dinner. Tonight's feast features your favorite roasted meat, Lu Jie. Rem announced. I shall practice my swordsmanship. I'll go as well. Soon, each of the women found an excuse to leave, observing their departures. A smile graced Lu Jie's face. He moved to the bow of the ship, feeding Momo while admiring the rare tranquility of the sea. 3 days later, Guena. Did you happen to kill Pamux while practicing your swordsmanship? Why have we not seen him for so long? After 3 days without sight of Pamux, Lu Jie finally inquired. Pamux is in trouble. Upon hearing Lu Jie's words, Guena dashed into the cabin and emerged dragging Pamux, who was now emaciated. Upon seeing Lu Jie, Pamux burst into tears, lamenting, what have I done to deserve this? Fortunately, Lu Jie remembered. Otherwise, this fellow might have become the first pirate to perish from hunger at the hands of his own crew. A week later, after Lu Jie persistently stopped at various islands in search of treasure chests, they finally arrived at the kingdom of Alabasta. Ah, at long last, we have arrived. With Crocodile here, there is surely a treasure of gold awaiting us. Given the vastness of this kingdom, one can only imagine the multitude of treasures it holds. You all must accompany me. No more solitary treasure hunts, Lu Jie began, but was swiftly interrupted by Guena, her expression resolute. We share the same sentiment as Sister Guena. Both Perona and Rem affirmed earnestly. Thus, with no choice but to comply, Lu Jie embarked on his treasure-hunting escapade alongside all the girls in Brook. Lu Jie, what treasure have you unearthed this time? Perona inquired as Lu Jie had just discovered a treasure chest. How did you know I found a treasure chest? Lu Jie turned. Perplexed. He had previously tested this chest. It was meant to be invisible to anyone but himself. Every time you find a treasure, your grin stretches from ear to ear. Why do you think I know? If you doubt me, you may ask the two sisters, Perona replied straightforwardly. Upon hearing her words, Lu Jie realized he indeed had this peculiar habit, but now was not the moment to dwell on it. Open the treasure chest, he proclaimed earnestly. Lifting the chest he held. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a bottle of Saint Laurent perfume, originating from Earth. A small vial suddenly appeared in Lu Jie's hand, eliciting astonished expressions from the onlookers. Is this the treasure you found? Lu Jie, your devil fruit ability is quite amusing, isn't it? Sometimes you find food. Other times useful items, and occasionally something peculiar, Guena remarked, her eyes wide with wonder. Indeed, no matter how many times I see it, it remains utterly fascinating. Rem nodded slowly in agreement. This is the explanation provided by Lu Jie to them. The ability to encounter treasures stems from his devil fruit power. However, the items discovered are quite varied. Not every acquisition proves to be beneficial. The group accepted Lu Jie's words, as otherwise, they could not fathom the reason behind such occurrences. It would be absurd to disclose that he possesses a system. They likely would not comprehend what a system entails. This is a perfume, a product intended specifically for women. Once the liquid is sprayed, it imbues the wearer with a lasting fragrance. After Lu Jie finished speaking, he spritzed a small amount into the air. Upon inhaling the scent, even Guena, who had always aspired to be the foremost swordsman, revealed a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. I shall seek a craftsman to create several such bottles for you. Each of you may use a little for now. In due course, I will ensure we acquire this item, Lu Jie declared. Upon hearing his words, the women beamed with smiles. Although Lu Jie did not specify to whom he would give it, his gesture was undoubtedly the most considerate. Thus, the group continued on their way, opening treasure chests as they walked. By nightfall, they finally arrived at the town. Let us rest here for the night. Our group's objective is rather ambitious, and we should secure several inns for accommodation. Bamukus, you shall look after Baby 5 and Sugar. Monet, you will stay with Perona. Guena and Rem, you will accompany me. Lu Jie promptly assigned them into small teams upon reaching the town. The group did not protest and settled into their designated lodgings. Knock, knock, knock. Guest, your dinner. Just as Lu Jie had barely settled into bed, a knocking sound echoed from outside. Oh, how did this young lady end up here? Perhaps I can open a welfare treasure chest as well. Upon seeing the name displayed on the scanner, Lu Jie sprang into action and opened the door. Hello. These are your handcuffs, are they not, Miss Tina? Lu Jie extended his hand, placing it before Tina. The conditions for opening this treasure chest are rather bizarre. One must allow oneself to be captured by Tina, then use their charm to attract her, ultimately persuading her to release them. It is well known that Tina possesses a mindset akin to that of a Kainu, unwaveringly obedient to the Navy. Nevertheless, in pursuit of this treasure, Lu Jie extended his hands. What do you mean by this? Tina inquired, her expression one of confusion. Although she had come to apprehend Lu Jie, his direct acknowledgement of her identity and his subsequent gesture left her at a loss, causing her to hesitate in utilizing her abilities to apprehend him immediately. I'm inviting you to capture me, Lu Jie said with a resigned expression. Oh, right? At that moment, Tina recalled her purpose for being there. How dare you mock me? She exclaimed, her anger palpable. Black cage lock. Without hesitation, Tina activated her ability, ensnaring Lu Jie. Please, do not be angry. While your fury is captivating, your smile is even more enchanting. So, Tina, what are your intentions now? Lu Jie continued with a warm smile. Upon hearing his words, confusion flickered in Tina's eyes. She understood that anyone ensnared by her powers could not utilize their abilities. Why then was this man so composed? Additionally, why did her heart race in response? Humph. Do not think that flattery will earn you my mercy. Come, let us meet with Vice Admiral Sakazuki, she declared, transforming her hand into handcuffs and leading Lu Jie away. ISNT that Tina? Just as Tina was about to depart with Lu Jie, another Lu Jie approached, exuding an irresistible charm. What brings you here? Wait, why is there another Lu Jie? Tina was bewildered. One Lu Jie was already perplexing enough, but now there were two, threatening to overwhelm her senses. Observing Tina's flushed cheeks, Lu Jie recognized the impact of his heightened charm. With a charisma score of 600, he had found that women, even those who harbored animosity toward him, would gradually soften in their feelings over time. Who are you conversing with? Another Lu Jie emerged, drying his hair while wrapped in a towel. Upon witnessing his perfect physique, Tina, already blushing, fainted. With her collapse, the handcuffs binding Lu Jie vanished, as her powers dissipated alongside her consciousness. Congratulations, host. You have fulfilled the conditions for opening the treasure chest. Please confirm whether to proceed. Confirm opening. Congratulations, host. You have received a limited edition pair of panties from Tina, an exclusive item from the world of One Piece. Once gifted, it will increase favorability by 30 points. Holding the pink panties in his hand, Lu Jie found himself in a quandary. How could he possibly gift such an item? Most troubling was the fact that they were not new. It was clear they had been worn, even if they had been cleaned. Presenting someone else's clothing to them would undoubtedly be perceived as perverse. After some contemplation, Lu Jie decided to carry Tina and place her on his bed. It appeared that sleep would elude him once more. Sakazuki was indeed relentless, always managing to pursue him, employing increasingly underhanded tactics. Previously, he had kidnapped Lu Jie's companions, and now he resorted to a scheme involving a beautiful woman. If this continued, Lu Jie feared he might one day fall victim to this mad dog's machinations. It seemed necessary to teach him a lesson, otherwise, he would remain oblivious to the depths of his folly. The following day, upon awakening, Tina discovered herself in bed, with Lu Jie slumbering against the wall. After assessing her condition, Tina glanced back at Lu Jie. He did not seem as villainous as the tale suggested, and last night, he had not overstepped any boundaries. Moreover, he was undeniably handsome. Awake, are you? Do you still wish to capture me? Lu Jie teased, extending his hand once more. Tina cannot match you, she replied directly. Understood. This is a gift for you. Please refrain from opening it now. Wait until you return home, all right? Lu Jie placed an exquisite box before her. Sure. Tina accepted the box, her mind clouded, and wandered out of Lu Jie's room, unaware of how she had ended up on the ship, only to recall that Sakazuki had erupted in anger during her report. Meanwhile, Lu Jie followed closely behind, locating Sakazuki. After confirming their whereabouts, he left a clone to monitor the situation, ready to relay any new information. He then set off in search of further treasure. If Sakazuki chose to accompany him, so be it. As long as he did not take any hostile action, Lu Jie would remain indifferent, for he had no intention of making a losing bargain. Soon, 3 days had passed without any sign of movement from Sakazuki. It remained uncertain whether he was still recuperating from his previous battle with Whitebeard or awaiting assistance to capture Lu Jie. Regardless, in those 3 days, the Navy had only sent Tina to probe, with no further actions taken. This allowed Lu Jie to leisurely and carefree search for his own treasure chest. After the 7th day, Lu Jie had traversed the entire island. At this moment, Lao Sha had also taken notice of Lu Jie. Of course, this was primarily due to Lu Jie having abducted Princess Wei Wei, which attracted Lao Sha's attention. After all, Lao Sha, who was wholly engrossed in his studies of the underworld kings, had little energy to spare on Lu Jie. Lu Jie, over these past few days, you have scoured the island for every conceivable fruit, clothing, and various mechanical items that one might find in daily life. Are these truly what you refer to as treasure chests? Perona inquired, floating beside Lugia with a puzzled expression. Well, you know the uncertainty of my abilities, he replied. Humph. Yet, whenever a beautiful woman is present, you never fail to claim she possesses treasures, Perona remarked, her expression tinged with jealousy. Upon reaching the island, one might have assumed that Lugia's previous penchant for attracting young ladies had dissipated. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, he had somehow brought along a blue-haired little sister. It appeared that she would blossom into a stunning beauty in the future. Ah, Perona, did I not discover a treasure in you as well? The umbrella you hold was indeed found by me, Lugia remarked softly. Upon hearing his words, Perona's anger subsided. She genuinely cherished that umbrella. Lugia. Rem wishes to sleep with you tonight, chimed in Rem, her voice timid. Sister Perona said that once I stay with you, you will no longer seek out other girls. Lugia, who had been cradling Vivi, nearly toppled over. What had Perona taught Rem? Though he secretly yearned for this arrangement. Observing Rem's adorably innocent expression made it clear that she meant merely to share a bed for the night. That evening, Lugia once again experienced the essence of unwavering resolve, albeit in a rather subdued manner. Rem, still reminiscent of a child, fell asleep in his embrace. The following morning, he was roused from slumber by commotion outside, his eyes heavy with dark circles. What is happening? I had only just fallen asleep. Lugia. There are so many people outside, Rem exclaimed. A figure stood at the forefront, a man sporting a cigarette and a golden hook for a hand. By this time, Rem had already risen, responding to Lugia's query. Oh, is that Crocodile? Lugia said, a grin spreading across his face. I was just about to seek him out. Upon learning that it was Sir Crocodile, Lugia felt invigorated. He had been pondering how to find an appropriate reason to approach this individual, and now, it seemed, the opportunity had presented itself. Rising from his bed, he made his way outside. Curious if Crocodile had come with pressing business this early, Lugia approached him directly and spoke slowly. He was aware that the visit was likely regarding Vivi, yet he feigned ignorance. Lugia, I recognize your prowess, Crocodile stated directly. However, when one encroaches upon another's territory, should they not extend a greeting? Truth be told, I merely perceive this girl as rather unfortunate. Once a princess of her nation, she now serves those who conspired against her homeland, Lugia replied, his tone measured. Let me share a piece of information with you. There is no news of the underworld king here. To engage in conversation with this man, one must present compelling arguments. Otherwise, further dialogue would be futile. Desert Blade. In an instant, Crocodile's right hand transformed into a colossal sand blade, poised ominously at Lugia's throat. Very well. As a warlord, you should be aware of my abilities. Your sand blade holds no effect on me. If you wish to converse further, might you consider inviting me to your base? Lugia said, effortlessly deflecting Crocodile's weapon with his own sword, Murakumo, all the while wearing a pleasant smile. Ha ha ha. Truly worthy of the bloodless sword Azura, Lugia. Please, lead the way. Thus, Lugia followed Crocodile to his stronghold, a smile illuminating his face upon their arrival. Here, there are no golden chests, only a bronze one. It is evident that this place is not the lair of this individual, and one cannot help but wonder what brought him here. Let us speak of the Dark King. Sir Crocodile settled into his chair, exuding confidence as he spoke. The subjects you are currently studying are wholly incomprehensible to you, are they not? For even if you were to achieve any breakthroughs, they would merely lead to further trivialities. Should you aspire to become the Pirate King? Possessing the Dark King will not suffice. Lugia refrained from disclosing the nature of his research. Sir Crocodile, inherently suspicious, would not place his trust in Lugia unless he presented unequivocal evidence. The deliberate casting of numerous questions was merely a tactic to prevent Crocodile from allying with Akainu. While I held no concerns regarding Crocodile's capabilities, I was aware of my own companions. These bonds not only fortified Lugia but also compelled him to deliberate more thoroughly in his endeavors. Otherwise, he would have simply pursued the location of the golden treasure chest, seized it, and fled. Lugia, your intelligence-gathering skills are even more formidable than I had anticipated. However, you seem to overlook one crucial fact. This is the Alabasta Kingdom. Here, I am akin to a deity, and with Akainu lurking nearby, do you not fear? No fear. When does Crocodile ever rely on the strength of others? Lugia confidently interrupted. The two engaged in conversation for an extended duration, and as night fell, Crocodile summoned all his subordinates and continued their dialogue until the evening deepened. Very well, I shall take my leave. Remember, some things cannot be attained solely through strength. In due time, you shall grasp this truth. Lu Jie concluded before departing. Upon returning to the inn, Lu Jie also left with the women accompanying him. As he watched Lu Jie's ship gradually recede into the distance, a smile broke across Crocodile's face. Meanwhile, Akina too had to return. For the next admiral election was imminent, and such matters required his attention, although he begrudged not having captured Lu Jie. There were occasions when certain responsibilities simply could not be neglected. At this moment, Lu Jie and his companions gathered on the deck. This time, "We are bound to uncover something exceptional," Lu Jie exclaimed, rubbing his hands as he gazed at a pile of treasure chests before him. Although the others could not see it, they were aware that Lu Jie was surrounded by an array of invisible chests. "System, open all the dark iron chests. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a shock shell, originating from the world of One Piece's Sky Island. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a pair of worn samurai boots. All items have been reclaimed." Indeed, it appeared that the dark iron chests had become rather unfruitful. "Now, let us open 10 bronze chests. Congratulations, host. You have received a flying dagger from Little Lee. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Sakura stockings from the world of Cardcaptor Sakura. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a storage bag from the fantasy realm, which possesses a volume of 10 cubic units." Upon seeing this, Lu Jie's eyes brightened. At last, a useful item had emerged, one particularly suited for a companion nearby. "Rem, this is a bag that can hold your lockball. It will make your outings much more convenient." Lu Jie handed the storage bag to Rem, while also instructing her on how to use it. "Thank you, Lu Jie. I really like it," Rem exclaimed, before dashing off to her room to make a little outfit for the gray storage bag. "Now, let us open 3 silver chests. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Devil Fruit, Repulsion Fruit, from the world of One Piece. Upon use, you will be able to freely manipulate repulsive forces. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a transference card from the world of Card Master, allowing you to swap positions with anything within your line of sight up to 3 times. Congratulations, host. You have received a red maple leaf." As he reached this point, a solemn expression crossed Lu Jie's face. "Among the 3 silver chests, I have procured 2 items of necessity. Now, only 1 golden chest and 1 special chest remain. Never mind, I shall use the special chest as a cushion for now. System, please open the special chest. Congratulations, esteemed host, you have acquired an antidote. This item, bestowed by the system, can eliminate all toxins upon usage." At this moment, Lu Jie appeared somewhat dazed. Another usable item had emerged, and the forthcoming golden treasure chest could not truly be devoid of value, could it? He eagerly opened the golden treasure chest. Now, only 1 golden treasure chest remained, and Lu Jie had no intention of saving it for later. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Black Gold Bell. Originating from the world of One Piece, its specific effects remain unknown." Upon hearing the system's notification, Lu Jie was momentarily taken aback. This was the first instance where the system had declared the effects to be unknown. This implied that the item could either be a profound secret of the One Piece universe or utterly inconsequential. Nevertheless, given that it had emerged from a golden treasure chest, Lu Jie promptly stored it away. After opening the treasure chest, Lu Jie displayed the Chi-Chi fruit and several useful items before the group. For Lu Jie, the enhancement of their collective strength was the best form of protection. Following the treasure chest's unveiling, he organized the items he had acquired. He allocated the food items to Rem, while clothing and similar items were entrusted to Perona. Anything that could be of use to the group was laid out for all to see, while the remaining useless items were simply reclaimed. However, he chose to retain certain biochemical weapons, intending to gather them for a particularly dedicated individual. At that moment, a ship appeared before them. Lu Jie, look ahead. Perona, perched on the mast, stammered. "What is it, Perona? What do you see?" Lu Jie inquired, his expression filled with confusion. "The ship of the 4 emperors, Whitebeard, is directly in front of us," Perona stated without hesitation. Upon hearing her words, Lu Jie felt a surge of tension. After all, Whitebeard was fiercely protective of his kin. If anyone harmed his family, he would undoubtedly retaliate. One could imagine that if it were Big Mom or Kaido, they certainly would not instigate a war at the top merely to defend one of their own members. Thus, if Marshal D. Teach had uttered any disparaging remarks in Whitebeard's presence, the appearance of Whitebeard's pirate ship before them could very well signify that they were heading straight for them. This situation is rather dire. Although Whitebeard's strength is beginning to wane, it has not yet reached the point where he requires potions to survive. As will be the case in 5 years, the existence of a sovereign being makes it exceedingly simple to eliminate everyone aboard their vessel. Had I not opened the supreme treasure chest back then, I might not have even been able to defeat Blackbeard. The most pressing concern is that there are currently no supreme treasure chests available for me to open. Furthermore, I am not just facing Marshal D. Teach, but also the multitude of crew members aboard Whitebeard's ship. Soon, Whitebeard's ship came into view. Gazing at this vessel, which was dozens of times larger than his own, Lu Jie couldn't help but swallow hard. Most importantly, the individuals aboard are no ordinary pirates. Boom. Lu Jie, father invites you aboard. A heavy voice echoed as a figure landed solidly on Lu Jie's ship. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Marco, the phoenix from Whitebeard's crew. Understood. Lu Jie replied, unfurling his wings and soaring up to join Marco. Given the circumstances, there was no room for hesitation. He chose to board the ship without a second thought. After all, if they intended to leave, it was likely that Mo's speed would not suffice. Once Lu Jie had boarded, Perona and the others followed suit, leaving only Bomux behind on the ship. Someone had to remain, otherwise. Should Mo be distracted by something intriguing, they might find themselves unable to locate the vessel later. Upon boarding Whitebeard's ship, Lu Jie encountered a gathering of formidable individuals. 1st Division Captain, Marco the Phoenix 2nd Division Captain, Dinosaur Jaws 3rd Division Captain, Diamond Jaws 4th Division Captain, Sachi 5th Division Captain, Flower Sword Vista 6th Division Captain, Flamenco 7th Division Captain, Lockyu 8th Division Captain, Shark Fishman Namor 9th Division Captain, Brenheim 10th Division Captain, Khalil 11th Division Captain, Jindo 12th Division Captain, Harda 13th Division Captain, Buffalo Atmos 14th Division Captain, Spido Kill 15th Division Captain, Fossa 16th Division Captain, Isaac currently. Ace has yet to join this assembly, so Lu Jie does not encounter the familiar face. As Lu Jie settled onto the ship, Perona and the others gathered behind him. Lu Jie, they look incredibly strong, Rem remarked as she approached him. Indeed, this gentleman before us is the strongest man in the world, Lu Jie replied nonchalantly. The strongest? After Rem spoke, she produced her lockball. Observing her actions, Lu Jie felt a twinge of embarrassment. This girl, whenever she perceives a threat or an attack directed at her, instantly assumes a protective demeanor. Rem, you are truly adorable. After Lu Jie uttered this remark, he proceeded forward. The legendary Whitebeard, unexpectedly returning to seek out a nameless little pirate like me. Lu Jie stood before Whitebeard, a self-deprecating smile gracing his face. Haha. You truly live up to your reputation as the bloodless sword demon, Lu Jie. My son claims you wounded him. Is there any truth to that? Whitebeard chuckled heartily before directly inquiring. Indeed, however, he has recovered. The fact remains that you have injured my son. Therefore, I now present you with 2 choices. First, become my son. In that case, I shall regard it as mere jest among brothers. Second, select a captain and defeat him. Should you succeed, you may depart. However, if you fail, I shall take your life. Whitebeard stated plainly. Upon hearing his words, the individuals behind Lu Jie swiftly drew their weapons. Unfortunately, I do not have the luxury of time to indulge you in games. It is best if you all take a nap for now. With that, Whitebeard unleashed a wave of Conqueror's Haki, causing everyone but Lu Jie to collapse to the ground. Well, I do not possess the habit of acknowledging a father. Would it suffice to recognize you as an uncle instead? Lu Jie remarked, rubbing his nose. Observing Whitebeard's demeanor, Lu Jie understood that the latter did not genuinely wish to end his life. Otherwise, he would not have proffered a choice. At this moment, you have no third option. However, should you allow me to witness your true strength, I may reconsider your earlier proposition, for your actions have already met the criteria for becoming part of my family. Whitebeard asserted directly. Very well, I shall choose the captain of the 2nd Division, the dinosaur, Yazzie. Lu Jie declared as he selected his opponent. The captain, who had not previously registered in my memory, seemed unlikely to be formidable. Otherwise, he would not have been supplanted by Ace. Yes, it's your turn. Understood, father. Yaz responded before stepping forward decisively. As he stood before him, a figure towering twice his height, Lu Jie slowly drew his sword, chin bending. After all, this was merely a sparring match. Lu Jie had no intention of dispatching Whitebeard's most beloved son in front of him. In truth, Lu Jie had preferred to face Blackbeard, but Whitebeard had stipulated that it had to be a captain-level opponent. This individual had concealed his true strength so well, eschewing even the title of captain. Please. Upon concluding his sentence, Yaz immediately activated his devil fruit powers, transforming into a dragon-human hybrid. Witnessing this transformation, Lu Jie smiled. It appeared that Yaz was indeed a Zoan-type devil fruit user, likely of the ancient variety. If that were the case, then, halt. Lu Jie invoked his ability, and in the next moment, he stood before Yaz, his qianbin poised against Yaz's chin. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Though they were aware of Lu Jie's powers, witnessing such a display was profoundly shocking. After all, a formidable opponent was rendered motionless so effortlessly. You have lost. As the cold tip of the sword made contact with Yaz's neck, Natsu finally came to his senses. At that moment, Lu Jie withdrew his qianbin. I have not lost. You were cheating. Yaz bellowed, swinging his tail and sending Lu Jie flying. Lu Jie. Upon seeing him knocked away, Kuina struggled to her feet. Suddenly, a powerful aura emanated from Kuina, causing several observing members of the Whitebeard crew to collapse. The Conqueror's Haki has awakened. Marco furrowed his brow, surprised to discover a person of royal potential aboard the ship. Most astonishingly, this individual was not their captain, but rather a swordswoman. You shall pay the price for your actions. One sword style. King of Hell, many demon slashes. Kuina declared, drawing her sword, Saryuzetsu, and unleashing a wave of black sword energy. Boom. At that moment, Yaz was momentarily dazed by Kuina's awakened Conqueror's Haki. Just as the sword energy was about to reach Yaz, Whitebeard activated his devil fruit powers, intercepting Kuina's strike. Are you preparing to bully the weak? This world operates thus. Does it not? Whitebeard remarked, addressing the defiant girl. This world is indeed this way. Two-sword style, Yomi Zangetsu. Kuina wielded Saryuzetsu in her left hand and the scabbard in her right, simultaneously unleashing two waves of sword energy. Bang, bang, a promising swordsman. But in your current state, you are no match for me. At that moment, the captain of the 5th Division, Flower Swordbista, stepped forward to block Kuina's attack, speaking softly. Rem can't swim. Who will save Lu Jie? At this moment, Rem regained her strength and spoke in confusion. No need to rescue me, honestly. I didn't expect to be ambushed. Whitebeard, is this your son? Lu Jie slowly floated back toward the ship, remarking. Lu Jie, I admire your bold approach. But you are not yet family. Should you utter insults toward my kin again, I shall not let it slide. Consider the previous battle a victory for you. Father. Enough. Is that not embarrassing enough? Whitebeard interrupted Yaz, then turned to Lu Jie. Welcome to our family. However, you shall join as a nephew. Uncle, I have a humble request. May my sisters become part of your family? Lu Jie slowly approached Monet, Baby 5, and Sugar, gently pushing them forward. Oh, do you wish to be my daughters? Whitebeard inquired, intrigued, noting that there were currently no women aboard his ship. To be your daughter? Monet and Sugar hesitated. Although they wished to remain close to Lu Jie, their fondness for him was high. They were also tempted by the notion of family. Most importantly, it was Lu Jie, whom they trusted, proposing this idea. Do you need Baby 5? At that moment, Baby 5 asked her classic line. Ha ha ha, I certainly need you as my daughter. Whitebeard replied without hesitation. I agree. Indeed, when needed, Baby 5 would readily consent. Just then, Lu Jie observed Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach lingering nearby. This individual was a potential threat. Should he inform Whitebeard of his ambitions? As Lu Jie pondered, Monet and Sugar also agreed. Although they had once belonged to the Daqi family, Doflamingo had treated them merely as tools, offering them no sense of belonging. However, this time was different. They felt no discomfort around Whitebeard, and it was evident that he genuinely cared for them. After Monet and Sugar consented, Whitebeard erupted into hearty laughter. Let the feast begin. Welcome, my daughters. Gojindo. I have sisters now. Ha ha, I have sisters. Marco exclaimed, throwing his arm around Gojindo's shoulder. Yes, I know. You said the same when Zong joined. Gojindo replied calmly. Get lost. Zong is a male. Ha ha ha, I have sisters now. Marco continued to express his excitement. Watching the scene unfold, Lu Jie smiled. The feeling of family was truly wonderful. Yet, perhaps his own family would remain forever beyond his reach. Oh well, he had never known them. With that thought, Lu Jie cast aside his musings, flew to the ship, and connected the two vessels, bringing Pamukus aboard as well. After 5 days and nights of revelry, Lu Jie prepared to depart. After all, there were numerous treasure chests awaiting his attention. Although he had received his first diamond chest and several silver chests from Whitebeard, he could not forsake the pursuit of other treasures. Uncle Whitebeard, I have something to discuss with you. May we speak privately? Lu Jie approached Whitebeard, his demeanor calm. Very well. I presume you are about to surprise me once again. Ha ha. Thus, the two entered the ship's cabin. Uncle Whitebeard, how is your health faring? Lu Jie inquired, voicing his utmost concern. My health? I reckon I have about 10 years left. Whitebeard displayed neither a hint of despondency nor dread on his face, responding with remarkable composure. Is this the after effect of the devil fruit? Lu Jie inquired once more. Indeed, one might say so. It also bears the risks from prolonged combat. Why the sudden concern for my injuries? Lu Jie boldly articulated his thoughts. If it were possible to rejuvenate you, might it alleviate your wounds? It was well known that Whitebeard's diminished combat prowess stemmed from his advanced age, which had severely impacted his capabilities. If Lu Jie could utilize his ability to reverse time to restore Whitebeard's youth, perhaps his injuries would not be as severe. Is your fruit's power capable of such a feat? Whitebeard gazed at Lu Jie with astonishment, for he had learned that Lu Jie possessed a multitude of abilities, clones, lethal strikes, flight, time suspension, and more. The revelation that this individual could also alter the ages of others was indeed intriguing. Shall we give it a try? Lu Jie raised his hand and lightly tapped Whitebeard twice. Each tap represented 8 years, so 2 taps signified a shift of 16 years. The 67-year-old Whitebeard suddenly appeared as if he were 51. Lu Jie contemplated proceeding further, but Whitebeard halted him. Enough, I can already sense the change. However, this is merely a superficial alteration of muscle and bone structure. It may be capable of reverting someone to infancy, yet my injuries remain unaffected. Whitebeard expressed his resignation, acknowledging that the countless uses of the tremor fruit had imposed a substantial burden on his body, something that mere age alteration could not remedy. All right, on to the second matter. What are your thoughts on Marshal D. Teach? Lu Jie broached the second question for their private meeting. Teach? That lad is simply too accommodating. He lacks any remarkable traits. Are you still troubled by the grievances against him? We are family now. Such matters are trifles, Whitebeard reassured him. Do you realize? His strength likely surpasses every captain present here. A person of such caliber, remaining inconspicuous, is rather concerning. I have crossed blades with him, and his power is at least on par with a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters, Lu Jie stated slowly. Although Akainu was formidable, Lu Jie possessed means to counter him. However, he found himself utterly helpless against Blackbeard. Even his strategy against Peach Rabbit proved futile against Blackbeard, as Peach Rabbit employed 3 clones, while Blackbeard boasted 3 lives, an impossible entity to pin down, let alone immobilize. Upon hearing Lu Jie's words, Whitebeard fell into a contemplative silence before placing a hand on Lu Jie's shoulder. I have faith in my family. Lu Jie felt a sense of helplessness in response to Whitebeard's answer. Some matters could not simply be altered by desire alone. After concluding his discussion with Whitebeard, Lu Jie returned to the ship with his companions, leaving the 3 women behind. Despite the unpredictable presence of Teach, he likely would not target them, for his ambitions were directed at the tremor and dark fruits. Certainly, he might also wish to eliminate Lu Jie, but after their last encounter, it was unlikely he would act rashly. Upon returning to the ship, Lu Jie joyfully bounded back to the cabin, cradling a treasure chest. The gleeful expression on his face immediately informed Guna and the others that he had discovered something valuable. However, it was time for them to bathe and rest. 4 or 5 days and nights of revelry had left them utterly exhausted. Thus, the 3 women went to freshen up together. Upon opening 16 silver treasure chests, Lu Jie received various rewards. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Beckham's soccer shoes. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the wrath of the primordial golden cudgel from the investiture of the god's world. Using it can imprison a person's abilities for 3 minutes, manifesting as a heavenly descent. Additionally, he received a box of Sichuan-style duck necks. After completing the opening of the 16 silver treasure chests, Lu Jie felt a surge of excitement. Among the rewards, only the primordial golden cudgel's wrath was of notable use. He retained the duck necks while returning the rest. This marked his first opening of a diamond treasure chest, heightening his anticipation. Open the diamond treasure chest, Lu Jie declared, his gaze fixed intently on the system interface. Surely, something extraordinary must emerge. As the items on the interface fluctuated, they gradually came to a halt. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the aircraft carrier Leviathan from the My Aircraft Carrier Boyfriend world. Upon use, it can summon an intelligent aircraft carrier, measuring 800 meters in length. Equipped with a smart protective shield, autonomous attack system, self-circulating system, and artificial sunlight system. At this moment, Lu Jie could no longer hear the voice of the system in his ears. The Leviathan, the very vessel that had obliterated an island with a single shot. One could surmise that even the king of the underworld would be left in awe. Now, astonishingly, he had acquired such an aircraft carrier for himself. Moreover, what made this creation even more formidable than the king of the underworld was its autonomy. After issuing a command, the artificial intelligence would independently make the most judicious decisions. The prerequisites for utilization required one's Kinbunchika Haki spiritual energy to exceed 60, while complete operation necessitated a level of 100. The system had finally concluded its introduction. Currently, Lugia's Haki progress for the evening stood at 38, leaving him with a little over half to reach the threshold for usage. With diligent training and a stroke of good fortune in acquiring progress cards, it would not be long before he could wield it, suppressing his excitement. A wave of fatigue washed over him. After stowing away his belongings in his spatial storage, Lugia headed directly to the bathroom. Creak. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. However, in the next moment, Lugia coughed up a large spurt of blood, nearly collapsing to the floor. Surprisingly, these three young ladies fell asleep while taking a bath, and astonishingly, all three were completely unclothed, reclining in the bathtub. This moment ignited a surge of masculinity within Lugia. Before him lay two choices: to feign ignorance and walk away, or to boldly enter and indulge in a lavish experience. Ultimately, Lugia succumbed to hesitation and retreated from the door, only to knock gently. Once awakened by Lugia's disturbance, the women returned to their own chambers. After enjoying a soothing bath, Lugia made his way back to his room to rest. As he nestled under the covers, a sudden jolt of realization struck him, and he sprang up. "Perona, what are you doing?" "Well, let us play rock, paper, scissors. I won. So I shall be the one to accompany you tonight. I know you share this desire, that you choose to respect us. Or perhaps you are even shyer than we are. Rem told us that you, too, are eager," Perona spoke softly. Upon hearing her words, Lugia felt his face flush crimson. It dawned on him that Rem had not been asleep and was fully aware of his transformations. "Lugia, could it be that you are unable to proceed?" Perona teased, her eyes twinkling mischievously. "Perona, you little imp, how dare you provoke me?" Lugia retorted before diving back beneath the covers. "Lugia, it's my first time. Please be gentle." Perona's words were cut short by a sharp sensation. She furrowed her brow and instinctively embraced the trembling Lugia. Feeling Perona's warmth, Lugia paused, for this was also his first experience, and he was uncertain how to continue. Sensing his stillness, Perona took the initiative. The following morning, Lugia woke early and gazed at Perona, who still wore a frown. A pang of sympathy struck him. It appeared she had endured a challenging night. Tenderly, he pressed a kiss to her forehead, tucked the covers snugly around her, and stepped outside. Upon exiting the room, Lugia discovered that everyone was awake, albeit looking as if they had just risen from slumber. "What is going on with you all?" Lugia inquired, bewildered. "Humph. When we reach the next kingdom, I shall ensure the shipwright enhances our cabins to be soundproof," Guena remarked, her expression weary. Hearing Guena's comment, Lugia felt a flush of embarrassment. It seemed that Perona's voice had indeed echoed throughout the night, reaching the ears of all. At this moment, Guena and Rim wore expressions of deep sorrow. It is essential to note that last night, their revelry had been nothing short of wild. Exhausted as they were, the sound of Perona's voice had rendered them unable to sleep. Eventually, when the night deepened and they finally managed to cease their activities, they found themselves utterly unable to find rest. "Captain, a pirate ship approaches." Just as Lugia was at a loss for how to extricate himself from the situation, he suddenly heard the voice of Pamukus. "My benefactor," Lugia thought to himself, recognizing that the pirate king now before him was indeed his savior. Furthermore, it was the first time he found Pamukus's voice to be so melodious. "My treasure chest. I am coming." Lugia spread his wings and soared towards it. However, upon seeing the ship before him, he inhaled sharply. It was none other than Big Mom's milk ship. On board was none other than Charlotte Opera, the son of Big Mom. The sight of him stirred an impulsive urge within Lugia to inquire whether Charlotte Opera was indeed a sibling of Tori Bull. However, that seemed unlikely, for Charlotte Opera was the offspring of Big Mom. Despite the appearance of a silver treasure chest, Lugia felt no joy. Although Charlotte Opera was not one of the stronger among the 34 ministers, his presence signified that Big Mom had set her sights on him. Fortunately, he had previously placed Baby 5 and the others on Whitebeard's ship. Otherwise, they too would be facing peril alongside him. Just as Lugia was lost in thought, a barrage of cream shot towards him. The sight of the cream brought Tori Bull to mind. Indeed, Lugia had never taken a liking to sticky substances, even if they were cream. Feathers of the divine. As Lugia deftly maneuvered through the air to evade Charlotte Opera's attack, he simultaneously launched his own. A flurry of arrow-like feathers rained down upon Charlotte Opera, and Lugia caught sight of another son of Big Mom, Charlotte Mondor. It appeared that their intentions were decidedly aggressive this time. The book fruit was intended for imprisonment, while the candy fruit was for capture. Their joint appearance suggested a plan to capture Lu Jie and his companions, especially since Big Mom was furious over their previous escape. Humph. It seems Big Mom is truly arrogant. Does she think two underlings, neither of whom has attained the rank of General Star, can capture me? Lu Jie slowly drew his 1,000 cherry blossoms. Scatter, 1,000 cherry blossoms. In an instant, countless fine blades descended from the sky, resembling a rain of cherry blossoms. However, in the face of this breathtaking spectacle, Charlotte Mondor and Charlotte Opera furrowed their brows. In the next moment, both swiftly evaded the attack, for they were well aware of Lu Jie's capabilities. Though they managed to dodge, the candy soldiers aboard the cream ship were not so fortunate. A single strike obliterated an entire crew of them. Indeed, Mother was right. This individual must not exist in this world. Charlotte Mondor's expression changed dramatically as he spoke with grave concern. The reason for their visit this time was that Bigamum sought to ascertain whether Lu Jie possessed the ability to slay souls. Observing the fallen candy soldiers, Charlotte Mondor and her companion were convinced of their suspicions. Perona, can you see them? Yes, leave it to me. Devour the spirits. After responding to Lu Jie's command, Perona summoned a horde of ghosts. However, these apparitions were unlike those from before. Each bore a fearsome and menacing visage. The souls that had been slain by Lu Jie were drifting in one direction, yet the ghosts summoned by Perona charged forth and consumed all the souls. Witnessing this, Charlotte Mondor and Charlotte Opera's expressions grew increasingly grave. Although they could not perceive the souls, the devouring of the ghost was visible to them. As the consuming spirits vanished, they sensed the dissipating presence of souls around them. For a mother, such individuals are nothing short of formidable foes. Charlotte Opera has once again initiated an assault, conjuring a vortex in her hand, from which a barrage of creamy lances erupts at its center. Lu Jie, leave this to Rim, she said, as Rim slowly emerged, her fingers brushing against the spatial pouch at her waist, producing a massive lock sphere in her grasp. With Perona now in the fray, how could she merely stand by? Be cautious not to let this fellow's cream touch you. It is corrosive, Lu Jie cautioned before retreating to the mast. Bomux, Guena. Why not test the mettle of the Sons of the Four Emperors? I shall hold the line here. Upon finishing his words, Lu Jie brandished his sniper rifle. The two, upon hearing this, promptly joined the fray. This marked Bomux's inaugural battle after harnessing the powers of the devil fruit. And Lu Jie was eager to witness the true strength of this piercing fruit. After all, it is a fusion fruit, is it not? Guena moved to assist Rem against Opera, while Bomux confronted Charlotte Mondor alone. With the combined might of the two women, they matched Opera blow for blow. Though they lacked the powers of a devil fruit, their formidable Haki, armament, and observation afforded them the capability to contend with Opera. Coupled with Guena's swordsmanship and Rem's heavy weaponry, they momentarily overwhelmed Opera. Meanwhile, Bomux steadily advanced towards Charlotte Mondor, parrying his gunfire with the relentless swing of his interpreter, shattering the assaults. Yet, in the eyes of Charlotte Mondor, confidence radiated. It is essential to note that his battles have never hinged solely on brute strength. Bomux, be cautious, Lu Jie exclaimed as he fired a bullet. However, at that instant, Charlotte Mondor had already immersed himself within the pages of a book, enveloping Bomux within its confines. At this moment, Lu Jie felt a twinge of regret. Had he known, he would have swiftly allied with Bomu Keisai to vanquish the two adversaries before proceeding. Alas, Bomu Keisai had been captured. Who could ascertain whether he would find himself ensnared in a perilous predicament once more? Just as Lu Jie sheathed his sniper rifle and drew his sword, Murakumo, a flicker of black light materialized before him. Suddenly, Charlotte Mondor's tome ruptured, and Bomu Keisai emerged from within its depths. Is this your ability? I apologize, but spatial manipulation proves ineffective against me. Blade of Void Slash. Upon uttering these words, Bomu Keisai unleashed a wave of sword energy. Witnessing Bomu Keisai's emergence, Lu Jie came to a halt, recognizing the significant enhancement in his companion's prowess during this interval. After all, he had trained tirelessly for over a year at the Isen dojo and spent another year at sea. Through nearly 3 years of combat and practice, it became evident that everyone's strength had markedly improved. Yet, Lu Jie's overwhelming desire to protect had momentarily clouded his judgment, causing him to overlook the fact that his companions were far from weak. Returning to his original stance, he resumed his gaze upon the unfolding scene. It was essential for him to remember that his ultimate ambition was to become the architect of the world's rules. Thus, not only must his own strength burgeon, but his allies must also grow formidable alongside him. At that moment, a dark object hurtled toward him. With a mere flick of his sword, Mirakumo, Lu Jia cleaved the incoming projectile in twain. Upon severing the object, it detonated in an explosive burst. At this moment, Lu Jia also caught sight of a pirate ship, and on board was a familiar face, Sir Crocodile. What is this fellow plotting, and why has he chosen to appear here at this moment? Is it truly appropriate for old friends to greet one another under such veils? Lu Jia, too, unfurled his wings and soared towards Lao Sha. Although I yearn to forge a friendship with you, Lu Jia, your enigmatic nature renders me hesitant to draw near. In this realm, those who cannot become allies are destined to be adversaries. A Tempest Bruce, the Sand Crocodile, Crocodile Sand, also launched a direct assault. Simultaneously, his cadre of subordinates engaged in their own attacks. While their mastery of their fruit abilities may not yet be formidable, they still wield a measure of power. Whether it be MR5's explosives or the fire-breathing dog, they all advanced with fervor. These are all future opponents for Luffy to hone his skills against, however. Lu Jia has no intention of usurping Luffy's experience. Yet, these individuals are indeed quite bothersome. Perona, negative ghost, Lu Jia exclaimed as he advanced towards Sir Crocodile. After all, he is also one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and others may not be able to handle him. If today's visitors were the generals under Big Mom, Lu Jia would surely not remain as composed as he is now. Lu Jia pondered a troubling issue. Why is it that wherever he goes, he encounters trouble? First, it was Akainu relentlessly pursuing him, followed by the troublesome Blackbeard, and now Big Mom. To top it all off, the old sand he previously encountered is also seeking to take his life. Could this be a peculiar benefit of his transmigration? With this thought, Lu Jia shook his head and resolutely prepared to contend with the formidable old sand before him. Though this individual was defeated by Luffy, it is evident that one who could ascend to the ranks of the warlords and confront his father while still standing is certainly no weakling. Even now, Lu Jia believes that it was only due to Crocodile's intervention that Luffy survived. Otherwise, he would have likely met his demise long ago. With a resounding clang, their weapons collided, revealing that both armament Haki and observation Haki were formidable. Crocodile, I truly cannot fathom how you were bested by Luffy, Lu Jia remarked slowly. Upon hearing Lu Jia's words, Crocodile pushed him back, frowning as he regarded him. We are leaving. In the next moment, Crocodile swiftly departed with his crew, arriving and vanishing in the blink of an eye. At this juncture, Lu Jia found himself utterly bewildered. What was happening? Once back aboard his ship, he discovered his 3 companions were struggling, despite the fact that Brook's abilities countered Charlotte Mondor's devil fruit powers. The trio found themselves at a disadvantage due to the disparity in combat experience and strength. It is important to note that both the development of devil fruit abilities and the Haki strength of the Charlotte family are exceedingly potent. All right, you all return now, Lu Jia announced loudly upon reaching the mast. Hearing his command, the 3 immediately repelled their adversaries and returned to the ship. Charlotte Mondor, Charlotte Opera. Relay a message to Big Mom. If it weren't for the lack of time to seek her out, I would truly relish a visit to your Cake Island. Should you provoke me again, do not blame me for taking your lives. Last time, I spared Baron Egg and Brook, but this time it is you. Third time est the charm. Next time, I shall not merely eliminate a few candy soldiers. After uttering these words, Lu Jia raised his hand, channeling Haki into his Muramesa. One sword style, Song of the Cut. In the next moment, Lu Jia returned to the ship, signaling Mumu to depart. Just as they left, the cream ship shattered into pieces, gradually sinking beneath the waves. Although he knew this would not claim their lives, it would certainly hinder their pursuit, Lu Jia was not yet prepared to entangle himself with individuals of the Yonko caliber. While it may sound boastful to claim he had battled against a Yonko, he recalled the last encounter where had he unleashed the spear of destruction, he might have fallen victim to Blackbeard. Cautious development is the wisest choice. This vast sea still holds countless treasures awaiting discovery. After 5 days at sea, Lu Jia and his crew finally encountered another grand island. Notably, this realm belonged to the red-haired pirates. However, it was presumed that Shanks was not present at this time, as he was likely in the East Blue according to the timeline. Upon reaching Baido Island, Lu Jia opened his first black iron treasure chest, revealing a box of spicy dragon snacks. The description claimed they were appealing to children. Although Lu Jia did not particularly care for spicy snacks, he accepted them nonetheless, as they were certainly preferable to stinky socks. Captain, shall we linger here for a few days? Brook asked with an eager expression. What is the matter? Lu Jia replied, puzzled by Brook's unexpected inquiry. It was noteworthy that Brooke had diligently guarded the ship throughout their extensive journey, rarely speaking and solely focusing on honing his swordplay. Yet this time, he boldly asked, "This is my hometown. If we are to stay here, might I return home for a few days?" Brooke stated directly, "Oh, so you are not from the East Blue?" Lu Jie responded with surprise, having never heard Brooke mention this before. "This time, you need not guard the ship, for I have this." With that, Lu Jie activated his shadow clone technique. "This is a deck of cards. You three can play here. Just ensure the ship remains secure from theft." Lu Jie instructed his three companions. "Understood, Master," they replied, taking the cards and moving to a corner to play. Thus, upon arriving at Baido Island, Brooke made his way toward his family's abode, while Lu Jie promised the three women that he would not seek treasure this time, opting instead to accompany them on a leisurely stroll through the streets. After all, every previous visit had seen him vanish the moment they arrived, only to reappear later to suggest embarking on another sea voyage. Such a life is not what they desire. In these times, devoid of peril, they yearn to spend more moments together. Lu Jie, observing the eager gazes of the three women, consented. After all, the treasure chest remains in place, immutable. Moreover, they all awaited his singular favor, so what was there to fear? Soon, the quartet meandered through various shops, acquiring a plethora of items. By evening, Lu Jie and his companions sought out Bomu Keisai. Upon finding him, they discovered him standing alone outside a modest dwelling, lost in thought. "Bomu Keisai, what troubles you?" Lu Jie approached him, his expression a mix of curiosity and concern. "I hesitate to enter, for I am now a pirate," Bomu Keisai replied. A look of resignation etched on his face. "Do you understand why I wavered when you invited me to join you? It is because my father was slain by pirates. Thus, I harbor a deep-seated animosity towards them. When I first learned of your pirate identity, I even contemplated taking your life." Upon hearing Bomu Keisai's words, Lu Jie comprehended the origins of his remark that a pirate is a pirate. It became evident that Bomu Keisai bore a poignant history. "However, I realized that within the Navy, there exist scoundrels like Munka. Hence, I departed from the Navy and became a bounty protector. In due course, I encountered you, which afforded me a new perspective on pirates and helped me to reconcile my inner turmoil. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, my father was still killed by pirates. Now, returning here as a pirate, I am uncertain of my mother's thoughts on this matter." At this moment, Lu Jie began to comprehend why Bomux had worn such a conflicted expression during their time aboard the vessel. After all, some matters cannot simply be resolved by a mere desire to let go. "Well, I believe your mother would prefer to see you now, rather than relive her past suffering." Lu Jie reassured him, gently patting Bomux on the shoulder. "Captain, I shall accompany you inside," he declared, pushing Bomux towards the door. Upon gazing at the dilapidated courtyard wall before him, a flicker of sorrow filled Bomux's eyes. "Your mother must have endured great hardship living here alone." Knock, knock, knock. Noticing Bomux's hesitation, Lu Jie raised his hand and lightly tapped on the door. "Who is it?" A feeble voice emanated from within. Although no figure was visible, Lu Jie could already envision the kind of mother who resided inside. "Mother, I have returned." Hearing her son's voice, Bomux pushed the door open and stepped inside, with Lu Jie and the others following closely behind. Upon seeing his mother, Bomux immediately knelt before her. "Xiaoxi, please rise. These individuals are my son's friends. Do come in." An elderly woman appeared before them, helping Bomux to his feet while inviting the others inside. "Thank you." As they entered, a seagull soared into the sky. "Xiaoxi is this?" "Mother, this is my captain, and the rest are my companions. I have become a pirate, just like the ones I once despised." Before his mother could inquire further, Bomux knelt again, speaking softly. "I understand. Please stand," his mother replied, producing a wanted poster featuring Bomux wielding his weapon. "What is this?" "Oh, foolish child. Do you think I am unaware of the kind of person you are? You are just like your father, a man of conviction. Do you know why your father was slain by pirates? It was because he refused to betray his companions, even in death. And Bomux, he too was a pirate. I instilled in you the notion that all pirates were wicked, solely to steer you away from this path. I wished for nothing more than your safety, to spare you from such suffering." Upon hearing his mother's words, Bomux fell into a daze. It turned out that his father had also been a pirate. The person he had once protected was named Fisher Tiger. At this moment, Bomux's mother once again revealed a staggering secret. At this moment, even Lu Jie was taken aback. The very individual who once caused upheaval in Mariewa had, surprisingly, received kindness from the father of Pamyux. Pamux, who had initially believed that his mother would be furious upon his becoming a pirate, was equally stunned. He was well aware of Fisher Tiger, the man who, 3 years prior, had dared to liberate all the slaves in Mariehua. In Pamux's eyes, he was a hero. It was under Tiger's influence that Pamux chose to follow Lu Jie, who had injured a celestial dragon. Mother, are you saying that my father sacrificed himself because of Tiger? Pamux rose abruptly, his face filled with incredulity. Indeed, there was a man named Haki who was inquiring about Tiger's whereabouts. At that time, your father had a fisherman aboard his ship, so they concealed Tiger in a barrel. However, Haki was a suspicious individual, unwilling to leave any stone unturned. He bombarded your father's pirate ship. Consequently, everyone on board perished, except for Tiger, Pamuk's mother recounted. Who is this Haki? Why do I have no recollection of him? Pamux pondered. It was clear that someone capable of pursuing Tiger was no weakling. Yet, Lu Jie had no recollection of such a figure. And, is this Haki a pirate? Lu Jie inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. After all, he was familiar with several renowned pirates, having once been an avid follower of their exploits. Not quite. The reason I informed Sabo that this individual was a pirate was to shield him from danger. But now, he has become a pirate himself and has strong companions like you. Most importantly, you have already encountered them. This Haki is a member of CP0. And it seems he holds a significant position, Pamuk's mother explained slowly. Upon hearing his mother's words, Pamux clenched his fists. He never anticipated that his target of vengeance had been misdirected all along. A member of CP0 meant that the one responsible for his father's demise was a loyal hound of the celestial dragons. Well, today is meant to be a joyous occasion. I will prepare some food. Let us not dwell on such distressing matters, Pamuk's mother stated as she rose. Rem, you should help as well. We will join you. Kuina and Perona chimed in, standing up in unison. Thus, the three women accompanied Pamuk's mother to the kitchen, leaving Lu Jie and Pamux alone. What are your thoughts after hearing Aunt's words? Lu Jie asked directly. I only wish to find this man and avenge my father, Pamux replied, his face etched with hatred. Avenge? Do you believe your enemy is this Haki? Lu Jie continued. Captain, what do you mean? Pamux responded. Surely, you must understand. The enemies we have faced are them. If it were not for their existence, this world would not be plagued by such tragedies, Lu Jie stated firmly. At this moment, Bomux was acutely aware that the root of all these troubles lay with the celestial dragons. Without their existence, this world would not be plagued by so many tragedies. Initially perplexed by Lu Jie's animosity towards the celestial dragons, Bomux now understood his motivations. Simultaneously, Bomux's resolve to grow stronger solidified. For to overthrow the dominion of the celestial dragons with his own hands required even greater power. After a brief conversation, dinner was prepared. Although it consisted of merely a few simple dishes, they relished the meal with immense joy. That evening, they retired for the night. Due to a lack of spare rooms, Lu Jie and the three women shared a single room for sleep. Observing the various nightgowns worn by the three women, Lu Jie endured another night of torment. The following day, Lu Jie left a substantial sum of berries with Bomux and continued to accompany the three women on a shopping excursion. Indeed, this island was truly vast. While it lacked any renowned specialties, under the protection of Shanks, it still flourished vibrantly, equipped with an array of basic amenities. Consequently, after a day of exploration, Lu Jie and his companions had still not exhausted all there was to see. As he accompanied the three women while collecting treasure chests around the town, he discovered a silver chest near Shank's flag. Is this the place under the protection of the red-haired pirates? It feels as though everyone here is brimming with happiness. Devoid of any discord, Guena remarked with a puzzled expression. This is the deterrence of power. Here, whether pirate or navy, none would dare to act against an island under the protection of one of the four emperors. To do so would be tantamount to declaring war against the emperor. Lu Jie explained. The celestial dragons exude such arrogance because they can command the military might of the world government. It is the same here. Shank's protection ensures such a harmonious atmosphere. Upon hearing Lu Jie's elucidation, Guena's eyes reflected deep contemplation. If only she possessed such strength. At that moment, a band of pirates stormed onto the island, heading straight for the red-haired flag, and brazenly severed it with a blade. This is the territory of the four emperors, Shanks. And I, Bellman Yar of the Yar Pirates, hereby claim it. Bring forth the local authorities. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed, Bellman Yar proclaimed, resting his sword on his shoulder with an air of arrogance. However, both the passers-by and distant merchants remained remarkably composed. Meanwhile, Lu Jie, engrossed in his shopping, witnessed this unfolding drama. Jie, who is that person? How dare he act so boldly? Has his power surpassed that of the four emperors? Rem asked, her curiosity piqued by a flurry of questions. Ah, just another reckless fool. No need to worry. Let us enjoy the show, Jie responded. His attention diverted from the pirates to the pirate king's ship anchored nearby, aware that a silver chest awaited him there. With that, Jie departed, boarding the Yaour pirate ship, while Perona and the others remained on the island, ready to intervene should any harm befall innocent civilians. At that moment, after claiming the treasure chest, Jie suddenly sensed a formidable presence. Looking up, a familiar pirate ship came into view. Wow, I can't believe I de-encountered them here. At this moment, the legendary Shanks, bearer of the mythical fruit, appeared before Jie. It seemed that there was no need for Jie to intervene, for with Shanks present, these pirates were hardly a concern. However, given Shanks' temperament, it was likely they would receive a thorough beating before being kindly sent on their way. After all, this Shanks was famously the only man ever bested by the mountain bandit king. It appeared that some intriguing characters had arrived on our island. At this juncture, Shanks, gazing at the distant Bido Island, spoke with a smile. Beckman, temper your ire. This situation does not warrant our intervention just yet. Allow me to meet this individual. I wish to discern the nature of the person whom Luffy so highly esteems, and who has managed to turn the world government upside down. After finishing his remarks, Shanks swiftly approached Jie in a small boat. Sensing the aura of authority closing in, Jie wore an expression of intrigue. Why was this fellow Shanks not anchoring on the island but coming directly to him? Nevertheless, Jie chose to remain, as he realized that Shanks had already locked onto his presence. Meeting him was hardly a daunting prospect, after all. He had long contemplated the moment he would encounter one of the four emperors, especially since their ship possessed a diamond treasure chest. Ah, Shanks, greetings. Jie called out as Shanks landed on the boat. Jie, a pleasure to meet you. I did not expect you to be so young. Shanks responded in his characteristic boisterous manner. What brings one of the four emperors to seek out a mere pirate like myself? Jie inquired, steering the conversation toward its intended course, for he had no desire to engage in idle chatter with Shanks. His primary objective was to explore the possibility of gaining passage aboard Shanks' ship and securing the diamond treasure chest. Indeed, it's refreshing to encounter someone like you in this world, which has become rather scarce with such spirited individuals. No wonder Luffy holds you in such high regard. I hear you have already made contact with that old rascal, Whitebeard. Tell me, have you managed to defeat him? Shanks teased, maintaining his playful demeanor. Shanks, you remain as unpredictable as ever. What do you say? Will you lower yourself to join me for a drink? Jie offered, producing a bottle of liquor. Haha. How delightful. This truly is amusing. Come, let us go to my ship. Once on my turf, how could I allow you to foot the bill? Shanks exclaimed, before effortlessly leaping onto his vessel and swiftly making his way back to it. Observing this, Jie spread his wings and followed suit, soaring after him. At this moment, Jie realized that his 1,000-mile flight had lost much of its significance. It could still serve as a means of transportation. After all, the inability to exert dominance through the 1,000-mile flight rendered it ineffective against the adversaries he now faced. Upon landing on Shanks' vessel, disappointment washed over him. Indeed, having just acquired Whitebeard's diamond treasure chest, it seemed rather improbable to obtain another diamond chest in such a short span of time. This time, Shanks did not navigate his ship, the Red-Footed, but rather another pirate vessel he had never encountered before. Although there was no diamond treasure chest on board, there was a golden chest. If he was not mistaken, this ship belonged to Ben Beckman. This formidable first mate possessed strength exceeding that of a vice-admiral, which explained the presence of the treasure. Familiar faces like Eustace Kidd and Jesus Burgess were also here. Shanks, has your Red-Footed been bitten to pieces by a sea king? Why aren't you piloting it? Jie inquired after quietly collecting the treasure chest. Since he could not obtain the diamond chest at present, he sought clarity, for the allure of the diamond chest was indeed potent. The current types of treasure chests, aside from the supreme chest redeemable with points, included the diamond chest which could yield the finest treasures. It was worth noting that the aircraft carrier he had previously opened was still unusable, but just from the introduction, one could tell it was an extraordinarily powerful asset. The Red-Footed is a bit temperamental at the moment. It cannot be used for now. Let us host a banquet instead. Shanks, aren't you going to check on the commotion happening on the island? Jie gently interrupted Shanks. Aren't your comrades up there? Let's enjoy some drinks first, and we can prepare for the banquet tonight. Raki, go to the island and gather what we need for the evening feast, Shanks commanded. Understood. Boss. Riki replied, munching on a chicken leg as he landed on the sea and swiftly made his way to the island. Witnessing this, Lugia was taken aback. This individual seemed so robust, yet possessed such remarkable agility. Previously, the only one he knew capable of running on water was Brook. To his surprise, he had stumbled upon another. One could only imagine that once aboard Shanks red-footed, treasures would abound, as he had amassed quite a collection during his time on Whitebeard's ship. Thus, the two began to indulge in drink. By the time the ship reached the shore, an hour had already passed. All right, let us head ashore, and you can bring your friends along, Shanks said, slowly descending the ship. Lugia shook his slightly dizzy head and followed suit. Upon their arrival on the island, they found 3 women had thoroughly thrashed a group of pirates, leaving them battered and bruised. Initially, Lugia had expected a formidable presence. Instead, he discovered a band of reckless fools. Sometimes, he truly wondered what these individuals venturing onto the Grand Line were thinking. Recklessly provoking the 4 emperors with nothing but their fervor? Even with a golden finger to guide him. If he heard that Big Mom or Kaido were coming to assault him, he would flee as far as possible. After all, self-destruction was not the way to go. It was no wonder this world was so sparsely populated. Many must have met their demise in such foolish pursuits. Lugia, these guys are so fierce. They wanted to bully Rim. Rim exclaimed, having tucked away her locking ball and approached Lugia with a pitiful expression. Well, they've all been defeated now, right? No need to be afraid. Lugia consoled her helplessly. He felt a twinge of pity for these fools. Not only had they been beaten, but they were also branded as cowards. Shanks, these ruffians severed your flag? Aren't you going to respond? Lugia asked, looking at Shanks with confusion. Respond? Riki, go fetch a new pirate flag to plant. Then let us prepare for tonight's feast, Shanks replied, leaving Lugia momentarily dumbfounded by his logic. Indeed, to Shanks, the only thing that mattered was his comrades. Everything else was inconsequential. However, it was this very essence of Shanks that defined him. Shortly thereafter, Lugia followed Shanks to a tavern that had been reserved by the red-haired pirates specifically for the banquet. Upon entering, Lugia found that, unsurprisingly, a banquet could not exist without copious amounts of food and drink. Nevertheless, Lugia relished such feasts. After all, he was a carnivore, was he not? Here us to our new friends today. Cheers, Lugia, Shanks exclaimed, raising his rum in a hearty toast. Cheers, they echoed. Thus, Lugia and the crew celebrated from dawn until dusk. Once everyone had succumbed to slumber, the tavern owner kindly draped blankets over each patron. It was clear that without the protection of the red-haired pirates, they would not enjoy such peaceful days. As time passed, morning soon arrived. Lugia awoke to find the red-haired pirates had vanished, leaving him alone. Indeed, true pirates were ever called by the sea, never lingering far from their voyages. In contrast to Shanks and his crew, Lugia was akin to a treasure seeker, intent on discovering every chest this world had to offer, aspiring to transcend all rules. After all, the current rules of this world were quite displeasing to him. After waking Rim and the others, Lugia took them back to the home of Pomux. After 2 days of revelry, he began to focus on his primary objective. There were still many treasure chests awaiting his attention on this island. Having collected all the treasure chests, Lugia commenced the opening process. System, open all the black iron treasure chests. Congratulations, host. You have received the Curse of Kazan from the world of toxic milk powder. Upon use, it temporarily enhances your strength but at the cost of your vitality. Aside from the Curse of Kazan, recycle all other items. Now, let us continue with the bronze chests. Congratulations! You have opened a special treasure chest. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a perfect level gene serum from the post-apocalyptic world of eternity. Upon use, it permanently increases your strength and speed. Excellent. I shall utilize the gene serum. Opening the golden treasure chest. Congratulations, host. You have received Thor's toy gun from the world of Ragnarok. It can summon powerful lightning and lock onto enemies for 3 attacks. Indeed, the rarer the treasure chest, the more exceptional the rewards it yielded. Now, having only just embarked on the Grand Line, the thought of the countless treasures awaiting him brought a smile to Lugia's face. Rem found Lugia's smile somewhat intimidating. Every time I see him wear such a grin, I shiver all over. Indeed, the 3 women echoed, casting curious glances at Lugia. After spending half a month with Pomux, they set sail once more. Although Pomux was reluctant to part ways, they had to continue their adventures to swiftly overturn the celestial dragon's reign. After departing from Bidu Island, Lugia diligently trained his observation Haki. Currently, he harbored no thoughts beyond opening treasure chests and honing his skills. For once his observation Haki reached level 60, he would be able to utilize the aircraft carrier. The mere thought of exchanging the small vessel beneath him for an aircraft carrier sent a thrill coursing through Lu Jia's heart. It was precisely these emotions that caused his mastery of Kinbunchika Haki to progress at a painfully slow pace. Lu Jia, we may have encountered significant trouble, said Perona, her face etched with concern upon finding him. It's all your fault. You insisted on continuing after I told you not to come last night. Now, it seems we've arrived in a peculiar place devoid of wind, the fabled doldrums. You fed Mu too much last night, leaving me utterly exhausted. And we didn't notice we were veering off course. At that moment, a sudden jolt shook the vessel, accompanied by the resounding call of Mu. Reacting swiftly, Lu Jia rushed to the deck, only to behold a vast swarm of sea kings pursuing them from behind. Mu, what on earth have you done to provoke these creatures so fiercely? Lu Jia exclaimed, exasperated as he gazed at the angry sea kings. If it weren't for Mu's swift speed, honed from long hours in the ocean, they would have already been caught. Yet, at this critical juncture, Mu could only continue to bleat, utterly unable to convey anything further. At this moment, Lu Jia felt somewhat overwhelmed, for he was encountering such a situation for the very first time. A multitude of sea creatures towering over 100 meters was certainly no mere trifling matter. Perona, do your negative spirits have any effect on them? Lu Jia inquired of Perona beside him. Alas, they are submerged in the ocean, and my abilities are rendered ineffective there. Perona replied, her spirits trembling in her vicinity. Lu Jia recalled that his own Sakura Blossom technique would also prove futile against these formidable beings. It appeared that to extricate himself from this predicament, he would need to take decisive action. Drawing his Muramesa, Lu Jia steeled himself to confront the throng of sea creatures. However, at that moment, Mumu ceased its retreat, swimming to Lu Jia's front and bellowing loudly. What do you mean, Mumu? Are you attempting to stop me? Lu Jia asked, bewildered by the sight before him. Mumu nodded vigorously in affirmation. Why? Provide me with a reason, Lu Jia pressed. Mumu lifted its forelimbs and pointed to its mouth. Are you suggesting that they intend to feast upon what you ordinarily consume? Lu Jia pondered, retracting his Muramesa and instead producing a pouch of super feed. Upon seeing Lu Jia unveil the super feed, the sea creatures behind Mumu came to a halt, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they gazed at him. Good heavens, it truly is the case. At this moment, Lu Jia recalled the system's earlier introduction. This feed was irresistible to any creature. It was likely that Mo had gone to boast about it, provoking resentment, which led to the current predicament. Subsequently, Lu Jia opened his private chat and fed all the sea kings. Originally, these sea kings were meant to accompany Lu Jia, but he informed them that the time was not yet ripe. He promised that one day he would return to seek them out. With lingering reluctance, the sea kings bid him farewell as he departed. After inspecting the eternal pointer, Perona glanced at the map and was astonished to find that they had drifted significantly off course overnight. Observing Mo pulling the boat ahead, she wondered if he had sensed the presence of sea kings nearby and had come over to flaunt. However, at this moment, Mo remained silent, unable to articulate anything. Perona, once you've arranged the course, let Pamukus take charge while you rest, Lu Jia instructed before settling atop the ship to continue honing his Kinbunchika Haki. In the tranquil expanse of the sea, it was easy for one to find inner peace. After all, cultivating Kinbunchika Haki required a calm disposition to perceive the essence of the world. It involved harmonizing one's own aura with that of the world, allowing every blade of grass and tree to become one's eyes. The characteristics of Kinbunchika Haki were not uniform among practitioners. The fundamental trait enhanced one's observational prowess, enabling one to prepare for incoming attacks. However, the derived abilities varied greatly. For instance, Katakuri possessed the power to foresee the immediate future, while Usopp could discern distant events. Lu Jia's ability, akin to a divine consciousness, allowed him to sense everything in his surroundings. Additionally, due to his unique traits, Lu Jia's Kinbunchika Haki intertwined with some of his other abilities. Thus, his primary objective at this moment was to swiftly enhance his strength. As time passed, Lu Jia and his companions came upon a small island. This was a windless zone, thus rarely frequented by humans. Each island was home to peculiar flora, and this particular island was unmarked on their maps. Previously, they had encountered an island abundant with fruit, where the entire land was a colossal fruit tree. Lu Jia had even collected a seed from that great tree, and he now wondered what this new island had in store. Mo, head towards that island, Lu Jia directed, pointing ahead. Upon hearing his command, Mo hesitated and started to retreat, desperately trying to avoid the island that lay before them. Lu Jia, perplexed by this reaction, noted that as a sea beast, Momo typically had no natural enemies in the ocean. Even the Sea Kings posed little threat to him. Aside from the previous encounter with a group of them, Perona, you all stay behind to guard the ship. Do not wander too far. I shall investigate what manner of island could instill such fear in Momo, Lugia declared, spreading his wings and soaring toward the island. Upon reaching the island, Lugia instantly sensed a stark contrast to the previous islands he had encountered. The humidity here was at least 10 times greater than that of other islands. Despite it being midday, a dense fog enveloped the land, and dew still clung to the grass. Suddenly, Lugia felt a presence and instinctively vacated his position. In the next moment, a sizable crater formed where he had been standing. Despite his formidable Kinbunchika Haki, he could not discern what had attacked him. Clearly, there was a powerful entity residing on this island, which also explained Momo's trepidation. Most significantly, upon landing, Lugia discovered a golden treasure chest marked on the map. It was well known that such chests indicated the presence of formidable forces, typically at least of vice admiral rank or higher. At this moment, Lugia became increasingly cautious. After all, the presence of such an entity could be formidable if it were an enemy. Especially in this territory, Lugia was uncertain of what he would face next. Suddenly, a powerful strike sent him flying. He quickly discerned that the source of the attack was a peculiar, gelatinous creature. After regaining his footing, Lugia swiftly vacated his previous position. A loud crash ensued, and he noticed a large crater where he had just stood, causing a cold sweat to break out on his forehead. What on earth was that? The mist on the island was dense, limiting visibility to merely 10 meters. Despite his keen observation skills, he sensed nothing. Drawing his sword, Murakumo, Lugia resolved to uncover the nature of this bizarre entity, determined to confront whatever it was. Refusing to believe it could be unbeatable. Just then, a tremendous cacophony erupted in his ears. Previously focused on searching for clues, Lugia was momentarily disoriented by the deafening sound, nearly shattering his eardrums. This very din dispersed the fog that enveloped the island, revealing the source of the attack, an astounding number of frogs, each larger than a calf. Initially, Lugia had hoped that finding the assailant would alleviate his predicament. However, upon witnessing at least 100 massive frogs before him, cold sweat once again beaded on his forehead. He had already experienced their formidable power. Confronting such a horde was beyond his current capabilities. I shall not play with you any longer, 1,000-mile flight, he declared, activating his ability to escape the scene. Yet, as he ascended, the frogs converged their attacks on him. To them, Lugia appeared as a large mosquito, an enticing target. Countless tongues shot forth, and Lugia nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. Were these creatures' tongues limitless? They reached him from dozens of meters away, although he managed to control his flight skillfully. The sheer volume of the onslaught still struck him. Had it not been for the unique properties of his imperial tool, it might have sustained damage. Now grounded, Lugia decided against fleeing any longer. Since you wish to play, let us engage in a proper game. I have feasted enough on seafood. Today, I shall relish some wild delicacies. Stowing away his Murakumo, wary of its potential curse, he instead brandished a knife he had purchased for battling Pamukas and others, which cost him 50,000 berries. With a determined squatting stance, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, his blade instantly enveloped in armament Haki. No longer wishing to escape, he recognized the surroundings as a vast training ground. If he maneuvered adeptly, his strength would surely burgeon. As Lugia commenced his assault, the frogs widened their mouths and took a deep breath. Instantly, the previously dispersed mist enveloped the area once more, causing Lugia to halt abruptly. These creatures were indeed cunning, re-establishing the fog that shrouded their habitat. Their long tenure in this domain was not a promising sign for Lugia. With the mist thickening, he soon found himself besieged by the frogs' attacks. However, unlike at the outset, Lugia was no longer at a loss. He retaliated with his swordsmanship and observation Haki. Although his strikes were relatively potent, they failed to inflict meaningful damage against the frogs' pliant tongues. Remarkably, he managed to evade their assaults. Most importantly, Lugia noted that his observation Haki had inexplicably elevated by 1 level. This transformation ignited a sense of excitement within Lugia, who had previously been plagued by apprehension. He had been diligently honing his observation Haki without notable progress. Yet unexpectedly, while focusing his mind here, he experienced a remarkable enhancement in his abilities. Just as Lugia reveled in this newfound joy, he was once again sent flying. Upon rising anew, he no longer bore the same trepidation as before, for now. He was equipped with the knowledge of both his developing observation Haki and the identity of his opponent. These elements no longer held the same air of mystery and dread. At this moment, Lugia concentrated his mental faculties, understanding that the cultivation of observation Haki necessitates a focused mind for optimal practice. Suddenly, a cacophony of croaking filled the air, accompanied by a relentless torrent of attacks directed at him. Amidst the sounds of slicing through the air, Lu Jie merely raised his long knife, steadfastly defending against the onslaught from every direction. He harbored no intentions of offense. His purpose for remaining here was solely to refine his observation Haki. Defeating the frog swiftly might preclude him from finding another opportunity as conducive to the enhancement of his abilities. At this moment, Lu Jie recalled the training methods of Luffy from One Piece. Back then, the Dark King Rayleigh had instructed all the animals on the island to attack Luffy, compelling him to concentrate his mind, thereby significantly enhancing Luffy's observation Haki. Later, Rayleigh himself acted as a sparring partner, further advancing Luffy's mastery of this ability. Now, Lu Jie found himself at a loss for how to elevate his own observation Haki. Having finally discovered a suitable location, his singular objective was to raise his observation Haki to above 60. It is worth noting that the minimum requirement for utilizing an aircraft carrier necessitated a mental fortitude, or observation Haki, of at least 60. With such an excellent training ground at his disposal, how could Lu Jie possibly relinquish this opportunity? Come forth. Let me truly witness your capabilities, he declared. While simultaneously defending against the onslaught of the frogs, a surge of indomitable spirit welling up within him. After all, an entity that could instill fear in MOMO must surely be formidable. As an adventurer, encountering such a powerful being warranted a contest. Moreover, there lay a golden treasure chest on the island. For whatever reason, Lu Jie was resolute in his decision to remain on the island for the time being. His current dilemma was not the formidable frogs, but rather his inability to communicate his circumstances to Perona and the others. Having spent a considerable time on the island, they must be quite worried about him. With this thought in mind, he hastened his actions. First, he aimed to repel the frogs before devising a strategy to leave the island, relay the information back to them, and then return to train his observation Haki. Thus, Lu Jie ceased his passive defense and began to take the initiative. Initially, the frogs' attack power was not particularly strong. It was merely their advantageous terrain that posed a challenge. However, Lu Jie had grown increasingly familiar with his surroundings. One mind flow. Iron slash. He intended to use the heart slash, but upon reconsideration, he deemed the iron slash more appropriate, as he was still somewhat unpracticed with the former. His current focus was not on honing his swordsmanship, but rather on strengthening his mental acuity and observation Haki. As Lu Jie initiated his offensive, he carved a path through the frogs. When he approached the shoreline, he suddenly felt the entire island tremble. In that instant, he discovered a terrifying truth. The island itself was a colossal frog. Lu Jie then understood why Momo had felt such trepidation. It was not the creatures on the island that instilled fear, but the island itself. Realizing this dreadful reality, he refrained from taking flight. Fortunately, he had previously utilized a devil fruit fusion card, which mitigated many of the inherent drawbacks of the devil fruits he possessed. As flight was no longer an option, swimming became his only recourse. Upon plunging into the sea, he swiftly made his way toward his ship. In no time, he found himself aboard. Lu Jie, you're back. Is there something extraordinary about this little island that instills fear in MOMO? Rem asked with concern upon his return. This island is teeming with numerous large frogs, all possessing considerable strength. Most importantly, the entire island is a gigantic frog. I believe it is this very island that frightens MOMO. If it were to swallow him, it would be no trivial matter. Lu Jie recounted his observations on the island. After all, these were his companions, and his primary purpose for returning was to inform them of the island's nature. Upon sharing the situation, Lu Jie resolved to return to Frog Island once more. Hearing that there was no immediate danger, his companions felt reassured, as Lu Jie had stated that the island was the optimal location for training observation Haki. Those who had initially intended to accompany him chose to remain on the ship. He had advised them that, given their current levels of skill, they were not yet prepared to confront the frogs. Perona began to pinpoint the island's location, recognizing that such a training ground was a rarity. In the future, once their strength had increased, they could also come here to enhance their observation Haki. Soon after, Lu Jie returned to the island once more. Upon arriving on the island, I discovered that the mist had thickened considerably. It seemed that the local frogs had sensed my presence and were prepared to greet me. Thus, Lu Jie commenced his battles on the island. Initially, he engaged in mere passive defense, but gradually, he began to counterattack. After all, enduring relentless assaults was not in Lu Jie's nature. On this island, in addition to the central golden treasure chest, There exist numerous bronze and silver chests. It is likely that a formidable frog resides at the location of the golden chest. Currently, I can only manage to contend with these smaller frogs. Thus, Lu Jie has refrained from recklessly venturing towards the island's core. After all, should he approach and be swiftly defeated, it would indeed spell his end. While collecting treasure chests, he engages in battle. Typically, after a day's time, Lu Jie returns to his ship. Following a day's rest, he ventures back to Frog Island. After a fortnight, the frogs on the periphery of the island pose no threat to Lu Jie. He gradually begins to approach the center of the island. However, upon sighting the frog at the island's heart, he swiftly retreats. This fellow is as immense as a small hill, and the terrifying aura he exudes is far more intense than what he felt during his encounter with Sakazuki. This individual may possess the prowess of a formidable general. Yet at present, Lu Jie lacks the strength to confront such a terrifying entity. After departing from the island, Lu Jie's observation Haki has ascended to level 56. Although he did not engage in combat with the formidable frog, he adeptly utilized his speed to retrieve the treasure chest. Just as Lu Jie was poised to leave Frog Island, he noticed the emergence of yet another diamond treasure chest on his scanned map. The treasure chest that had previously gone unnoticed when he first arrived on the island had now mysteriously appeared. The formidable guardian of the golden chest was already a significant challenge. Could it be that the protector of this diamond chest was the island itself? Lu Jie, who had initially planned to depart, cast another glance at Frog Island. The allure of a diamond treasure chest made it difficult for him to leave so easily. However, the thought of facing an adversary on par with Whitebeard sent a shiver down his spine. After all, this was not the same as dealing with the formidable, hill-sized frog at the center. The guardian of the diamond chest would surely be a far greater threat. Moo moo. As Lu Jie pondered, the sound of mooing resonated nearby. What is wrong, Moo moo? Hurry, run. He intended to inquire about Moo moo's commotion, only to realize that Frog Island was advancing towards him. At that moment, thoughts of the diamond treasure chest faded. Survival became his primary concern. After all, Perona had already marked their location, ensuring that the chest would remain untouched or unclaimed by others. Thus, Lu Jie knew he must flee swiftly to avoid becoming prey. Upon hearing Lu Jie's urgent words, Moo moo sprinted forward with determination. Yet, despite the island's vastness, the speed of the frog was no trifling matter. Soon, the enormous frog was closing in on them. Everyone, save for Perona, had gathered to thwart this giant creature. Lu Jie felt a surge of anxiety. Being pursued by something so massive across the ocean was far from amusing. Understood, Captain. Moo moo. But at that moment, Moo moo let out a loud cry and charged straight toward the giant frog. Moo moo, what are you doing? Lu Jie exclaimed, without waiting for further protest. Moo moo shouted again. Yet, Lu Jie could not decipher Moo moo's intentions. The situation had escalated to an unbearable level. Most critically, both he and Perona were too frightened to take flight, fearing they would be mistaken for mere insects and consumed. Moo moo, moo moo. As they approached Frog Island, Moo moo continued to vocalize loudly. At that moment, Lu Jie suddenly recalled something significant. Did he not possess feet? This was undoubtedly his most formidable weapon against this creature. With this thought in mind, Lu Jie promptly retrieved his super feed and scattered it generously into the sea. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, all the frogs on the island leaped into the water. Observing this spectacle, Lu Jie confirmed his suspicions. A glance at Momo revealed that it was indeed Momo's handiwork. The creature wore an expression that betrayed its pride. Likely having forgotten that when Lu Jie urged it to flee, it had unwittingly lured them into the fray, instinctively running away without comprehension. It was only after escaping that it recalled the incident. Meanwhile, Lu Jie continued to toss feed into the sea, as this resource was inexhaustible, and he felt no regret in doing so. He also made sure to share some with Momo. Soon, the frogs ceased their frantic competition and began to frolic contentedly in the water. Lu Jie then paused his feeding, took to the air, and gracefully landed on Frog Island. This time, Lu Jie's arrival was markedly different from when it first began. Instead of being met with hostility from all the frogs, they now regarded him with friendly curiosity. Thud, thud, thud. The island resonated with the sound of heavy footsteps and rustling leaves, and soon, the largest frog appeared before Lu Jie. Human, we have a fondness for your food, Ribbit. Might you spare a little for us, Ribbit? At that moment, the enormous frog astonishingly spoke, articulating words in human language. This revelation astonished Lu Jie, for in this world, only animals with a blood relation to humans possess the ability to speak. This frog appeared remarkably genuine. How could it articulate words? Could it be that he had arrived at the legendary Miamu Mountain? This notion seemed plausible. However, he required their assistance. His companion's strength could be significantly enhanced through their formidable powers. Just as it had been when he first arrived, he implored them not to endanger their lives. Lu Jie spoke softly. This is entirely feasible, Ribbit. In this manner, he forged a bond of friendship with Frog Island using his extraordinary feat. Originally intending to depart, Lu Jie prolonged his stay on Frog Island for an additional month. In the span of this month, their overall strength has ascended to a new level. It was during this period that Lu Jie's observation Haki finally reached 61. At this moment, Lu Jie, clutching a golden treasure chest and a diamond chest, stood in a daze at the bow of the ship. Captain, would you care for something to eat? You've been grinning foolishly for an entire day, Bomakisi remarked, casting a worried glance at Lu Jie. You all go ahead and eat. I am not hungry, Lu Jie replied, still brimming with vitality. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, Guena directly approached Lu Jie and unleashed a flurry of punches. Come over for dinner immediately, or you know the consequences. Upon hearing Guena's words, Lu Jie was instantly jolted. He turned to see the three women behind him, their faces filled with a palpable threat, causing him to leap to his feet. All right, let's go eat, Lu Jie said. His face contorted into a smile of appeasement. It is well understood that while one may offend many, one must never cross their own women, otherwise they would surely face dire repercussions. After their meal, Lu Jie returned to the deck. Perona, do you know how to operate a ship? He inquired slowly. Operate a ship? Isn't there Mumu? It sails on its own, doesn't it? Perona replied, her face a mask of confusion, uncertain of Lu Jie's meaning. No, I currently possess a large ship, so don't even think about it. I won't be the one to navigate. Perona retorted, her expression one of disdain. Lu Jie, could you teach Rem how to steer? Rem wishes to learn, Rem timidly interjected, stepping forward. She realized that aside from cooking, she had little else to offer Lu Jie. Therefore, upon hearing his request, she felt compelled to step up, eager to assist him more. Of course, however, be prepared, it might be a bit overwhelming. Lu Jie replied before retrieving the aircraft carrier he had previously obtained from his system. With a resounding crash, the aircraft carrier abruptly materialized before their pirate ship, sending colossal waves crashing around them. Had Mumu not moved away in time, the ship could have easily capsized from the tumultuous water. Lu Jie, is this the ship you mentioned? Such a massive vessel. Where have you been hiding it? Guena exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed upon the aircraft carrier. Well, I can collect treasure. After all, it was stored in a treasure chest, Lu Jie explained nonchalantly. Since they were already aware of this, he simply employed the powers of his devil fruit to clarify. Now, let us board and explore our new vessel. With that, Lu Jie soared into the air, gently landing on the deck of the aircraft carrier with Guena and Rem in his arms. Meanwhile, Pamukas awaited Lu Jie to lower the boarding ladder before he slowly ascended, as his devil fruit powers were not suited for such heights. Once they stood on the deck, the group gazed curiously at the colossal behemoth before them. Lu Jie, is this truly a ship? It feels more like a mobile fortress. Perona exclaimed, her voice filled with disbelief. Indeed, this is our ship. Its name is Leviathan, and we shall traverse the world upon it, Lu Jie declared, his face aglow with excitement as he surveyed the steel giant. A vessel measuring 800 meters in length is akin to a small island. Gazing at the cold cannons, one could envision the devastation they would wreak in battle. If Leviathan's capabilities were fully unleashed, it could potentially bombard the Red Line itself. Can Rem really navigate such a terrifying ship? Rem asked, her face betraying her anxiety as she surveyed the imposing vessel. Absolutely. Come, let me show you around inside, Lu Jie responded, leading the group into the interior of the aircraft carrier. Upon entering the main control room, Lu Jie found that the buttons within surpassed the number of hairs on his head. Fortunately, upon acquiring this vessel, the operational instructions had automatically been imprinted in his mind. As he examined the unfamiliar buttons, Lu Jie recognized their functions without hesitation. System, can you display the functionalities currently available to us? He inquired. Scanning item, operational authority 60. Automated navigation available. 3 administrators can be input, allowing them to control the aircraft carrier's actions through thought. Basic cannons are operational, access to all rooms except the mecha chamber. Armory and high-energy storage is permitted, the system replied. Upon hearing the system's response, Lu Jie was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. This is basic authority. It feels absolutely exhilarating, he exclaimed. Moreover, he had heard about the mecha chamber and armory, as well as other unaccessed privileges, each of which filled him with yearning. Rem, Guena, Perona, come over here. Lu Jie called, positioning himself at the administrator input station. What is it, Lu Jie? They inquired. This is where we can input our identities as administrators. Are you interested? He gestured toward a scanning device, speaking slowly. I'm not interested. Just looking at all these buttons gives me a headache. Perona was the first to decline. Me too. I prefer practicing my swordsmanship, Guena added, clutching her weapon, the clear spring resonance. Rem is interested, Rem replied eagerly. Having initially wished to operate the aircraft carrier, Rem's resolve strengthened upon seeing the massive vessel. If she could master its navigation, she would undoubtedly be able to assist Lu Jie significantly. All right, Rem. Just stand here and scan, Lu Jie instructed, demonstrating the process. Scanning successful, Administrator 1 registered, 2 slots remaining. At that moment, a cartoonish figure appeared on the screen, accompanied by a mechanical voice. Who has entered? Upon hearing this, Guena swiftly unsheathed her weapon, the clear spring resonance. Guena, don't worry, that's just the aircraft carrier's voice. Now, Rem, it's your turn, Lu Jie reassured her. Though the artificial intelligence was not yet active, it was, after all, an aircraft carrier with some degree of voice functionality. So Lu Jie found it unsurprising. Shortly after registering her identity, Lu Jie felt as though his perception had expanded, akin to an enhanced version of his observation Haki. Moreover, after inputting his identity as an administrator, he could see a control panel virtually identical to that of the operations room. This meant that once an identity was registered, one could operate the ship without being physically present in the control room. Instructions for operation were also provided on this panel, so Lu Jie need not explain anything further. Rem could familiarize herself with it. After departing the control room, the group began to explore the other chambers. Aside from the armory and mecha room, which remained restricted, they had completed their exploration by nightfall. All right, everyone, feel free to choose any room. I'll go retrieve our previous pirate ship in Mu. Lu Jie announced before leaving the aircraft carrier. On the deck, several massive swimming pools were present, which would serve as Mu's living area. As for the pirate ship, Lu Jie stored it in his spatial inventory. With so many treasure chests opened, his spatial storage had significantly expanded. Having completed these tasks, Lu Jie approached the bow of the ship. He still had several treasure chests on hand, and feeling in high spirits, he decided to open a few. System. Open all silver treasure chests. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the enlarged devil fruit, originating from the world of One Piece. Upon utilization, one can acquire enhanced abilities. Congratulations to the host for the acquisition. Although the several silver chests yielded only a single usable devil fruit, Lu Jie was immensely satisfied. For there remained a golden chest and a diamond chest, yet to be opened. System, open the golden chest. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a magical pleated skirt. Originating from the system, once donned, it bestows extraordinary powers. Huh? A pleated skirt? Lu Jie gazed in bewilderment at the item extracted from the golden chest. What is this? A golden chest yields a skirt? Upon inspecting the size, it appeared that Rem could wear it. Among those accustomed to skirts were Rem and Perona. However, this skirt was blue and white, while Perona favored darker themes. Thus Lu Jie immediately thought of Remington, since it was said to possess magical abilities. Why not let Rem try it on? Alert! Wearing permissions are restricted to males. Just as Lu Jie was about to call for Rem, the system's notification echoed in his mind. Upon hearing this, Lu Jie felt a chill. This system truly had a wicked sense of humor. Although he had watched numerous gender-bending anime, when it came to his own situation, Lu Jie felt a sense of rejection. System, are you saying this skirt can only be worn by men? Affirmative. Lu Jie glanced once more at the pleated skirt in his hands. An array of BGM flooding his mind. Even if I cannot discern this item's purpose, I would rather discard it than wear it. Of course. This was merely Lu Jie's internal monologue. In reality, system, utilize the pleated skirt. What a jest. The system claimed it possesses magical powers. How could Lu Jie resist testing it? In the next instant, a blue and white pleated skirt adorned Lu Jie's form. Simultaneously, he sensed a transformation within himself. Besides the appearance of the skirt, a long sword manifested in his hand, and he noticed changes to his physique. Raising a hand to touch his chest, he was astonished to discover a soft mass there. The next moment, he found himself before a mirror. Who was this beautiful girl? Lu Jie gazed at the reflection of an enchanting young maiden, astonishment etched upon his face. After a brief moment of shock, he realized this person was none other than himself. Moreover, It seemed he had acquired additional abilities. Upon donning the pleated skirt, peculiar information flooded his mind. To validate his suspicions, Lu Jie strode to the bow of the ship. Superpower shockwave. Lu Jie raised the sword in his hand, addressing the vast ocean ahead. In an instant, a surge of potent energy erupted from the sword's tip, creating a formidable shockwave that cleaved a chasm in the sea, spanning several meters. The immense recoil propelled Lu Jie backward. Hearing the commotion, the others rushed out. Upon seeing Lu Jie sprawled on the ground, Pamukus hurried to his side. "Miss, who are you? How did you come to be aboard our vessel?" As Pamukus helped Lu Jie to his feet, concern filled his expression. "Where's Lu Jie? Wasn't he on the deck?" Perona questioned, worried about Lu Jie's sudden absence, especially after feeling the immense disturbance moments earlier. All they found was a beautiful girl. But Lu Jie was nowhere to be seen, leaving Perona somewhat anxious. The one lying on the ground is Lu Jie. Rem, as the overseer, could see the entire aircraft carrier's situation and recognized that this was Lu Jie transformed into a girl. Yet, Rem harbored doubts. Why had Lu Jie suddenly become female? What? At that moment, Bomix released his grip, his expression mirroring the collective terror of those around him. Meanwhile, our protagonist, Lu Jie, was mercilessly thrown to the ground. "Could you assist me in getting up? I lack the strength at present," he softly uttered, although he yearned to exclaim loudly. The anger he had felt moments before was now expressed in a voice that resembled a gentle plea. Accepting the reality of his situation, Lu Jie refrained from dwelling on it. Soon, he was seated upon a chair. After a brief respite, he was able to connect with the system and promptly retracted his pleated skirt. Lu Jie, what are you doing?" Rem, unable to finish her sentence, covered her face and fled. At that moment, Lu Jie realized that upon retracting the pleated skirt, he was left completely bare. Could you all turn around for a moment? I need to change my attire." Following this minor interruption, Lu Jie adjusted his mindset once more. Indeed, the system was astonishingly powerful, capable of producing all manner of items. Such a transformative garment could be conjured. Although there was a slight thrill in becoming a girl, Lu Jie was keen to avoid any misunderstandings from the three women. Thus, he decided to limit the use of such items. After taking a deep breath, Lu Jie retrieved his final diamond treasure chest. Previously, he had acquired the aircraft carrier Leviathan from a diamond chest, and he was curious about what this one would yield. As the highest grade of treasure chest, its contents were bound to be valuable, though utility varied. The extraordinary pleated skirt was indeed formidable. Yet the overwhelming sense of embarrassment associated with it made it somewhat challenging to embrace. System, open the diamond treasure chest. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Pendulum of Time. Ability, unknown. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lu Jie stood momentarily stunned. This was the second unknown item he had acquired. Previously, he had obtained a black clock, and now, another item related to time had come into his possession. What manner of things are these? Most importantly, Lu Jie lacks the ability to extract this item and remains oblivious to how to unlock its usage rights. Previously, he had discovered the black bell within a golden treasure chest, and now it appears within a diamond chest. Evidently, this item is formidable. Yet he is unable to utilize it for the time being. Though a tinge of disappointment lingers, Lu Jie nonetheless stows the item away. Why are you all staring at me?" Lu Jie inquired as he raised his head, noticing that Perona and the other two women were fixated on him with puzzled expressions. "We must guard you to prevent you from suddenly transforming into a woman again," Guena replied with a serious demeanor. Now 15. Guena has come to understand certain matters and is aware of her feelings for Lu Jie. Thus, when he previously transformed into a woman, she was quite concerned. The other two women shared similar sentiments, not to mention Perona, who had already shared intimate moments with Lu Jie. Even Rim felt the same. Observing the earnest expressions of the three women, Lu Jie realized the psychological impact his recent transformation had inflicted upon them. Naturally, faced with such a situation, Lu Jie had no choice but to admit his fault. "Lu Jie, perhaps we should consider switching to another ship," Perona interjected, steering the conversation away from the previous topic. "What's the matter? Isn't sailing like this quite enjoyable? Look at Moo Moo, having such a delightful time," Lu Jie queried, perplexed. "Comfortable it may be. But just take a look," Perona replied, handing Lu Jie a telescope. "Is there something happening?" Lu Jie, puzzled, accepted the telescope and surveyed the surroundings. After a brief observation, he felt a trickle of sweat form on his brow. Indeed, navigating such a vessel now seemed rather inappropriate. In the short span of time, Over a dozen pirate ships and several naval vessels were drawing closer to Lugia. Indeed, it appears so, Lugia remarked, promptly leaping from the aircraft carrier to release his pirate ship. The others followed suit, descending one by one. Minutes later, the aircraft carrier was encircled by numerous pirate ships, while Lugia and his companions feigned observation of the imposing vessel. Ha ha ha, this grand ship must harbor countless treasures, all of which belong to me, Mad Traeger. At that moment, an individual familiar to Lugia made his entrance. The treasure hunter, Mad Traeger, a man willing to go to any lengths to acquire wealth. Indeed, following the sound of his voice, a flamboyant ship came into view, capturing the attention of all present. This fellow, once driven by an insatiable desire for pure gold, was willing to sacrifice everything for it. Although his chain fruit is not particularly formidable, his martial prowess and Haki are undeniably impressive. With the appearance of Mad Traeger, an array of formidable individuals emerged. Despite not recognizing a single one, the palpable aura surrounding them revealed that none were weaklings. To his surprise, among them was the Vice Admiral Yax, the very same who was stationed at Rogue Town. What could possibly bring him here? Besides Yax, several other warships were manned by Vice Admirals, all of whom were familiar faces: Garp, Peach Rabbit, and Mole. The sudden mobilization of 4 powerful Vice Admirals raised questions. Why were they not at Navy headquarters vying for the position of Admiral? Had the Navy become so indifferent to the ranks of Admiral? It was well known that Garp was reluctant to ascend, yet the others were not bound by such reservations. Ha ha. Indeed, I knew I would encounter you all here. Little Lugia. At that moment, Garp's booming voice resonated as he spotted Lugia. Vice Admiral Garp. That is the notorious pirate we are after. You cannot simply, a Navy officer cautioned beside him. Oh, ha 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 ha. I almost forgot. Goo ha 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 ha. Lugia chuckled, shaking his head, bemused by the unchanged nature of Uncle Garp. As the crowd approached the aircraft carrier, Lugia found himself at the center of attention. Are you the first to discover this grand vessel? Have you already claimed the treasures aboard? Mad Traeger shouted towards Lugia and his companions. What are you thinking? That ship is utterly inaccessible. Attempting to board will result in an assault from the vessel. Lugia retorted directly. He was not eager to engage in battle that might damage his ship, which had accompanied him for years and held sentimental value. Kalalalala. Just because you say it doesn't exist, does that make it so? Chains connect ships. Mad Traeger unleashed his anchor, directing it towards Lugia's vessel. First flow. Iron cutting. In that instant, Bomu Keisai sprang forth, deflecting the incoming chains. While not severed, the ship's integrity was preserved. Kalalalala. Indeed, the more formidable the opponent, the more exhilarating the quest for treasure becomes. Frenzied iron chains. Mad Traeger swung his chain once more, sending countless links dancing toward them. Lugia, leave this to me. Guena stepped forward, gripping her sword. Qingquanju Xiang. First flow, dance of chaos. In an instant, a flurry of sword energy erupted, coalescing into a magnificent bloom of blades that severed all approaching chains. Kalalalala. How intriguing. Witnessing his chains obliterated, Mad Traeger refrained from further assault. Casting his gaze upon the aircraft carrier. I shall spare you for now. I have more pressing matters to attend to. With that, he charged towards the carrier. As others began to ascend using the boarding ladder. Rem, let us assess Levi's true strength. Lugia smiled, observing the others scaling Levi. All right, leave it to Rem, she replied, closing her eyes. In the next moment, the aircraft carrier came into her mind's view. Let us try this. Super electromagnetic barrier. Rem pressed an imaginary button in her mind. At that moment, the ship erupted with anguished cries. The pirates scaling the vessel were suddenly overwhelmed by a powerful electrical surge, plummeting into the sea one after another. Mad Traeger, feeling the impending danger, swiftly retreated to his ship. Indeed, treasures must lie within this grand vessel. Kamalalala. Nami, Sakapi, attack. Soon, other pirates, sharing Mad Traeger's sentiment, commenced their ranged assaults. Boom boom boom. Clouds of smoke ascended from the aircraft carrier. When the haze dissipated, not even a trace remained. Meanwhile, Yax and his crew approached the carrier's vicinity. Bloodless sort of Jura Lugia? Humph, I am not here for you this time. Yax merely glanced at Lugia before continuing toward the carrier. At that moment, Peach Rabbit alighted upon Lugia's ship. The 3 women aboard immediately adopted a vigilant stance. Their concern was not for Peach Rabbit's strength, but rather that Lugia might be captivated by her beauty, recalling their past closeness during the Alabasta Kingdom incident. Perona, Rem, Guena, do not treat our guest this way. Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit, what brings you aboard my ship? Lugia approached with a bright smile. At this moment, Lu Jie was somewhat astonished. The woman's affection for him had surprisingly reached a staggering 99, just a fraction shy of Rem's. "You scoundrel, Lu Jie," she huffed, seemingly having come over solely to utter those words before proudly departing. This left Lu Jie utterly bewildered. This woman, truly something else. However, the most pressing crisis at hand was to resolve the current predicament. After all, having Levi appear in the public eye was far from a trivial matter. It was evident that wherever he showed up, Levi would inevitably follow, making it clear to even the dimmest of minds that this was connected to him. At that moment, Lu Jie was reluctant to confront the onslaught from the world's foremost combatants. In his recollection, even Hades seemed no more formidable. "Rem, let us operate all of Levi's weapons together, create chaos, and make our escape," he instructed. "Mumu, be prepared. When I say run, you must flee immediately." Lu Jie addressed both of them. "Start now. Lock onto everything except for the warship with Garp and Tao Tuesday." As the primary operator, Lu Jie wielded greater mental prowess than Remington. While Rem was renowned for her formidable mental strength, her abilities were primarily focused on enhancing her own power. "Mumu, go." Upon Lu Jie's command, Mumu surged forth with unrelenting speed. Simultaneously, Levi began to undergo a transformation. All gun barrels on the aircraft carrier opened, releasing waves of intense, dangerous energy. "Quickly, turn around. We must leave this place." Garp issued a direct order at this moment. Alongside Garp were Yax, the Weasel, and Tao Tuesday. Their observation Haki was not to be underestimated, as they sensed the imminent threat posed by Levi. In that instant, a barrage of laser cannon fire erupted. "Psychope. Activate stealth mode." Trying to escape, Madtrige instantly unleashed his chains, ensnaring Lu Jie's swiftly departing vessel. Feeling the chains behind him, Lu Jie rushed to the rear of the ship, swiftly severing Madtrige's restraints before continuing on his course. At this moment, Lu Jie had lost all interest in the situation behind him. Even though numerous treasure chests lay in wait, it was not the opportune moment to seize them. The thunderous roar that resonated from behind went entirely unnoticed by him. Once the cacophony subsided, Lu Jie retracted Levi. To the onlookers, it appeared as though Levi had sunk into the depths of the sea, as neither the surviving pirates nor the Navy had witnessed the mysterious vessel's departure. Meanwhile, Lu Jie and his companions had already distanced themselves from the scene. "Lu Jie, where shall we head now?" Perona inquired, taking on the role of the navigator. "At present, I am uncertain. Let us proceed forward for now. We have been away for quite some time. We should find a place to replenish our supplies," Lu Jie replied candidly. To be honest, he truly did not know where to go next. After all, Lu Jie harbored aspirations of becoming a force capable of altering the rules of the world. A dream that necessitated formidable strength as its foundation. Yet currently, he lacked such power. Even in the face of Sakazuki, Lu Jie could not confidently assert that victory was assured. With Levi by his side, however, he believed he could triumph over any adversary of admiral caliber. Alas, Levi's capabilities had only been partially unlocked, leaving Lu Jie with the singular goal of continuous self-improvement. Of course, should he encounter a celestial dragon, he would not hesitate to confront them. As Lu Jie advanced swiftly, he suddenly sensed a formidable aura approaching from behind. It was at this moment that the figures of 4 vice-admirals, including Garp, manifested within his observation Haki. "Why are these 4 individuals abandoning their posts on the ship to pursue me? Mumu, halt the vessel." Lu Jie also issued a command to Mumu to cease forward movement. After all, should either Yax or Weasel appear, Lu Jie would prefer to avoid an encounter with them at this juncture. He had already acquired Yake's treasure, and Weasel, at present, was neither aboard his own ship nor at home, thus lacking any treasure to claim. However, with Garp and Peach Rabbit approaching, it was evident they had matters to discuss with me. Rather than allowing them to catch up, it would be more prudent to stop and await their arrival. Before long, Garp landed on Lu Jie's ship, leading the way. "Uncle Garp, it has been quite some time." Lu Jie greeted Garp directly upon seeing him. "You rascal. After years apart, why does it feel like your aura has transformed? You truly are becoming increasingly handsome." Garp reciprocated the pleasantries. Of course, Garp was not merely flattering Lu Jie. The latter had indeed grown more attractive over the years. One must recognize that the increase in charm was quite tangible. This charm held sway not only over women, but was equally effective in the presence of men, albeit with differing effects. "Uncle Garp, you jest. Out here on the ocean, exposed to the elements, I've tanned considerably. Just look at me." As the two engaged in conversation, the other 3 individuals also alighted on Lu Jie's ship. Aside from Weasel, who harbored a degree of animosity towards Lu Jie, the expressions of the other two were inscrutable. It is worth noting that Weasel was one of Peach Rabbit's most ardent admirers. The last time he heard that Lu Jie had touched Peach Rabbit's pair of rabbits, he nearly disregarded the summons from headquarters. Ready to confront Lu Jie in a life-or-death battle. What infuriated him most was that after Peach Rabbit was attacked by the Jade Rabbit, she seemed to develop some peculiar feelings towards this fellow, which he found utterly intolerable. Were it not for the presence of two prominent figures today, Weasel would likely have already reached his breaking point. Yakes, didn't you participate in the election for the Grand Admiral of the Navy? Lu Jie inquired. A look of confusion etched across his face, for he knew that this period was indeed designated for the selection of the Grand Admiral. The election has been postponed. So we have come out to carry out our duties, Yakes replied with utmost seriousness. Postponed? At this moment, Lu Jie was also filled with confusion. According to his recollection, it was roughly around this time, was it not? It was important to note that nearly half a year had passed since Sakasaki and the others had returned. Even with ample preparation time, it seemed implausible for it to take this long. Furthermore, those who had emerged this time were individuals who had not been chosen as generals, which led Lu Jie to suspect that there might be some hidden agenda at play. Generals? AKS, are you unaware? At this juncture, Garp, who was munching on a rice cracker, stepped forward to speak. No, what? What are you all talking about? Why can't I comprehend any of it? AKS felt an unsettling premonition, as if something ominous were about to transpire. The day of the general election was precisely 3 days after we set out, and now 10 days have elapsed. Surely, the selections must have been made by now? I have no desire to meddle in their affairs. Tahara was brought out by me. As for the squirrel, I cannot fathom why he has followed along. Your decision to abstain from the election is rather surprising. After all, your capabilities, character, and achievements are all exceptional. Should you choose to run, victory would be virtually assured, Garp remarked candidly. Upon hearing this, AKS wore a grave expression. He recalled that the information regarding the postponement of the general election had come from a mere vice admiral, which he had initially disregarded. Little did he know, this matter was a scheme directed at him. Observing AKS's somber demeanor, Lu Jie surmised why this individual had not been seen in the world of One Piece. This must have been the reason AKS had severed ties with the Navy. I shall return and seek clarity. How dare they deceive me? AKS declared, taking flight and landing on a small boat, swiftly utilizing his fruit powers to depart. Once AKS had left, Garp wore a puzzled expression. What has got him so worked up? It's merely a Navy general. Of course, someone like Garp could not fathom the aspirations residing within AKS's heart. Although the title of general was merely a label, to AKS, it symbolized honor. His father's dying wish had been to become a high-ranking officer in the Navy. Yet at that time, he had only been a rear admiral. Thus, AKS had inherited his father's aspirations, yearning to ascend to the rank of Navy general. Moreover, his father had once been on the brink of attaining the rank of Major General, but had fallen victim to the schemes of a scoundrel, leading to his untimely demise. Now, facing a similar predicament, AKS was understandably infuriated. Lu Jie, what has happened to him? Garp inquired, turning slowly. I am uncertain. However, if my conjectures are accurate, he is likely heading to Marineford. Furthermore, I doubt we shall see AKS among the Navy ranks again, Lu Jie replied with a smile. Are you implying that AKS is off to confront headquarters? Garp asked once more. Lu Jie nodded in affirmation, indicating that it was probably true. Although he found the situation somewhat troublesome, Garp chose not to pursue AKS. Firstly, he could not catch up, for AKS's fruit abilities rendered him exceedingly swift at sea. Secondly, Garp was unsure how to counsel the Navy in such circumstances. Let us set aside AKS for now. Uncle Garp, did you come to find me for a specific reason? Lu Jie directly inquired. Truth be told, I understand that making you a part of the Navy is out of the question now. However, I wonder if you might be interested in becoming a Shichibukai? Garp stated plainly. Shichibukai? Aren't there already 7 of them? Lu Jie replied, a teasing expression on his face. Are you planning to expel someone to make room for me? Expel is too harsh a term. Shichibukai is merely a title. It does not imply that only these 7 individuals can hold it. If you are willing to join, you can be granted that title. This way, you won't be pursued by the Navy anymore, Garp explained gently. Upon hearing Garp's words, Lu Jie appeared contemplative. There were indeed certain advantages to becoming a Shichibukai. Moreover, he found himself in need of a buffer period. Otherwise, once Sakasaki ascended to general, his power would only increase. At that point, being besieged by a host of vice admirals would not be a pleasant experience. Is it true that Bartholomew Kuma is planning to withdraw from the Shichibukai? And that is why you've come to me? Lu Jie suddenly pondered aloud. How did you know that Bartholomew Kuma intends to exit the Shichibukai? This information is typically known only to those at the rank of vice admiral or higher, the squirrel interjected, standing alert. Upon hearing the squirrel's words, Lu Jie realized the truth. It seemed that Vegapunk's plan was about to unfold. Noting Lu Jie's sudden comprehension, Garp recognized that the squirrel had fallen into a trap. The squirrel had merely guessed, albeit with surprising accuracy. Enough of that. Uncle Garp, this is your second invitation to me. As the saying goes, the third time's a charm. I accept your offer to become a Shichibukai. However, I must make one thing abundantly clear. Should the celestial dragons provoke me again, I will not hesitate to shatter their heads. Lu Jie asserted, laying down his condition. How dare you? Enough, squirrel. Lu Jie is now an ally of the Navy. So refrain from speaking further. Garp interrupted, and out of respect for the naval hero, the squirrel remained silent and withdrew. They will no longer trouble you. However, we have another matter to address. The disappearance of the palace you kidnapped, Garp continued. Oh, that. I merely found someone at random and dressed her in celestial dragon attire. Afterwards, I compensated her with 500,000 berries and sent her on her way, Lu Jie replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing Lu Jie's explanation, Garp sighed in relief. No wonder the celestial dragons could not find any trace of this ring Yuan Aimi. It turns out it was merely a fabrication by Lu Jie. However, this is a blessing in disguise, as it absolves you of the charge of imprisoning a celestial dragon. Very well, I shall take my leave now. AKS is in a rather agitated state. I must return to observe the situation, lest Marineford be reduced to ruins, Garp remarked before heading back to his ship. Take care. Tahara gently extended her hand. Of course, Lu Jie replied. Thus, the three returned to their vessel, observing the Navy ships trailing behind, filled with pirate ships. Lu Jie regarded them as a veritable treasure trove. Uncle Garp, I still have a few matters to attend to. After calling out to Garp, Lu Jie expressed a desire to inspect the pirate ships, secretly gathering all the treasure chests into his system. Upon assessing the quality of the treasure chests, Lu Jie's face lit up with joy. Indeed, those who possessed strength to partake in such ventures did not yield any treasure of lesser than silver grade, with even 2 golden chests among them. This was an unexpected gain for Lu Jie. After resolving these matters, he sought to establish a territory of his own. After all, he had now ascended to the status of one of the 7 warlords. It was essential to have a domain. Moo, let's first seek out the Great Frog, and then we shall find a territory within the Calm Belt. Additionally, we should invite those sea kings from before to join us. This will mark our first island. So we must choose a place with grandeur, Lu Jie declared directly to Moo. It is worth noting that upon entering the Grand Line, Moo had not squandered any time. With its amiable nature, it had formed close bonds with the sea creatures in the area and was well aware of suitable locations. After all, the islands in the Calm Belt were mostly unmarked, with the exception of places like Amazon Lily. Moo. With a loud call, Moo responded. And they set off. After a fortnight of travel, they arrived at the outskirts of an island. This isn't Frog Island. How did we end up here? Lu Jie remarked, perplexed as he gazed at the island before him. Moo. In response to Lu Jie's words, Moo called out loudly. Never mind. Asking you would yield no clarity. Perona, you and the others stay here. I will venture onto the island to investigate, Lu Jie concluded, landing on the island. On this island, an abundance of thick vines flourished, each exhibiting an extraordinary robustness. Most astonishingly, Lu Jie discovered that these vines possessed the ability to move. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a multitude of these vines surrounded him, their sharp thorns glistening with a menacing purple luminescence, hinting at their deadly toxicity. Their speed was alarming, and given the limited space around him, Lu Jie found himself with no option but to confront them head-on. Armed with nothing more than a simple knife, he was acutely aware that he would need to coexist with these native beings, and causing them harm would not bode well. After all, Lu Jie had always upheld the principle of universal love and non-aggression. However, within moments, Lu Jie found himself ensnared by the vines. Thanks to his formidable armed color Haki, he was momentarily spared from any life-threatening danger. Just then, a vine approximately 30 meters in diameter lunged at him. At that moment, Lu Jie realized these were not mere vines, but rather extraordinarily long serpents. Had he not arrived at the famed Nine-Snake Island? Why were there so many serpents here? What struck him most was that these serpents shared a singular hue, a deep green reminiscent of the vines themselves. realizing they were animals and not plants. Lu Jie felt a wave of relief wash over him. He knew that as long as they were animals, he had a secret weapon to deal with them. A weapon that had proven effective time and again. With this in mind, he promptly threw out a heap of superfeed. Upon the release of the superfeed, the advancing serpent halted. In the next moment, the serpent devoured the superfeed in one swift motion. Is this a creation of humankind? The serpent inquired, extending its head toward Lu Jie. The rank odor emanating from the serpent nearly made Lu Jie retch. The moment it spoke, a powerful stench assailed him. Had it not been for Lu Jie's strong will, he might have succumbed to the foul air. This is not a human invention, but rather something unique to me. It exists nowhere else in the world, Lu Jie replied slowly. After a moment of silence, the serpent flicked its tail, releasing Lu Jie from its grasp. Human. I sense you wish to negotiate. Very well, but I have some conditions, the serpent stated directly. Lu Jie understood that in this world, no creature could resist the allure of his superfeed. Certainly, please share your terms, the serpent urged. I seek the right to reside here, and I wish for us to coexist as equals. If I require your assistance, I shall provide appropriate compensation, Lu Jie articulated. Agreed to that condition. Secondly, I have some good friends who wish to join me here. I hope you can coexist peacefully with them. That too is acceptable, the serpent replied. Are you not curious about what kind of beings my friends are? Not humans, I presume? One is from Frog Island, and they are my allies. I will bring them with me. The other is from the nearby Sea Kings, Lu Jie explained. Upon hearing this, the serpent's expression turned pensive, as their long-standing conflict with Frog Island was not a trivial matter. Even if it agreed, what about Frog Island? I can accept that condition. But how can you assure me that they will behave as I do? The serpent questioned. I will guarantee it with this, Lu Jie replied, producing his superfeed. After a thorough discussion, the serpent ultimately consented. Having experienced the superfeed's effects firsthand, it was confident that no animal could refuse such an offering. Even though the relationship between it and Frog Island was fraught, with the presence of the superfeed, hunting would be unnecessary. Moreover, consuming it seemed to confer additional benefits to its physique, as the serpent felt a transformation occurring within. Once Lu Jie concluded his negotiations with the serpent, he set off once more. With the locations of Frog Island and Snake Island now established, he felt no fear of losing his way. Yet, when the serpent expressed a desire to accompany him, Lu Jie realized that this was not an island at all, but rather a colossal tortoise. At this revelation, Lu Jie was taken aback. Could it be that he had encountered the legendary tortoise deity? With the tortoise's assistance, their speed increased significantly. This tortoise was also well acquainted with the whereabouts of Frog Island, and within a week, they arrived at their destination. Upon seeing the tortoise approach, the inhabitants of Frog Island were puzzled, for it had been quite some time since any conflict had arisen between them. Just then, the head of a large frog emerged, warily observing the advancing tortoise. However, upon spotting Lu Jie, their confusion deepened. Was this not the human who had previously forged a bond of friendship with them? Why was he now arriving alongside their nemesis? Croak, croak, croak. Even before they reached the island, Lu Jie was greeted by a cacophony of croaks. Frog leader. I bring them here to mediate our relationship. From this moment forth, we shall be friends, Lu Jie proclaimed loudly. Friend, do you realize that for tonight's celebration of friendship, I am prepared to offer all my current supplies for a grand feast? Without waiting for the frog leader's response, Lu Jie produced baskets of superfeed. Upon seeing the superfeed, the frog leader fell silent. As the saying goes, people die for wealth, birds perish for food. With the superfeed as a bargaining chip, he had little to argue against. Having resolved matters here, Lu Jie instructed Momo to seek out the Sea Kings while he began clearing a space on the Tortoise Island. Although the serpents on the Tortoise Island emitted a peculiar scent, their removal had minimal impact. After all, the humidity on Frog Island was exceedingly high, essential for the frog's well-being. To avoid disrupting their habitat, Lu Jie opted to construct his dwelling on the Tortoise Island. A week later, Lu Jie had organized his territory. Yet Momo had yet to return. Given the proximity to the Sea King's gathering place, he wondered why it was taking so long. Lu Jie, shouldn't there be a garden here? At that moment, Rem spoke softly. Oh, let me check, Lu Jie replied, somewhat perplexed but preoccupied with numerous tasks. He set the matter aside. 3 more days passed, and still, Momo had not returned. Lu Jie began to feel anxious. Momo was typically reliable. And after 10 days, did he not miss his feed? Lu Jie believed that Momo would have swiftly located the Sea Kings and returned. Stay here. I will go find Momo. Perona, come with me, Lu Jie declared, unable to quell his concern, and took Perona along to search for Momo. It was worth noting that Lu Jie was notoriously directionally challenged, especially in the vastness of the ocean, devoid of any identifiable landmarks. Thus, this time, I ventured out accompanied by Perona. Return promptly, Lu Jie, Rem and Guena expressed their concerns. Understood. When we depart, you all should rest on Leviathan. Lu Jie replied before summoning Leviathan and setting off with Perona, with Frog Island and Xuanwu Island nearby. There was no need to worry about anyone daring to cause trouble here. After all, this place housed diamond treasure chests. Although the diamond treasure chest on Xuanwu Island had yet to manifest, it certainly must possess one, given its rivalry with Frog Island. However, for now, Lu Jie intended to seek out Momo first. After all, treasure chests would not flee. 5 days later, Lu Jie encountered a sea king on his journey and promptly employed it with superfeed to assist in pulling his boat. After 3 additional days, he arrived at the location previously pinpointed by Perona. There lay a small island, whereupon Lu Jie disembarked. He took out his superfeed and began tossing it into the sea. In no time, a multitude of sea kings appeared before him. Have any of you seen Mumu, who accompanied me before? Lu Jie called out loudly. However, the sea kings gazed at him in utter bewilderment, entirely clueless about his inquiry. At that moment, Lu Jie lamented the fact that his observation Haki did not allow him to comprehend the speech of all beings. If only he could discern what these creatures were saying. Nonetheless, the fact that the sea kings had not departed meant that Mumu had yet to arrive here. Yet, despite Mumu's unreliability, such a delay was uncharacteristic. In that case, Mumu must be in trouble. Perona, what is the nearest island? Lu Jie inquired slowly. The largest island nearby is Palia Island, which houses a naval branch under the command of a brigadier general, Perona replied after glancing at the map. It is worth noting that since Perona became the navigator of the bloodless pirate crew, she has diligently acquired knowledge of the seas. At the very least, she is aware of the islands that host great nations. Palia Island. Does this island possess any distinctive features? Lu Jie continued thoughtfully. Distinctive features? The kingdom of Maya here, rather than a nation, resembles a vast prison. It serves as a hub for slave ships to deliver their captives, the celestial dragons. In an effort to conceal their heinous acts, do not transport these slaves directly to the Sabaody archipelago, but rather use this island as a transfer point, categorizing them before sending them to the Sabaody archipelago via specialized vessels. Perona elaborated slowly. Slaves? Humph. Just as I have ascended to the position of warlord, such events unfold? It seems that I am truly at odds with these celestial dragons. Perona, adjust the course, and let's set sail for Palia Island. At this moment, Lu Jie had come to realize that Momo had likely been captured by the nearby slave ship. After all, a sea creature like Momo possessed considerable commercial value. Initially, Lu Jie had intended to venture forth alone. However, the Sea Kings insisted on accompanying him. Given their inability to communicate directly, the Sea Kings ultimately decided to follow him. 5 days later, they successfully arrived at Palia Island. Upon arrival, Lu Jie discovered the presence of a golden treasure chest, indicating that someone of vice admiral rank was stationed here. It seemed evident that this was indeed a stronghold of the celestial dragons. Otherwise, there would be no vice admirals guarding this territory. Now that Sakazuki had become a significant figure, it was reasonable to assume that the treasure chest belonged to a vice admiral of slightly lesser strength than him, with a large group of sea kings at his side. Along with himself and Perona, conquering this island seemed like a trivial task. A special mission was issued to violently confront the celestial dragons on the island, resulting in the acquisition of a unique treasure chest. At that moment, Lu Jie's treasure chest system emitted a mechanical sound, signaling that there was indeed work to be done here, especially with celestial dragons present. Whether this was a stroke of luck or misfortune remained uncertain. It appeared that peaceful coexistence with them was out of the question, as he would inevitably clash with the celestial dragons once more. It seemed that he would soon become the shortest-lived warlord in history. After some contemplation, Lu Jie shook his head and directly ascended the island. The Sea Kings remained on standby, and after providing them with some super feed, he set foot on the island. Upon his arrival, Lu Jie noticed that this island was indeed unlike any other. Here, he scarcely encountered ordinary people. Instead, it was populated by formidable slave traders and naval officers. Moreover, the small island reeked of a distinct metallic scent of blood. Stop! Which faction are you from? A drunken voice called out from behind Lu Jie at that moment. Are you addressing me? Lu Jie turned around, puzzled. I'm not asking you. Who do you think you are? Hurry up. Are you Lu Jie? The moment the man recognized Lu Jie's visage, he sobered up instantly. It was no jest. This was the audacious individual known for confronting the celestial dragons and currently one of the 7 warlords. His reputation had long since spread throughout the New World. As inhabitants of a slave ship, they were well informed about such matters. Their fears stemmed from the chaos that invariably ensued in the presence of this man. Moreover, with the celestial dragons currently on the island, how could he not be anxious? Oh, you know me? That simplifies things. Where are the celestial dragons? Lead me to them. Lu Jie spoke calmly. Of course, you can choose to refuse, and I won't harm you. Upon hearing Lu Jie's words, the man let out a sigh of relief, grateful that he would not face immediate danger. I will merely kill you. Before the man could feel any semblance of comfort, Lu Jie continued. Although it was a rather nonchalant statement, coming from Lu Jie, the man felt an overwhelming dread wash over him, as if a tide of corpses and blood was about to engulf him. You. After uttering those words, the man dramatically fainted. Witnessing this scene, Lu Jie almost believed he had awakened the conqueror's Haki. Yet for some reason, it seemed entirely unattainable to him. Perhaps, like the other 2 forms of Haki, it could only be learned through the treasures he collected. After observing the man collapse, Lu Jie departed. In truth, he already knew the location of the celestial dragons, as the singular golden treasure chest on the island was quite conspicuous. Presumably, the one of vice admiral rank was where the celestial dragons resided. Before long, Lu Jie arrived at a significant structure. The golden treasure chest lay within its confines. Who goes there? You're the 7 warlord, Lu Jie. This is private territory. Even as a warlord, you have no right to. Enough. Fetch your superior. You are not qualified to converse with me, Lu Jie interrupted the naval officer, eager to locate Mo as swiftly as possible. Any delay could lead to potential complications. If Mo were taken to Mariewa, Lu Jie would undoubtedly pursue them directly. As a warlord, you should adhere to. Repeat that, and I shall silence you. As he spoke, Lu Jie unsheathed his sword, Senbenzakura. Upon witnessing Lu Jie brandish his weapon, the naval officer fell silent. It was known that the title Bloodless Sword Azura stemmed from the very blade in Lu Jie's hand. At that moment, a naval vice admiral emerged before Lu Jie. Admiral Lu Jie was unfamiliar to me, yet his aura suggested he possessed at least the strength of a formidable adversary. This indicated that he was indeed an exceptional admiral, one whose prowess could warrant a position as a backup for a grand admiral. 7 warlords, Lu Jie, state your purpose. If you lack a legitimate reason, your actions will be deemed a provocation against absolute justice, and I reserve the right to respond as I see fit, the admiral declared with an earnest expression. Oh, it appears you are a disciple of Akainu, as your manner of speaking mirrors his precisely. Very well, I shan't prolong our exchange. One of my companions has been captured and brought here. You must either release them or face the consequences, Lu Jie asserted, amplifying his own presence. Your companion? This facility houses only the most heinous of criminals. How could your ally possibly be here? If you have come to create chaos, I shall not hesitate to act. The admiral replied, seemingly unfazed by Lu Jie's aura. Perplexed, Lu Jie pondered the situation. Mu, a companion who had sailed with him since his journey began, was documented even within the Navy's headquarters. The admiral's obstinate demeanor raised suspicions. Did he possess some hidden advantage that emboldened him to speak so defiantly? Was this not a mere coincidence, but rather a conspiracy directed at him? With these thoughts, Lu Jie activated his observation Haki. After a meticulous investigation, a shadow of understanding crossed his eyes. Sakazuki, Kizaru, both of you are here. Why not reveal yourselves? Truly, it seems you have gone to great lengths to plot against me. Lu Jie laid bare his findings, confronting the presence of both Akainu and Kizaru. Are these 2 truly so idle? Having just ascended to the position of Grand Admiral, they are so eager to trouble me. Furthermore, didn't TAKS seek to right a wrong? Why is there no word from him? What nonsense are you spouting? Grand Admiral Sakazuki and Grand Admiral Kizaru are not here. Speak to me, Bickel retorted. Meanwhile, Kizaru and Akainu, hidden within the chamber, exchanged bewildered glances, questioning how Lu Jie could know of their presence. Realizing the implications of this conspiracy aimed at him, Lu Jie decided to act decisively. As the saying goes, inviting a guest into a trap, I shall see if your trap can withstand my resolve. Perona, attack. Wings of the Divine, Lu Jie proclaimed, unfurling the wings on his back to launch his assault. Fearful spirit, negative spirit. Perona ascended swiftly, releasing 2 spectral entities. Scatter, 1,000 cherry blossoms. Lu Jie interrupted Bickel, initiating his onslaught. As Lu Jie commenced his attack, Kizaru and Akainu sprang into action. How unfriendly! Kizaru exclaimed, unleashing his own assault. Hellhound! Akainu followed suit, engaging Lu Jie, harboring an unresolved grudge. Despite Lu Jie's recent elevation to the Seven Warlords, Akainu had no intention of letting him off lightly. When tasked with protecting two celestial dragons, they fortuitously encountered Mu Mu, prompting Akainu's scheme. Shadow Clone. Number 1. Retreat to a distance and provide sniper support. Numbers 2 and 3. Accompany me to engage. Lu Jie was unperturbed by the impending siege, for his shadow clones equated to 4 versions of himself in battle. At that moment, 2 celestial dragons stood atop the highest chamber, observing the skirmish below through telescopes. Lu Jie's clones immediately employed the ultimate technique of Murakumo. In the face of 2 admirals, I must exert myself fully. He noted the substantial enhancement in the strengths of Sakazuki and Kizaru over the years. With 4 clones, he believed he could at least match one of them in combat. Yet, with both adversaries united, a grave expression settled on Lu Jie's face. Perona. Take them back first, Lu Jie instructed, lifting his gaze to her. No, I must stay to assist you. Perona protested. Perona, trust me, hurry back. Lu Jie nearly roared, recognizing the dire situation. He feared that while he could contend with the confrontation, capturing Perona would spell disaster. Lu Jie, go now, I will be waiting. He shouted emphatically. Understood. With that, Perona took flight toward the harbor. Bicol, intending to intercept her, was thwarted by the sniper fire from number 1. Upon landing on the ship, Perona set her course for Frog Island, guided by the Eternal Pointer. However, she soon found herself encircled by a swarm of slave-catching vessels. Observing this, Lu Jie felt no alarm. As long as he could draw their formidable forces away, Perona would remain safe. The attacking slave ships were swiftly overwhelmed by a multitude of sea kings, instinctively recognizing the threat despite their inability to comprehend Lu Jie's words. Thus, Perona successfully departed. Once Perona vanished from his perceptive range, Lu Jie turned his full attention to the 2 admirals before him. Trespassing on the private island of the Celestial Dragons, Sakazuki. As a Grand Admiral, hereby revoke your status as a 7 Warlord. In the name of absolute justice, prepare to die, Sakazuki declared, launching another offensive. Lu Jie smiled, retreating over 100 meters. Red Dog, you are truly shameless. My status as a 7 Warlord was never by my own volition. You wish to kill me? Let us see who truly holds the advantage. As he spoke, number 1 emerged from behind him, presenting 2 captives to their view. Saint Gamaroya, Saint Malerdo. Lu Jie, do you comprehend the implications of kidnapping? Enough with the threats. I have kidnapped celestial dragons more than once. You now face 2 choices. First, release my companion and I shall hand over the celestial dragons. Second, I shall eliminate them, and you 2 possess the capability to kill me as well. Choose wisely. Lu Jie regarded them with an air of indifference. Clap, clap, clap. Without waiting for Sakazuki's response, Lu Jie shattered the barriers surrounding the celestial dragons and commenced his assault. Indeed, I am not a patient man. While you contemplate your options, I must find some diversion. He resumed his relentless strikes. Lu Jie, you stop. You 2 imbeciles, swiftly bring that fellow here. Saint Gamaroya shouted in anger. Bring that sea cow here. Faced with the ire of the celestial dragons, Sakazuki yielded. Upon hearing Akainu's command, Lu Jie ceased his onslaught, for he understood that his mission had been accomplished. At this moment, Lu Jie began to develop a fondness for the celestial dragons. Each time he found himself in peril, they invariably came to his aid. Mu Mu. Soon, Mu Mu was brought up, but at that moment, he was covered in wounds and appeared to be gasping for breath. You, accelerate to light speed. At that instant, Kizaru seized the opportunity while Lu Jie was distracted and swiftly moved to rescue the 2 celestial dragons from his grasp. Lu Jie, I am curious to see what tactics you possess at this juncture. First, remove this manatee, Akainu declared with an air of confidence. System, unlock all available treasure chests. Lu Jie also opted to open the treasure chests, as he felt no imminent threat to his life with his stand-in, the straw man, still present. However, Mumu lacked such protection. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Whisper of Roses. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the fixed-point teleportation magic circle from the magical index. It allows for the transportation of a designated target to a specified location, limited to 1 individual per use. Finally, within the last golden chest, Lu Jie uncovered the item he desperately required. Utilizing the teleportation, target Mumu, destination, Xuanwu Island. Lu Jie activated the item, knowing that once his companion was safe, he would have no fear. Mu, once bound, vanished in the next moment. Now, let me witness the true strength of these two admirals, Lu Jie proclaimed. Raising his sword, Senbenzakura. Number 1. Unleash a full-force assault on Kizuru. Number 2 and 3. Join in the attack. Upon sensing Lu Jie's spiritual pressure, Akaina's expression turned grave. Bang, bang, bang. The battle soon commenced. The two celestial dragons, under the protection of the navy, hastily fled the scene. For Lu Jie's full offensive was indeed terrifying. However, after several exchanges, it became evident that they inflicted no damage upon the two admirals, who could transform into elements. As their observation Haki was formidable. Number 1. Give me the sniper rifle. Activate your Bankai. Lu Jie stepped back and exchanged weapons with Number 1, who instantaneously activated his Bankai. In an instant, Lu Jie was enveloped by countless razor-sharp blades. Akainu and Kizaru sensed the imminent threat to their lives and swiftly elementalized. Under the relentless assault of the blades, Number 1 could not withstand the pressure of the Bankai and disappeared. Once Number 1 was gone, Lu Jie advanced once more, prompting Number 2 to activate their Bankai. After the three clones vanished, the navy encircling Lu Jie fell to the ground. Akainu and Kizaru looked on in horror. They dared not approach such a fierce attack. Indeed, my current strength is insufficient to contend with both admirals. Time distortion, Lu Jie declared, summoning a tremendous force into his hands. In the next moment, everything around him, be it flora or architecture, began to wither and decay at an astonishing speed. Within this temporal storm, Lu Jie aged rapidly. Ultimately, as the island crumbled to dust, he too transformed into particles and vanished. Akainu and Kizaru each carried a celestial dragon away from the island, leaving behind a void where once stood the rest of the surface. The slaves, confined in subterranean cells, remained unaffected by the time distortion. Akainu, as you predicted, this plan is foolproof. With this man dead, no one shall dare defy us celestial dragons again, exclaimed Saint Gamara with delight. Though both were left battered, they found satisfaction in the demise of a celestial dragon who had once publicly humiliated them. Well, this place is essentially ruined. Let us depart and seek another island as a way station, Miller D. Saint suggested. Thus, they departed. 2 days later, the slaves managed to escape, utilizing the abandoned slave ship to leave the island. 3 days later, Seagull, fetch me a newspaper. Upon spotting a seagull soaring overhead, Kuina called out, cough, cough, cough. Thank you. After paying with berries, Kuina received a newspaper. The warlord, the bloodless Sword Azura Lu Jie, has intruded upon the private island of the celestial dragons and was jointly slain by Admirals Akainu and Kizaru. Lu Jie's status as a warlord has been revoked. Those wishing to join the warlords may apply at Navy headquarters. The headline prominently featured Lu Jie declaring his demise. Upon reading the news, Kuina dropped the newspaper in shock, tears welling up in her eyes. Kuina, what is the matter? Rem asked with concern, noticing her friend's stunned expression. Seeing Kuina unresponsive, she picked up the fallen newspaper, and upon reading the news of Lu Jie, she too was left speechless. Instinctively, she embraced Kuina, and they wept together. Meanwhile, Perona remained at sea, unaware of the events unfolding. At that moment, Lu Jie found himself aboard a ship, though he was in a state of utter weakness. Lu Jie, what do you need? Perona inquired as she watched him consume food on the bed. He had suddenly appeared on the ship shortly after her departure, utterly drained of strength. Had she not happened to see him, he might have perished unnoticed in the cabin. After switching with the straw man, Lu Jie had lost half his blood. Without the system, he likely would have been finished. Although he had seen warnings about the straw man's side effects, he had not anticipated them to be this severe. I want food. Any food will suffice, Lu Jie said while eating. But you've consumed all the canned goods. We still have a day until we reach Xuanwu Island. Perhaps you should wait. Rem will be there, and there will be plenty of food then, Perona replied with exasperation. She was not particularly skilled in cooking. No, I cannot stop now. If I cease to consume food, I will perish, Lu Jie insisted, continuing to eat rapidly. Hearing this, Perona ventured into the kitchen with ingredients in hand. Though she was not adept at cooking, she had assisted Rem before, so she possessed some knowledge. Soon, Perona brought out plate after plate of food. Although the flavors were peculiar, they were a culinary delight to Lu Jie in his current state. A day later, they returned to Xuanwu Island, only to discover that Kuna and Rem were nowhere to be found. Levi was also missing, and upon seeing this scene, Lu Jie realized the gravity of the situation. These two young ladies must believe they have perished, thus steering Levi towards Marineford, I presume? What of Pamuku's, Guena, and Rem? Upon arriving at their base, Lu Jie spotted Pamuku still present and promptly inquired, "Captain, you're alive." Upon hearing Lu Jie's voice, Pamuku's leaped up and rushed towards him. Bang! Lu Jie raised his foot and sent Pamuku's flying. "Quickly tell me, where are Guena and Rem?" Lu Jie had no time for nostalgic exchanges with Pamuku's. "They mentioned avenging you and instructed me to wait for Perona's return, informing her that they have gone to Marineford." Pamuku's quickly relayed the situation. After hearing Pamuku's words, Lu Jie dashed towards the Great Serpent. After conferring with the Great Serpent and the Giant Frog, they all advanced towards Marineford together. In an effort to intercept Rem and the others before their arrival at Marineford, Frog Island and Xuanwu Island swiftly mobilized. Accompanying them was a considerable throng of Sea Kings. The distance to Marineford is considerable, estimated to take about a month to reach. However, Lu Jie remains uneasy, as Levi's speed is remarkable. Even if Frog Island and Xuanwu Island advance swiftly, they are unlikely to catch up with Levi. "Lu Jie, a pirate ship is approaching. Should we handle this?" Lu Jie responds, "Leave such matters to the Sea Kings. Inform them to repel anyone who isn't of the Yonko or Warlord caliber." He speaks directly to Perona, who acknowledges, "Understood, I will inform them at once." "Never mind, I shall go myself." With that, Lu Jie flaps his wings and ascends to the forefront, landing directly on the pirate ship. "Who are you?" "I am the bloodless Sortajura, Lu Jie." The captain, initially ready to rage, deflates upon seeing Lu Jie. "Are you here to obstruct me?" Lu Jie inquires slowly. "No, we were merely curious about the two moving islands. We did not know the esteemed Lu Jie was present. We apologize for the intrusion." The captain sweats profusely, aware of Lu Jie's terrifying reputation as the only individual to have struck a celestial dragon and lived. "Curiosity, you say? I am on my way to attack Marineford. Care to join the fray?" Lu Jie smirks enticingly. "Marineford? You intend to assault the Navy headquarters? It is a bastion of formidable warriors." The captain expresses alarm, realizing the peril of confronting the numerous admirals and soldiers stationed there. "I have already informed Whitebeard of my intentions. My sister is his daughter. So, do you think we are the only ones involved?" Lu Jie reiterates. Upon hearing Lu Jie's words, the pirate's eyes widen in astonishment. Whitebeard, the strongest man alive, alongside Lu Jie, could indeed tilt the balance in this confrontation. For years, they have been relentlessly pursued by the Navy, especially since Akainu ascended to power, showing no mercy to pirates. They either end up imprisoned and impelled down, or are executed on the spot. "Very well, I am in. Captain Lu Jie, I, Sierra, will follow you," Sierra declares resolutely. After settling matters aboard the ship, Lu Jie summons two Sea Kings to assist Sierra in navigation, as their speed is woefully inadequate. Meanwhile, Whitebeard gathers his crew, setting sail for Marineford. Ace, now a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, is thrilled to aid Lu Jie, acknowledging that half of his current achievements stem from his brief acquaintance with Lu Jie. "Father, why does Lu Jie wish to assault Marineford?" Monet, along with her sisters, approaches Whitebeard, puzzled. "I do not know, but it seems there is a pressing reason based on the information from that lad," Whitebeard replies thoughtfully. At that moment, Shanks learns of Lu Jie's plans and decides to join the fray. Unbeknownst to them, a warlord and two Yonko are swiftly making their way to Marineford. Throughout the journey, any pirate crew they encounter joins Lu Jie's cause, swelling their ranks from 1 to 60. Meanwhile, Marineford faces its own predicament. "Garp, are you certain that this massive ship is the one that decimated countless pirate crews last time?" Sengoku inquires gravely from the command room. "There can be no mistake. The ship's characteristics are unmistakable. I doubt any vessel aside from the Phantom King can compare. Its distinctive blue and white colors are easy to recognize," Garp assures. "However, do not worry too much. Last time it seemed to harbor no ill will towards us, only attacking the pirate crews. Nevertheless, why has it returned?" Sengoku queries, concern etched on his face. "Let us observe. If it does not attack, there is no need for us to panic," Garp responds nonchalantly, having faced the ship before. Suddenly, a marine bursts in, panic-stricken. "Admiral Sengoku, that massive ship has launched an assault on us. Our first line of defense has been breached. Admiral Kazan is engaged, but even he is unable to approach. We are merely in a defensive posture." "What?" Both Sengoku and Garp are taken aback. Garp realizes the sheer terror of that colossal vessel. If it unleashed its full might, they would be powerless to withstand it. Quickly, alert all vice admirals and above to return post-haste. Garp commands Sengoku. Is it truly that severe? Sengoku questions, bewildered, as he struggles to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Garp nods earnestly. As Garp reacts, Sengoku seizes a din-din mushi to relay messages to the vice admirals. On the Leviathan, Rem and Kuina stand on the deck. Rem, how long can we sustain this firepower? Kuina inquires softly. I cannot discern the limits of the Leviathan. It feels as if this assault could continue indefinitely. Yet, my mental fortitude may wane, necessitating a brief respite after an hour of continuous fire, Rem replies. An hour? We have already elapsed 10 minutes. Let us retreat until you recover, then we shall return, Kuina suggests. Understood, Rem acknowledges. Adhering to the principle of advancing and retreating strategically, Rem and her companions engaged in a continuous skirmish. At this moment, Lu Jie was hastily making his way to Marineford, and as he approached, he encountered the Whitebeard pirates. Upon sighting the massive ship, Lu Jie descended onto its deck. Uncle, you have arrived, he greeted as he landed on Whitebeard's vessel. Ha ha. You rascal are the brother of my 3 daughters and my nephew. How could I possibly refrain from coming when you are in need? Whitebeard responded heartily. By the way, what prompted you to assault Marineford? My 2 companions believe I was killed by a Kainu and Kizaru, and they set out for vengeance. Upon my return, they had already embarked. Thus, I am left with no choice but to risk an attack on Marineford, Lu Jie explained candidly. Ha ha ha, you truly pique my interest. To fight for your companions in an assault on Marineford, now that resonates with me. With that, they swiftly advanced. During this time, Lu Jie engaged in a brief exchange with Ace. Although Ace ultimately succumbed, his strength had notably escalated to that of a rear admiral. Ace, your prowess has grown remarkably. By the way, where are Sabo and Luffy? Lu Jie inquired gently. Luffy is likely still in the East Blue. As for Sabo, Ace trailed off into silence. Observing Ace's expression, it seemed that Sabo had been ambushed by Marshal D. Teach. Although Lu Jie was aware that Dragon had rescued Sabo, he found himself at a loss for words in that moment. Everything will be fine. After all, no one has found Sabo, and no news is often the best news. Lu Jie reassured Ace, patting him on the shoulder. A week later, Lu Jie noticed a formidable fleet of Navy ships ahead, and simultaneously, Levi's figure appeared in his line of sight. Ha ha ha, what a grand spectacle. Lu Jie, what is that massive ship before us? Whitebeard inquired directly, immediately sensing a connection between the vessel and Lu Jie. That is my ship, named Levi. My companions should be aboard, Lu Jie disclosed without reservation. Recognizing that such matters were impossible to conceal, such a colossal vessel, regardless of its location, would undoubtedly attract attention. What? This is your ship? At this moment, Whitebeard was equally astonished. One must realize how young Lu Jie is to possess such an impressive ship, which is evidently not crafted by mere artisans. Moreover, to withstand the presence of numerous naval fleets without sustaining damage is nothing short of miraculous. All right, uncle, this isn't the time for discussions. I must go assist my comrades, Lu Jie declared, lifting his wings of 1,000 miles and soaring towards Leviathan. Meanwhile, on Leviathan, Guena and Rem gazed in astonishment at the approaching figure of Lu Jie. Guena, I believe I see Lu Jie. He is flying towards us. Am I imagining things? Rem tugged at Guena's sleeve, speaking softly. What? Guena immediately grabbed her binoculars and began scanning the surroundings. Bang! In the next moment, the binoculars slipped from Guena's grasp, crashing to the ground. You two are incorrigible. How could you come here without a shred of patience? Do you realize that if anything were to happen to you, I might never forgive myself? Lu Jie placed his hand gently on the heads of the 2 girls, concern etched across his face. Lu Jie. The 2 girls instantly leaped into Lu Jie's embrace, weeping openly. Upon seeing Lu Jie, they seemed to have found their anchor amidst the turmoil. The intense battles of the preceding days had drained them, and upon reuniting with Lu Jie, they soon fell asleep in his arms. Observing their exhaustion, Lu Jie felt a pang of sympathy, pondering how they had endured so much in the face of so many naval fleets. After bringing them back to their quarters, Lu Jie ascended to the deck of the aircraft carrier. Leviathan, unleash all firepower. Lock onto all nearby vessels. Lu Jie was genuinely furious. It was unfathomable to imagine what fate awaited Rem should she falter. Thus, Lu Jie resolved to teach the Navy a lesson, otherwise they might mistakenly believe this world belonged solely to their government. Bang! 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 The cannons of Leviathan erupted with fierce flames, relentlessly targeting the nearby fleets. Although each ship boasted commanders of at least a rear admiral's rank, they were still intimidated by the full might of Leviathan's firepower. Ultimately, despite managing to withstand Leviathan's barrage, the fleet suffered significant losses. Kapu, upon noticing Lu Jie's arrival, maneuvered his fleet closer. He had some rapport with Lu Jie, and at this moment, he was the only one who could intervene. After all, Whitebeard's ship lay not far away. Should these two join forces to assault Marineford, they would have no one to counter them. The strongest man on the seas is not merely a title. Lu Jie, though I am unaware of our misunderstandings, could you grant me a favor and sit down for a proper discussion? Kapu called out as he approached Leviathan. Up to this point, he had no clue why Lu Jie had launched an assault on Marineford. Discuss? There is little to discuss. You invited me to join the Shichibukai, then captured my comrades, orchestrating a trap to strip me of my Shichibukai status. I am no longer a Shichibukai, hence there is nothing to deliberate on. Lu Jie replied with an air of indifference. Upon hearing Lu Jie's words, a grave expression settled on Kapu's face. His greatest fear was that Lu Jie would refuse to negotiate, leaving him in the dark about the unfolding events. Moreover, Lu Jie's mention of a trap and the revocation of his Shichibukai status left him completely bewildered. Lu Jie, I am Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Only I possess the authority to revoke your Shichibukai status, and I have not issued any such order. There must be some misunderstanding. Let us cease hostilities and discuss this matter calmly, Sengoku interjected upon hearing Lu Jie's statement. Realizing that the situation was a scheme devised by Akainu, Kizaru, and two celestial dragons, Lu Jie understood the gravity of the situation. Although he was unsure why the lethargic Kizaru was involved, one thing was clear. Sakazuki harbored a profound desire to eliminate him. With their relationship now irreparably damaged, Lu Jie had no intention of continuing as a Shichibukai. I will only say this. If you summon Akainu and Kizaru now, you will uncover the truth of these events, Lu Jie asserted. As Frog Island and Xuanwu Island approached Marineford, countless frogs and giant serpents began a frenzied assault. Sea Kings also launched attacks on the nearby warships, with the moo sound indicating that Lu Jie was leading the charge. Originally, Leviathan alone presented a significant challenge, but now, with the emergence of these peculiar creatures and Sea Kings, coupled with the still looming threat of Whitebeard, Sengoku found himself in a precarious situation. Most concerning was his ignorance of what Akainu and Kizaru had done to provoke Lu Jie's wrath. At that moment, a massive red ship came into Sengoku's view. Red-haired Shanks, how did you arrive here? Upon seeing the vessel, Sengoku furrowed his brows even tighter. Two emperors, alongside a former Shichibukai, this combination of combat power was beginning to overwhelm Sengoku. After all, Akainu and Kizaru were still absent, and Marineford's current strength could not possibly withstand such formidable forces. Shanks' arrival astonished not only Sengoku, but also Lu Jie. After all, Lu Jie had only contacted Whitebeard and had not informed Shanks. Meanwhile, Shanks made his way directly to Lu Jie's aircraft carrier, drawn by curiosity regarding such a grand vessel. When did you acquire such a massive ship? Shanks' first inquiry was about the origins of Leviathan. If I said I stumbled upon it, would you believe me? Lu Jie scratched the back of his head sheepishly, replying slowly. Indeed. This aircraft carrier was something he had quite literally found. Thus, when Shanks posed the question, Lu Jie answered in kind. However, it felt somewhat implausible, as the notion of finding an aircraft carrier would be hard to swallow for anyone. If it weren't for his system, Lu Jie would hardly believe it himself. Believe? Why wouldn't he? You are a man accompanied by miracles. Regardless of how absurd the events surrounding you may seem, whenever the name Lu Jie is mentioned, they become utterly plausible, Shanks stated directly. By the way, Shanks, weren't you in the East Blue? Are there still threats to you there? How is it that you become the one-armed hero? Lu Jie inquired, noticing Shanks' vacant left arm. Though he was aware that Shanks had lost his arm while rescuing Luffy from a Sea King, he was currently oblivious to this fact. To feign surprise at Shanks' maimed state would be somewhat disingenuous. Thus, Lu Jie chose to inquire. This is a long story. I gambled my arm on a newcomer. Shanks replied. One day, he shall make the entire world tremble. Shanks stated this directly. Although he did not mention Luffy's name, Lu Jie refrained from further inquiries. What kind of person would compel you to wager your very arm on his future? At that moment, Whitebeard could not help but interject. Now, our purpose for being here today is not to discuss my severed limb. What possessed you to suddenly contemplate an attack on Marineford? Shanks deftly shifted the topic, slowly addressing Lu Jie. Noticing Shanks' reluctance to delve deeper into the matter, Lu Jie recounted the entire story. although he had not explicitly invited Shanks. One must extend courtesy to guests, especially to someone as formidable as Shanks, who possessed the Mera Mera no Mi. In contrast, Sengoku and his team did not share the same sense of ease as Lu Jie and his companions. The sight of two emperors and a warlord aboard the same vessel was far from favorable for them. Kapu, could you possibly refrain from consuming senbei? The situation is dire. Perhaps you could devise a solution. Sengoku exclaimed, exasperated by Kapu's nonchalant munching on senbei. Devise a solution? What can I do? I am not the one who instigated this mess, Kapu retorted bluntly. He had overheard Lu Jie and his companion's conversation through his observation Haki, prompting his decision to remain uninvolved. Despite having some camaraderie with Lu Jie, he felt uncertain about how to persuade him in this predicament. After all, if it weren't for Lu Jie's unique abilities, he would likely have perished. Anyone faced with such a dilemma would be difficult to sway. Moreover, Kapu was well aware of the sordid dealings of the celestial dragons. Thus, the wisest course of action seemed to be to refrain from interference. You are a vice admiral. They have already breached the headquarters. Are you truly prepared to turn a blind eye? Sengoku chided. Calm down. They have yet to strike. Perhaps they will choose not to engage at all. Why not ease your nerves and enjoy a senbei? Kapu replied, offering his senbei. Faced with such a cavalier comrade, Sengoku was at a loss for words. Yet, he had to concede that as long as the adversary remained passive and their forces were insufficient, it was prudent to consolidate their own strength while observing Lu Jie's next move. However, another pressing concern loomed, the relentless assault from the giant serpents and frogs. Their formidable strength, coupled with a legion of sea kings, had already inflicted significant losses on the navy. Kapu, can you negotiate a ceasefire? Speak to Lu Jie. We can sit down and discuss this. If we are at fault, I will not hesitate to offer proper compensation. Do you expect me to stand idly by as my subordinates perish? Sengoku roared once more. This time, Kapu did not refuse. After consuming a senbei, he leapt onto Lu Jie's ship. Upon arriving aboard the Leviathan, Kapu approached Lu Jie directly. The trio showed no particular surprise. After all, Kapu was an old friend. Oh, Uncle Kapu, are you considering abandoning the navy to join us as pirates? Lu Jie jested. You speak nonsense. I had hoped you would join the navy. Yet here you are, encouraging me to become a pirate. Kapu laughed in response. Lu Jie, you have a talent for persuasion. You've managed to entice a hero of the navy to join you in piracy, Shanks remarked with a grin. The four shared a knowing glance before bursting into laughter. Now, I did not come aboard merely to engage in idle chatter. Sengoku sent me to inquire if we might sit down for a discussion. Would you grant me the courtesy of asking your friends to refrain from attacking for the time being? Many of those fallen sailors are my subordinates, Kapu stated plainly. After hearing Kapu's request, Lu Jie moved to the bow of the Leviathan and spoke a few words to Mumu. Mumu let out a loud bellow twice, and instantly, all the serpents, frogs, and sea kings ceased their assault. Reem, prepare some food and fine wine. As the saying goes, is it not a joy to have friends come from afar? Now that 3 significant figures are aboard my ship, I must extend hospitality, Lu Jie instructed. Leave it to Reem, she replied before heading off to make preparations, accompanied by Kuina, Perona, and others. With Monet and her companions also present, they all set to work. You have a way with words, far more effective than I, your father. Do keep in mind that Sugar and her friends are akin to princesses on my ship. Yet they scurry to the kitchen at your beck and call. Sometimes, raising a daughter feels like raising someone else's. Whitebeard mused with a touch of nostalgia. A brief interlude later, after the 4 had finished their drinks, an entire day had passed. Meanwhile, Sakazuki and Kizaru had returned to Marineford. Gazing at the Leviathan, which loomed like a prehistoric behemoth, astonishment spread across their faces. Though they had heard Sengoku's descriptions over the din mushi, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. Their shock deepened upon spotting Lu Jie, laughing and conversing with Whitebeard, knowing full well that they had witnessed his death. Alongside him had been all the Navy personnel and slave-capturing ships on the island at that time. Now, seeing Lu Jie alive and well, they began to question whether they were merely dreaming, for each event had been so surreal that, when pieced together, it resembled an absurd fantasy. Yet Sengoku's furious reprimand was all too real. Well, do either of you have anything to say? How dare you conspire behind my back to ensnare a warlord? How do you propose we resolve this matter? Sengoku thundered, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. It was at this moment that the two finally grasped the reality. This was no dream. In the name of absolute justice, our task is to eliminate them all here. How dare these mere pirates assault the Navy headquarters? Such behavior is utterly intolerable in the face of absolute justice, Sakazuki declared vehemently. I merely went to observe. I was unaware of any plans, Kizaru retorted. The yellow ape nonchalantly raised his hands, completely absolving himself of responsibility. However, his words held a kernel of truth. When he first received the mission to protect the celestial dragons, he was utterly unaware that it was intended to thwart Lugia. By the time he became aware of this fact, it was already too late, as Lugia was standing right before him. Upon hearing their responses, Sengoku nearly fainted from exasperation. What are these responses? One is entirely shirking responsibility, while the other seems to think the situation is not dire enough. Is this truly your solution? Are the adversaries we face merely pirates that we can easily vanquish? We are speaking of the likes of Whitebeard, Shanks, and Lugia. Each of them commands our utmost attention. Moreover, the former allies of our navy, the 7 warlords, have now been transformed into our foes by your actions. I find it difficult to articulate my thoughts on this matter. Initially, Sengoku was filled with anger, yet when the moment came to express his frustrations, he found himself at a loss for words. After all, Sakazuki's intentions were not flawed. As a Marine Admiral, his desire to eradicate all forms of evil is commendable. It is only at times that his methods are excessively extreme, leading to such repercussions. Engaging in battle at this juncture is untenable, regardless of who emerges victorious. Both sides would incur significant losses. We must bear in mind that 2 other emperors are lurking with keen interest. If this situation is mismanaged, we could very well lose our strategic advantage against the pirates in the future. Therefore, our immediate objective is to mitigate the damages of this conflict. Sakazuki, you are to return for now. You are not permitted to intervene in this matter. After a moment of contemplation, Sengoku reached a resolution. Though Sakazuki had initially intended to argue, he chose to comply in the face of Sengoku's evident fury. After all, he is a Marine, and Sengoku is his superior. Faced with his orders, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Once Sakazuki departed, Sengoku composed himself and, accompanied by Kizaru, made his way to Lugia's ship. At that moment, the 4 of them were still indulging in their libations. Upon noticing Sengoku and Kizaru approaching, Lugia promptly produced 2 stools. He was acutely aware that the arrival of these 2 was not intended for a confrontation, although he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction within. He had no genuine desire to engage in a life-or-death struggle with Sengoku and his companions. It was essential to recognize that, in the future, when facing the world government, these naval forces might potentially become allies. After all, there existed within the Navy individuals who did not endorse the celestial dragons. These individuals would serve as the driving force behind his future endeavors. Furthermore, Lugia held a favorable impression of Sengoku, which dissuaded him from creating unnecessary difficulties for him. Additionally, with the connection to Garp, the possibility of a life-and-death scenario was even more improbable. He could hardly tread upon Garp's lifeless body to obliterate the entire naval headquarters. With 2 emperors of the sea at his side, he felt a surge of confidence. However, should a true battle ensue, it would undoubtedly incur significant losses. The outcome was not what he desired. Otherwise, he would face a sudden assault from Big Mom and Kaido, which would certainly not be a pleasant experience for him and his weary, injured companions. Thus, upon the arrival of Sengoku, Lugia promptly arranged their seats. Admiral Sengoku, please join us for a drink, Lugia exclaimed, unsure of what else to say. Well, respect dictates compliance. Sengoku, accompanied by Kizaru, took a seat beside them. Consequently, the 6 resumed their revelry. It is noteworthy that Lugia seldom had anyone to share a drink with, and seizing this rare opportunity, he intended to indulge to his heart's content. As the day wore on, both parties reached a consensus at the table. Lugia expressed his wish to visit the naval headquarters and subsequently reclaim his identity as one of the 7 warlords. Upon hearing this request, Sengoku was momentarily taken aback. Such a request was hardly a request at all. A mere visit to the naval headquarters posed no significant issue for him. After all, Lugia was one of the 7 warlords, inherently aligned with the Navy, making it entirely reasonable for him to wish to observe the headquarters. In light of this request, Sengoku conjectured that Lugia's approach stemmed from his respect for Garp, leading him to seek reconciliation. Once these matters were settled, Whitebeard and Shanks departed without concern for Lugia's safety or whether Sengoku might renege on his word. As the fleet admiral of the Navy, Sengoku's words held a degree of credibility. As anticipated by Lugia, upon Whitebeard and Shanks' departure, they encountered Kaido and Big Mom heading this way. A confrontation ensued. though Lu Jie remained blissfully unaware of these developments. At present, he was joyfully scavenging treasure chests within the naval headquarters. It took him 3 full days to collect all the treasure chests on the island, ultimately acquiring a special chest belonging to the naval headquarters. After gathering all the treasures, Lu Jie decided to leave, mindful that this was the naval headquarters, and uncertain of whether Akaina might unleash some unforeseen chaos driven by his unwavering sense of justice. Therefore, he felt it was safer to remain aboard his ship. After departing the naval headquarters, Lu Jie returned to the calm belt aboard the Xuanwu Island, as the environment there was most suitable for Sea Kings and Frog Islands. Once back in the calm belt, Lu Jie commenced opening the treasure chests. System: open all treasure chests of diamond grade and below. Congratulations, host, you have received a celebrity photo album. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the iron armor fruit from the world of One Piece, which grants a body as sturdy as a fortress upon consumption. Congratulations, host, you have acquired. Congratulations, host, you have received the 12-star spirit summoning key. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the sun gun from the worlds of death and Shinigami, capable of projecting one's spiritual power as bullets, inflicting significant damage to the soul. This time, there were quite a few treasure chests, and upon opening them, I acquired a substantial number of items that I required. Undoubtedly, what brought Lu Jie the utmost joy was the acquisition of a Devil Fruit Fusion card and a Progress card. Both of these items are exceedingly useful to him. After all, his crew includes individuals who do not possess the abilities of the Devil Fruit. This time, Lu Jie plans to utilize the Devil Fruit Fusion card on Mumu. Previously, Mumu was unable to use the Devil Fruit due to being in the sea. However, with the acquisition of the Fusion card, Mumu can now also become a wielder of Devil Fruit powers. After all, Mumu has been a loyal crew member for so long, it is only fitting to enhance his strength. Upon opening these treasure chests, Lu Jie also turned his attention to the final diamond treasure chest. This chest represents the most significant bounty of this endeavor, for it is certain that the contents will not be subpar. System: open the diamond treasure chest. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the title of Dragon Slayer. Originating from the Dragon Extermination Kingdom, while worn, it increases lethality against dragons or those with dragon attributes by 50. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lu Jie was momentarily taken aback. A Dragon Slayer title? What purpose does this serve for him? With a super feed at his disposal, he need not worry about any creatures opposing him. Even domesticated animals, after consuming his super feed, could potentially turn against their owners. Though he found the title seemingly useless for the time being a product of the diamond chest, Lu Jie carefully stowed it away. After recycling the items that held no value at home, he discovered that his points had accumulated enough to exchange for a supreme treasure chest. Rubbing his hands together, Lu Jie proceeded with the exchange. Congratulations, host, you have successfully obtained a supreme treasure chest. Please confirm whether to open it. Confirm opening. Congratulations, host. You have received a luxurious super villa. Originating from the human world, it is equipped with artificial intelligence, and all appliances and items possess corresponding AI configurations. It is one of the exclusive possessions of the affluent. Upon hearing the system's description, Lu Jie felt a wave of frustration wash over him. This item holds little utility for him. What he truly needs are enhancements to his strength, not ostentatious displays of wealth. Though he yearned to voice his grievances, Lu Jie understood that complaints would yield no benefit. Moreover, as they were in the process of constructing their camp, this villa could indeed prove useful. After all, their efforts had only resulted in a rudimentary setup thus far. Now possessing a super villa would undoubtedly save them time. Despite reassuring himself, Lu Jie's disappointment was evident on his face. After all, receiving mundane household items from a supreme treasure chest is quite disheartening for him, especially considering that 50,000 points are not easily acquired. This incident enlightened Lu Jieming to a profound truth. The treasures contained within the chests, as proclaimed by the system, could yield anything. Even the most prestigious supreme chest could very well reveal a foul sock, and such a probability existed. After much consolation, Lu Jie managed to compose himself and summoned the magnificent mansion. Arise, Grand Villa, he declared rather flamboyantly, placing his hand on the ground, startling Bomu Keisai, who was busy preparing timber nearby. The next moment, the expansive super villa, spanning over 1,000 square meters, abruptly materialized before Bomu Keisai, further alarming him. Upon hearing the commotion, Rem and her companions hurried over, their expressions morphing into astonishment at the sight of the opulent abode. Though they were accustomed to Lu Jie's penchant for the peculiar, The emergence of such a splendid house at a moment when they desperately needed shelter filled their hearts with joy. With a domicile secured, Jie promptly led his companions to register their identities. Given that the supervilla boasted artificial intelligence, entry was contingent upon identity verification. While this security measure would not hinder any of them, it was not ideal for Jie to return only to break down the door. After completing these formalities, Jie arranged for the AI to prepare warm water, yearning for a soothing bath after days of toil. Thus, Jie's encampment was temporarily established. With their new residents, the group had officially settled in. The sea creatures, including the king of the ocean, the giant frog, the great serpent, and the immense turtle, thrived on Jie's superfeed, requiring no foraging. Their sole task was to practice alongside Jie and his crew to enhance their abilities. As for Jie and his companions, with Rem's presence, food was hardly a concern. The diverse fruits from the two islands sufficed for Rem to whip up numerous dishes, while meat could be procured periodically from other islands. Previously, seeds obtained from the island shaped by a colossal tree were now sown in Jie's golden soil, as these trees held considerable cultivation value, being capable of growing into formidable islands with notable offensive capabilities. The only dilemma remained, the inability to communicate fluently with the animals. Often, a simple phrase would require extensive elaboration. Even the cows took an eternity to comprehend his words. In contemplating this, Jie's mind immediately turned to the beast tamer aboard Buggy's ship. Notably, they were still stationed off the island, with all but Buggy choosing to remain voluntarily alongside Jie. After all, who would dare to lead an assault on Marineford with two emperors of the sea without exceptional courage? Jie's presence offered a sense of retribution to the pirates involved in this venture, prompting them to desire to follow him. However, Jie had yet to acquiesce, leaving them awaiting his response. Rem, I'll step out to check on that group. If dinner is ready and I'm not back, you all can start without me. Jie informed Rem before heading towards Buggy and his crew. Shortly thereafter, Jie arrived at Buggy's ship, where Machi was amusing himself with his little lion, Ricky. Suddenly, both sensed an overwhelming aura behind them due to their innate instincts. Turning around, they saw Jie approaching with a smile. Do not be alarmed. I come in peace. I have a favor to ask, and I believe you shall not decline, Jie said with a beaming smile. Despite Jie's assurance of no malice, Machi felt a twinge of apprehension in the presence of such an individual. Moreover, Buggy was currently in a foul mood. If he were to assist Jie without his captain's consent, the consequences could be dire. Yet, denying Jie's request seemed inconceivable, especially when faced with a man bold enough to confront the Navy headquarters. Lord Jie, I am merely a crew member of Captain Buggy. If you require anything, please address our captain directly, as my opinion is irrelevant, Machi replied promptly, standing at attention. Ah, splendid. Very well, I shall seek out that fellow Buggy. Continue your play with your little feline, Jie remarked, turning to leave while offering Machi an encouraging smile. However, to Machi, that smile resembled the grimace of death. Once Jie had departed, both Machi and Ricky collapsed in relief, having merely been putting on a brave front in Jie's presence, while their legs trembled in fear. Meanwhile, Jie entered Buggy's cabin. Let me tell you, had I not accompanied Jie to Marineford, Shanks would never have extended an invitation. He has tried multiple times to recruit me into his crew, but I have no interest, Buggy declared, only to be interrupted by the sudden rise of other pirates. Captain Jie, they exclaimed in awe, halting Buggy mid-sentence. Buggy, momentarily stunned, turned slowly to see Jie smiling at him. What is the matter, Captain Buggy? Are you too busy for a visit? It seems I ought to schedule my visits in advance, Jie jested. Cough, cough, our rapport does not necessitate such formalities. But next time, do knock before entering. You always appear unannounced, and could frighten someone to death. Buggy replied, somewhat vexed. Relax, I assure you, I won't be the cause of your demise. Now, on to business. I need Machi to assist me with something. Would you be willing to lend him to me? Jie inquired with a smile. Of course. No problem at all. Just have him return once he has finished. Buggy responded generously. Thank you, Jie said before taking his leave. As Jie departed with Machi to communicate with the cows, the crew's perception of Buggy shifted dramatically. Captain Buggy, I initially thought you were boasting, but now I believe, remarked one pirate captain. Indeed, look how Lord Jie converses with Captain Buggy, so amicably. It seems Captain Buggy holds a status comparable to that of Lord Jie. Another captain added. Instantly, Jie's arrival had woven an intriguing dynamic among them. Originally, Buggy was merely boasting about his identity. However, With the arrival of Lu Jie, it compelled everyone to acknowledge that Baqi embodies such an existence. Hearing those words, Buggy felt an immediate surge of pride. Haha. Even though you have placed me in comparison with Lu Jie, I remain unperturbed. It is true that this young man is my junior. He once visited my ship during his initial voyage. Now, when faced with difficulties, he thinks of seeking my assistance. As a senior who ventured out to sea before him, it is only natural that I should extend my guidance. However, once Buggy was elevated by flattery, his words became utterly thoughtless. This left Kabaji with a visage of sheer terror, for if these words were to reach Lu Jie, it was entirely possible that he would annihilate them all without hesitation. It must be noted that they were currently on Lu Jie's territory. Furthermore, their presence was not a matter of choice to assist Lu Jie, but rather a coerced decision to remain. Captain Buggy, with his charisma, was indeed unparalleled upon the vast seas. I would venture to say that few could rival his magnetic personality. The only individuals comparable to him were the four emperors and figures like Lord Lu Jie. Thus commenced another round of boasting. Witnessing this bizarre scene, Kabaji was left astounded. He realized that as long as one followed Buggy, there was no need for intellect. For employing reason only resulted in futility, with the sole outcome being a headache. Meanwhile, while they engaged in their animated discussions, Lu Jie was diligently learning from Machi how to communicate with animals. Ultimately, he discovered that what Machi referred to as taming was merely the process of habit formation, wherein through actions and rewards, the innate behaviors of the animals were continually stimulated. Once accustomed, a mere gesture from him would suffice for them to understand what was expected. This left Lu Jie somewhat pained. This endeavor was exceedingly time-consuming. Not only did the animals need to remember, but he too had to commit these gestures to memory. Due to the inconvenience, Lu Jie ultimately opted to abandon the task. After all, when he ventured into battle, he was always at the forefront, with no time to issue commands to them. Perhaps, he pondered, he should simply persuade Chopper to come aboard? However, just as this thought crossed his mind, he quickly dismissed it. After all, Chopper was the ship's doctor of Luffy. It seemed he would need to find time to visit Zoro and see if the mink tribe possessed individuals adept at communicating with animals. After all, the mink tribe in their moon lion form represented formidable combat prowess. Even in their usual state, their strength was not to be underestimated. Having considered this, Lu Jie temporarily set aside his thoughts of taming the Sea Kings. He was neither Shirahoshi nor did he expect to control the Sea Kings. After all, the giant frog and the enormous snake could speak. For now, he need not concern himself with such matters. Thus, Lu Jie returned to his quarters to rest, for he still had 3 flowers that required his nurturing. Time passed slowly, and a week later, an unexpected guest arrived. Lu Jie, a massive ship has anchored outside. Guena, who had been practicing her swordplay by the shore, rushed over to inform him. A massive ship? And my Leviathan? Lu Jie replied with a smile. While it certainly was not Leviathan, it was still substantial. Suddenly, a tremendous rumble echoed across the island. Accompanying the thunderous sound was a violent tremor. Upon feeling the intense shaking, Lu Jie furrowed his brow. He knew that a large group of pirates still surrounded his island, who could launch an attack on his territory without alarming them. Though perplexed, Lu Jie dashed toward the direction indicated by Guena. Upon reaching the shoreline, he was astonished to discover that the visitor was none other than a familiar and troublesome adversary, Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Suddenly, a thought struck Lu Jie, who had been somewhat perplexed. He recalled that during his recent offensive against Marineford, he had brought along the formidable Great Frog and the mighty Serpent, an irresistible temptation for Kaido. Since you have taken the initiative, I shall not hold back. Although there are no diamond treasure chests, several golden ones remain, do they not? It seems that within the 3 grand vessels before me lie the 3 calamities under Kaido's command. Leviathan. In an instant, Lu Jie summoned his Leviathan, with all cannons aimed squarely at the ships of the calamities. In the next moment, a torrent of flames erupted forth, rousing the once-resting Frog Island from its slumber. At that moment, countless frogs leaped into the sea, converging towards Lu Jie, while the great serpent from Xuanwu Island also gathered around him. Lu Jie, what has transpired? The serpent inquired as it reached his side first. For now, there is nothing to worry about. After my initial barrage concludes, direct all your efforts towards the large ship across from us. When the giant frogs arrive, inform them similarly. I will board the Leviathan now. Lu Jie briefly instructed the serpent before soaring towards the Leviathan. As the smoke across the way dissipated, Lu Jie beheld Kaido at the forefront. Truly, he was the strongest man, sustaining such a formidable assault, yet only sustaining minor surface wounds. Lu Jie, surrender these 2 islands, and we shall overlook your transgressions. If I recall correctly, your name is Jack? Did a donkey kick you in the head when you left? Before Jack could finish his retort, Lu Jie interjected. You came to attack me first, and now you speak of forgiveness? Humph. Superconducting electromagnetic cannon. Fire. Lu Jie unleashed the Leviathan's most potent single-target attack, dismissing any need for discourse. Indeed, those who linger at high positions often find no necessity for negotiation. Regardless of what one might say, it proves futile. For they invariably perceive themselves as justified. Only through infliction of pain shall they comprehend right from wrong. Witnessing Lu Jie launch another offensive, Jack's expression turned to one of fury. How dare this individual act so audaciously before them? Had it not been for his recent battle with red-haired Shanks and Whitebeard, he would have remained silent. Claw of destruction. However, it was not Jack who initiated the strike, but Kaido, who had remained taciturn. He sensed the threat posed by the superconducting electromagnetic cannon. Should this attack be unrestrained, it could indeed cause him harm. In the next instant, the two assaults collided, producing colossal waves. Moments later, a black claw mark cleaved through the waves, advancing towards Lu Jie. So this is Kaido's attack. I must test it. Is this strongest man's assault truly formidable? Lu Jie drew a long blade. Invoking his one-mind flow, he charged forth like a roaring lion. Upon striking the black claw mark, an overwhelming force surged, and had the black claw not been slightly weakened by the Leviathan's superconducting electromagnetic cannon, Lu Jie would have been sent reeling upon contact. Even now, the impact proved arduous, beads of cold sweat cascading down his visage. Ultimately, the black claw dissipated into the air, and Lu Jie found himself panting heavily. This individual was indeed one of the four emperors, a stark contrast to his previous adversaries. Moreover, unlike Whitebeard, who had entered a state of decline, Kaido stood at the pinnacle of his power. Though he had been defeated by Shanks and Whitebeard, that did not render him weak. For Lu Jie, he represented a formidable opponent. Lu Jie, become my subordinate. Although I do not typically accept those with powers outside of the Zoan type, your ability to command such numerous creatures may warrant an exception. A gruff voice resonated in Lu Jie's ears. Unlike the brash Jack, this was a confident audacity. If uttered by anyone else, it might have seemed insane. Yet coming from Kaido, it felt entirely reasonable. Apologies, but I am not accustomed to being anyone's dog. If you seek battle, I am more than willing to oblige. Lu Jie boldly responded. It was absurd. Whitebeard had merely acknowledged him as a nephew, while Shanks had shared camaraderie over drinks. Now, Kaido approached, expecting him to become a subordinate. Such delusions. Though aware of Kaido's immense strength, Lu Jie was not the type to prostrate himself simply due to another's might. Shadow Clone Technique. Lu Jie employed the technique, declaring, Kaido, I shall see whether your mythical Zoan dragon fruit is mightier than my time fruit. I wonder if your abilities can withstand the test of time. Observing Lu Jie's actions and hearing his words, Kaido's brow furrowed. He was well aware of this technique. Had it not been for Akainu and Kizaru's timely withdrawal, they too might have faced obliteration like that island. Despite his formidable physique, he was not immune to the passage of time. Furthermore, with Lu Jie conjuring 3 clones alongside himself, they could engage at least 4 times. Even if he managed to survive, it was likely that all those he brought would perish alongside Lu Jie. Such a transaction is hardly worthwhile. Moreover, Kaido's arrival was not aimed at eliminating Lu Jie. After all, few dare to challenge the world's government. Return, Kaido commanded, immediately ordering his 3 calamities to turn back. Is this truly a mere tourist destination? After delivering his words, Lu Jie swiftly organized his companions' weapons and charged towards Kaido's ship. The distance between them was negligible, and within mere seconds after speaking, Lu Jie landed on Kaido's vessel. Do not allow time to stagnate. Let us collect some interest first. Divine Feather. Scatter. 1,000 cherry blossoms. Bury them. The Wrath of Barret. In an instant, 4 manifestations of Lu Jie launched their attacks, equipped with the ability of endless flight. Lu Jie unleashed his onslaught and promptly seized all the treasure chests aboard the ship. After securing the loot, he hastily returned to his own vessel. He had no intention of forming a deadly feud with Kaido, so he only targeted inconsequential individuals. As for the 3 calamities, he refrained from engaging them. After all, eliminating Kaido's cherished subordinates could force his hand, leading to dire consequences. Back on his ship, Lu Jie found himself once more confronted by Kaido's assault. However, this time, 4 of himself collectively braced for the impact. Though it was taxing, they managed to withstand it. This was merely a casual strike from Kaido. If he were to become serious and employ his full abilities, the outcome would be uncertain. Indeed, no one had yet witnessed Kaido's true prowess. Lu Jie, on the day I arrive in the New World, I shall bring my beast pirates to seek you out. For today, I shall take my leave." Kaido declared haughtily before departing. After Kaido's exit, Jie discovered a new ship, which was precisely the reason for Kaido's withdrawal. The arrival of none other than Shanks, who had just engaged in a fierce battle with Kaido, was unexpected. Initially, Shanks intended merely to observe the location Jie had chosen as his base. But he stumbled upon this scene. "Ah, Jie, it seems I've ruined your plans." Shanks jested upon seeing Jie aboard the Leviathan. "When did you become so sharp-tongued?" "Shanks? Well then, since you're here, why not come to my island for a drink?" Jie invited directly. It appeared there were delightful provisions to share. "Brothers, let us go ashore and enjoy a feast." Thus, the crisis posed by Kaido was averted, and Jie's stock of spirits was completely consumed. Shanks did not linger long. For as one of the 4 emperors, and Jie being one of the 7 warlords, their prolonged presence together might provoke unease among the sensitive navy. After a day of feasting, Shanks departed. Once Shanks had left, Jie began to reflect. The enhancement of his strength and status had not ushered in a tranquil life. Rather, it had drawn him into the company of increasingly formidable individuals, whether friends or foes, all relentlessly growing in power. This left Jie somewhat anxious. Perhaps it was time for him to enhance his own abilities. In recent days, he has been diligently training with the entities on Frog Island and Xuanwu Island, resulting in a notable enhancement of his abilities. Nevertheless, he finds this progress woefully insufficient. It appears that his dream of settling into a peaceful existence may have to be postponed for the time being. The progress card he previously unlocked, after augmenting his observation Haki by 10 points, has also unveiled a new feature for Levi, the superconducting electromagnetic cannon. It seems that the most expedient way to bolster his strength lies in treasure chests. Thus, Jie has resolved to take Xuanwu Island and Frog Island along with him to the New World. However, for now, he intends to thoroughly gather the treasure chests from the earlier stages to ensure he does not falter upon entering the New World. He finds himself yearning to inquire of Dragon and Shanks how they could elevate their powers in such a brief span. Yet, after some contemplation, he decides against it, recognizing that this is a gap even the esteemed Oda has left unfilled. Even if he were to discover their secrets, they might not be applicable to his own journey. With this thought in mind, Jie retires for a well-deserved rest, reflecting that a skyscraper is not erected in a day. In the days that follow, he relishes a tranquil existence, feeding sea creatures, tending to flowers, and cherishing moments with his beloved. After a fortnight of such tranquil days, the group, with the exception of Rem and Perona, found themselves unable to endure the monotony any longer. After all, they were all striving for their individual aspirations, and an overly comfortable existence felt somewhat alien to them. Thus, after much deliberation, they resolved to set sail once more in pursuit of adventure. Once the decision to embark was made, everyone set aside their training and followed the Sea Kings as they navigated through the windless expanse of the ocean. It is worth noting that the combat prowess of the Sea Kings is not to be underestimated. A medium-sized Sea King is roughly equivalent to a divisional brigadier. This explains why Kaido had initially sought the formidable beasts of the land, hoping that they would join him in his endeavors. In this manner, whether at sea or on land, Kaido could undoubtedly be regarded as the strongest. After all, the mythical Zoan dragon fruit is not to be taken lightly. Were it not for Kaido's obsession with gathering various Zoan fruit users, perhaps his territory would not be so limited. It is noteworthy that Big Mom's approach to development is familial. One can easily envision that her ambition is to become the next celestial dragon. In such a scenario, a ruling structure based on family ties would be far more stable than the current coalition governance. Rem, this tuna is cooked to perfection. All its advantages have been brought to light. It seems your culinary skills have reached new heights, remarked Jie, savoring the tuna in his hands. Thank you. I'm glad you all enjoy it, Rem replied, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Despite having spent considerable time together, she still becomes bashful whenever praised. They had now arrived at Reverse Mountain, beyond which lay the East Sea. Jie, shall we? Yes, let us head back, Jie responded. Here. There should be no trouble for Frog Island and Xuanwu Island. Thank you, Guena said with a bright smile. What else with the thanks? Now that we are officially a couple, this return is essentially a visit to the father-in-law. There is no need for such gratitude, Jie said with a warm smile. Upon hearing Jie's words, Guena did not refute, but merely nodded, her face a deep crimson. Although they had yet to take their relationship further, Guena was far from naïve. After all, she hailed from a noble lineage in Wano, where such matters were imparted to daughters at an early age. Moreover, even though she could hear Perona's voice every night, she was now quite aware of the implications. As for Ram, her hesitation stemmed from unresolved feelings, given their past. Even though Lu Jie treated Ram with kindness and she harbored affection for him, she ultimately faltered at the final moment. Lu Jie was aware of this and did not pressure her. "Captain, I believe it is time for me to leave," spoke Pamux, stepping forward. "Oh, if you have something to say, Pamux, please do," Lu Jie replied, maintaining a composed demeanor. Captain, didn't you already know? Staying on the ship. Aside from being treated as dog food every day, I find myself lacking in purpose. The enemies we encounter are either too formidable, requiring your intervention, or too weak, yielding at the mere mention of our name. Thus, I wish to venture out on my own to hone my skills. Didn't you mention that Kaido would come after us in the New World? I think it prudent to train for a while before rejoining you there. I will return stronger, Pamux declared resolutely. I had a feeling you were contemplating this. Very well, follow your heart. We shall return to the East Sea. You wouldn't want to miss seeing your master, would you? Lu Jie said matter-of-factly. Upon hearing Lu Jie's words, Pamux chuckled as he settled at the bow of the ship. While traveling with Lu Jie allowed him to train alongside formidable creatures like the Great Frog and the Great Serpent, the growth was inherently limited. Before long, they crossed Reverse Mountain and arrived at the East Sea. Their first destination was, naturally, Fusha Village. Previously, they had encountered Don Quixote, Doflamingo, and Axe, and now they wondered who might be stationed there. After all, it was the starting point for the Grand Line, and one could imagine the Navy would not relinquish control of it. Lu Jie, should we return first, or let us head back? After paying our respects to the master, we can explore other places, Lu Jie replied directly. Although he was eager to see Noki and Nami, he recognized that Guena must have missed her father, Yamada Shiro. In no time, they boarded their initial ship and swiftly made their way to Shimatsuki Village. On the surface, everything appeared ordinary, but beneath the waves, 10 sea kings were pulling the vessel. They reached the island of Shimatsuki Village in just 3 days, thanks to the remarkable speed of the sea kings. Upon landing, Lu Jie suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Although he could not ascertain the cause, his instincts warned that something unfavorable was afoot. Nonetheless, they made their way to the Ikishin dojo, a place they were all familiar with, and quickly arrived. However, upon reaching the dojo, they were taken aback. It was still a dojo, yet it no longer bore the name Ikishin Dojo. "Excuse me, could you tell me if this was previously the Ikishin Dojo?" Lu Jie approached a guard at the entrance and inquired directly. Indeed, this was once the Ikishin Dojo. However, the master departed one day without warning, taking the dojo's sign with him. Our elder brother, Lord Ono, inherited this place and opened a new dojo. Since the master took the sign, we dared not continue calling it Ikishin Dojo, hence the name now is Zanshin Dojo. "Might I inquire if you're old patrons?" The guard responded promptly. Recalling the dojo's history, the foundation for entry was brief, hence the unfamiliarity with both Pudding and Kuna. Naturally, he was even more oblivious to the masked Kuna. "It's quite all right. We merely passed through previously and hold great respect for Mr. Jangsira. On this occasion, we intended to pay a visit. Yet it seems fate has other plans." After expressing his sentiments, Lu Jie took his leave. Now that Jangsira had departed and Zoro was absent, it appeared that during his years away, Zoro had also set sail. "Kuina, perhaps we should." "No need. Since father has chosen to leave, it must be for his own reasons. We should continue with our own endeavors," Kuina interjected decisively, though a tinge of disappointment lingered. Her heart was no longer burdened with longing upon seeing the once familiar Isen Dojo. "Very well then, Perona, let us set off for Cocoa Village." Lu Jie opted for Cocoa Village, recalling that he had previously entrusted Arlong and the others to safeguard it. Thus, he imagined that Nami and Nojiko must still be on the island. Before long, they arrived at Cocoa Village, which had undergone significant transformation thanks to the technology imparted by Remington. The port had expanded more than tenfold. However, Lu Jie felt a curious pang upon noticing the appearance of Big Mom's pirate flag upon the island. Could it be? An ominous premonition washed over him. Lu Jie took flight towards Cocoa Village, landing swiftly on the island, and dashed towards the orange grove where Nami and the others resided. Upon arrival, he was met with nothing but ruins. Big Mom, he scoffed, turning on his heel to head towards the village chief's residence. Upon reaching, he discovered that everything had changed. The former village chief lay immobile in bed, now an old man. Inquiring further, He learned that the village was now under the control of Big Mom's crew. Following the villagers' directions, Lu Jie found himself at a castle made of cake. Lu Jie, I'm fine. Big Mom, it seems we can't escape your presence no matter where we go. New world, just wait. With that, Lu Jie raised his sniper rifle. Gazing upon the candy-themed Big Mom statue, he swiftly cleaved it in two. Boom. The statue crashed to the ground with a thunderous sound. It was known to be the statue of one of the 4 emperors. Few dared even to touch it, let alone destroy it. Yet now, Lu Jie had shattered Big Mom's statue without hesitation. Hearing the commotion, Big Mom's crew rushed outside, stunned to see him. Lu Jie, we haven't come looking for trouble. Are you seeking your own demise? The leader among them, Big Mom's 4th son, Owen, declared. Owen, if it weren't so warm right now, I'd be tempted to capture you and use you as a heating stove, Lu Jie replied nonchalantly, waving his Muramasa. Owen's face twisted with fury, and in an instant, his entire body turned crimson. A wave of immense heat surged forth. Since you wish for death, I shall see if you are as formidable as the legends say, Owen proclaimed, launching his attack. Lu Jie was reluctant to let his Muramasa come into contact with such extreme heat, though capable of harnessing Haki. He would be disheartened if it were damaged. Thus, he drew another long blade, enveloping it in Haki as Owen's fist collided with it. Oh, you have spirit. Daring to use your sword against my hand. My temperature can even melt Haki, 10,000 degrees. Owen declared as the hue of his fist shifted from yellow-red to bright red. The blade, previously shielded by Haki, struggled against the rising temperature, but soon the Haki was pierced, exposing the metal, which melted instantaneously. Deprived of his weapon, Lu Jie unleashed his divine feathers, yet before they could reach Owen, they too melted away. Even if he struck Owen's wings, no damage would ensue. The heat was simply too intense for any significant impact. Impressive temperature, Lu Jie remarked, retreating slightly. Now, even his breath felt warm. Indeed, Owen's temperature was no trifling matter. Had this been Earth, such a searing heat of 10,000 degrees would have ignited the surroundings. I shall see how many blades you possess that can withstand my flames. Inferno Beast Impact. In the next moment, Owen arched his body and charged at Lu Jie with incredible speed. Scatter, Senbonzakura. Lu Jie unsheathed his Senbonzakura, opting for its initial release. Though his spiritual energy now allowed him to wield it without fainting, the presence of ordinary civilians necessitated a more controlled approach. Hence he chose the manageable initial release. Sensing the spiritual aura emanating from Lu Jie's blade, Owen swiftly altered his attack trajectory. High-energy cannon. Owen swung his fist downward, sending a barrage of heated debris flying. They all recognized Lu Jie's attack style now. Thus, they opted for a lateral assault against his spiritual attacks. As the debris soared towards him, Lu Jie swiftly evaded the danger zone. After a brief encounter, he felt somewhat embarrassed. Facing even a son of Big Mom proved daunting. Thankfully, those he had previously encountered had not exerted their full strength. Of course, Akainu sought his demise, yet due to the circumstances of their encounters, he had not succeeded. After all, his magma fruit posed no threat to Muramasa, unlike Owen, whom Lu Jie was reluctant to confront with his beloved blade. Since Owen favored close combat, Lu Jie decided to employ his Gatling technique. Shadow Clone, you sniper. He simultaneously unleashed his clones, Divine Feathers, and Gatling sniper rifle, all launching a barrage of ranged attacks without cooldown. Provided his mental energy was sufficient, he could continue releasing these attacks endlessly. Soon, the first bullet struck Owen, followed by a deluge of subsequent hits. Regardless of the might of Haki or Devil Fruit abilities, if one lacked elemental intangibility, they would undoubtedly sustain injuries against such a barrage of physical assaults. Owen, I shall spare your life this time, but all of you must return to the new world. Should I encounter any of your crew in East Blue again, I will employ every means at my disposal to annihilate you. Moreover, East Blue is under my protection. 3 Lu Jies stood confidently, one wielding a smoking Gatling, another brandishing a sniper rifle, and the last resting Senbonzakura on his shoulder, all declaring in unison with an air of authority. Upon hearing Lu Jie's ultimatum, Owen wished to retort but found himself devoid of the courage to do so, because he had just felt an overwhelming aura of menace in Lu Jie's words. Were it not for Lu Jie's reluctance to sever ties with Bigamum completely, he might have already met his demise. It is worth noting that Nami's situation has worsened, and no Kigo has vanished. As for Malabir, she has likely met her end, following the original storyline. However, this time, it should not be Arlong's doing. Although vengeance for Malabir cannot be pursued at this moment, it is not yet the time to engage in combat with beings of the Yonko caliber. After all, even if his spiritual pressure could suppress Bigamum's soul fruit, his strength remains insufficient. Facing Kaido would likely result in a humiliating defeat. Nevertheless, he can still maintain a facade of bravado before Owen. Let us return, Owen stated as he was helped to his feet. Soon, Owen departed from Cocoa Village with all his companions. After Owen's departure, a man approached Lugia. Hello. You must be Brother Lugia. I am Midoriya, the village chief's grandson, the man said slowly. Oh, it's you. When I last saw you 4 years ago, you were just a little brat. Lugia remarked with a smile, observing the now 8-meter-tall Midoriya. Brother, it hasn't been 4 years. It's only been 3.5. By the way, this is something no Kigo asked me to give you. Midoriya then retrieved an envelope from his bosom and handed it to Lugia. Thank you. It's nothing. I must return to care for my grandfather. Midoriya replied before departing. Lugia had initially hoped to glean information about no Kigo and the others from Midoriya, but it seemed the envelope contained it instead. Dear Brother Lugia, I am no Kigo. By the time you read this letter, we may no longer be in Cocoa Village. I have gained the strength to set sail. And my sister Nami has also developed considerable sailing talent. Therefore, we have decided to embark on an adventure at sea. We aim to acquire greater wealth to improve the lives of those in Cocoa Village. Perhaps one day we shall meet upon the waves, and when that time comes, I shall become your bride. The letter was filled with no Kigo's affection for Lugia. After reading the heartfelt words, Perona and the others arrived. What happened? When we were coming over, it seemed we spotted Bigamum's ship leaving. Did you drive him away? Perona inquired slowly. Yes, I sent him packing. Lugia replied with a cheerful demeanor. Look at that grin. Did you eat something foul? Perona remarked, as she detested seeing Lugia wear such an expression, for it often signified the arrival of another sister. All right, I'll stop smiling. You all go investigate the situation here. I will seek out Arlong. Lugia declared before taking to the skies once more. After Lugia departed, number 1 and number 2 prepared to vanish. You two, do not disappear. Perona approached them with a broad smile. The sight of Perona's smile made number 1 and number 2 gulp nervously. Perona, we are merely doppelgangers, one began. Enough talk. Come here, she interrupted. Wow, this sensation is quite real. Lugia, who was rapidly departing, suddenly felt a chill in his lower body, an effect brought about by the departing doppelgangers. It seemed that Perona had vented her anger upon them. After running around the vicinity without locating Arlong, Lugia pondered whether Owen had killed him. Upon returning to Cocoa Village, Perona and the others collected information about the area. 2 years prior, Bigamum's ship passed through and discovered the orange candy, subsequently declaring the area as his territory. Due to the Yonko's fearsome reputation and the fact that it was merely a small island, the Navy turned a blind eye. No Kigo and the others departed 3 months after Bigamum's declaration. Malabir returned to her former husband, who had survived the last shipwreck, having washed ashore on a deserted island. With no Kigo and Nami setting out to sea, Malabir chose to accompany her husband back to the Navy. Having acquired this information, Lugia and his companions prepared to leave. Captain, when we arrive at Frog Island, will this ship be yours? Indeed, this vessel shall be your parting gift. Additionally, here is this, Lugia said, producing a small notebook and presenting it to Pamukus. What is this? Pamukus inquired, gazing at the small notebook in confusion. Can't read, can you? Should I read it for you? Lugia replied with a hint of annoyance. I can read. Wait, Captain, is this the Navy's 6 styles? Pamukus exclaimed in astonishment upon examining the contents. The Navy 6 style was discovered by Lugia in a treasure chest at their encampment shortly after Owen and the others departed. Here, take it. This is the most refined version of the Navy's 6 style, undoubtedly the most complete iteration, Lugia declared. Well, that has quite a bit of pressure. Makisi scratched his head and replied slowly. Enough of your nonsense, let us head to Reverse Mountain, Lugia said, charging forward towards the path leading to the Grand Line. Upon reaching Frog Island, Makisi bid farewell to several individuals. Lugia then embarked on a new adventure aboard Frog Island. With the assistance of 2 colossal monsters, acquiring treasure chests became significantly easier. After opening numerous chests, he obtained an item, a chain that extended infinitely. With this newfound tool, any uninhabited islands encountered would be claimed by Lugia, transforming them into his territory. Countless sea kings would drag the islands along, creating a surreal scene on the ocean as numerous islands moved forward together. Remarkably, this occurrence took place in a windless zone, adding to the strangeness of the island's movement. Lugia, what on earth are you doing with all these islands? Goena inquired, her expression one of confusion. After all, they were just a small group, and each island possessed its own unique characteristics, with the creatures inhabiting them being quite extraordinary. These islands may not seem useful now, but they will serve a purpose in the future, Lu Jie replied with a smile. Before long, they exited the windless zone and re-entered the Grand Line. Arriving at Bikar Town, this town boasted advanced shipbuilding technology, and since the previous ship had been given to Bo Makisi, Lu Jie was in need of a vessel of his own. After all, sailing on the Leviathan was rather conspicuous. Thus, Lu Jie flew directly to Bikar Town, leaving Frog Island behind. Upon arriving in the town, he observed numerous docks, all dedicated to the construction of large ships. After locating the largest dock and articulating his requirements, he paid a substantial deposit and began his treasure hunting expedition. Given the size of the island and its industrial significance, there were indeed many treasures to be found. After collecting the scattered chests, he proceeded to the naval division established there. Stop. Are you the Shichibukai Lu Jie? A naval officer, who had initially intended to approach him for inquiries, suddenly recognized the youngest and most notorious Shichibukai. Ah, it seems I am somewhat famous, Lu Jie remarked. I would like to inspect your naval division for any potential security hazards. He presented a reason that even he found dubious. Please come in. Despite the flimsy excuse, the Navy could not obstruct him. After all, he was known to be a notorious lunatic, whose bizarre motivations could lead to unpredictable actions. Soon, under the escort of the Navy, Lu Jie thoroughly searched the treasure chests within the division. Once he had gathered the treasures, Lu Jie returned to the dock where he had ordered his ship. Boss, when will my ship be ready? He inquired. Sir, we have a suitable vessel for your specifications. However, due to some adjustments, it will take approximately 5 hours to complete. If you have other matters to attend to, feel free to return tomorrow, the owner replied. All right, I shall return tomorrow. Please ensure it is ready, Lu Jie insisted before departing. Back on Frog Island, Lu Jie was laden with supplies. He knew that not bringing the others along would likely cause some discontent, and he felt it necessary to reward them. Otherwise, he might find himself in a difficult position. However, upon returning to his room, he discovered it was empty. Moo, where is everyone? He called out, approaching Moo's pond. After waiting in vain for a response, he realized Moo had likely gone out with the others. Activating his observation Haki, he soon detected the whereabouts of Perona and the others. To his surprise, they were frolicking by the seaside. Here I am, working hard, and they're enjoying themselves, he muttered as he hurried toward the beach. Having missed them during his return due to their opposite direction. This beach was a secluded cove he had created, surrounded by several islands, ensuring no one could see it. I bought you new swimsuits. Would you like to try them on? Lu Jie called out as he approached the cove, lifting the bag in his hand. Upon hearing his words, the 3 girls rushed over, chattering excitedly before snatching the bag from Lu Jie, leaving him momentarily forgotten. Well, I suppose this doesn't concern me, he said with a resigned shrug, settling onto a beach chair to relax. Before long, the 3 emerged wearing the swimsuits Lu Jie had purchased. Upon seeing their figures, he was momentarily speechless. So beautiful. He gazed at the trio with an admiring expression. Even Guena, the youngest, had developed quite the figure, and the swimsuits enhanced their beauty in Lu Jie's eyes. You naughty boy, I told you he would drool at the sight of us. Well, I'm off to swim, Guena exclaimed before diving into the water. Rem followed suit after a brief exchange with Perona, watching the 2 play in the water. Perona couldn't hide her envy. What is the matter? Do you want to join in on the fun? Lu Jie asked with a smile. Yes. Once I find an item that can negate the drawbacks of devil fruits, I will make sure to give it to you first, he added slowly. By the way, weren't you out searching? Did you find many treasure chests? Indeed. Let us open them together. Perona responded eagerly, and Lu Jie quickly began to open the chests. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained. Together with Perona, they soon finished opening the chests. Although the coveted Devil Fruit Fusion card did not appear, they did acquire another useful item called Sea Water Isolation Cream. Most importantly, upon reading the description, Lu Jie realized it was tailor-made for Perona. Previously, when Lu Jie had obtained a Devil Fruit Fusion card, he had intended for Perona to use it, as she was the only one on the ship who couldn't T-swim. However, Perona had declined, as she did not wish to lose the friendly spirits with whom she had shared a long companionship due to the fusion. In that case, Perona would be quite heartbroken. Thus, the necessary pamukus was provided beforehand. Although the powers of the spike fruit have yet to be fully realized, with pamukus now departed, who knows what may unfold. Perona, I have a gift for you. Has it been opened? Perona first exhibited excitement. Then a conflicted expression crossed her face. It has been opened. But it is not a devil fruit fusion card. It is this. As Lu Jie spoke, he produced an exquisite little vial. This can eliminate the drawbacks of devil fruits? Perona, intrigued, accepted the vial from Lu Jie, for she had seen the devil fruit fusion card before and knew it did not resemble this at all. This is a seawater isolation cream. As the name implies, it can isolate seawater, and due to its nature as an isolation cream, your skin can still feel the seawater without being affected by it. Lu Jie explained its purpose. Thank you, Lu Jie. After planting a kiss on Lu Jie's cheek, Perona immediately applied the isolation cream and dove into the water. Watching the three frolicking in the sea, Lu Jie wore a joyful smile. Joyous moments always pass swiftly. The next day, Lu Jie returned to the dock. Boss, is my ship ready? Lu Jie inquired directly. Yes, your ship may not be. Wait. Didn't we agree yesterday that I would come to collect it today? Lu Jie displayed impatience, as he detested untrustworthiness. It is because of the Shimando pirate crew. They forcibly took your ship. You know, a dock like ours would never dare to confront pirates. We are merely workers, no match for them. The dock owner spoke with a helpless expression. After hearing the dock owner's words, Lu Jie understood the situation. The owner was correct. They indeed lacked the strength to combat pirates. Here's your deposit. We can return it in full. However, if the guest is willing to wait, no need. Just tell me when they took the ship and describe their pirate flag and ship characteristics. How dare they steal from me? Lu Jie declared. Shortly thereafter, Lu Jie departed the dock. Those rascals had only set sail for less than 2 hours, and he had a general idea of their direction. Lu Jie summoned the Leviathan and swiftly pursued in that direction. Lu Jie soon spotted the pirate ship ahead. The pirate flag featured a knife embedded in a strange monster's skull. Rem slowly spoke to Lu Jie. Understood, this must be the one. I shall see what manner of pirate dares to steal from me. After Lu Jie spoke, he urged the Leviathan to accelerate. Before long, they arrived at the rear of the pirate vessel. Sensing the massive ship approaching, the Shimando pirate crew ceased their navigation, knowing well to whom this formidable vessel belonged. They were merely puzzled as to why this ship had appeared here. As they closed in on the enemy's ship, Lu Jie leapt from the Leviathan onto what was once his own vessel. Who is your captain? Bring him out, Lu Jie stated upon landing. Lu Jie had no patience for those who had stolen from him. Who are you? Our captain would never. Lord Lu Jie, I wonder what brings you to seek me. Before the pirate could finish, another individual kicked him away and approached Lu Jie respectfully. You are the captain of the ship? Lu Jie regarded the man before him with a sense of familiarity, yet could not recall from where. Yes, I am the captain of the Shimando pirate crew. I wonder what instructions Lord Lu Jie has for me. The man replied once more. Upon hearing the man's words and tone, Lu Jie recalled. This fellow was the one who accompanied him to Marineford. He had assumed they were all slain by Kaido when they vanished. To meet again here, under such circumstances, was unexpected. It is you. I remember now. Where did you run off to back then? You made me worry. Lu Jie inquired directly. It is indeed an honor that Lord Lu Jie recalls me. At that time, we were misled by Buggy. Munduo Sha shared the tale of events from that day. It turned out that Buggy's boasting had spiraled out of control. Furthermore, my attempt to retrieve someone only solidified his reputation. Then, this fellow managed to swindle all the pirates with his silver tongue. Although Lu Jie did not place much importance on such factions, he felt a lingering sense that his possessions had been pilfered. So it was Buggy, huh? It seems I must find an opportunity to have a proper chat with him. But how did you end up here? Lu Jie asked again. Actually, I was somewhat puzzled at the time, but the atmosphere swept me away, leading me to follow along blindly. However, once at sea, the more I thought about it, the more it felt wrong, so I left. After departing, I encountered Hurricane Yax, who brought me here. Fortunately, no one was harmed, but the ship was rendered unusable. Thus, I purchased a pirate ship here, preparing to head out to sea. And just so, I inadvertently took a ship commissioned by a hapless soul, Munduo Sha said with an air of pride. Lu Jie, who had felt a flicker of joy, was instantly dismayed by this revelation. Sha, do you realize? The vessel you seized was mine. Lu Jie spoke slowly. Oh, is that so? I stole Lord Lu Jie's ship? At that moment, shock spread across Munduo Sha's face, and he knelt in a flurry of panic. Enough, Rice. If it were any other pirate, I might have annihilated them. However, you aided me once. I shall not turn against you. By the way, have you paid for this ship? Lu Jie asked again. I. Enough. No need to elaborate. You haven't paid, have you? Come, let us return and settle the payment. Remember, If you wish to join my crew in the future, you must refrain from harming ordinary people. Understood? This world has countless dark treasures awaiting our plunder. Such wealth is more than sufficient to sustain pirates across the globe. Lu Jie spoke gently. But if they are all robbed clean, will we not? If that day ever comes, will we still need to be pirates? Enough of these matters. We shall discuss them later. Let us first repay the dock owner's money. After speaking, the group set sail back to settle the payment, and in the process, purchased another ship from Mondo Sha. This time, Mondo did not depart but chose to follow Lu Jie, having resolved to accompany him regardless of the circumstances. Their destination was to find Buggy, the rogue who had brazenly absconded with his forces. Surely, an explanation was in order. After all, Buggy had also ventured into the New World, which happened to align with Lu Jie's own path. At that moment, a water vortex suddenly emerged. Perona, the eternal pointer is directing us upwards. It seems we are meant to ascend, she remarked. The map indicated only one destination, Sky Island. Upon hearing Perona's words, a smile graced Lu Jie's face. Given the timing, Luffy should have already set sail. However, he was likely meandering in the East Blue. Lu Jie had considered seeking him out but ultimately decided against it, recognizing that Luffy had his own journey to undertake, and intervening would be unwise, although following him would inevitably lead to an encounter with Nami, thereby revealing the whereabouts of Nojiko. Lu Jie wished not to disrupt Luffy's life journey. After all, that initial phase had afforded Luffy numerous opportunities, with his primary crew members having joined during that period. Now, Lu Jie resolved to explore Sky Island, intrigued by the notion of an island suspended in the sky. He was also eager to witness the Golden Bell and Enel's golden ship, curious to discern any connection between the Golden Bell and his own Black Bell. To Sky Island, he declared, and in the next instant, he made his decision. Moo moo, came the resounding call as he steered toward the vortex. Strangely enough, the water vortex proved navigable. Amidst a wave of dizziness, Lu Jie and his companions broke through the clouds, arriving in the Sky Sea, surrounded by an expanse of white. Curiosity danced upon Lu Jie's features. Indeed, the world of One Piece was a wondrous realm. This Sky Sea was not merely filled with clouds, but also with water, albeit a peculiar white hue. As they descended, the water gradually transformed to a more familiar color. Upon reaching the bottom, a barrier awaited them, through which they could penetrate to the world below, provided they could fly. Otherwise, plummeting from several thousand meters would be no trivial matter. Lord Lu Jie, 2 ships are approaching from that direction. Mondo's voice broke the silence. Lu Jie had since stowed the Leviathan and was now navigating a newly acquired vessel, with Mondo still at his side. Given that Frog Island and Xuanwu Island boasted formidable sea creatures and their own impressive combat capabilities, he surmised that they would encounter no significant issues below. They must be here to greet us. It's nothing to worry about, Lu Jie replied calmly. Even if Enel himself were to arrive, he bore no fear, let alone these minor foes. Oh, are the locals so welcoming? Mondo asked. A befuddled expression etched across his face. Indeed, came the reply from the opposing pirates. On Sky Island, we do not extend hospitality to outsiders. If you wish for our welcome, you must pay a toll. Once the entrance fee is submitted, you will be under the protection of the gods. As the exchange unfolded, Lu Jie couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. How brazen to demand payment for protection just as he had offered a welcome. Perona, I leave this to you. Swiftly, they maneuvered past the indigenous inhabitants of Sky Island and entered its interior. Mondo, you stay here to guard the ship. Ensure it remains safe from theft. Ladies, please, Lu Jie gestured gallantly towards Perona and her companions. Haki, are we embarking on a day trip to Sky Island? Rem exclaimed joyfully. This fellow is undoubtedly here to scavenge treasure. I'll wager on it, Guena retorted disdainfully. I concur with Guena. This guy has no leisure to take us out for fun. If he does, it would be for our own amusement while he seeks treasure. Perona chimed in with a playful jab. Lu Jie, unable to interject amidst their banter, resigned himself to their teasing. Yet, they spoke the truth. He indeed sought something upon arrival. Of course, his first task was to pay a visit to the deity of this realm, Enel. Once they set foot on Sky Island, Lu Jie noted the striking similarities to the land below. Aside from the distinctive transportation and household items crafted from various shellfish, there was little to differentiate the two. Meanwhile, news of their arrival had reached Enel, for his heart network was not merely ornamental. However, Enel was puzzled by the presence of this warlord on his island. For gods, go welcome our guests, he ultimately commanded, though he bore no fear of Lu Jie and his crew. The arrival of such an entity on his island warranted a closer inspection to discern whether they were friend or foe. At your command, God. The four gods responded, promptly setting off. At this moment, Lu Jie and his companions were strolling through the streets. The recent commotion caused by the three women compelled Lu Jie to accompany them on their shopping excursion, for they were the most cherished individuals in his life. Just then, Lu Jie's phone buzzed. Hello, who is this? He answered directly. It's Long Lu Jie. I am currently beneath the Sky Island. The Sea Kings and the archipelago here belong to you, correct? Long stated plainly. Yes, what is the matter? You're not thinking of. Well, I wish to borrow your islands and creatures as a base for our revolutionary army. I hope you don't mind. All right, it feels as though I owe you. Lu Jie interjected firmly. Remember to safeguard them for me. If any harm befalls them, I will hold you accountable. Understanding Long's intentions, Lu Jie chose to acquiesce, acknowledging the gravity of the situation as he prepared to venture into the new world, facing vast challenges ahead. Thank you, Long replied before ending the call. The individual is currently overwhelmed with tasks and likely lacks the time to engage in conversation. However, to speak candidly, he is not a suitable companion for dialogue. After hanging up the phone, four familiar figures materialized before Lu Jie. 7 warlords. Lu Jie, our deity requests your presence. The leader, the Trial of Iron, declared directly. Enel. Is it? Tell him I am occupied with accompanying my lady on a shopping excursion. When I have the leisure, I shall seek him out. By the way, he should be able to hear my words now. Enel, I will come to see you, but not at this moment. Do wait a while, Lu Jie responded, completely disregarding the four gods and continuing his shopping journey with the three women. How dare you speak to a deity in such a manner, Yunsheng? At this moment, the Trial of Rope launched an attack on Lu Jie. Number 1, entertain them, but do not cause any fatalities, Lu Jie instructed as he summoned his doppelganger, providing him with a long blade, and resumed their shopping adventure. Guest, this is a divine official. It would be wise not to offend them, lest you incur divine retribution. The vendor cautioned. Rest assured, your deity will not act against me, Lu Jie replied nonchalantly. Despite his reassurances, the vendor remained skeptical, having witnessed too many outsiders publicly executed by Enel over the years. As Lu Jie departed amidst the vendor's anxious expressions, they explored only a small area of the vast Sky Island, which remained largely uncharted until nightfall. Lu Jie, given your admirable performance today, we shan't drag you along any longer. Attend to your matters. The three of us shall likely encounter no danger here, Perona said, addressing the distracted Lu Jie. I shall first secure accommodations for you, then I will seek treasures. Lu Jie promptly led the trio to a suitable lodging, with minimal external contact. They found a home occupied solely by an elderly lady. After negotiating with the owner, they successfully settled in. Once he arranged for the three women, Lu Jie departed without delay. Soon, he arrived at Enel's doorstep. Ah, it seems you are aware of my arrival, Lu Jie remarked, gazing at the open door as he stepped inside. 7 warlords. Lu Jie, to what do I owe the honor of your presence on my Sky Island? Enel languidly inquired, reclining in his chair. I merely wish to take a look. I have never been here before, Lu Jie replied, casually retrieving a golden treasure chest nearby. Given the chest's presence, it was evident that Enel was of the rank of a vice admiral. Had he not encountered Luffy, he would likely have avoided a fatal encounter with the storyline. Enel was undeniably formidable. Any ordinary naval vice admiral would appear insignificant before him. Moreover, Enel's ultimate abilities would likely intimidate even the likes of Kizaru and Akainu. Tell me, is it true? 7 warlords. Lu Jie, are you not simply bored? I recall that we share no particular rapport. Your sudden intrusion and the injury to my subordinate cannot merely be a casual visit, Enel remarked again. Injuring your subordinate was a misunderstanding. To be clear, I am not here to engage in combat. To be frank, I have no desire to confront you over your lightning fruit. I wish to show you something. However, is your entourage not a tad excessive? Lu Jie stated directly. Upon hearing Lu Jie's words, Enel ordered his subordinates to leave immediately. Once they had vacated the premises, Lu Jie produced his black bell. This is something I stumbled upon. I heard you possess a golden bell. Might you know its purpose? Lu Jie inquired, pointing at the black bell. How did this come to be in your possession? Enel stood up, astonished upon seeing the black bell. Recognizing Enel's reaction, Lu Jie understood that he likely knew its significance. After all, it was an item obtained from a diamond treasure chest, surely not without value. Could you enlighten me on its purpose? Lu Jie pressed again. This is the Eternal Bell, one of the 3 great eternal artifacts alongside the Eternal Ship and the Eternal Kingdom. My golden bell was crafted as a replica of this one. However, Your eternal bell lacks a pendulum. Otherwise, it would be perfect, Enel explained. Is this what you mean? Lu Jie said, revealing the black pendulum he had. Upon seeing the pendulum in Lu Jie's possession, Enel was rendered completely unsettled, instantly teleporting to Lu Jie's side. I never imagined Enel, would witness the existence of an eternal artifact. It seems the eternal kingdom truly lies within the blue sea. Our arrival here was indeed fortuitous. Enel exclaimed, excitedly circling the black bell and pendulum. Could you first tell me what this device does? Its name sounds impressive, yet what is its actual function? Lu Jie questioned, somewhat exasperated that Enel had rambled without clarifying its use. I do not know. I only know the name of this item. Its specific function eludes me. Enel shrugged, appearing rather helpless. Lu Jie felt a tinge of disappointment at Enel's response, though it was to be expected, as such items were not widely known. Very well. I shall explore your sky island. There is no need for hospitality. I can manage on my own, Lu Jie declared, putting away the eternal bell and departing. As Lu Jie left, Enel's eyes flickered with a peculiar glint. Once Lu Jie had disappeared, Enel vanished from the room. The following day, the group resumed their exploration of the sky island. As Lu Jie gazed at the stunning vistas, he began to contemplate. If he were to establish a faction here, how delightful it would be. With his Leviathan ship unleashing aerial assaults, combined with his and Rim's mental prowess, few factions could withstand such an onslaught. The only inconvenience lay in the Sky Island's unpredictable movement and speed, which were currently difficult to control. Otherwise, Lu Jie would have seriously considered establishing a base here. Lu Jie, look at the shell. It can record sounds, exclaimed Guena, joyfully showcasing her find. Quite splendid. You should purchase a few. They could be useful for recording important moments in the future. If only there were a device to capture images as well, Lu Jie mused, suddenly recalling the concept of live streaming from the real world. If this were to gain traction, it could potentially replace newspapers. However, the technology of this world was rather peculiar. It had produced robots, yet satellites remained elusive. Of course, Lu Jie was not equipped to create such devices. With a smartphone capable of recording video and taking photographs, the sound recording shells held little value for him. Lu Jie, I sense something amiss. It seems this fellow harbors ill intentions toward me. How fortuitous, as I was just pondering how to create an opportunity to trouble him. Since I am here, he shall not escape my retribution. Just at that moment, he stumbled upon an object that restrained him. Truly, this fellow was quite unfortunate. A calm expression graced Lu Jie's face. Had it not been for the treasure chest he discovered yesterday, perhaps he would have felt a twinge of anxiety now. However, with this newfound item in his possession, he felt utterly fearless. Now, you three should step aside for the time being. The battle that is about to unfold here is beyond your capabilities to partake in, especially you, Perona. Do take care of yourselves. Before Lu Jie could finish his sentence, the three women had already retreated a considerable distance. Witnessing this scene left one questioning whether to commend their obedience or simply acknowledge their compliance. Thunder rumbled as the clouds above gradually converged, accompanied by a resounding roar. Feeling the oppressive force emanating from the sky, Lu Jie donned a piece of clothing. Enel, are you planning to play a game of hide-and-seek with me? Come forth. After all, you claim to be a god, Lu Jie declared, addressing the heavens directly. It was worth noting that in the brief moment that had passed, the local inhabitants had vanished entirely. Moreover, his formidable observation Haki had sensed the looming threat above. Although Enel had transformed into lightning, concealing himself within the storm clouds, the aura he exuded could not be obscured. Ha ha ha, indeed the youngest of the 7 warlords. However, I merely wish to propose a trade. Surrender the eternal clock, and we shall remain friends. Enel's voice echoed from the depths of the clouds. Oh, you desire the eternal clock? If you want it, come and take it yourself. Lu Jie responded as he unsheathed his sword, Qian Bening. This time, Lu Jie chose not to employ a clone, as he possessed only a single item capable of defending against lightning. The rest offered no protection and would merely burden him further. You are the first to dare draw your sword against me since my ascension to power over Sky Island. However, I must commend your courage. I wonder how much reward I would receive from the Navy upon defeating you and presenting your lifeless body. Enel's face broke into a smile as he gradually transitioned from his lightning form to his true self. Simultaneously, the storm clouds above morphed into a chair, upon which Enel languidly settled. Indeed, this display was quite impressive. Yet, I must remind you of one crucial detail. Your lightning appears to have little effect on me. If my memory serves correctly, your Busashoka Haki is nearly non-existent, and I am uncertain about your Haoshiku. The formidable combination of observation Haki and your powerful devil fruit abilities holds no sway over me. After speaking, Lu Jie gestured towards his attire. What follows is a refined translation of the provided text. Previously, within the golden treasure chest of Enel, a remarkable item was unearthed, the lightning isolation suit. This peculiar garment serves but one purpose, to repel lightning. With this acquisition, Lu Jie has effectively become a second Luffy, exhibiting a fearless disposition towards electrical storms. Furthermore, Lu Jie's Haki surpasses that of Luffy, granting him a measure of confidence in confronting the currently disadvantaged Enel. Upon hearing Lu Jie's declaration, Enel immediately launched an assault. For Lu Jie did not appear to be one who would surrender easily. 20 million volts, lightning beast. A creature, resembling an electric marten, materialized from the stormy clouds, descending rapidly to strike Lu Jie. Run, Lu Jie. You're going to die. Perona, witnessing the scene from a distance, cried out in alarm. Sensing a palpable aura of death emanating from the tempest, 20 million volts is not something a mere mortal can withstand. Being a ghost type, Perona inherently feared the blazing electricity, her heart quaking at such a formidable display of power. Fear not. This little marten, if it weren't for its lack of corporeal form, I would consider adopting it as a pet. Yet, treating the individual before me as a pet doesn't seem too shabby either, Lu Jie exclaimed, raising his hand to grasp the lightning beast. Clad in his isolation suit, he remained unaffected by the electric currents. The once ferocious lightning beast, now subdued in Lu Jie's grasp, resembled a docile rabbit, unable to escape. Be good now. Following that master won't lead to anything beneficial. All he does is feed you lightning. I can offer you far more delectable treats. Lu Jie cheerfully produced super feed, amusing the lightning beast. This is going too far. 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. Enel, witnessing this absurdity, seethed with rage and unleashed a more formidable bolt of lightning. A Thunder Dragon, colossal compared to the prior beast, surged towards Lu Jie. In that moment, Lu Jie realized the lightning beast was genuinely eager for the super feed. Was this creature, born of electricity, truly capable of consuming food? As the Thunder Dragon approached, Lu Jie refrained from attacking, instead tossing a handful of super feed. The creature, upon devouring the feed, remained before Lu Jie like a loyal pet. What are you doing? Attack! Attack! Enel was on the brink of madness. His own techniques were being effortlessly captured by Lu Jie, and now, these two entities seemed to exhibit signs of insurrection. In response to Enel's furious outburst, Lu Jie tossed another box of super feed, gradually advancing towards him. Skyward flight. Lu Jie ascended towards Enel. Stay back. Golden Arc. Enel, sensing Lu Jie's approach, summoned his Golden Arc and prepared to unleash his ultimate technique, Thunder God. In the next moment, all surrounding lightning converged back to Enel's form. The once content lightning beast and Thunder Dragon were recalled and assimilated into Enel's being, manifesting a towering lightning giant before Lu Jie. Initially intending merely to greet Enel, Lu Jie felt a tinge of exasperation. Enel, let me reiterate, your powers are ineffective against me. If you possess no techniques beyond lightning, then concede your defeat, Lu Jie declared, instantly enveloping his fists in Haki, extending the aura to his garments as well. The two vastly unequal fists collided, and in an instant, Enel plummeted from the sky. Truly formidable. It seems your Haki is not so feeble after all, Lu Jie remarked, shaking his slightly sore hand. Humph. As expected from one of the 7 warlords, your strength is remarkable. Lu Jie, should you withstand my next strike, we shall cease our conflict. Should you falter, prepare for death. Thunder welcome. Enel had summoned the prophecy for this moment. Yet, this man was indeed reckless. Did he intend to obliterate his own Sky Island with a single blow? As the lightning gathered, a colossal black sphere of electricity materialized overhead. A terrifying pressure enveloped the area. Even those not marked with a warning felt the impending dread of Thunder welcome. Has he lost his mind? It's merely a battle. Why make it so terrifying? Kuna remarked, drawing her blade with a face etched in anxiety. Fear not. Such a confrontation remains within my control. For now, your role is to stand aside and witness your husband's performance, Lu Jie reassured, his demeanor relaxed as he faced Enel. So composed? Yahahaha. I shall see how you withstand my Thunder welcome. Enel laughed maniacally. Oh, and let it be known, should I emerge victorious, you must become my crew member, Lu Jie asserted with unwavering confidence. Upon hearing Lu Jie's proposition, Enel momentarily halted. This fool dared to suggest becoming his subordinate. What an absurd jest. I am a god, an omnipotent deity. Yahahaha. To have me as your subordinate is sheer arrogance. However, should you withstand my Thunder welcome, I might consider the notion. Should you fail, your arrogance shall cost you your life. Thunder welcome. With that, Enel unleashed the thunder welcome. A massive black lightning sphere descended, its overwhelming pressure demolishing the structures surrounding Lujie. The residents, aware of Enel's uncontrollable fury, had already evacuated, knowing well the consequences of provoking his wrath. Impressive, indeed. However, your formidable strength bears a fatal flaw. It is rendered ineffective against insulators and entities with lightning storage systems, Lujie declared, raising his hand to snap his fingers. In the next moment, a grand vessel emerged behind him, a long black needle appearing upon Levi's ship. Upon the emergence of the elongated black needle, the thunderbolt that had previously been aimed at Lujie instantly redirected towards Levi's ominous needle. This is the lightning rod. Its sole purpose is to attract the arrival of lightning. Meanwhile, my Leviathan can store an immense amount of electrical energy. Moreover, your thunderbolt, I can withstand at least 5 strikes. Lujie raised his hand, extending 5 fingers. Witnessing Lujie's gesture, Enel's expression transformed into one of astonishment. However, at this moment, he found himself unable to withdraw. Additionally, he harbored doubts regarding Lujie's claims, particularly since they had just engaged in a wager. This strike signifies the moment of reckoning. Should his attack be successfully received, defeat would inevitably follow. The descending black lightning orb soared directly towards Levi's black needle. The formidable electricity instantaneously unleashed a powerful force. Even the surging lightning possessed tremendous impact. Rem promptly utilized her locking sphere to redirect the electricity away. The limits of the Leviathan are far beyond this. Lujie casually waved his hand, expressing a sense of ease. The surging lightning posed no threat to Lujie. Upon witnessing the Leviathan absorb all the lightning, Enel's expression transformed into one of astonishment. It is worth noting that this was Raijin, a force even mightier than the Thunder God. Yet, before Lujie, it appeared as effortless as a gentle breeze. Enough, Enel. I have made it clear that I do not wish to engage in battle with you. I initially sought to utilize your Sky Island, but since you have taken the initiative to attack, I shall now assume the role of your captain. Your first task is to await the arrival of a person named Luffy. When you encounter him, do not harm him. Instead, engage in a fair fight and accept your defeat gracefully. Once you have resolved this matter, come find me, Lujie stated calmly. After speaking, he retracted the Leviathan and departed with his companions. Watching Lujie leave, Enel was left in a state of bewilderment. He had anticipated a humiliating confrontation following his defeat, yet was taken aback by Lujie's seemingly effortless exit. After Lujie's departure, he collected all the treasure chests from the island before leaving, having acquired the answers he sought and even found an ally. Furthermore, should this individual deepen his mastery of his fruit powers, he would grow even more formidable. As Lujie departed, he also left behind a manual for cultivating Haki. Since he had decided to take this person under his wing, he felt a responsibility to nurture him. Mere strength derived from fruit abilities would not suffice. The adversaries he would face were not to be vanquished solely by possessing formidable powers. Once he left the island, Lujie descended gradually using the impact dial, returning to the sea and setting his course for the New World. Upon his descent, he immediately contacted Dragon. Brotherlong, where are you now? Lujie inquired as soon as the snail phone connected. We are currently in the comm belt, but I can only provide you with the eternal pointer for our precise location. Tell me where you are, and I will send someone to retrieve you, Dragon responded directly. All right, we are near the Sky Island. You must possess the eternal pointer for the Sky Island, correct? Once I find a suitable landing spot, I will send you the coordinates. But are you not planning to come and fetch me in person? Lujie retorted, his expression one of irritation. This fellow, with merely a phone call, has borrowed his entire archipelago, and now he displays such an attitude. Were it not for my awareness of his intentions, Lujie would genuinely contemplate giving this individual a punch. I find myself somewhat preoccupied at the moment. Very well. I shall send someone you are familiar with to fetch you. Enough of this conversation. I must attend to my duties now. After Long concluded his words, he promptly ended the call. Once the phone was disconnected, Lujie, feeling somewhat helpless, put away the communicator in his hand. This fellow truly seems exhausted. Were it my own predicament, I would undoubtedly feel equally fatigued. After all, the celestial dragons have reigned over this world for several centuries. Presently, under the formidable pressure of both other governments and the navy subservient to them, these individuals have grown accustomed to such a way of life. Now, with Dragon intending to organize a revolutionary army to overthrow the celestial dragon's dominion, the task appears exceedingly daunting. Whether contending with the Navy's immense power or the long-standing nature of their rule, This endeavor is far from straightforward. Thus, Dragon must surely be deep in thought. Perona, where shall we head next? Lugia inquired softly. After traversing 3 islands, we shall arrive at the Red Line. We may either descend to Fishman Island or cross over the Red Line. Of course, we could also opt to navigate through the Calm Belt, thereby reaching the New World. Perona replied directly. Wow, are we truly approaching Fishman Island so swiftly? It seems we are soon to encounter them. However, I wonder where those foolish companions of ours have wandered off to, Lugia mused, gazing in the direction they had come from, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. At that very moment, at the entrance to the Grand Line, Luffy, astonished, exclaimed, You know Lugia, big brother? I do indeed. That fellow is my senior. Zoro remarked while brandishing his sword. Your senior? Yet you bear none of his demeanor. Nami interjected, her tone laced with curiosity. Wow, Nami knows Lugia. Big brother as well? Luffy shouted once more. The bloodless sword master, Lugia. Had it not been for the departure of Noki and myself from Kokoyashi village, I would not be here with you now. As far as I am aware, Lugia does not yet have a navigator aboard his ship. Sigh. I truly ponder why I am accompanying you. Had I joined Lugia, I would undoubtedly possess immeasurable wealth. As she uttered this, Nami's eyes transformed into shapes reminiscent of coins. Upon reading the report on Lugia, the trio experienced a medley of emotions. Soon enough, Lugia arrived at the next island. This was White Feather Island, an unclaimed territory. This island was a conglomeration of numerous pirates and underground factions of varying sizes. We have arrived at White Feather Island, Lugia announced, taking in the beauty of the isle before him. He seamlessly merged the environment with his prior knowledge. Indeed, this is White Feather Island. Well, this is where we shall await the arrival of Dragon's envoy. After stating this, Lugia stepped onto the island. As for his ship, marked with its distinctive emblem, he held firm confidence that no one would dare lay a hand upon it. Once aboard, Lugia commenced his first task, accompanying his companions on a leisurely stroll through the streets. This has now become their unspoken understanding. As soon as they arrive on the island, the very first task is to conduct a grand shopping spree. It is worth noting that Lugia is not lacking in wealth. Throughout their journey, he has vanquished countless oblivious pirates. And each pirate ship he defeated brought him considerable riches. Moreover, while on Skypiea, Lugia pilfered a substantial amount of gold from Enel. These treasures are more than sufficient for Lugia to live a carefree life. After all, his pursuit is not merely for riches. Lugia, you go search for treasure chests. We can manage on our own, and once we find a place to stay, we will call you, Perona stated directly. Yes, yes. Rem is also quite formidable. You can rest assured, Lugia, Rem also affirmed. Understood. Enjoy your exploration. I have already contacted Dragon, and someone will come to find us. Lugia said before departing. After all, this island is quite vast, with numerous treasure chests scattered about. Now, Lugia's primary focus is to continuously enhance his strength. It is crucial to understand that upon entering the New World, he will be confronted with the likes of the 4 emperors. Without formidable power as his support, one could easily meet their demise. Thus, Lugia commenced his delightful quest for treasure chests. The finest treasure chests on this island are the silver ones, indicating that there are no formidable foes lurking here. Before long, Lugia had scoured half of the island, obtaining a total of 13 treasure chests, with the highest quality being 2 silver chests. The guardians of these treasures were merely thieves and human traffickers. As for the remaining silver chests, they were likely in the possession of certain pirates. Who goes there? Step forward. Lugia suddenly sensed the presence of enemies surrounding him. Truly, the bloodless sword demon. Lugia. At that moment, a towering figure appeared before him. Jesus Besaces, I did not expect you to seek me out. Lugia recognized the man immediately. He was one of Blackbeard's crew, endowed with formidable physical prowess, yet currently not a devil fruit user. Wahaha. I can't believe you know me, Lugia. However, I have not come to chat. I intend to defeat you. Bang, bang, bang. Honestly, I have no time to play with you right now. 1, 2, 3. Teach him a lesson. Lugia concluded before activating his shadow clones. It is essential to note that these are 3 clones with comparable strength to his own. Dealing with this individual, who once suffered defeat at the hands of Sabo, should not prove overly difficult, right? Originally intending to leave, he soon discovered that his first clone was instantaneously vanquished by Jesus Besaces. Feeling the overwhelming force relayed back from his clone, Lugia halted his departure. It seems that those who managed to join Blackbeard's pirate crew are not to be underestimated. At this moment, Lu Jie recalled that Sabo had triumphed over Chizasa Bishasa due to acquiring the Maramara no Mi. Over the past few years, Sabo's strength had been ascending rapidly. Both his Haki and martial arts skills were in a phase of swift enhancement. This indicated that Chizasa Bishasu was indeed formidable, albeit not as swiftly advancing as Sabo. Indeed, he was worthy of the title King of Fighters, Chizasa Bishasu. You have earned my attention, Lu Jie declared, as he summoned back his 2 clones. While the clones could hasten the conclusion of the battle, Lu Jie was eager to test his true capabilities, wishing to ascertain how far he could go on his own. Gwahaha, prepare yourself, Lu Jie. Chizasu Bishasu exclaimed, his entire being enveloped in a powerful Haki, a relentless aura erupting instantaneously. The individual, clearly not a devil fruit user, experienced a remarkable transformation as he swung his fist. Chizasu Bishasu's right arm expanded instantaneously by half. A power type, perhaps? I'm eager to witness the extent of your strength. Armament Haki. Lu Jie likewise unleashed his armament Haki in an instant, directing a powerful punch toward Chizasu Bishasu. Bang! Upon the collision of their fists, the surrounding air was expelled, creating a fleeting vacuum. In that moment, even the resounding sound of the air being displaced went unheard by both combatants. In the next instant, Lu Jie and Chizasu Bishasu each took a step back. Chizasu retreated 3 paces while Lu Jie fell back 5. Indeed, a powerhouse and brute strength, the force was impressive. If strength is all you possess, you shall not be able to hold me. Scatter, Senbon Zakura. With those words, Lu Jie initiated the release of Senbon Zakura. Now, bolstered by an enhancement in his spiritual power, the potency of Senbon Zakura's initial release had significantly escalated. The range, speed, and precision of the blade were all markedly improved. Upon witnessing Lu Jie's signature technique, Chizasu Bishasu raised both arms. Furious Dragon. The fists of Chizasu Bishasu collided with tremendous force, unleashing a powerful gust that surged toward Lu Jie's blade. In the next moment, the previously airborne blades were scattered and disordered by the force of the wind. Oh, quite impressive. It appears you have trained specifically against me. Your fists must carry your observation Haki, I surmise. At this moment, Lu Jie grasped the underlying reason. Previously, while watching One Piece, he had regarded observation Haki as somewhat inconsequential. However, observing Luffy during the battles had illuminated the importance of foresight. Upon entering this world, Lu Jie recognized that observation Haki bore a resemblance to the spiritual power he was familiar with, possessing unique abilities. Certain techniques required a particular level of observation Haki to execute. Now, they had developed a method to counter his Senbon Zakura by utilizing their own spiritual pressure. Nevertheless, the current level of their observation Haki was insufficient to contend with him. Senbon Zakura, Bankai. Lu Jie swiftly activated his Bankai. Although tempted to employ Muramasa, he decided to first test his Senbon Zakura, considering he had finally found an opponent capable of countering his initial release. Moreover, Lu Jie had no intention of eliminating him. After all, such a valuable sparring partner was indeed of great utility. As the blades danced through the air, a look of astonishment appeared on Chizasu Bishasu's face. This technique was not mentioned in the intelligence reports. The enraged dragon entwines. Zasasi Bishashi, confronted with such an onslaught, opted for defense. His method of protection involved incessantly colliding his fists, generating a formidable psychic shield around him. Although this was a rather clumsy approach, Zasasi Bishashi found himself devoid of any other effective alternatives at that moment. Once the effects of his Bankai faded, Zasasi Bishashi collapsed onto the ground. He was not struck by the Senbon Zakura, but rather had rendered himself unconscious through the relentless and intense collisions. The tremendous explosion sound also attracted countless onlookers. This man appeared to be Lu Jie, the bloodless sword demon, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Those who arrived recognized Lu Jie, who bore a snow-white long blade. It is worth noting that whether among the pirates chasing their dreams on the high seas or those struggling for survival in the shadows, everyone knew Lu Jie's name. He was the first to audaciously confront the celestial dragons and live to tell the tale. It was said that he had once caused a ruckus in Mariehua. Such a figure had become an idol for the youth across the Grand Line. On the ground lay Zasasi Bishashi, a rising star with a bounty of 89 million, regarded as one of the more formidable newcomers. It was unexpected that he still succumbed to the might of Lord Lu Jie. Another pirate identified the fallen Zasasi Bishashi. Lu Jie glanced at the approaching crowd and turned to leave. Most of these individuals occupied a gray area of society. In such an era, their numbers were considerable. However, Lu Jie had no intention of cultivating a faction at this moment. Despite their eagerness for him to share a few words, he chose to depart. After all, Sometimes silence carries a greater prestige. Indeed, upon witnessing Lu Jie's departure, the crowd erupted into discussions once more. Lord Lu Jie is so dashing. Truly, such a person is destined to be the future king of the seas. I must follow him. Come on, with your meager strength. How could you possibly attract Lord Lu Jie's attention? Probably only the 3 major families and 5 great powers on Baifeng Island are worthy of an audience with him. However, I recall seeing Lord Lu Jie's ship along the coast when I arrived. I must go see Lord Lu Jie's pirate ship. Perhaps he will allow me to serve as his aide. What? Lord Lu Jie did not come alone? I want to go too. Just like that. The throng that had gathered quickly dispersed upon hearing that Lu Jie's ship was nearby. They knew this was their only opportunity to engage with him. As for the members of the 3 major families and 5 great powers, they returned to report the situation to their superiors. At this moment, Lu Jie, leaving the scene, was completely oblivious to the influence his battle with Sasasi Bashasi had generated. His mind was solely focused on one thing: finding treasure chests. Once he had collected the treasures, he would await the arrival of the dragon's agents. Moreover, with Sasasi Bashasi now present, it indicated that Blackbeard's actions were about to commence. Ace had already boarded the ship. The next significant event should be Blackbeard's defection. In other words, the paramount war was on the horizon. According to Lu Jie's calculations, this event would transpire in 2 years. However, due to his involvement, the strengths of Sabo, Ace, and Luffy had deviated from the original storyline, leading to an unpredictable outcome. He couldn't help but wonder if this event would occur sooner than expected. Nevertheless, Lu Jie was not overly concerned at the moment, as he had yet to hear news of Blackbeard's defection. When that news arrived, he would have time to seek out Ace. Soon enough. Apart from 8 remaining silver treasure chests, Lu Jie had successfully gathered the rest. The remaining chests seemed to be in the possession of the family factions within the town. System: open all treasure chests. Lu Jie directly utilized the treasure chests, for regardless of their grade, they held the chance to yield powerful items. Though the odds were slim, the potential was worth the anticipation. Until opened, the contents remained a mystery. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Angry Birds. Red. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the chainsaw of the bald-headed strongman from Boony Bears. Congratulations. Congratulations, host, you have received the power of the Sin of Wrath. Originating from the 7 deadly sins, the current wrath level is 1, which allows you to rebound an enemy's attack of level 1 while increasing your own overall attack power by 1. Congratulations, host. The subsequent announcements from the system faded from Lu Jie's hearing. The power of the Sin of Wrath was simply astonishing. This was the capability of the captain, the foremost sin of wrath among the 7 deadly sins. Lu Jie vividly remembered the scene where Meliodas, the captain, repelled a formidable foe with a single counterattack. Now possessing such an ability, how could he not feel exhilarated? The items that followed were mostly conventional. They consisted of various items from the 2-dimensional world or small artifacts from Earth, with the only useful acquisition being 10 bottles of Mount High liquor. Nonetheless, having obtained a Sin of Wrath was enough to satisfy Lu Jie. After all, this was a tremendously powerful asset. If utilized wisely, it could prove invaluable on certain occasions. System: recycle all these items. Lu Jie opted to reclaim the remaining possessions. Recycling successful, you have gained 2,890 exchange points. The system's voice echoed softly. Glancing at his exchange points, he realized he now possessed over 20,000 points. With half remaining, he could once again redeem a supreme treasure chest. Currently, what Lu Jie yearned for most was a progress card. Once he unlocked all the permissions of Levi, he would essentially ensure his dominance over these seas. At that point, he could focus on enhancing his other strengths. Once his power reached a certain threshold, Lu Jie would be ready to attempt altering the rules of this world. System: is it still not possible to continue redeeming welfare treasure chests? Observing the gray welfare treasure chest exchange area, Lu Jie inquired once more. The welfare treasure chests can only be redeemed again after the first welfare treasure chest has been fully consumed, the system replied directly. The implication is that if Rim had not perished, one could not proceed to exchange for the next welfare treasure chest. However, at present, Lu Jie finds himself disinterested in acquiring additional companions. His inquiry stems solely from curiosity. Nevertheless, he harbors a degree of anticipation for the forthcoming supreme treasure chest. After organizing his current information, Lu Jie made his way directly to the town, for the remaining treasure chests awaited him there. Upon collecting these, there remained a special chest as well. Once he entered the city, Lu Jie encountered Perona and her companions who were out shopping. Lu Jie, you have returned. Our belongings are becoming too heavy to carry. Come, lend us a hand in storing them, Perona exclaimed, as a dozen individuals appeared behind her. These individuals appear to be formidable pirates, yet they currently stand before Lu Jie, battered and bruised. It seems they are the helpers summoned by Perona and her companions to assist with carrying items. Who are they? Perona inquired, turning to her group. They are our friends we encountered here, and they are more than willing to assist us, she affirmed. One of the men immediately nodded in agreement. Observing the man's enthusiastic nodding, Lu Jie couldn't help but feel a sense of irony. These fellows likely sought to trouble Perona and her companions, but were subsequently subdued by them, now reduced to serving as their underlings, helping with the burdens. Please hand over your belongings, Lu Jie said with a resigned expression. The group, adorned with various items, included several individuals carrying meat and rice, undoubtedly due to Rim's presence. It is worth noting that such items are not light. In no time, Lu Jie had stored all these possessions within his spatial pouch. Well, I suppose it's time for you to find somewhere to rest, as night is fast approaching, Lu Jie remarked gently. Rest? Our little subordinates have already made arrangements. We merely need to continue our shopping, and a place to stay will present itself, Guena replied calmly. It is important to note that Guena, possessing noble blood, is no less commanding than Perona when it comes to directing others. Is that so? Then you all can proceed with your matters. We shall manage on our own. Though these individuals may seem intimidating, they are inherently kind-hearted, Rem asserted directly. Lu Jie raised an eyebrow, bemused that these fellows were being described as amicable by Remington. Most notably, after hearing Rim's words, the expressions of the dozen or so individuals transformed into ones of deep gratitude. Lady Rem, we shall follow you unwaveringly, the group proclaimed. Kneeling in loyalty, even with Lu Jie present, he could not overshadow Rem's radiance. Very well, once you locate your accommodations, I shall seek you out, Lu Jie concluded, making his way toward the nearest family. According to his inquiries, this family belonged to the notorious 100 Thieves, a faction composed of 100 pirate crews, led by the infamous pirate known as Thousand Hands, whose bounty exceeds 100 million. The abilities of this individual bear a resemblance to the flower fruit, albeit his power can only be exerted through his own hands, without the capacity to extend beyond them. Nevertheless, his mastery of armament Haki is commendable. When he deploys his Thousand Hands technique, his offensive prowess is formidable. Soon, Lu Jie arrived at the gates of the 100 Thieves family. Indeed, the three prominent families are distinct. Their stronghold is quite impressive. Hey, kid, what are you staring at the 100 Thieves family's entrance? Are you looking for trouble? Shouted a subordinate stationed at the door. Oh, looking for trouble? Do you not know who I am? Lu Jie responded, puzzled. It is worth noting that even ordinary pirates are aware of his existence. Surely, the three major families must possess some knowledge of him. Do you think I would recognize you just because you're strong? If you're here to cause a ruckus, you'd best leave now. If you're here to join our family, go queue up to register, the young man replied arrogantly. Oh, haha. All right, I'm not exactly powerful, but I should be sufficient to deal with you. By the way, if I wish to enter, are you going to stop me? Lu Jie maintained his relaxed demeanor. So you mean you're here to challenge us? The four men at the entrance unsheathed their weapons. A challenge is too far-fetched. I merely wish to sightsee. But if you insist on obstructing my path, I shall have to force my way through, Lu Jie declared as he drew his sword, the 1,000 cherry blossoms. Upon unveiling his weapon, a tremendous aura of spiritual pressure was unleashed, akin to the conqueror's Haki, causing all the subordinates before him to collapse instantly. Really, you forced my hand. I just wanted to observe, not to stir trouble, Lu Jie remarked as he entered the 100 Thieves family. Once inside, Lu Jie discovered that the place was predominantly filled with pirates, each living according to their preferred lifestyle, their faces radiating a sense of contentment. To be honest, upon witnessing them, Lu Jie momentarily felt as if he had stepped into a rustic inn in the Sichuan province of Earth. Who are you? At that moment, a towering figure over 5 meters tall stood before Lu Jie, speaking slowly. Big guy, you're blocking my way, Lu Jie said, as he intended to collect a bronze treasure chest nearby. However, the giant obstructed his view. Blocking your way? Kid, do you even know who you're speaking to? The colossal man bellowed. Hearing his words, Lu Jie felt exasperated. All he wanted was to pick up a treasure chest. These individuals were truly seeking conflict. I said you're blocking my way. Are you deaf? Lu Jie exclaimed, abruptly lifting his head and releasing his overwhelming aura. Initially, the giant regarded Lu Jie as merely a small fry, but he was taken aback as the boy transformed into a monstrous presence, one that could devour him whole. Are you underestimating me, Beast Kaido? Kaido shouted, swinging his massive axe directly at Lu Jie. having just been intimidated by Lu Jie's aura. It was a disgrace for Kaido. Flowing one style, raging slash, Lu Jie declared, drawing a simple blade. In the next instant, countless sword energies enveloped the giant axe, shattering it before it could strike. I'll say it once more. You're blocking my way. Lu Jie waved his long knife, visibly angered. Why you? Boss. Someone bullying me. Kaido whimpered, running away like a defeated child. Lu Jie looked at the retreating Kaido, his expression filled with disbelief. This brute, despite his imposing stature, had such a childish temperament. However, upon Kaido's shout, everyone around stood up, their gazes converging on Lu Jie. Hello, everyone. No need to mind me. I'm just here to take a look. Please continue your rest, Lu Jie said with a cheerful smile. Intruder. Attack. At that moment, a man shouted, causing everyone to brandish their weapons and charge at Lu Jie. Seeing this unfold, Lu Jie felt somewhat resigned. It seemed that his intention to converse peacefully was futile. Clearly, he was not renowned enough. If the red-haired Shanks had arrived, a simple request for leniency would likely have garnered compliance. Since you wish to fight, I shall oblige. Lu Jie unsheathed his long knife and, recognizing the multitude before him, he unhesitatingly employed his shadow clone technique. Each clone wielded a simple long knife. He had come to collect treasure, not to kill. Thus, he refrained from using his Mirakumo or Thousand Cherry Blossoms. Remember, try not to kill. If possible, just incapacitate them. There are millions of pirates here. If they attack me, I'll retaliate, Lu Jie instructed as he initiated his assault. Indeed, sometimes, combat truly resolves everything. Roar. The battle commenced, Lu Jie's long knife gleaming with dark radiance as he moved fluidly among the chaos. His mastery of armament Haki was formidable. After all, his bounty was a staggering 340 million. Faced with a family led by over 100 million pirates, Lu Jie felt utterly unfazed. Lu Jie, we merely came to browse. You've stirred up trouble here. Perona appeared at the entrance of the 100 Thieves family, deploying her negative hollow. You're here too, Kuina, Rem. Do not harm anyone. I have no intention of hurting these people, Lu Jie quickly interjected. Understood, Qi Long. Both responded, immediately launching their own attacks. Accompanying them were the pirates who had been with them before, and it seemed their numbers had grown. Previously, they numbered in the teens. But now there were nearly 100. With their arrival, Lu Jie found himself momentarily without tasks. After all, these individuals were no weaklings. Time halt. Lu Jie invoked his ability as everyone clashed together. In that instant, only Lu Jie's side could move, and within the next moment, half of the enemies were subdued. At that moment, 100 formidable figures emerged, each exuding a powerful presence. They appeared to be the leaders of the 100 Thieves family. Kid, you're doomed. These are our 100 leaders, ha ha ha. Indeed, you dared to invade our 100 Thieves family. Upon seeing their leaders emerge, the crowd erupted in excitement, exclaiming loudly. Silence. You are the bloodless Sortajura, the warlord Lu Jie? The foremost figure gasped, recognizing Lu Jie from the previous incident when he attacked Marineford. You are, Gulado? Lu Jie, with a perplexed expression, inquired, is it really you, Lord Lu Jie? I'm Gadola, the captain of the Fire Monster pirate crew. Gadola then approached Lu Jie and knelt on one knee before him. This is your territory. Had I known earlier, it would not have been so troublesome. After a prolonged altercation, Lu Jie realized he had inadvertently attacked the subordinate of his superior. Fortunately, upon Lu Jie's arrival, he refrained from launching a direct assault. Otherwise, the scene would have been a massacre. After all, whether using Qianban Ing or Muramesa, the present company would not have stood a chance against him. Upon recognizing Lu Jie, Gadola promptly extended an invitation for him to enter. Once inside, Lu Jie discovered that the interior was even more opulent than it appeared from the outside. He marveled at how they had acquired such splendid accommodations. Gadola, I am Lu Jie, he corrected himself, noticing Gadola had mispronounced his name. Despite the error, Gadola displayed no sign of irritation. He merely offered a gentle reminder. Ah, yes, Gadola. What brings you here? Are you not with that fellow Buggy? Lu Jie asked, puzzled. Previously, he had encountered Sha Mondo, who had separated from Buggy and was sailing alone. Now, he found another pirate crew. Could it be that Buggy's streak of good fortune had run its course? In truth, we initially followed Buggy, but he mentioned he was off in search of some treasure and instructed us not to follow, promising to reunite with us later. Thus, we parted ways. A few friends and I arrived at Bayou Island and decided to establish our own faction here, awaiting the right moment to emerge. To our surprise, our fledgling family has attracted over 100 pirate crews in just a few months. leading us to the current situation, Gadola explained calmly. Oh, a treasure hunt, you say? That fellow, indeed, Lu Jie mused. Well then, since you have established your own faction here, why not consolidate? He continued, Gadola. Invite the other 2 prominent families and the representatives of the 5 major forces here. I have matters to discuss. With a nod, Gadola promptly departed. Lu Jie then collected the silver treasure chest present, unhurried regarding the others, for he had ample time at his disposal. After 2 hours, Gadola returned with a dozen individuals before Lu Jie. You must be the remaining 2 prominent families and the 5 major forces. I am Lu Jie. It is a pleasure to meet you all. Upon their arrival, Lu Jie greeted them warmly. Greetings, Lord Lu Jie. I am Wei, the leader of the Sword Knight family. And this is my brother, Walali. Greetings, Lord Lu Jie. I am Pinodo, the head of the demon family, and this is my aide, Noriri. The representatives from the 2 families and 5 major forces introduced themselves in turn. The 5 major forces included an auction house, arms dealer, slave trader, local nobility, and a hunter guild. Observing such a diverse assembly, Lu Jie pondered the peculiar presence of bounty hunters among pirates. Their livelihood stemmed from these very pirates, and one would expect an inherent animosity, second only to that towards the navy. Later, Lu Jie learned that on this island, personal duels were forbidden. Any disputes were to be resolved at sea. I apologize for summoning you all so abruptly, Lu Jie began, deferring his intentions. Gadola, please, arrange seats for our guests. Understood. Lord Lu Jie, Gadola promptly facilitated their seating. Might I ask if you summoned us for a specific purpose? Pinodo ventured, voicing the collective curiosity of the group. Since you have posed that question, I shall not withhold my intentions. I desire for all of you to unite under a single banner, my banner. Of course, aligning with me will lead to your prosperity. You are entitled to refuse. However, should you choose to leave this room, know that tomorrow we commence our campaign. Lu Jie articulated slowly. The world operates in such a manner that, in moments of uncertainty, no one is inclined to engage in dialogue with you. Furthermore, Lu Jie is poised to annex their power, and no one is foolish enough to permit such an encroachment without resistance. Thus, Lu Jie has laid the matter bare. Upon hearing his words, silence enveloped the assembly. The individual before them was not merely speaking casually. He was a figure of considerable renown. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, and the only person alive who had dared to strike a celestial dragon and survived. To serve under him would mean that all of their actions would be sanctioned by the Navy. However, this would also render them a subordinate force. The Sword Knight family expressed their willingness to submit, yet they had but one condition. Every member must wield a good sword. At this juncture, Wei from the Sword Knight family stepped forward, affirming, that is acceptable, I can provide good swords. As long as you do not demand that each individual possess a legendary blade. Lu Jie smiled in response. My lord, Wei and Walali knelt on one knee, signifying their submission. They were among the weaker factions in this region, having dedicated themselves solely to the pursuit of swordsmanship, lacking the stable financial backing that other factions possessed. Thus, aligning with Lu Jie was a commendable option for them. Apologies, but we have no intention of joining your bloodless pirate crew. We are recognized nobles by the Marine government, and therefore, we choose to depart. Even if you are one of the 7 warlords, you cannot lay a hand on us. At that moment, the representative of the local noble Nazini family stood up and proclaimed. After uttering these words, Nazini Billy turned and departed. For a noble of his stature, joining a pirate crew was a grave insult. Even in this age of great piracy, they viewed pirates as outcasts, regardless of their power or influence. With the first to leave setting the precedent, the remaining individuals followed suit without further acknowledgement. They were aware of Lu Jie's formidable reputation, yet he stood alone before them. The terrifying ship they had heard of in whispers was nowhere in sight. In their minds, Lu Jie's recognition by the Navy stemmed from his affiliations with 2 forces of Yonko caliber and the presence of his fearsome vessel. However, now that he was alone on the island, they felt no fear. Once everyone had departed, the smile faded from Lu Jie's face. Gadala, recall all forces and arrange for messengers to notify the civilians that we shall launch an offensive against other factions tomorrow. They must find a safe place to take refuge. And Wei, gather all your people here. Lu Jie commanded decisively. My lord, what if they are unprepared and we initiate battle immediately? Such an approach could yield an element of surprise. Gadala voiced his concerns. If they are unprepared, then what of our own readiness? Lu Jie retorted. Very well, after assembling. Let everyone rest. We shall depart at 8 in the morning to commence the assault. With that, he retreated to his quarters to rest. Upon entering his room, a smile returned to Lu Jie's face. Indeed, such actions served to elevate his sin of wrath. Merely moments ago, they had rejected his proposal, and his sin of wrath had increased by 50 points. Currently, his wrath sin stood at level 1, requiring 100 points to ascend to the next level. This meant that should he experience a similar surge of wrath once more, he could elevate it to level 2. Beyond enhancing his armament Haki and observation Haki, this was the swiftest route to advancement. Furthermore, acquiring wrath was exceedingly simple. System, activate all treasure chests. Within the pirate family, Lu Jie had obtained 4 chests, 3 bronze and 1 silver. Congratulations, host, you have acquired C4 explosives, capable of targeted detonation. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the wreckage of a Bermuda vessel from an alternate dimension. When used, it can render others' eternal pointers ineffective. Congratulations, host. You have received a deck of playing cards. Congratulations, host. You have secured 10 boxes of chrysanthemum tracking darts, sourced from the battle between the Peach Blossom hero and the chrysanthemum monster. When used, they can track the marked object as chrysanthemum, not returning until they explode. Upon reviewing the items acquired, aside from the playing cards, the rest seemed quite valuable. The last item, however, bore a rather peculiar flavor. Nevertheless, these items could prove exceptionally useful as the imminent great conflict approached. After organizing these acquisitions, Lu Jie prepared to rest. At that moment, Perona timidly entered Lu Jie's room. Perona, should you not be resting? A great battle awaits us tomorrow, Lu Jie inquired directly upon seeing her. Well, it has been long since we were together, and I find myself yearning for you, Perona replied shyly. Oh, I see. Come here. Their mutual restraint faltered, leaving Guena and Rem unable to endure the situation. Both were adults, aware of the implications, and Perona's vocal expressions often stirred unease in them. Yet, neither was currently prepared. However, with time, such things would inevitably unfold naturally. It was worth noting that Lu Jie's charm had skyrocketed to over 600 points. With such overwhelming allure, it was no wonder even those like Peach Rabbit and Tina, who had only met him once, were still captivated by thoughts of him. The following day, my lord, we are prepared. 1,000-strong assembly gathered before the pirate family's entrance, each ready for battle. Very well. Today, I have but one request. At the forefront must be myself and my 3 wives. Our strength far surpasses yours, and I wish to minimize any losses to my forces. While casualties are inevitable in battle, this approach can help mitigate them. Do you understand? Lu Jie proclaimed loudly. Understood, my lord. The entire assembly was once again enchanted by Lu Jie's charismatic presence. Indeed, only by following such a leader could their fates improve. Shadow clone technique. Lu Jie instantly created 3 clones, who aligned beside him. Now, my clones and I will each lead a team. Those of lesser strength should accompany me. The rest shall stand with my 3 clones. Our first target will be the Nazini family, a noble not of our kind, an obstacle to unification. We shall eradicate them first. After declaring this, Lu Jie led his team forth. On this day, all shops had shuttered their doors, for they had foreseen that significant events were to unfold. This was part of Lu Jie's strategy. Otherwise, advancing swiftly would inevitably encounter the hindrance of ordinary citizens. Above all, Lu Jie wished to avoid harming these innocents. Before long, they arrived at the gates of the Nazini family. At this moment, the front of the Nairini family appeared as it usually did, merely guarded by a few sentinels. It seemed that they had taken the jesting words of Lu Jie from yesterday quite lightly. Was my speech truly so insipid? Lu Jie chuckled bitterly, his countenance revealing a flicker of anger. In that instant, his wrathful sin escalated by 50 points, elevating him to level 2. Observing the enhancement of his sin, a smile returned to Lu Jie's face as he unfurled the boundless wings upon his back. Goddess feathers. As Lu Jie initiated his assault, the remaining combatants followed suit. The noble factions were not particularly formidable, for most capable individuals either opted to join the navy or align with pirates. Few chose to remain as guards for the nobility in this blood-soaked world. In a mere half hour, they had seized control of all the Nairini family as strongholds. Meanwhile, news arrived from Unit 1 indicating that while attacking one of the Nairini residences, they had encountered an assault from the demon family. Upon receiving this intelligence, Lu Jie entrusted the current situation to Perona and the others, taking flight alone. With his remarkable speed, Lu Jie swiftly reached the battlefield where Unit 1 was engaged. Units 2 and 3 also reported favorable news, suggesting that apart from the demon family, No other factions had intervened. It appeared this demon family was no ordinary adversary. Their name hinted at a lineage rich with users of devil fruit abilities. Confronted with such a force, Unit 1 found itself somewhat beleaguered, particularly as they lacked any devil fruit powers. Upon arriving at the Nairini stronghold, Lugia witnessed a chaotic melee below. Various devil fruit abilities incessantly devoured lives on his side. This sight ignited a surge of fury within him. His recently acquired wrathful sense surged to level 4, bestowing him over 3,000 points of rage. Yet, Lugia was preoccupied with the unfolding chaos and activated his time-stopping ability. This power was the only means available to maximize the rescue of his comrades. Seeing Lugia's arrival, his allies swiftly retreated from the fray during that fleeting moment. Lord Lugia, they are unharmed. Now that I am here, I shall avenge our fallen brothers, Lugia declared, patting Ghidola's shoulder. Reassured by Lugia's presence, Ghidola felt a sense of security and stepped behind him. Unit 1, unleash your Bankai, Lugia commanded. Understood, my lord, came the succinct reply. And Unit 1 charged into the throng, activating their Bankai. Within 10 seconds, aside from a few who sensed impending doom or those with natural fruit powers capable of elementalization, the majority fell. In a single strike, half of the enemy was vanquished. However, Unit 1, unable to withstand the backlash of their Bankai, vanished. The onlookers were left astounded by Lugia's formidable display. After all, they faced devil fruit users, and yet he had felled hundreds with but one blow. What sheer terror. Pinot Duo, I had no intention of engaging you, for we are all pirates. However, you have provoked my ire today, so prepare to perish, Lugia declared, drawing his Muramasa. Lugia, let us discuss this amicably. We are willing to submit. We surrender. In the next moment, Lugia appeared behind Pinot Duo, slowly sheathing his Muramasa. Pinot Duo's final words remained unuttered as he succumbed to the curse of the blade. Though he wielded the natural cloud fruit, he could not withstand the strike of Muramasa, which bore the power of Haki. Pinot Duo's brother had just been slain by Unit 1. Witnessing Lugia's prowess, the remaining adversaries cowered, heads bowed, for their leader had fallen, and they dared not challenge Lugia's might. Thus, they chose to surrender. Lugia refrained from further violence, for the principal offender lay dead, and sufficient retribution had been exacted. Ghidola, you handle these individuals. I shall ascertain the intentions of the other families, Lugia instructed, collecting Pinot Duo's body into his spatial realm before departing. Ghidola organized the capture of the remaining devil fruit users, who, despite lacking sea-stone handcuffs, offered no resistance as they were escorted away. Lugia, carrying the bodies of Pinot Duo and the Nairini patriarch, proceeded to the other families. At each family, he unceremoniously deposited the 2 corpses at their doorsteps. After repeating this 5 times, the remaining families and factions were sufficiently intimidated. However, 2 factions refused to surrender: the auction house, a covert arm of the Celestial Dragons, and the slave-catching faction, also allied with the Celestial Dragons. Thus, they dared not capitulate, for they feared the Celestial Dragons far more than Lugia. Upon returning to the Baidao family, Lugia took his seat of authority. By this time, all had gathered except for the leaders of the auction house and the slave-capturing faction. Very well, those present here are now one family. The entirety of White Feather Island belongs to us. However, 2 malignant entities remain, their existence a blight upon this world. It is my intention to eradicate these factions. You shall now demonstrate your allegiance to my cause. I can clearly inform you that they are under the dominion of the Celestial Dragons. If I can confront the Celestial Dragons, their lackeys are mere trifles. Allow me to state, I harbor an intense disdain for slave traders. Thus, those who align with me must never engage in such practices. As for the remaining regulations, Ghidola will elucidate them to you. Now, our first task is to obliterate them, Lugia articulated, outlining the next steps. Upon hearing Lugia's proclamation, the assembly hastily departed the Baidao family. With their combined strength, annihilating these 2 factions would be a trivial endeavor. It is worth noting that their ascension to one of the dominant powers in the area was largely due to their connection with the Celestial Dragons, which deterred other factions from attacking them, resulting in their relatively weak capabilities. They have adapted to this way of life, perpetually living in such a manner. Consequently, Lugia himself did not venture out, as he had other matters to attend to. Specifically, he needed to collect treasure chests, which were currently on a countdown. It seemed that Lugia had already conquered them, mirroring his prior experience in Windmill Village, where he had to retrieve the treasure chests within a stipulated time frame. Before long, Lu Jie arrived at the strongholds of several other families and successfully collected the treasure chests. At this point, only 2 silver chests and a few bronze chests remained on the island, all belonging to the 2 remaining factions. System, open the treasure chests. Congratulations, host. Soon after opening the chests, Lu Jie proceeded towards the remaining factions. Upon opening the chests, he noticed that the remaining treasure chests had also begun their countdown. This indicated that, within such a brief period, they had managed to obliterate the 2 factions. Realizing this, Lu Jie swiftly made his way to collect the treasure chests. Thus, the entirety of White Feather Island came under Lu Jie's dominion. Previously, he had possessed an archipelago, but now it had transformed into the lair of the dragon. Subsequently, Lu Jie selected another island to serve as his covert stronghold. After consolidating the power in this area, Lu Jie found himself with nothing more to do. After all, the dragon's envoy had yet to arrive. Therefore, he remained on White Feather Island, beginning to rest. This rare moment of respite was hard-earned, prompting Lu Jie to remain indoors and indulge in well-deserved relaxation. Naturally, there were still matters to attend to, specifically the opening of treasure chests. System, unlock all treasure chests excluding the special ones. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Compendium of Mechanisms, a comprehensive and unparalleled guide to the art of mechanisms originating from the Tangmin world. Upon utilization, you shall master all mechanisms with proficiency. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Wine Sword Immortal's Flask, a treasure from the Xianjian series, capable of holding an infinite quantity of wine. Congratulations, host, you have received. Now, opening the special treasure chest. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Xin Yu Gong, a technique from the Tangmin world that allows you to transform your entire being into a jade-like state, rendering you immune to all toxins. Upon witnessing the treasures he had obtained, a smile graced Lu Jie's face. What he has acquired this time is exceedingly beneficial for him. It is important to note that there are numerous experts in the art of poison in this world. Once everything was completed, Lu Jie prepared to rest. At this moment, he had only one task at hand, to cultivate and enhance his strength. Now, with an expanded array of cultivation options available to him, Lu Jie found himself somewhat overwhelmed. In addition to his usual training in the dominance technique, he now also had the recently obtained Xin Yu Gong and the enhancement of his rage points to contend with. These endeavors require time to elevate one's level, and at this moment, Lu Jie found himself contemplating how delightful it would be if everything were as straightforward as the mechanisms of the Grand Compendium, achieving full mastery instantly. Suddenly, a thought struck him: shadow clone. Without hesitation, Lu Jie employed the technique of shadow clones. It is worth noting that one of the characteristics of shadow clones is their ability to assist in training. Although they cannot enhance the powers of the devil fruit, they can aid in every other aspect. Now, with 3 clones at his disposal, one honing Haki, another practicing Xin Yu Gong, and the last accumulating anger points, he himself only needed to develop his fruit abilities and refine his swordsmanship. Wouldn't this make the process infinitely more manageable? Thus, Lu Jie promptly organized his clones for training, unwilling to squander precious time, especially with the impending entry into a new world. White Feather Island was nearing Mariawa, and the swift eradication of the auction house and slave trading forces soon reached the ears of the celestial dragons. However, upon learning that it was Lu Jie behind these actions, they fell into a contemplative silence. Although these matters were common knowledge, the sordid nature of slave trading could not be paraded publicly. Hence, the celestial dragons would not allow this blemish to tarnish their reputation. Had it been anyone else, the CP0 agents would have swiftly dealt with the situation. Yet with Lu Jie, they were hesitant to provoke him. After all, this individual was a madman, having once led 2 Yonko-level figures to assault the home of Marineford for the sake of his crew. Should they engage and be caught in a compromising position by Lu Jie, the entire new world could be thrown into chaos by his hand. Thus, even if the celestial dragons were displeased, they chose to exercise restraint. Given his capabilities, if he were to unleash surprise attacks across the globe, they would find themselves utterly powerless. Currently, the greatest desire of the celestial dragons was for Lu Jie to meet his demise. Yet they had yet to devise an effective strategy to achieve this. Soon, a week passed. Master Lu Jie, an unfamiliar blonde stranger, has arrived on the island. And upon his arrival, he inquired about you. Guduo La rushed in hastily to report while Lu Jie was practicing in the courtyard. A blonde man? Has he finally come? Tell him I am here, Lu Jie replied, still brimming with indignation, unwilling to personally seek out the newcomer. He felt it was imperative to maintain his stance, ensuring that Dragon understood his displeasure. Brother Lu Jie, what is this? Still upset with the captain? Moments later, a familiar voice reached Lu Jie's ears. Though he had not heard this voice in many years, he could not mistake it. Sabo, you rascal. Dragon is indeed cunning to send you to find me. Alas, I should never have taught him military strategy. It seems he is now employing it against me. Lu Jie remarked with a knowing expression upon seeing Sabo. This fellow, fearing that others might come and take advantage of him, promptly sent over Sabo, with whom he shared a certain camaraderie. Brother Lu Jie, he began, I have heard that you have now ascended to the rank of Warlord of the Sea, and that you have even coerced the Navy into granting you this title alongside the 4 emperors. Having not seen each other for a considerable time, there was much to discuss. Lu Jie ushered Sabo into the inner chamber, where he prepared food and drink for their conversation. Upon learning that Sabo had become the deputy chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, Lu Jie expressed his astonishment. Though he knew that in a few years, Sabo would rise to the position of chief of staff, he had not anticipated that Sabo would attain such a rank so soon. It appeared that Sabo possessed a greater aptitude for military strategy than Dragon. Brother Lu Jie, when shall we set off? Please give me a definitive time so that I may attend to my own affairs, Sabo inquired after several rounds of drinks. Do not rush. Let us enjoy ourselves here for a few days before we return, Lu Jie replied with a mischievous smile. Just kidding. I know you too well. By the way, would you care to accompany me to meet Ace during this trip? Lu Jie continued, speaking gently. Ace is now the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. I have no concerns, but it seems that Luffy has gotten himself into trouble, Sabo remarked as he took a slow sip from his drink. Oh, he is in trouble? You say? Don't tell me he has already reached Logtown. Lu Jie responded slowly. Indeed, Luffy is currently in Logtown. When I departed, the captain was also away. I presume he has gone to rescue him, Sabo reiterated. Well, I am aware of that. Let us not dwell on Luffy, he has his own luck. Instead, let us go meet Ace, as I miss him dearly. The last time we met was during the assault on Marineford. My mind was solely focused on rescuing my comrades. And we did not have the chance to converse properly, Lu Jie added once more. Very well, when shall we depart? After some time of conversation, the two made their way to the flatlands on the back mountain, the very place where Lu Jie had previously